The female protagonist is a cunning green tea spirit. While others undergo tribulations, she gets struck by lightning. Jiang Shuyue, a millennia-old green tea spirit, finally on the verge of transformation, finds herself transported to ancient times by the lightning of someone else's ascension. Fortunately, the heavens have a shred of conscience and grant her a small loophole. Every day, Jiang Shuyue quietly enjoys the gossip. The marquis is still a virgin? His second uncle's wife has 3 lovers? The emperor fancies the young lord? Goodness, the 4th prince covets my man. Jiang Shuyue revels in the juicy tidbits until one day, she notices the peculiar glances directed her way. The eldest daughter exclaims, "Father, mother says you are a virgin." The second son chimes in, "Father, mother says you have a white moonlight." The youngest son adds, "Father, mother says you are not quite capable." Zhou Yunshin takes her away. "Wife, I hear you think I am lacking? Let's put it to the test." Jiang Shuyue panics. How does he know her unspoken thoughts? Chapter 1. Transformation struck by lightning. The marquis relishes gossip. Should we still worship at this hall? Dressed in a vibrant red wedding gown, Jiang Shuyue is overwhelmed by the chattering guests. She was once a magnificent 1,000-year-old green tea tree, and just as she transformed into human form, she was caught in someone else's ascension lightning, reduced to mere green tea firewood. An ironic twist of fate. The heavens granted her a chance at life. She must survive within the narrative, accumulating 10,000 green tea points to ascend. Yet, amidst her fortune lies misfortune. She is bound to a pitiable boy neglected by his parents. The Marquis of Zhennan, seeking a new wife for his son, arrives at the Jiang family to propose. The Jiang family, tempted by the power of the Marquis, unwilling to part with their foster daughter Jiang Liuli, instead offers the original host. Jiang Shuyue gazes at the imposing man before her and cannot help but acknowledge his unparalleled allure. With starry brows and sharp eyes, a waist akin to a graceful dog, and a small teardrop mole at the corner of his eye, he exudes an enchanting charm that is anything but effeminate. Having encountered numerous men and celestial beings, Jiang Shuyue, as a 1,000-year-old green tea spirit, finds herself captivated by his singular presence. Alas, tears well in her eyes, she truly wishes to weep. System, have I mistaken my identity with my grace? I ought to be a stunning white lotus of the era. Why have I become the villain's new wife? This system, accompanying her through the journey, is said to be a recompense from the heavens. System, is it possible that you, being a green tea spirit, naturally align with a villain? It's quite reasonable. Fear not, the villain will always be the focal point of discussion as long as there are enough gossips. You shall ascend in no time. Just don't forget to uplift your little brothers. Jiang Shuyue. System, I realize you are even more of an old green tea. Zhou Yunshin furrows his brows. System? Gossip? What is this? Has the bride gone mad upon entering? Zhou Yunshin scrutinizes Jiang Shuyue, attempting to glean some insight from her expression. Jiang Shuyue forces a smile, her fingers subtly digging into her palm. System, what does he see? Does he think Lioli and I are dissimilar, wanting to dry me out to brew tea? Oh no, I'm not yet ripe, no harvesting allowed. System. Congratulations, host. This system detects the aroma of a major gossip, green tea flavored. Successfully indulging in the first piece of green tea gossip, you are rewarded with a soul-reviving pill. Fear of death is no more. Jiang Shuyue, I am truly grateful. That moment, Zhou Yunshin suppresses a laugh with great effort. He has confirmed that the voice is indeed Jiang Shuyue's. Though he does not understand why he can hear her thoughts or what the system is, he can ascertain 2 things. Firstly, his new wife is not insane. Secondly, his new wife is lustful and fearful of death. Zhou Yunshin watches her with great interest, eager to hear more intriguing tales. The guests, however, are less composed. They split into 2 factions. One group, oblivious to the inner voices, hides at the back, chuckling as they watch the spectacle. The other group, privy to her thoughts, first responds with shock, then excitement, eventually moved to tears. A gossiping system and a soul-reviving pill? Not only do they hear many secrets, but they also cannot die. This is a celestial being, a fallen immortal. They cast admiring glances at Jiang Shuyue, hoping to bask in the aura of the fallen immortal and extend their lives. Jiang Shuyue senses the peculiar gazes and cannot help but remark, these people have their desire for gossip written all over their faces. Zhou Yunshin scans the crowd, and, Everyone hastily averts their gaze, but their minds are fixated on Jiang Shuyue. Clearing her throat, Jiang Shuyue begins, Captain, who is the lady behind you? Zhou Yunshen turns to introduce the woman behind him. This is Li Qiner, the daughter of Vice Officer Li. He died saving me, and I wish to bring her into the household for care. The young woman, clad in mourning attire, timidly approaches, casting a pitiful glance at Jiang Shuyue. Are you my sister? Sister, rest assured, Qiner only seeks a place to stay. I will address Zhou as brother and will never trouble you. Jiang Shuyue mentally raises a middle finger. Listen to this little green tea, one might think I am the one breaking up their romance. Trouble me. She ought to gaze at her own ugly visage. Does she think she's worthy? Zhou Yunshen feigns nonchalance as he glances at Li Qiner. Previously, he hadn't found her unattractive. But standing beside Jiang Shuyue, she indeed appears rather plain and common. The system chirps with excitement. Here comes a super juicy gossip. This Li Qiner is truly something else than the original story. She is a pitiable character, but in reality, she personally orchestrated her father's murder. Jiang Shuyue gasps patricide.
Why?
The system continues. Of course, it was to get closer to Zhou Yunshen. Her father forbade her from becoming a concubine. She felt Vice Officer Li obstructed her path to glory, so she decided to take extreme measures. Zhou Yunshen's pupils constrict. He witnessed Vice Officer Li drink from his cup and perish, believing it was poison from an enemy nation. He never imagined it was Li Qiner who had done this. So, Li Qiner had schemed against him for wealth and power. How dare she? Zhou Yunshen's eyes narrow, his hands clenching tightly behind his back. All the guests fixate on Li Qiner. Seeing a seemingly frail girl committing patricide is shocking, indeed. Furthermore, although in the original tale she moves in under the pretext of being siblings, she is already with child from her illicit lover, and within days begins to flirt with Zhou Yunshen. Poor villain, who wore a green hat for 20 years before realizing it, only to be slain by a wolf raised at his side. Jiang Shuyue freezes, then bursts into thunderous laughter in her mind. Haha, this sister is incredible. Not only is she a green tea, but she's also a scheming femme fatale. As for the villain, blessed with a face that could slay heaven and earth, he meets his end at the hands of an ungrateful wolf. This is simply hilarious. Jiang Shuyue's laughter resonates endlessly in Zhou Yunshen's mind. He clenches his fists, wishing to disappear into the ground. How does that system know so much? And really, is it that amusing to be deceived and cuckolded, only to be backstabbed? Is that enough to label him as the villain? The system adds, but one cannot blame the villain. He is yet to awaken to feelings. Essentially, he remains a pure and innocent youth. The guests are left dumbfounded. The great Zhou war god a naive youth? No. He hasn't indulged. Where do the children in the marquis' household come from? Chapter 2. The villain is actually a virgin. All eyes turn to the small figures at the entrance. Zhou Shuyue stands unflinchingly, as still as a mountain. Adopted? Any objections? Zhou Session. Brother, what kind of gaze is that? So infuriating. Zhou Luming raised his hand to tuck a loose strand of hair behind his ear, attempting to mask his embarrassment. What are you staring at? Isn't it strange that we have no blood relation? Keep looking, and I'll gouge out your eyes. They were already aware of their status as orphans adopted by their father, but they were taken aback to learn that their father was still a virgin. No wonder in the military camp, he had never been with a woman. It turned out he lacked experience. Zhou Yunshen's face flushed crimson with shame. At 24, he had never experienced such matters. Would anyone believe this if it were to spread? Zhou Yunshen was overwhelmed with embarrassment. His father often teased him. If you don't find a woman soon, you'll be the subject of ridicule. Zhou Yunshen had initially intended to keep this matter to himself, believing that once he consummated his marriage, everything would fall into place. He had never anticipated the day he would be exposed. And in such a manner. If there were a crack in the ground, he would surely dive into it. Who would have thought the antagonist was such a good man? Zhou Yunshen paused, glancing at Jiang Shuyue with curiosity. Jiang Shuyue tilted her head, mentally giving him a thumbs up. Compared to those uglier, more flamboyant, poorer, and more cowardly than him, he can indeed be considered an
extraordinary man.
Suddenly receiving a compliment, Zhou Yunshen felt a bit elated. Indeed, a man of his caliber could certainly be deemed exceptional. It appeared this new bride was not as rustic and uncouth as rumored, possessing some discernment after all. Jiang Shuyue continued to discuss the qualities of an extraordinary man with the system. Handsome, he had an innate beauty. Wealthy, he inherited the title of Marquis of Zhennan and was the youngest general of the Great Zhou, commanding half of the empire's army, thus, naturally affluent. As for loyalty, having married without consummation and immediately gone off to war, he had not touched another woman in all these years, not even his late wife. He had never had the chance to stray, let alone indulge in infidelity that was sufficient loyalty, right? Zhou Yunshan nodded in agreement. Exactly. She was speaking of him. Zhou Yunshan gazed at Jiang Shuyue with increasing warmth, contemplating how large of a red envelope he should give her to match her high regard for him. At that moment, Li Qiner suddenly knelt on the ground, crying pitifully. I know my sister does not welcome me, but I have nowhere else to go. If you cannot accept me, I shall follow our father. The system erupted in excitement. Here it comes, the first thing to drive you mad, being disgraced on your wedding day, earning the title of jealousy. Jiang Shuyue, haha, this little green tea is no match for me. She thinks she can harm me. Today, I shall show her what true green tea is. Li Qiner pretended to rush toward the wall to collide with it. Jiang Shuyue stepped back a few paces, creating an escape route, nearly adopting a gesture of invitation. Li Qiner was taken aback. She had assumed Jiang Shuyue was a simpleton who would have to bow her head after marrying into the Marquis of Zhennan's household, hence her audacity to create such a scene at the wedding, intending to put Jiang Shuyue in her place. But this woman was not following the script. If she did not intervene, how could the subsequent drama unfold? Jiang Shuyue. Look, system. I haven't even spoken yet and the little green tea is already stunned. She is indeed young. The system was speechless. Yes, yes. The green tea elder is the most formidable. But elder, if you don't play along, the green tea won't amount to much. Jiang Shuyue. I almost forgot. Alright, let's play along with her act. Jiang Shuyue immediately squeezed out 2 tears and, feigning fragility, stepped forward to grasp Li Qiner's hand. Sister, you have wronged me. I merely saw you in morning attire and suddenly declare your intention to move in. I wasn't prepared. If I failed to host you well, it would reflect poorly on me. Jiang Shuyue thought to herself. Oh, you little green tea. Trying to make others misunderstand that I'm stealing from you? I haven't even complained about your ragged clothes hurting my hands. Zhou Yunshan approached Jiang Shuyue, taking her hand to check. Are you alright? Jiang Shuyue blinked. System. What is happening? The antagonist is not following the script, and I can't use my lines. The system expressed its helplessness. Men's hearts are as deep as the ocean. How would I know? Perhaps it's your beauty that has captivated him. Jiang Shuyue wholeheartedly agreed. To be fair, the antagonist does have good taste. Zhou Yunshan. Never mind, let's assume he was being complimented. Jiang Shuyue leaned against Zhou Yunshan's side, feigning distress as she wiped away 2 tears. It's all my fault for being so clumsy. What if I accidentally hurt my precious sister? Precious sister? A subordinate's annual salary could hardly match the income of the Marquis of Zhennan's household for half a month. Li Qiner could at most be considered half a lady, far from a precious one. As the crowd compared Jiang Shuyue with Li Qiner, they increasingly felt that Jiang Shuyue was not only unique, but also dignified and beautiful. If the general had chosen Li Qiner, it would truly be a case of blindness. Li Qiner began to panic. Her plan was for Jiang Shuyue to bear the blame, becoming a pariah, making her easy to manipulate later on. But this woman was neither crying nor causing a scene. Instead, she was subtly mocking her. As for the general, he usually showed her some concern. Why had he changed his demeanor today? Li Qiner's teeth ground together, glaring at Jiang Shuyue. General, look. My sister is so frightened that she has lost her wits. It is my fault. To show my apologies, I am willing to vacate my room for her. I am also willing to offer my dowry, anything my sister desires. She may choose freely, as a gesture of my apology. Zhou Yunshan suppressed the urge to curse, speaking coldly. No need, it was her own reckless behavior, and you should not have interfered. Indeed, General. But she is the orphan of your benefactor. Would this not reflect poorly? I treat her sincerely as a sister, yet she seeks death with such fervor. This behavior truly brings shame to Vice Officer Li. Li Qiner sobbed in fear. General speaks truth. It is I who is foolish, and nearly caused a grave mistake. I implore you to punish me. My sister is overthinking. The general is not a petty man who would be angered by such trivial matters. Moreover, The marquis residence has plenty of rooms, it matters not where I reside. Jiang Shuyue gently linked her arm with Zhou Yunshan's. If it truly comes to that, I could always stay in the general's quarters. The system, exasperated. A gentle reminder. The general's heart belongs to a certain adopted daughter of your family. Getting too close to him may not bode well for you. Jiang Shuyue scoffed. I could not care less who his heart belongs to. All I want is his bed. In my family, my father's provisions are the finest. Surely the Marquis of Zhennan's are similar? Just imagine waking up every day on a 10-foot bed. How blissful that would be. The system pondered and found it quite reasonable. Dreams are beautiful, but what if the antagonist refuses to leave and insists on sharing a room with you? Jiang Shuyue secretly scrutinized Zhou Yunshan, feeling a flutter in her heart. The Heavenly Dao is not virtuous, yet it has good taste. I stand to gain nothing bad here. Zhou Yunshan's expression remained stoic, though his neck and ears turned crimson. In public, he was actually contemplating how to completely possess him. It was simply direct, very direct. Zhou Yunshan slightly curled his lips, but upon recalling the notion of a white moonlight, he felt a headache coming. When did he ever have a white moonlight? How was he unaware? Chapter 3. The fourth prince covets my new husband. Li Qiner noticed his expression and clenched her clothes in silent frustration. She had come to disrupt the wedding, yet it had turned into a matchmaker role for them. Li Qiner rose from the ground, feigning weakness as she dramatically leaned toward Zhou Yunshan. Jiang Shuyue quickly stepped forward, pushing Zhou Yunshan aside, and securely wrapped her arms around Li Qiner's waist. Sister, you appear quite robust, yet your body is so weak. Come, someone fetch a doctor for my sister. A doctor? Li Qiner's face turned pale in an instant, and she straightened, pushing Jiang Shuyue away. I merely felt faint for a moment. There is no need for a physician. Look at you. Afraid the doctor will expose your pregnancy, aren't you? I do not know who the child's father is. The system chuckled mischievously. The father of the child is Zhao Min, a man affiliated with the fourth prince. Currently, he is merely a scholar, but in the future, he shall rise to the esteemed position of chancellor. Jiang Shuyue inquired, is he climbing the ranks so swiftly? The system giggled. Well, that's due to his clever flattery. Upon learning that Li Qiner had become Zhou Yunshan's concubine, Zhao Min collaborated with her, secretly engaging in numerous advantageous deeds, such as stealing secrets, drugging Zhou Yunshan to weaken him, and raising a child to be useless. Countless schemes, indeed. In the end, Zhao Min, along with Li Qiner and her son, eliminated Zhou Yunshan. With the fourth prince ascending the throne, he shall become a powerful minister. The guests, upon hearing this, were left in stunned silence, their gazes towards Zhou Yunshan filled with sympathy. How tragic it was for a formidable killer to be toyed with by a woman of the inner chambers. Zhou Yunshan could hardly believe it. He was no fool. He harbored no affection for Li Qiner. How could she possibly manipulate him? And the fourth prince, merely a child of 10, surrounded by the crown prince and the sixth prince, all of whom were capable heirs. When would it be his turn? The system grew increasingly excited. However, there is a significant reason why the fourth prince favors Zhao Min. Would you like to know? The system chuckled wickedly, while Jiang Shuyue, eager for more, urged, consuming gossip half-heartedly can be detrimental to one's health. Speak quickly. The guests nodded in agreement, their curiosity piqued. The system took a deep breath, its tone jubilant. Zhao Min is the fourth prince's favorite. Coughs and splutters erupted among the guests. Zhou Yunshan, Jiang Shuyue struggled to suppress her laughter, having no energy to notice the reactions around her. In her mind, she was doubled over with laughter. Is this a mistake? Li Qiner is merely 15 or 16, and Zhao Min is slightly older, isn't he? The fourth prince is only 11 or 12. Does he truly have such peculiar tastes? The system smirked even more. That's nothing. Let me share something even more shocking. Do you know why the fourth prince wishes to eliminate the main antagonist? Is it due to his merits overshadowing the sovereign? Or perhaps he fears the antagonist's growing power and potential rebellion?
No.
It is because of unrequited love. The guests' expressions froze, as if they had seen a ghost. Even Jiang Shuyue was taken aback, rendered speechless for a long while. The system adopted a pitiful tone. The fourth prince has harbored feelings for Zhou Yunshan since childhood. His relentless pursuit of the throne is merely to keep the antagonist close, yet Zhou Yunshan's heart is entirely occupied by that white lotus, completely oblivious to him. Seeing Zhou Yunshan driven to madness by love, the fourth prince resolved, If I cannot have him, no one else shall. Thus, on a dark and stormy night, he orchestrated the demise of the antagonist through Li Qiner's offspring. After the antagonist's death, he was preserved as a mummified corpse hidden in the fourth prince's secret chamber. Such is the depth of love and hatred. Moreover, he even eliminated his own adoptive mother, Consort Shu, because she too favored the antagonist and sought to claim his remains. The two fought fiercely over the body, and the fourth prince personally dispatched her, ensuring the antagonist's corpse remained intact, often cradling it as he slept. Jiang Shuyue felt goosebumps rising on her arms. When she was still a tender sapling, someone had once fertilized her in a way that left her feeling nauseous. This fourth prince, who slept with a mummified corpse, was truly bizarre. An unseen air of menace surrounded Zhou Yunshan. By the way, the antagonist's first wife, the one who had a nominal engagement but was tragically short-lived, was secretly dealt with by Consort Shu out of jealousy. When the antagonist married, she was merely a noblewoman, weeping so loudly that she lost the child she carried. As Jiang Shuyue looked at Zhou Yunshan with sympathetic eyes, she erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha, true love. It is undoubtedly true love. This mother and son are fierce indeed. But why was none of this written in the script? Of course. How could all this be penned and still be published smoothly? It would be censored, dear. There are many more juicy tidbits here in the future. I shall guide you through them. Jiang Shuyue nodded fervently. Dear system, you are like a brother to me. The two groups of guests stood bewildered. One group exclaimed, What on earth is happening? Speak up, old Wang. The other group retorted, You thought you could cavort with Consort Shu and escape unscathed? Look at the retribution you've received. Old Li, don't say I haven't looked after you. I covered the costs of your coffin. The guests regarded Zhou Yunshan with sympathetic gazes. His complexion had transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors. The three children expressed their understanding. Who could have imagined that the infamous killer's father would meet such a fate? Yet, understanding aside, it was undeniably amusing. Zhou Shuyue's face was nearly contorted in disbelief. But he was unfazed, urging his new stepmother to refrain from being offended and to elaborate further. General, I realize my mistakes. I beseech you not to despise me. I shall never again utter a single disparaging word about my sister. Engrossed in the gossip, Jiang Shuyue almost forgot about the little green tea. She seamlessly switched to a startled expression. Doctor? Why was the doctor being mentioned again? Was it never-ending? Li Qiner shook her head anxiously. No, my health is fine. Besides, having a doctor present on my wedding day would be too ominous. Sister, I felt no ill omen when you arrived in mourning attire. Doctors save lives. How could there be any bad luck associated with them? Jiang Shuyue blinked, suddenly enlightened. Oh, I see. Sister fears encountering an incompetent physician, right? That's simple. Please ask the general to take a token to the palace to summon the imperial physician. Sister has traveled a long way and endured much hardship. Please have the general invite multiple physicians to examine me, so I can feel at ease. Li Qiner was about to refuse when Zhou Yunshan had already drawn the token from his waist and handed it to his subordinate. Chia, you shall personally go and summon all those on duty at the Imperial Medical Office today. Chapter 4. The stepdaughter and stepson are both melons. Zhou Yunshan cast a cold glance at her abdomen. It was only due to Officer Li that he had consented to take Li Qiner into the household and treat her kindly. Now that he was aware of her misdeeds, his nature compelled him to consider a severe punishment, yet today was his wedding day, and he did not wish to frighten his newlywed bride. He resolved to bide his time until the guests departed, and then he would deal with this venomous woman. Li Qiner's face grew pale. She was already 2 months pregnant and could not afford to be discovered. In a moment of desperation, she rushed forward and grasped Zhou Yunshan's arm. He frowned in disgust, a chilling aura radiating from him. Suddenly, a strikingly beautiful girl appeared and slapped Li Qiner across the face, exclaiming loudly, Li Qiner, I have tolerated you for long enough. You feign weakness to get close to my father, and now you dare to lay hands on him. Do you think you can tug at his sleeves as you please? And did I not warn you to behave today and not cause any trouble? Just yesterday you were flaunting around in vibrant attire. And today you don the garb of mourning. Whom do you wish to curse with an early demise? Li Qiner knelt on the ground, trembling as she covered her face. I did not.
I simply sav sobota.
I know you are exceptional in both literature and martial arts, and disdain someone as lowly as I. I am unworthy. Would it not be better if I disappeared? Why must you treat me this way? The girl, witnessing her pathetic act, felt an urge to kick her to death. Zhou Yunshan shot her a look, halting her movement. Jiang Shuyue, observing from the side, assessed the situation. Where did this lovely girl come from? She is so striking and fierce. She truly captivates my interest. The system interjected, wiping away Jiang Shuyue's drool. Do not be infatuated. She is your daughter. My daughter? No wonder she is so impressive. Wait a moment. Jiang Shuyue tilted her head, her heart racing. Zhou Luming? Is she the enchanting yet disastrous Zhou Luming? Just as Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, several gazes turned towards Zhou Luming. She awkwardly scratched her foot. She was merely eavesdropping on her father's gossip. Why had the conversation shifted to her? And what was this about being a disaster? She was simply a bit more charming than others. Aside from slaying enemies, she had not harmed a single chick. In all of Dezhou, she was the most loyal. How could she be deemed a calamity? Jiang Shuyue was nearly in tears. How could anyone bear to harm my beautiful daughter? Someone stepped forward, lest I unleash my wrath upon them. Upon hearing Jiang Shuyue's words, the expressions of Zhou Yunshan and Zhou Luming darkened further. The system continued. It is clear you were not paying attention to the gossip. Did not the fourth prince ascend after slaying your fortunate husband? Following that, Zhou Luming entered the palace to avenge her father. Initially, the fourth prince doted on her, but later, upon realizing Zhou Luming aimed to seize the body of the great antagonist, he allowed her to be abused and falsely accused her of causing chaos in the palace and conspiring with external enemies to rebel. Zhou Yunshan felt a sting in his eyes. He slightly lifted his head, swallowing his tears silently. Among his children, the eldest daughter had always been the most obedient and understanding, following him through countless hardships, yet her fate had turned out so tragic. The fourth prince and the consort? Very well. They could await their reckoning. Zhou Luming's gaze drifted lazily to Li Qiner's belly. All this misfortune originated with this woman. It would be simple to resolve. She would not survive the day. Li Qiner was bewildered, unable to comprehend why the gazes around her shifted from excitement to sorrow, and then to pure fury. She did not understand where she had gone wrong to earn not even a shred of sympathy from Zhou Yunshan. Yet, with no retreat possible now, she steeled herself to press on. Suddenly, her vision darkened, and she collapsed straight to the ground. Damn it, she intends to feign unconsciousness. She thinks she can evade the physician and smear dirt on my daughter in the process? Not a chance. Jiang Shuyue swiftly caught her. Where's the physician? Why has he not arrived? My sister can hardly endure any longer. Here he comes, here he comes. The esteemed elder has arrived. An elderly physician with graying whiskers entered, accompanied by several middle-aged men. Upon reaching the entrance, they overheard whispers of treasonous words. Initially, they believed they had collectively fallen under some spell, but upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of Jiang Shuyue, a true treasure. It was nothing short of a miracle in the annals of medicine. No, it was a divine blessing that allowed them to witness such a wonder. They were particularly intrigued by the resurrection pill mentioned by the system. If they could procure a piece for research, their names would be etched in history. Half of the physicians in the establishment were moved to tears, grateful for the gift of life. Jiang Shuyue grasped Li Qiner's wrist tightly. Esteemed physicians, this sister is unwell. I implore you to provide her with a thorough diagnosis.
No.
No, I do not need it. Li Qiner protested, but the physicians, undeterred by her struggles, surrounded her cheerfully. Oh yes, you do, most certainly. In a panic,
Li Qiner feinta.
Jiang Shuyue feigned shock. Heavens, how could my sister be pregnant before marriage? General, this. Zhou Yunshan replied. No, you already knew the truth. Why pretend? He secretly rolled his eyes. I only met her a month ago. The child is not mine. Then who could it be? Alas, my sister is truly unfortunate, encountering such wickedness at a young age. General, we must take extra care of her. Your concern is noted. Zhou Yunshan instructed his servants. Take her away. Once I locate that man, I shall officiate their union. Zhou Luming scoffed. To have gotten a girl pregnant before marriage, that man must be no good. What if he refuses to marry Miss Li? If he refuses, then let him accompany Li Qiner in another manner. Jiang Shuyue interjected. System. Is that what I think it means? The antagonist intends to sever Xiaomin's little member and make him a eunuch? Zhou Yunshin responded. No. Must you, a blooming maiden, refer to others in such a manner? Is there no modesty left in you? The system clarified. No. It likely means to send them to reunite in the afterlife. The great antagonist is indeed ruthless, yet his character is rather likable. Jiang Shuyue once again praised the great antagonist. Zhou Yunshin's brow finally relaxed as he extended his hand to Jiang Shuyue. My dear, the auspicious hour has arrived. Let us proceed with our vows. Chapter 5. The unapproachable villain Jiang Shuyue smiled sweetly, obediently taking his hand and playfully scratching his palm. The system erupted. Host. I summoned you here to gather gossip and accumulate green tea points, not to flirt with the villain. Jiang Shuyue rolled her eyes dramatically. Do you know what it means that the Heavenly Dao has bestowed upon me such a handsome husband? What? Benefits. The Heavenly Dao Lord has granted me a boon. How could I possibly refuse? Hee, the eternal green tea is finally about to bloom. Tomorrow, I shall set off fireworks to celebrate and tell my descendants that I have blossomed. Jiang Shuyue blushed, her heart swelling with joy. Zhou Yunshin seemed to perceive the pink blossoms blooming within her heart, and his lips involuntarily curved upward. After their exchange, Jiang Shuyue suddenly scrutinized him earnestly. System. The villain is indeed quite handsome. Zhou Yunshin's features softened, his cold gaze revealing a hint of sweetness akin to peach blossoms. Women who approached him usually masked their true intentions with various excuses. Even those who genuinely admired him often sought to exploit him for their own gain. Yet this woman, unafraid of him, was not enamored by his status. She simply craved his presence. Zhou Yunshin felt as though he had been bewitched, yet he found himself enjoying this sensation. Jiang Shuyue sighed, but I've read many books that say looks and performance don't always correlate. Do you think Zhou Yunshin is competent in that regard? The system replied. It's hard to say, but one must try. If it doesn't work out, the host can expend 10 green tea points. And this system can ensure the villain reveals his true nature in his dreams. Must I waste my green tea points on such matters? Scammer. Don't even think about tricking me. Jiang Shuyue shot a deep glance at Zhou Yunshin. Oh villain, you must deliver. Do not falter. Zhou Yunshin clenched his jaw, feeling the pressure of her questioning his masculinity on their wedding night. Well then, if he couldn't rise to the occasion, she should not complain about his lack of tenderness. That very night, Xiaomin vanished from this world without a trace. Jiang Shuyue experienced firsthand the prowess of a man capable of thrice in one night. She whimpered, biting Zhou Yunshin's shoulder, lamenting within, who told me that pain and pleasure coexist. It's purely excruciating. My waist feels like it's about to shatter. Zhou Yunshin gently grasped her slender waist, whispering in her ear, My dear wife, I truly cherish this union. Jiang Shuyue's mind was a whirlwind. Like a kitten being bullied, she clung to Zhou Yunshin, nodding vigorously. He was indeed powerful, exceedingly so. Jiang Shuyue sniffled. Whoa, I've praised you so much. How about we take a break? That was impossible. Zhou Yunshin laid her back on the bed, and Jiang Shuyue thought it was over, wrapping herself in the covers. Woo. Finally, a chance to rest. Why must you be so vigorous, you dog of a man? Are you trying to send me to the heavens? Jiang Shuyue turned her head to glare at him. Though he is handsome, his features somewhat resemble that scoundrel who struck me with lightning. Zhou Yunshin felt a twinge of annoyance. After finally resolving to be gentler, she was thinking of another man. My dear, I shall continue, he declared. Ah! In the next moment, Jiang Shuyue's voice was nearly lost. Trapped beneath him, she felt tears welling up. No more, no more. The life of an old green tea is about to end here. Woo-woo. The novels depicting 7 times in one night were all a deception. I refuse to continue. System. Save me. The system responded. The system is still underage, automatically avoiding the plot, now in sleep mode. Do not disturb. Zhou Yunshin glanced at the woman asleep on the bed. Her thoughts and the system's voice finally quieted, nestled snugly under the covers, still muttering about the falsehoods in books. He donned his robe and stealthily exited the room. What were you 3 doing awake at this hour? Eavesdropping? With a cold glare, Zhou Yunshin straightened the backs of the 3 children. Though he treated them exceptionally well, he was equally strict. They dared not slacken. Shuri, have you completed your task? Zhou Luming presented a list. Some were as startled as they were, likely having overheard Jiang Shuyue's thoughts. Others wore blank expressions. Zhou Shuri speculated that the reason they could not hear thoughts could only be one of two possibilities. Either they were too foolish to be among the chosen few, or they were enemies. Although unaware of the rules regarding thought perception, the fact that some had been excluded suggested they might share the same sinister intentions as Li Qiner. It would be prudent to note their names as a precaution. Well done. Luming, have you taken care of your matter? Zhou Luming nodded. Father need not worry. Li Qiner has taken the medicine. She lacks the strength to speak. In a month, she will be at her wit's end, and I will find a suitable reason for her disappearance. Excellent. In this month, ensure her demise is not too swift. Zhou Shuri and Zhou Luming exchanged glances. Luming, are you really not going to tell father that we can hear thoughts? Zhou Shuri replied. Can you guarantee that no one else can hear? What if father can hear as well? What would happen if he learned of the secret? Zhou Session interjected. He would undoubtedly silence anyone who knew. Zhou Session made a gesture across his throat, and Zhou Shuri and Zhou Luming recalled a year prior when someone, intoxicated, had blurted out that their father was a fool. And he had been left barely alive. Their father was beautiful yet ruthless, and he held grudges fiercely. Such matters must never be revealed to him. Zhou Yunshin observed their peculiar expressions. You three look quite sneaky. Is there something amiss? Nothing at all. Merely contemplating when to pay respects to our mother tomorrow. Zhou Shuri, calm and composed, quickly formulated an explanation. Yet it was not a lie. They were genuinely curious about their new stepmother and eager to greet her. Zhou Yunshin glanced back into the room. Let her wake naturally. Zhou Shuri fell silent. Zhou Luming appeared displeased, and Zhou Session looked ready to cry. Naturally wake? Was that a jest? They had risen at dawn to practice riding and archery since childhood, never having experienced the luxury of waking naturally.
Wait.
Zhou Luming exclaimed. Is she burning?
Why?
Could it be that father discovered she had been reading those illicit books? Zhou Yunshin replied, misleading the youth. Zhou Luming lamented. Woo-woo. It's over. Father must have found out. Chapter 6. Poor child, how you met your untimely end. When Jiang Shuyue awoke, her entire body ached, and it took her a considerable time to gather the strength to rise. Jiang Shuyue thought, that heartless man has no regard for delicate beings like me. This tender little green tea almost perished in his hands. She rubbed her waist while muttering a few curses at the heavens. The system interjected. Complaining now will only lead you to experience the pain of a public dog in the future. Jiang Shuyue's eyes sparkled with mischief. Oh, system, you seem quite knowledgeable.
Dueling me.
The system rolled its eyes, transforming into a pink orb of light. Host, be serious. Your 3 children are awaiting your greetings in the front yard. If you delay any longer, they might not bring you any treats. Hastily, Jiang Shuyue dressed herself, rummaging through her sparse dowry to find a few valuable items. The system remarked, Are you preparing for a grand expenditure, host? Jiang Shuyue sighed. My eldest daughter is a calamity-inducing beauty, my son is a powerful minister in troubled times, and my second son is a butcher. They are all destined to become infamous villains. Is it wrong to prepare them some gifts for a meeting? Zhou Session nearly wept. While it was understandable for his brother to be a powerful minister, why must he be a butcher? As Jiang Shuyue dined on the breakfast served by the servants, her spirits dampened. They say the Duke of Zhennan is wealthy, yet breakfast consists of merely congee and steamed buns. There are no fish or meat. Could they truly be impoverished? A phrase surfaced in her mind. All that glitters is not gold. Perhaps the estate was, in fact, quite destitute. The steward awaited in the main hall, nearly choking upon witnessing the gloomy expressions of the 3 young masters. Although it was congee, it was made from shark fin and bird's nest, and the buns were soft and fluffy, delicacies most common households could not afford. This was prepared specifically to make the new mistress feel valued. To think she would question their wealth. Just wait. He would procure breakfast from the entire street tomorrow to demonstrate the financial prowess of the Duke's estate. Jiang Shuyue, accompanied by her 2 maidservants, walked towards the main hall. Miss, now that you are wed into the Duke's residence, you must conduct yourself with utmost decorum. mindful of every action to avoid tarnishing the reputation of the minister's house. Jiang Shuyue, with a dismissive attitude, replied, "Who is she?" "Just a servant chattering incessantly this morning. How bothersome." The system chimed in, "That would be Jiang Liuli's sycophant. In the original story, she secretly informed Jiang Liuli about your affairs, and later when you fell ill, Jiang Liuli had her drug you, leading to your demise." Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, "How despicable! Taking advantage of my illness to seek my life. That little wretch is quite venomous." With a glance back at the maid, she recalled her name was Xian Yu, a born servant who had, since her arrival, claimed to have her best interests at heart. In the flurry of preparing for her wedding, Jiang Shuyue had nearly forgotten about her. "System, does this girl have any dirt on her?" The system sighed deeply. "Aside from her secret liaison with her married cousin, there is nothing." Jiang Shuyue mused, "Very well, I shall consider how to arrange her downfall." Zhou Luming twirled a lock of hair, laughing charmingly. "Mother, does this mean you wish to eliminate that sycophant?" Zhou Shuyue nodded seriously after some contemplation. "Indeed. Mother is so impressive, I like it." Zhou Session suggested, "Sister, let's think about how to end that maid's life. I believe a swift cut would be most efficient." Zhou Shuyue shot him an annoyed look. "Must you always think of bloodshed? Can we not employ a more refined method? Perhaps a beating to death?" Zhou Session pondered and nodded in agreement. "A clean cut might leave traces. If we find a pretext to beat her to death, others would have no grounds for complaint. As expected of my elder brother, we must rely on you." The steward stood to the side, secretly sweating. He seemed to grasp what the new mistress meant by villains. As Jiang Shuyue entered the main hall, her 3 children simultaneously bowed to her. "We greet you, mother." Jiang Shuyue was taken aback. How can future villains be so adorable? If they were to participate in an elective class, they would surely form a group and debut immediately. Zhou Session asked, "Elder brother, what does debut mean? Does mother wish for us to become Taoists?" Zhou Shuyue pondered. "If mother desires it, I suppose it is not out of the question." Jiang Shuyue quickly beckoned for Zhu to approach. "No need for formalities. I have brought you all some gifts. I hope you will like them." She presented a dragon and phoenix bracelet to Luming, a jade rui to Shuyue, and a golden qilin for Session, wishing for his safety. Jiang Shuyue personally adorned Zhou Session with the golden qilin. The 10-year-old boy, still cherubic, had a face so tender that one couldn't resist the urge to pinch his cheeks. Jiang Shuyue, squeezing his cheeks, reflected, "Such a beautiful boy. How could he end up as a ruthless butcher?" Zhou Session's eyes sparkled. "I told you. I am brilliant and valiant. How could I possibly be a butcher?" Zhou Shuyue added, "Yet you meet a tragic end." Zhou Session retorted. Jiang Shuyue sighed internally. He captured a female prisoner on the battlefield, defying societal norms to marry her, only to be killed on their wedding day. What a woeful fate. The system interjected, "By the way, that female prisoner was actually a spy sent by others." Unable to kill Zhou Shuyue, she turned her attention to Zhou Session, who died a virgin. Zhou Luming covered his mouth with a fan, hiding a laugh. Little did he know, his younger brother was just as chaste as their father. Zhou Shuyue glared at him, disgusted by his lack of ambition in falling for a spy, leading to his demise. How embarrassing. Jiang Shuyue's gaze shifted towards Zhou Shuyue. "My eldest son also has a tragic fate. After my sister was killed by the 4th prince, he bore humiliation and eventually became a powerful chancellor, but alas, he loved the wrong person." The system chimed in. "The system has uncovered a major scandal about Zhou Shuyue. Would you like to hear it?" Jiang Shuyue's eyes brightened. "He has a scandal too?" The system, brimming with pride, replied, "Indeed. A significant one." When Zhou Shuyue was wandering, he encountered a kind-hearted girl, and they exchanged tokens, promising to meet again. After he was forced into marriage, his first love became the 4th prince's consort, which tormented him deeply. He believed his wife was the reason for his mischance at true love, thus he treated her with disdain and even humiliation. To aid his beloved's rise, he committed many absurd acts, and that woman deceived him into believing she had ruined their child. And the drama unfolds. It turns out his wife had saved the child he thought was lost. By then, she had already lost all hope and succumbed to illness, passing away not long after. Before her death, others remarked that they would not meet again in life or death. The young villain turned white-haired overnight. only to learn that the consort's child was not his. After enduring multiple blows, Jiang Shuyue ultimately succumbed to despair and perished in flames. Jiang Shuyue nearly wept. My poor child, how tragic your demise was. Chapter 7. A family united in harmony. Jiang Shuyue remained skeptical. Jiang Shuyue sighed. In the realm of love, human intelligence seems to dwindle to nearly zero. I refuse to listen. I refuse to believe. I comprehend it all. She embraced her 3 children, a family united. Even amidst chaos, truly tugs at the heartstrings. Zhou Luming remarked, Indeed, we are a formidable family of villains. Jiang Shuyue replied, I still cannot believe it. With my intellect, how could I possibly make such a blunder? Zhou Session interjected, Eldest brother, eldest sister, can we perhaps refrain from discussing these trivial matters? I long for mother to release me. I feel suffocated. Coughing lightly, Xiao Tao asserted, Miss, while you may lack decorum at home, this is the residence of the Duke of Zhennan. I believe both the lady and the lord have previously reminded you of this. Exchanging glances, Zhou Luming and the others raised an eyebrow at Zhou Session. Understanding instantly, Zhou Session stepped forward and, with all her might, slapped Xiao Tao across the face. Xiao Tao was lifted off the ground, spinning a full 180 degrees before crashing to the floor. Zhou Session, with a stern expression, scolded, Impertinent wretch. Do you think it your place to meddle in the affairs of the master? Seize her and give her 50 lashes. Let her understand her true position. Your will be done. The steward immediately summoned 2 individuals to drag Xiao Tao away, ensuring that her punishment would be severe enough to instill a sense of identity. Jiang Shuyue trembled. To take a life over mere words, the duke's residence is indeed formidable. To preserve my own life, I shall feign compliance and proceed cautiously. However, the Zhou family, though notorious, are not inherently evil. They are merely driven to villainy. If I can navigate around the circumstances that led to their dark paths, perhaps I can alter their fates? The 3 children listened quietly to Jiang Shuyue's thoughts, unsure of how to respond. Their fondness for her stemmed from her intriguing nature. Moreover, with her intentions laid bare, any treacherous actions against the Zhou family would be revealed. In essence, she posed no threat to them, ensuring her own safety.
Yet,
they had not considered that this woman might wish to save them. System. Theoretically, it is feasible, but is it necessary? Do not forget, host. Your purpose is merely to observe and accumulate T-value without meddling in turbulent waters. That may be true, but consider this. Zhou Yunshan is my husband, and these 3 formidable children are my own. If I fail to gather sufficient T-value, and they meet an untimely end, what then? Furthermore, whether Zhou Yunshan meets his end is inconsequential. Losing these 3 children would be a tragedy. Good child? Zhou Session's ears turned crimson. Were he to possess a tail, it would surely spin like a propeller. Zhou Luming linked her arm with Jiang Shuyue's, smiling, Mother, will you join us for dinner today? This morning, Xiaoxing caught several pigeons, perfect for feast. Would you like that? Wild pigeons?
delightful.
I have never tasted pigeon meat before. Jiang Shuyue had not transformed after countless years, having only experienced the elements and feasted on soil. The prospect of enjoying pigeon meat today was exhilarating.
Indeed.
I shall await it eagerly. Do remember to prepare a crispy roast pigeon. I have heard it is delectable. As Jiang Shuyue observed Zhou Luming, who clung to her affectionately, she felt a surge of warmth. Truly, she's my daughter. If I were a man, I would certainly pursue her. By the way, I recall that around this time in the original story, an audacious suitor came to propose.
Who might that be?
Madam, the concubine of the second branch has come to visit. Oh, dear, my dear niece, do you truly consider us outsiders? Must we announce ourselves upon entering our own home? Before she could see her, she heard her voice. A middle-aged woman clad in garish hues, accompanied by 2 elderly maidservants and a shifty-eyed man, made her way into the courtyard. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, "That's her. Lu Yinyang from the second branch. I always wondered while reading how her nephew, who was a master of vice and unsightly, dared to propose to my daughter. System. If she does not come, how could there be any gossip? The system has detected a juicy rumor. Would you like to indulge? Yes, yes, yes. One must be eager for gossip. Otherwise, one must be lacking in wit. Jiang Shuyue sat upright in her seat, her demeanor poised as she awaited the unfolding drama. The system began its tale. This Lu Yinyang was originally a foot servant to the legitimate wife of the second branch. Taking advantage of the lady's pregnancy, she climbed into the master's bed, subsequently elevating her status to concubine. She has lived quite lavishly over the years, but the child is not from the head of the second branch. It is the offspring of Lu Yinyang and a vegetable vendor. Jiang Shuyue elongated her words. Oh my. Yet another green hat. Lu Yinyang may not be a beauty, but she certainly indulges in her pleasures. Jiang Shuyue took a sip of tea, concealing his amusement. His second uncle favored Zhou Yi, constantly proclaiming her as the true heir of the Zhou family, even aspiring to elevate her as the heir of the Duke of Zhennan. One could only imagine the expression on his face upon discovering the truth. The system continued. In addition to the vegetable vendor, she has also entangled herself with the kitchen staff, footman, and the stableman, resulting in a daughter from the stableman. Jiang Shuyue remarked, the second branch is quite lively. If they gather, they could easily fill 2 mahjong tables. The 3 children each harbored their own thoughts.
Zoe,
as a born son, was already disdainful towards the legitimate heirs and constantly sought to undermine them, attempting to extend her reach into the Duke's residence. Zhou Xing, her sister, was equally unscrupulous, often slandering Zhou, looming behind his back and stealthily pilfering from him during her visits. Neither of them was virtuous. Imagining their downfall together painted a rather splendid picture. Zhou, looming, chuckled as Lu Yinyang, swaying her hips, grasped her hand. How you have blossomed, dear. At your age, I was already wed to your second uncle. You are nearing the time for your own engagement, are you not? Lu Yinyang then motioned for Lu Shi to step forward. This is my nephew Lu Shi. He is now a 7th-rank official, and his future in the civil service is bright. How splendid it would be if you two could unite in a familial bond. Could someone please bring tea? Do you not see we have guests? If we neglect our visitors, what will they say about the Duke's residence? Jiang Shuyue silently rolled her eyes. My daughter is fair-skinned, beautiful, and tall, a true gem of the Duke's estate. She is more than suitable for a prince. What makes you think she would be interested in your nephew? You ought to reconsider your nephew's appearance. One might mistake him for the spawn of a toad and a rat. How delightful, indeed. Chapter 8. The proposal from the frog. Aunt Lu's expression faltered as she turned to Jiang Shuyue with a smile, saying, the child is young and shy. It would be inappropriate for her to voice such matters. Let us, as adults, discuss this instead. Discuss what? To pave the way for your nephew? Jiang Shuyue replied earnestly. He is already 20, is he not? By his age, the marquis was already a general, yet he is merely a 7th-rank official, indeed unworthy of the marquis's household. She paused. By the way, did he pass the examination? Which year's spring examination did he succeed in? Under whose tutelage? Lu Shi turned pale. He had never participated in the spring examination, and even his title of scholar was purchased. His current position was merely a sinecure obtained through the second branch's connections. Aunt Lu's countenance darkened. New bride, I must say, I find your words unpalatable. Although my nephew's rank is modest, he is still an official. With the right patronage in the future, he will surely ascend to great heights. Oh, is that so? And whom do you intend to find for his promotion? If I recall correctly, your family was originally made up of bonded servants, and though they no longer serve as such, they lack any substantial connections. Your uncle is also a powerless idle official, if we speak of promotion. Jiang Shuyue looked at Lu Shi with a mix of pity and disdain. I cannot think of anyone who could elevate him. Little Lu, you must rely solely on your own efforts. Aunt Lu nearly gasped, her frustration palpable. The old marquis of the Zhennan Hofu was a sworn brother to the late emperor, who had explicitly stated that regardless of which descendant ascended the throne, the title of the Zhennan Hofu must remain untouched. Zhou Yunshan grew up alongside the current emperor, achieving military accolades at 14 and becoming a general by 20. The titles of Zhennan Ho and Zhennan General together symbolize wealth and status. Anyone associated with the Zhennan Hofu, be they human or beast, stands above those outside. Jiang Shuyue had not met many, but she understood their petty schemes well. The moment they squatted, she knew what they intended to release. Lu Shi scoffed, once I am married, I shall strive for success. Jiang Shuyue tilted her head and lightly applauded. What ambition, Lu Darren. I shall preemptively wish you a meteoric rise and prosperity. Two maidservants, witnessing their mistress's humiliation, stepped forward loyally and pointed at Jiang Shuyue's nose, exclaiming, "Indeed, a rustic countrywoman, ignorant of her place and disrespectful of hierarchy. Madam, we address you as such only out of respect for the marquis, but do not get too carried away. Who in the capital does not know that the marquis's beloved is your sister? You are merely basking in her glory. As a person of noble descent, such a match is rare to find. Do not be so picky." Jiang Shuyue laughed coldly. With his appearance, does he need a lantern to find a match? How blind one must be. Lu Shi, exasperated, stamped his foot and shouted, "Ignorant woman, do you dare to insult me? Speaking of insults, are you not the ones dishonoring my household? I tell you, dream on. With your background, you wish to marry my daughter? A toad is more appealing than your aspirations." Jiang Shuyue crossed her legs, mentally giving a middle finger. How dare this toad think I insult him? He is hardly worthy. System. Lu Shi actually has a favored courtesan named Heir in the Yihong courtyard. He spent 1,000 taels to redeem her and purchased a residence in the South Fourth Alley to conceal her. By the way, Heir is already pregnant with his child. System. Indeed, he intends to elevate Heir to the status of a concubine, though he ultimately will not marry your eldest daughter. This situation, however, tarnished Zhou Luming's reputation. The outside world is already spreading rumors of her breaking off the engagement, claiming she is too timing and involved with many men. Were it not for this, the Shin family would not be suppressing young Master Shin, preventing him from proposing. Zhou Session crushed a teacup in anger, nearly rushing to strike Lu Shi. Redeeming a courtesan and planning to use a sister. What a fool. Lu Shi quickly exchanged glances with Aunt Lu. Heir's pregnancy was becoming difficult to conceal. If he did not find someone to marry soon, his reputation would be irreparably damaged. Aunt Lu frowned and scolded, "Zhou Shuyue, is this how you speak to your elders? Clearly, you were born to a mother who raised you poorly." Aunt Lu covered her face, incredulous as she looked at Jiang Shuyue. "You dare to strike me? You, as a concubine, dare to insult the young mistress of the marquis's household. Why should I not strike you? You? What about me? I tell you, striking you is lenient. Be wise and leave while you can, lest I be forced to take action." Aunt Lu had never faced such humiliation, her face flushed with rage as she rebuked. "You disrespectful wretch. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on the household's decorum on behalf of Zhou Yunshin." Aunt Lu searched for something to strike Jiang Shuyue with. Unfazed, Jiang Shuyue rose. "If that is the case, then you must kneel and apologize." "Too late. I initially wished to spare you since you have just entered the household, but I did not expect you to be so audacious. Today, I will certainly teach you the rules of the marquis's household." Jiang Shuyue declared loudly. "I too wish to impart some rules to you. Come, seize them and take them to the front gate."
Yes.
Several household servants swiftly restrained the two. By the time they realized what was happening and attempted to struggle, they were already at the gate. Jiang Shuyue patted Zhou Luming's head. "Rest assured, with me here, no one shall take advantage of you." Zhou Luming's fair face flushed with a rosy hue. Yet she had never felt a shred of affection from that woman. This was the first time someone had said they would protect her. "Luming, can you pretend to cry?"
Huh?
Jiang Shuyue pinched her face, squeezing out 2 tears for demonstration. "Remember, from now on, you shall be a little lotus flower, enduring all sorts of humiliation." Chapter 9. My dear goose, where lies your ideal partner? Lady Lu knelt at the entrance of the Ho residence, weeping and lamenting her plight. "I am an elder of the esteemed Jin Nan Ho family. How could the new mistress be so cruel? What sin have I committed?" Lu Shi joined in the outcry. "I am a 7th-rank official. How dare you lay hands on a court official? I shall certainly report you to His Majesty." The gathering crowd of onlookers grew larger, many pointing and whispering amongst themselves. The Zhennan Ho family had long been notorious for their violent reputation, which did not bode well for their public image. As Jiang Shuyue emerged, her eyes glistening with tears, she abruptly knelt before Lady Lu. Lady Lu, bewildered, exclaimed, "What act is this? Why is she kneeling?" Lu Shi, equally perplexed, inquired, "Is she confessing her wrongs?" Jiang Shuyue began to perform. I know I am of little consequence. Without the general's presence, you regard us, a widow and her daughter, with disdain. Yet, you cannot compel my daughter to marry a man of such dubious character. Villagers, you must judge. It is not that I disdain his lowly rank, but who comes empty-handed to propose marriage? Is this not a slap in the face to our esteemed family? Lady Lu and Lu Shi, emboldened by the absence of Zhou Yunshan, believed they could act with impunity. Little did they know they were being cornered. In a fluster, Lady Lu retorted, "We arrived in haste. We shall make amends later." Jiang Shuyue, addressing Lady Lu with a tone of feigned respect, continued, "Though you are merely my uncle's concubine, being significantly older than I regard you as a semi-elder. Tell me, when my uncle took you as a concubine, did he not lift you up barehanded as well?" Lady Lu, accustomed to the airs of a lady, was unprepared for such public humiliation. Rising in anger, she was intercepted by Jiang Shuyue. "Even my mother, the dignified mistress of the Ho residence, is kneeling. Does Aunt Lu truly consider herself an elder? Concubines were but servants, and being a second wife rendered her even less significant in the face of the Ho family." Jiang Shuyue grasped Jiang Shuye's hand, speaking in a gentle tone. "Shuyue, I know Aunt Lu struck Lu Ming, and you feel wronged, but this is a matter for adults. Children should not interfere." Lady Lu shrieked, "What nonsense are you spouting? When did I strike Zhou Luming? It was that little beast who struck me." Zhou Luming stood at the door, half hidden. Her face flushed, and her eyes red like a rabbitess. She lowered her head, resembling a delicate willow, silent, yet exuding an air of profound grievance. Jiang Shuyue mused inwardly. My eldest daughter is truly remarkable. Her beauty and intelligence shine brightly. With just a few words, she has grasped the essence of the situation. Zhou Luming, not fully understanding the implications, likely took it as a compliment. She feigned further, subtly sniffling, when suddenly a young man in white charged forward and struck Lady Lu squarely in the face. Jiang Shuyue watched as blood erupted from her mouth, revealing a shattered tooth. "What a fierce young man!" she exclaimed inwardly. The system chimed in, a major twist. This young man is Shen Rufeng, who harbors affections for Zhou Luming. Originally, due to Lady Lu's interference, which tarnished Zhou Luming's reputation, the prestigious Shen family, known for their scholarly lineage, would not allow such a person to cross their threshold. Thus, they had Shen Rufeng drugged and wed him to another. Shen Rufeng stared at Jiang Shuyue in astonishment. The voice he had just heard seemed to belong to her, yet she had not spoken. Jiang Shuyue remarked, "This news is rather mundane." The system responded, "Hold your horses. I have not concluded." Subsequently, Shen Rufeng silently watched over Zhou Luming, and in a bid to aid her in seeking vengeance, he even castrated himself. Jiang Shuyue gasped. Castration. Her gaze drifted downward, resting on Shen Rufeng's lower abdomen. Such bravery in a youth. Shen Rufeng instinctively tightened his legs, contemplating that for Zhou Luming, he could indeed undertake such a sacrifice. The system continued. Eventually, Zhou Luming was executed, and Shen Rufeng exhausted his family fortune merely to retrieve her remains. Alas, fate turned cruel. The fourth prince not only failed to assist but also had him executed in a most brutal manner. After Shen Rufeng's demise, his wife remarried, taking their son along and absconding with his remaining wealth, even suffocating his mother. Shen Rufeng realized the speaker was Jiang Shuyue, yet before he could process the shock, waves of information bombarded his mind. He was to marry such a venomous woman? Zhou Luming secretly observed Shen Rufeng. He was a paragon of nobility and grace, esteemed as unparalleled in the realm. How could someone of such caliber harbor deep feelings for her? Had it not been for Jiang Shuyue, Zhou Luming might never have known. My tooth. You little beast, do you know who I am? How dare you lay hands on me? I shall peel your skin today. Shen Rufeng fixed a cold gaze on Lady Lu. According to Jiang Shuyue's words, had she not sullied Zhou Luming's reputation, none of this would have transpired. This vile woman. Shen Rufeng, unable to contain his fury, struck her again. How dare a mere sixth-rank official servant come to the Ho residence to humiliate others? Is this just? The esteemed mistress of the Ho family kneels before you, and you can bear it? And you? Shen Rufeng turned his icy gaze upon Lu Shi, What rank do you hold? Are your parents alive? What is your occupation, and how many mouths do you feed? Do you have a matchmaker, and is your dowry prepared? Lu Shi stared at him in shock, as Shen Rufeng scolded. You dare come to the Ho residence with nothing to your name, thinking the Ho family easy to bully? Shen Rufeng's good reputation in the court shifted the crowd's sentiments. Seeing the tide turning, Lu Shi hastily tugged at Lady Lu, exclaiming, it was she who said the marquis does not manage affairs, that the new mistress is easily manipulated. I came only because she arranged it. It has nothing to do with me. The system interjected, nonsense. It was he who sought this out and even promised to the courtesan Ruer, once Zhou Luming entered the household, he would confine her and have Ruer bring her foot bath. Shen Rufeng was seething. The filthy scoundrel he had never dared to touch had the audacity to demand such service from a courtesan. He kicked Lu Shi viciously, lingering in brothels, consorting with prostitutes, and now with child. Such a shameless person brings disgrace to all who serve in the court. Jiang Shuyue remarked, Oh, how does he know about Lu Shi's affairs? Shen Rufeng replied, It's over. I let it slip unintentionally. What shall I do? The system reassured him, if one wishes to keep secrets, one must not engage in wrongful acts. Ruer is already 4 months pregnant. It is only natural for the news to leak. You and a courtesan have clandestinely conceived a child, and now you come empty-handed to propose marriage to the Ho residents? What are your intentions? If I were the marquis and discovered someone so brazenly insulting my children, I would ensure your skin is flayed and bones are shattered. Well said, young Master Shen. Chapter 10. The green tea requires photosynthesis. He emerged from the vehicle and glanced at Jiang Shuyue, who was kneeling on the ground, expressionless as he approached her. Sensing the ominous aura, Jiang Shuyue felt a twinge of panic. Why is the antagonist exuding such a menacing presence? Oh no! Could he be ashamed of me and wish to eliminate me as well? Heavens, I haven't had the chance to exchange for the strength pill. No, the revitalization elixir.
System.
Is it still possible for me to redeem it now? Zhou Yunshin suppressed his urge to curse as he pulled her up from the ground. With a cold gaze, he looked down at her and said, Am I, your husband, truly so unworthy in your eyes?
Huh.
Jiang Shuyue was somewhat bewildered. Zhou Shuyue stepped forward and reassured, Mother, Father will stand up for you. Do not be afraid. Jiang Shuyue mused. So, the antagonist blames me for not letting him intervene? Oh dear. Is he starting to resemble a domineering CEO? Zhou Yunshin bent down to dust off her knees, his cold eyes sweeping towards Lu Yinyang. Did you not just claim to be my elder? Lu Yinyang stammered, No, I did not. You must have misheard. Jiang Shuyue thought, what a cowardly creature. Just moments ago, she sought to slap me, and now she pretends to be the virtuous one? Zhou Yunshin remarked, It seems my absence from the capital has caused you to lose your senses. A concubine, who engages in such disgraceful acts, dares to call herself my elder? Lu Yinyang had only seen Zhou Yunshin from a distance on a few occasions and had never examined his face closely. Now, under his intimidating presence, she nearly crumpled to the ground. I am still the second masteress woman. You cannot treat me this way. You bully my wife and daughter in my absence and expect me to show you mercy? Zhou Yunshin commanded coldly. Strip her of her outer garments and return them to the second master. Inform him that should this happen again, he must not expect me to honor our kinship. Qi accepted the order and, before Lu Yinyang could protest, swiftly removed her chin and commanded others to strip her outer robe, tossing it onto a cart. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, Wow. System, did you see that? My husband was incredibly handsome, just now. Such assertiveness. System. Compose yourself. Be mindful of your green tea persona, and do not falter. Zhou Yunshin smirked slightly. Father, how should we deal with this person? Zhou Session pointed at the limp Lu Shi on the ground. Shall I punch him a few times for my sister's sake? Little Sheng, did I not teach you to be more refined and to refrain from resorting to violence? Zhou Session replied, No, you only said to act when necessary. Zhou Yunshin declared, Considering Lu Darren's foolishness was born from his affection for his wife, I shall not pursue this matter further. Tomorrow, I will enter the palace to seek the Emperor's decree to wed Lu Darren. It is common for officials to keep several concubines and entertainers, but marrying a courtesan is a different matter altogether. Lu Shi's reputation and future were irrevocably tarnished, and he could not neglect Ru'er, lest he incur the emperor's wrath. Jiang Shuyue cheered internally. Serves that scoundrel right. As Lu Shi was taken away, Zhou Yunshan finally turned his attention to Shen Rufeng. Having overheard his wife's musings, he understood Shen Rufeng's intentions. To be candid, he could sacrifice himself for his family, but self-castration was beyond his limits. The Shen family's incessant prattling had given him a headache, yet he had not expected such a spirited individual to emerge among them. Zhou Yunshan, maintaining a stern demeanor, stated, Lu Ming is still young. I plan to keep him here for a couple more years. Yes, I understand. Lu Ming will attend the next poetry gathering. He has never been to one, so please guide him well. Shen Rufeng was both surprised and delighted, his face flushing as he saw Zhou Lu Ming smile at him from the doorway. He deeply bowed and leaped with joy. Jiang Shuyue remarked, Look at him, how amusing. If this truly comes to fruition, what joy it will bring. System, you mentioned 2 years. Will I be able to hold a grandchild? System, I believe having a child would be more practical. Zhou Yunshan concurred with the system's assessment. As a noble lord and a grand general, he would not be outdone by a mere young man. Roasted pigeon, stewed pigeon, pigeon soup, and 8 treasure steamed pigeon adorned the table. And Jiang Shuyue swallowed hard at the sight of the feast. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, In the past, you all would throw bird droppings at me. Now, it is finally my turn for revenge. Just as she was about to dig in, Cui Zhu softly coughed, and Jiang Shuyue was instantly reminded of her days at the minister's residence. Jiang Shuyue recalled, We must use chopsticks to eat, and we must wait for the head of the family to begin before we can eat. Alas, I almost forgot. I could have faced punishment again. Thank goodness for Cui Zhu. Zhou Yunshan's gaze turned icy as he feigned nonchalance, scrutinizing Jiang Shuyue's hands. Though not particularly delicate, her fair skin would surely bruise if struck. That old scoundrel Jiang Gui had indeed shown no mercy. It seemed he truly wished to meet his end. Zhou Luming offered her half a pigeon leg. Mother, please eat. The pigeon meat will taste bad if it cools down. But Jiang Shuyue protested. The antagonist is so skilled. It would certainly hurt if struck, and I do not wish to be punished. Zhou Yunshan ladled her a bowl of pigeon soup. Eat up, we are family. There are no such formalities. Jiang Shuyue was merely a nascent green tea tree. Her understanding of people derived solely from television or the tea farmers she had encountered. When she was sent to this world, she had been instilled with some knowledge and understanding of humanity. Beyond that, humanity remained a mystery to her. She did not even comprehend her current emotions. Jiang Shuyue pondered. System, why do I feel a pang of sorrow in my heart, wanting to cry, yet also feel so happy? The system gently patted her head. Perhaps it is simply that the pigeon meat in the marquis' residence is too delicious. Zhou Session eagerly piled dishes onto Jiang Shuyue's plate. Mother, try this. It's delicious. This one smells wonderful too. Tomorrow I will catch a couple of mountain chickens. They'll taste magnificent when roasted. Yes, yes, I want to eat. Jiang Shuyue cheered. Those wicked beings used to bully me without fear. Now, it is finally my turn for retribution.
Ha ha ha.
Zhou Luming remarked. Mother, you look a bit silly. It's rather endearing. Zhou Shuyue added. Just a little, not much. Zhou Session declared. If Mother enjoys eating, in a few days, I will take down all the messenger pigeons and prepare a grand feast of pigeon delicacies for you. Jiang Shuyue ate with unrestrained delight, and seeing her relish the food, Zhou Yunshan casually rewarded the chef with 100 taels of silver. The chef was moved to tears. Realizing that such joy had never graced their kitchen before the lady's arrival, surely she was sent by the heavens to rescue them. Unbeknownst to Jiang Shuyue, in the mere span of a meal, she had become the legend of the entire marquis' residence. After the feast, Jiang Shuyue ran to the courtyard, found a lounge chair, and stretched out comfortably. Zhou Luming brought her a blanket. Mother, the wind is strong in the courtyard. Be careful not to catch a chill. No need, no need. I'm just soaking up the sun. It feels delightful. Jiang Shuyue remarked. I am a plant type after all. I always need to undergo photosynthesis. Basking in the sun is beneficial for my health. Chapter 11. The Fall of Aunt Lu. Daily ascending songs. That very night, the imperial decree for marriage was issued. He lightly touched the desk in the study, arching an eyebrow. Have all matters been thoroughly investigated? Jiang Shuyue nodded. Yes. I have managed to expose Aunt Lu's paramour and handed him over to my second uncle. I believe he will be too occupied to visit us for a while. Little Tao, being a person of Jiang Liuli, was dealt with at my discretion. Her body has been discarded in the wolf's den. Jiang Shuyue nodded in satisfaction. He had never held a fondness for the Minister of Rites, particularly one named Jiang Liuli. He couldn't even recall the man's appearance. How could there be any notion of him being a white moonlight? If this matter were not deliberately publicized by the minister's household, how could it be so widely known? Such a scheming woman was truly detestable. Zhou Yunshin instructed, investigate anyone from the Jiang family, should there be any traitors among them. There is no need to kill them, just toss them into the wolf's den to feed the battle wolves. I understand. I won't disturb your rest any longer, father. Zhou Yunshin inquired, is my wife struggling with thread? Jiang Shuyue awkwardly scratched her head. My mother said that daughters should be skilled in needlework, and I thought it would be a good way to pass the time. Jiang Shuyue lamented, needlework is so difficult. I've pricked my fingers and can't even thread the needle. Oh, making clothes for the baby is so challenging. Why do people even wear clothes? It's such a hassle. Zhou Yunshin snatched the thread away and tossed the tangled mess aside. Such tasks can be handled by servants. You are the matriarch of the marquis and need not worry about these trivialities. Zhou Yunshin leaned in closer, enveloping her in his embrace. From now on in the marquis, you may do as you please. No one would dare to speak against you. Jiang Shuyue questioned, Father, is he truly the villain? Why do I feel he is rather kind? The system replied, Zhou Yunshin went to bed at 3, framed his cousin at 5, knocked out someone's front teeth over a toy, at 7, set fire to his father's concubine's courtyard, and at 10, stripped his master's beard. Jiang Shuyue was engulfed by a wave of laughter in her mind. Zhou Yunshin felt an urge to silence the system. At 3, he had toppled adults. At 5, he recited classics. At 7, he captured spies, and at 10, he had become the champion of martial arts. Why were none of these glorious deeds mentioned? With a sigh, he gently tossed her onto the bed, covered her with a blanket, and coldly commanded, sleep. Jiang Shuyue retorted, if it's sleep, then let us sleep. Why be so fierce? Am I fierce? Zhou Yunshin pressed his lips together, tenderly drew her close, and whispered against her earlobe. Tonight, I shall let you off easy. Just be good and sleep. He wished to glean some thoughts from Jiang Shuyue's mind, but alas, by the time he drifted into slumber, her thoughts remained a blank slate. Jiang Shuyue felt his warm chest pressed against her back. Why was his chest so hot? His heartbeat was loud, yet slower than hers. Jiang Shuyue mused, System. Why does my heartbeat sound different from his? The system replied, sleep. Well then, one after another. They were all ganging up on her for merely being new to life. Weren't they? If sleep was what they desired, then so be it. Jiang Shuyue burrowed deeper into the blanket, dreaming that she was surrounded by several fire pits, warm yet somewhat comfortable. That little vixen. Just a country girl, yet Zhou Yunshin was so protective of her. The Lu family would have to raise a harlot. Truly unfortunate. When Zhou Boy entered with his men, Aunt Lu was cursing, but upon seeing him, she immediately donned a pitiful expression. Master, you must stand up for me. Your nephew has no regard for you, daring to treat me so. Zhou Boy didn't spare her a glance and instructed 2 unfamiliar servants to bring forth the items. Aunt Lu was bewildered. Master, what is this? Nothing of consequence. Merely evidence of your clandestine dealings with those paramours and their testimonies. However, just as they approached the gates of the marquis, strange sounds could be heard. Zhou Boy's eyes turned crimson. The son is not mine, and the daughter is not mine. Luing, you are truly remarkable. All these years, you feigned pity in front of me while coveting wealth and consorting with others. You have brought shame upon my face. Aunt Lu, stunned, covered her face, finally stammering in terror. Master, what do you mean? I do not understand a word. Do you not understand? Let me elaborate. You consorted with these servants, bore 2 illegitimate children vying for affection, and before entering my household, you had a lover back in your hometown, a vegetable farmer you meet twice a month, correct? Luing, You have deceived me terribly. Zhou Boy could no longer contain his rage upon realizing that the children he cherished were not his own. He could raise children, donate to orphans, or adopt others, but he would never tolerate being deceived. Furious, he struck Aunt Lu twice across the face.
You fancy wild men, do you?
I shall indulge your taste. Take her to the worst brothel. And tell the madam that she is not to rest until she has serviced at least 10 clients a day, and no one is to redeem her or visit. Aunt Lu's face turned ashen. She had never imagined that her bedfellow could be so ruthless. Master, I was wrong. I was momentarily confused. For the years I have served you, please spare me. Zhou Boy kicked her in disgust. How dare she plead? The thought of having shared a bed with something so vile made him want to retch. After you leave, I will have your son enter the palace to honor the emperor in my stead, and your daughter is already arranged. Does your old lover not have a son? Since you are fated to be apart, let them be a pair of mandarin ducks. Unacceptable. My daughter is destined to be the mistress. She is born to command. How can she marry a vegetable farmer? Zhou Boy no longer wished to hear her wails. So he ordered the servants to gag her and sent her away that very night. One son and one daughter disappeared with Aunt Lu. When they reappeared, no one recognized them any longer. The next day, while Jiang Shuyue was having her meal, she felt a tinge of regret upon hearing the news. The system commented, "It is not unjust. Her son forced a girl into prostitution, resulting in the death of several maids. And her daughter even splashed hot water on her own sister's face. Thankfully, it did not succeed, or else a 3-year-old child would have been disfigured. Though harsh. It is a cycle of cause and effect. One must do good deeds." Jiang Shuyue nodded, picking up a garment to compare against Zhou Luming, pleased with her handiwork. Jiang Shuyue declared, "Look at my craftsmanship. It is truly exquisite." Zhou Luming replied, "No, mother, do you not have any self-awareness regarding your own skills?" Chapter 12. A mother's unparalleled talent. Jiang Shuyue aspired to be a virtuous wife and mother, to experience the myriad facets of life. Ensuring her sojourn in this world was not in vain. She casually plucked a handful of flowers from the garden, delicately placing their blossoms atop a tea tree. In the past, peonies and jasmines mocked my inability to bloom amidst my verdant attire. Now, I shall show them that green tea, too, heralds its spring. System. Zhou Session remarked, "Brother, these flowers are quite valuable. Can our household finances sustain this? Who in their right mind cultivates green tea in such a manner?" Jiang Shuyue replied, "Such an extraordinary scene is rare. Why not compose a verse to commemorate it?" System. Host, your surroundings are filled with tea farmers and flora. If one has not undergone 9 years of compulsory education, one should refrain from disrupting the lives of those who traverse through time. Jiang Shuyue retorted, "Are tea farmers not human? Do you look down upon the wisdom of the laboring populace?" System. Seated amidst the lush tea bushes, Jiang Shuyue cleared her throat and declared, "Below, a sea of green, above, a myriad of flowers, as the cool breeze whispers, the fragrance of tea dances. What do you think?" Zhou Shuyue found himself unable to offer critique. He had never encountered such poetry, which utterly shattered his preconceptions. Zhou Session, however, was quite pleased, for at last, someone possessed even less poetic prowess than himself. Feeling quite pleased with herself, Jiang Shuyue continued, "Let me offer another. Oh, green tea. Sweet darling. A whiff and I feel a decade younger, a taste and I'm utterly delighted." System. Which of my 2 compositions do you prefer? System. With my limited vocabulary, it is quite challenging to assess. Jiang Shuyue chided, "As I've mentioned, you should read more, though only I am aware of your existence. A lack of culture will inevitably lead to ridicule." The system wished for hands to deliver a swift reprimand to Jiang Shuyue's forehead. Green Pearl brought forth a freshly brewed cup of green tea, and Jiang Shuyue raised it with both hands as she sang, "A toast to green tea. A toast to flowers, adorning my head, enriching my soil. Green Pearl. Miss, your lack of musical talent is one thing, but those curious lyrics. While it is customary to sing, I worry about the second miss. You have suffered at her hands more than once." Jiang Shuyue recalled, "My sister. Isn't she the one who usurped my identity and caused me to be scorned as the White Lotus?" System. Let us start with a little tidbit to whet your appetite. This so-called white lotus is, in fact, a black lotus, cruel and ruthless. 12 lives have already perished at her hands. What of this small tidbit? How explosive must the larger revelations be? Jiang Shuyue urged, quickly, bring me something substantial. The system complied. The marquis' residence may lack fish, but outside, there were plenty. Jiang Shuyue sought Zhou Shirshan, acquiring a few taels of silver to send servants out for salted fish. She decided to spend 300 taels to buy whatever her heart desired. Indeed. Zhou Luming turned away, his expression devoid of mirth. This afternoon, Mother was elated with that 2 taels of silver, like a Na'vi girl who had never seen the world. Though uncertain of the system's intentions behind procuring salted fish, it must serve a purpose. Thus, she resolved to assist her mother by preparing a grand gift for the minister's residence. Zhou Session trailed behind Zhou Shuyue, exclaiming, "Brother, our elder sister is taking action. Should we not do something?" Zhou Shirshan pondered for a moment before producing 500 taels from his waist and handing them to Zhou Session. "Go. Purchase all the cured fish and meat in the city." "Understood." Zhou Session, eager to contribute, secretly slipped in a few dozen taels of his own funds, adding a personal touch. Jiang Shuyue found herself seated in a carriage. No, more accurately, she was perched upon Zhou Yunqi's lap. Jiang Shuyue protested. "I merely remarked how bumpy the carriage was. How did I end up on his lap?" System. Little Jiang, as a green tea essence, can you not exhibit your true nature? Embrace it. Do not be shy. Jiang Shuyue retorted. "What are you saying? I am a proper green tea." Zhou Yunqi tightened his embrace, his deep breath brushing against her ear. "My dear, is my lap comfortable for you?"
Ah?
Jiang Shuyue responded, "Quite nice. Soft yet firm. However, there is something behind that is rather uncomfortable. Could you perhaps adjust it?" Zhou Yunqi's arms tightened further. "Last night, I was preoccupied and could not visit your quarters. You do not hold that against me, do you?" "Of course not. The marquis is beholden to countless affairs. I merely feel a pang of sympathy, no blame to be cast." Zhou Yunqi buried his face into her neck, inhaling the delightful mingling of floral and tea fragrances. He caressed the back of Jiang Shuyue's hand, greedily savoring her essence. Jiang Shuyue felt a tingling sensation coursing through her body, rendering her immobile.
System.
"It seems I have been struck by lightning once more. I cannot move." Zhou Yunqi, with a mischievous glint, brushed his stubble against her skin.
Ouch.
"Be gentle. You've hurt me. Sweetheart, tell me, do you prefer pain or joy?" Having traversed less than 3 months in this world, Jiang Shuyue had a fair understanding of human nature, but knew little of the intricacies between men and women. Her willingness to be consumed stemmed from 2 reasons: curiosity about the so-called romantic interludes and the undeniable allure of Zhou Yunqi's striking visage. His face was so captivating it could incite the ire of gods and men alike, completely enchanting her. Jiang Shuyue finally grasped the concept of one's worldview being influenced by physical appearance. At this moment, she felt utterly at his mercy. It seemed. Joy outweighed the discomfort. Zhou Yunqi's south eyes narrowed into crescent shapes as he wrapped one arm around her slender waist. "My dear, I shall never cause you harm." He gently rubbed his cheek against hers, creating a delightful tingling sensation, though not painful. Jiang Shuyue's mind was a blank slate, with only one thought remaining. What am I even saying? "My lord, we have arrived at the minister's residence." Chapter 13. Accompanying my lord for watermelon. The elder's play with flourished Zhou Yunqian was momentarily distracted when Jiang Shuyue swiftly emerged from the carriage, making her way directly towards the gates of the minister's residence. "Miss, you should head this way." A matron emerged from the side gate, offering a lukewarm greeting to Jiang Shuyue. Zhou Yunqian paused, lifting the curtain of the carriage. "Is this how the minister's residence treats his wife? Quite amusing indeed." The matron, impatient, remarked, "Miss, both the old lady and the madam are waiting. You should hurry. Do not delay the time." "And if I were to delay?" Zhou Yunqian stepped down from the carriage and positioned himself beside Jiang Shuyue, encircling her waist. Jiang Shuyue seized the opportunity to nestle closer to him. "My lord, please do not be angry. It is my fault for not being favored by my mother, which caused you to accompany me through the side gate. I apologize on her behalf." Jiang Shuyue thought to herself, favoritism. Looks like I've hit a stone wall this time. The notorious antagonist is known for holding grudges. Let us deal with them ruthlessly. No need to spare my face. Zhou Yunshan's gaze sharpened, a chilling demeanor enveloping his otherwise serene countenance. It seems Jiang An has become quite arrogant since his promotion, daring to allow me to enter through the side gate. He is effectively grinding my dignity into the ground. Jiang Shuyue blinked. System, you hear that? The antagonist's words align perfectly with my thoughts. The system replied, to be fair, your compatibility level is rather high. Zhou Yunshan, in a good mood, gently clasped her hand, warming it in his palm. The matron was left in shock. This man is the emperor's companion, having grown up like brothers, commanding 1,000,000 troops, and is renowned as a god of death. Had she known he was coming, she would not have dared to direct him through the side gate. The matron hurriedly bowed. I did not know his lordship had arrived. Please forgive me. I will open the door for you at once. To direct my wife through the side gate without knowledge of my presence, while knowing full well the main gate is under repair, is it not an act of bullying? The matron trembled. No, it was because the main gate is under repair that I asked the young lady to use the side gate. Zhou Yunshan commanded, bring someone. At your service. Since the main gate of the minister's residence is faulty, it need not remain. Tear it down. With a swift kick from Chia, the heavy gate flew off, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Zhou Yunshan remarked, now you may take your time to repair it. The matron was left bewildered. How could such a heavy gate be so easily dispatched? Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, Chia's kick just struck my heart. How magnificent! I wonder who is more handsome, him or the antagonist. The system replied, according to the settings, the antagonist ranks first in martial prowess. Had it not been for treachery, he would not have faced such a fate. Jiang Shuyue retorted, so that means he lacks cunning. Chia behind them was desperately holding back laughter. While many have commented on their master's coldness, it is the first time someone has claimed he lacks wit. Jiang Shuyue added, but that is fine. I possess plenty of cleverness to complement his. How could you do this? Jiang Liuli, adorned in a watercolored gown, rushed out, clutching Jiang Mother's arm. Upon seeing Zhou Yunshan with his arm around Jiang Shuyue, a flicker of malice crossed her eyes, only to be replaced with a soft demeanor almost instantly. Jiang Shuyue's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she burrowed into Zhou Yunshan's embrace. It's all my fault. The matron suggested I use the side gate, and I should have pulled you along to avoid all this trouble. My lord, I am to blame for the slander you bear. Please punish me. Jiang Liuli was taken aback. Previously, Jiang Shuyue would be flustered and chaotic in her explanations, ultimately leaving others exasperated. Yet today, she had adopted an entirely different approach. Zhou Yunshan gently patted her shoulder. I enter the imperial palace through the grand gates. The minister's residence has shown disrespect to me. To dismantle one of their gates is merely an act of favoring my wife. You bear no fault. In my view, not only is my wife innocent, but the minister's residence should also be grateful to her. Zhou Yunshan's cold gaze turned towards Jiang Mother. What do you say, Madam Minister? Jiang Mother trembled with rage. Since her husband ascended to the position of minister, everyone had treated her with utmost courtesy. No one dared to speak to her in such a manner. Yet this man is the Duke of Zhennan, someone she could not afford to offend. Jiang Mother was momentarily stunned. Who had just spoken? Her gaze fixed on Jiang Shuyue. The system remarked, do not be angry. Let me share a juicy tidbit. In truth, your biological mother, Lu Rulon, and your father had a drunken encounter, and he had no choice but to marry her. Jiang Shuyue gasped. What? The elders have played quite a game. Jiang Mother's cheeks flushed crimson. This was information known only to the elders of both families. Even her own sister was unaware. How could this girl and her system possibly know? The system continued, however, your mother once had a favored gentleman who was also interested in her. Your father was merely a low-ranking official at the time, lacking wealth and connections. It would take ages for him to rise. Jiang Shuyue's spirits lifted. I sense there is a grand tale within. The system chuckled mischievously. Indeed. Your father had used a potion. Your grandfather was the deputy minister of revenue at the time, and your uncle was a fourth-rank grain administrator. There was only one unmarried daughter in the family. Your father was quite adept. With a single packet of medicine, he not only secured a wife and child but also climbed the ranks, never to look back. Jiang Shuyue mentally applauded. The old man appears refined. Yet he was so formidable, truly impressive. Chapter 14. My father's great secret. The deception that endangered our family. Jiang Shuyue was laughing heartily with the system, completely oblivious to the ashen expression on her mother's face. She had always found it peculiar how just a few cups of wine could render her mother utterly unconscious. The reason was now revealed. Taking a deep breath, Jiang's mother suppressed her thoughts. Well, since marrying Jiang, life had been tolerable, and now it was somewhat fulfilling. The system interjected. There are still two major secrets, enough to astonish your mother for 300 years. I will tell you during dinner.
What?
There were more secrets concerning her? Why must she wait until dinner? This was exasperating. Jiang's mother, disregarding everything else, immediately grasped Jiang Shuyue's hand and led her inside. Come along, dear. Your sister has prepared your favorite dishes for you. The marquis is stunned. Hurry. Jiang Liuli awkwardly bowed to Zhou Yunshin. My lord, please forgive my mother. She has lost her composure out of longing for her daughter. I apologize on her behalf. On her behalf? Do you have the standing to do so? Zhou Yunshin's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Shuyue, dismissing Jiang Liuli as he hastily followed them. Jiang Liuli's hands clenched into fists within her sleeves. Previously, when her family arranged for her to marry into the marquis's household, she had cried and pleaded with her parents to send Jiang Shuyue instead, as she did not wish to play the role of a stepmother nor face a man with unpredictable moods. Her wishes had been fulfilled. But why did she now feel so disheartened? Jiang's mother ushered her to the table. My dear, do not be modest. These dishes are all prepared for you. Please.
Enjoy.
Jiang Shuyue glanced at the spread and sighed. Cold cucumber strips, garlic sautéed spinach, bamboo shoots with mushrooms. Are we feeding rabbits? Jiang's mother was taken aback. Initially, she thought the dishes were acceptable, but upon hearing her daughter's remark, she realized they were indeed too bland. The household staff typically served 2 vegetarian dishes and 1 meat dish. How had it come to this? She finally spotted a meat dish and quickly offered Jiang Shuyue a chopstickful. This is your favorite lamb. Do taste it. Jiang Shuyue felt nauseated. Does she truly not know? I am allergic to lamb, just like my grandmother. After 1 bite last time, I was bedridden for 3 days. It seems she has completely forgotten. What? Those 3 days were not due to a tantrum, but an allergy? Jiang's mother's hand trembled as a piece of lamb fell onto the table. She forced a smile. Seeing lamb reminds me of my childhood, when my mother suffered an allergy to it and nearly lost her life. Someone, take this lamb away. Was that the only dish to be removed? Zhou Yunshin sat down, his expression filled with disdain as he surveyed the food. He was accustomed to exquisite meals served with care, tending to Jiang Shuyue. Jiang's mother immediately commanded the servants, How dare you serve such fare? Remove everything and bring out the finest. The servants hurriedly cleared the table. Jiang Liuli's face paled as she realized that her meticulously arranged banquet was being scolded by her mother, a public humiliation indeed. She sat down, feigning weakness, and softly said, I apologize. I was unaware of the marquis's presence. Please forgive my oversight. The servants of the marquis's household dined better than the masters of the Jiang family. It was clear that the Jiang family was merely a fade of strength. No wonder Jiang Shuyue's dowry was so meager. They had rummaged through every corner to find a few passable items. Jiang's mother frowned. This didn't add up. Although she harbored no fondness for this daughter, a marriage was a significant affair, and she had made careful arrangements, even adding to the dowry. Even in the marquis's household, those gifts should have been commendable. Jiang Shuyue mused, My dear mother, thinking that everyone around her is a pure-hearted little rabbit. Little does she know they are all insatiable wolves. I am hardly esteemed here. The servants flatter the favored and mistreat the overlooked. With Jiang Liuli supporting their deceit, I have not received a single monthly allowance since I arrived, and it is no surprise that my dowry was pilfered. Jiang's mother clenched her skirt in anger. How dare those wretches? Jiang Shuyue declared. In any case, I have no attachment to this family. Once I finish my business here, I shall not return. From now on, we shall part ways, and none shall interfere with the other. Jiang's mother had never imagined her daughter would seek to sever ties. She had merely listened to others' advice, hoping Jiang Shuyue would learn propriety and become a true lady. How had it come to this? The system remarked, I sympathize with you for 3 seconds. Can we proceed to the secrets? Let us eat. Who would pass up on a secret? The system continued, your mother's former love interest was a handsome scholar. After your father succeeded, he happened upon their meeting and, fearing their rekindled romance might obstruct his career, eliminated him. Crack. The chopsticks in Jiang's mother's hand snapped. After marrying Jiang and having 3 children, she had only exchanged pleasantries with Wang Ling, and that brief encounter had led to his demise. He had just welcomed a newborn and had an entire family to support. Jiang, and how could he do this? The gentle and kind husband she had known was capable of such cruelty. Jiang's mother struggled to maintain her composure. Mother, what is the matter? Jiang Liuli approached to support her, but Jiang's mother subtly evaded her touch. Born into wealth, she had learned to mask her emotions from a young age. With an untraceable smile, she remarked, the chopsticks are of poor quality. I shall have them replaced. Of course. Jiang Liuli observed her mother curiously. The chopsticks were made of sturdy black wood. How could they be of inferior quality? Her mother was evidently concealing something. But without her mother's disclosure, she felt it improper to pry. The system continued its gossip. Do you recall being taken to the Lantern Festival when you were 3 and subsequently going missing? Jiang Shuyue replied, I do not remember. But I am aware. The memories she inherited only extended 3 years before her transmigration. How could she recall such a trivial matter? Yet in the novel, this was a pivotal plot point, hence the ensuing events. The system spoke mysteriously. Let me tell you, that incident was orchestrated by your biological father. Puffed. Jiang's mother, while sipping her tea, sprayed it all over the table. Jiang Liuli hurriedly fetched a silk handkerchief to clean up. Mother, are you all right?
Fine.
Jiang's mother began, yet the system interrupted her again. From that point onward, she became the most favored legitimate daughter of the Jiang family. Have you never pondered why it was all so coincidental? There are countless people who resemble one another, many of similar ages. Yet the probability of such a pairing is exceedingly rare. But Jiang managed to locate you within 2 months. Why was he so prompt? Indeed, why? Jiang's mother had never contemplated this before, but now she had no choice but to consider it. The system solemnly declared, because Jiang Liuli is your father's child. Chapter 15. The sweetness of mother's melon. Zhou Yunshin paused momentarily, holding his teacup, as his gaze swept across Jiang Mu's face. Indeed, in such a vast world, one encounters all sorts of characters. It takes years to witness the full spectrum of humanity. Jiang Shuyue was also intrigued. Why would he do such a thing? Am I not his biological child? Did my mother engage in infidelity? Jiang Mu felt an overwhelming urge to slap her daughter on the forehead. How could she even suggest such a thing? She was a lady of noble birth, unthinkable to commit such a scandalous act. The system sighed, no. Not only did she refrain from such behavior, but she also adhered to the principles of being a dutiful wife and mother, striving to be a paragon of virtue. Unfortunately, your father despised this very quality in her. He found her devoid of charm, lacking interest, and even believed that your mother looked down upon him, which led him to impose numerous restrictions. Thus, your father redeemed a courtesan and then... The system chuckled, and Jiang Shuyue understood the implications. Jiang Shuyue remarked, a flower in the home cannot compete with a wildflower, I comprehend. Men are creatures who cannot control their lower instincts. Zhou Yunshin felt inexplicably burdened, a nameless anger beginning to simmer within him. The system continued, when your mother was pregnant, that woman was also expecting. You and Jiang Liuli were born only an hour apart. In fact, you are the younger sister. Do you remember the divination from the national master? Jiang Shuyue nodded. One is the destined woman, blessed with fortune, while the other is an omen of misfortune. Whoever associates with her is doomed. Exactly. After your birth, your father was dispatched to the frontier due to the machinations of others. Following the woman's outcry and tumult, they unanimously believed you had obstructed his career, compounded by your mother's lack of favor. He also felt that your mother, relying on her family's influence, looked down upon him and suppressed him, leading him to make the drastic decision to exchange you. Moreover, after the exchange, there were intentions to eliminate you. However, upon seeing your delicate and pleasing appearance, they thought you would fetch a handsome price when grown, thus sparing your life in secret. Do you wish to know who took you away? Jiang Shuyue initially wanted to decline, but, upon seeing the system's expression, realized that denying it might stifle the child.
Who was it?
It couldn't possibly be Jiang Liuli's biological brother, could it? The system replied, she is an only daughter, with no brothers, but she does have a biological father. Jiang Shuyue was momentarily bewildered. Jiang and believed the child was his, yet the truth is that Jiang Liuli's biological father is a fishmonger. Her mother, in a bid to ascend the social ladder, falsely claimed to be carrying Jiang En's child. The one responsible for your intended demise was her biological father, the very man you once called father. The relationships were indeed convoluted. After a prolonged contemplation, Jiang Shuyue erupted into thunderous laughter. Ah, how melodramatic. The tales of the wealthy are plentiful. The novels do not deceive me. Jiang Mu's face turned ashen, her eyes blazing with fury as she looked at Jiang Shuyue. She was reeling from such a blow. How could her own daughter laugh in the face of such revelations? What happened next? Were there even more scandalous events? Jiang Shuyue inquired eagerly. Indeed, your father arranged for Jiang Liuli to come into the picture, ostensibly to provide her with a better life and assume your identity, but also to seize the Jiang family's fortune. It is well known that your father is a son-in-law, even if he ascends to prominence. It is through the support of your mother's family. Your elder brother was raised by your maternal grandfather and is difficult to control. Though your second brother has been rendered ineffectual, he remains fundamentally upright and would not conspire with him. Only Jiang Liuli is aligned with him. So, he brought Jiang Liuli in to gradually encroach upon the family with the intention of claiming the Jiang estate. Let me share a secret. Before long, that courtesan will reside here under the guise of being his cousin.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Jiang Mu could believe that Jiang En had strayed, but she could not fathom that he would audaciously bring someone into their home. Zhou Yunshin, however, was utterly convinced. Jiang En was hypocritical, cunning, and insatiable. He had meddled repeatedly in the affairs of the Ministry of Rites and even made his own disciples scapegoats. Such a person was a harbinger of disaster. As the servants brought in the meal, Jiang Liuli promptly served Zhou Yunshin a chicken wing. My lord, this is the chef's specialty. Do try it. I have no fondness for chicken. Zhou Yunshin disdainfully pushed the bowl aside, prompting Chiet to immediately provide him with a new set of utensils. Jiang Liuli's composure faltered, and upon seeing Jiang Shuyue's stifling laughter nearby, she gritted her teeth and spoke sarcastically. It is my oversight, but sister, truly, knowing that brother-in-law does not enjoy chicken wings, why not mention it beforehand? If outsiders were to witness this, how would they perceive the Jiang family? Jiang Shuyue sweetly replied, but I adore them, my lord. You wouldn't mind, would you? Not at all. Zhou Yunshin served her a chicken wing, watching her devour it like a squirrel, a smile creeping onto his lips. Jiang Shuyue spat out 2 bones, exclaiming, the chicken wings you served are simply delightful. Enjoy them as much as you like. Zhou Yunshin continued to serve her dishes, all of which were her favorites. Jiang Liuli's dissatisfaction grew. The man she had discarded was so remarkably handsome and gentle, yet he was now devoted to Jiang Shuyue, whom she deemed worthless. How could she swallow this indignity? Seeing him take a bite of shrimp, Jiang Liuli hurriedly picked up her chopsticks to serve Zhou Yunshin. Before the food could reach the bowl, Jiang Shuyue interjected, Sister, your chopsticks bear your saliva. Is it proper to serve others with them? Although you may not be biologically related, you have grown up here. If others were to see, they might mock the Jiang family for lacking decorum. Moreover, he is your brother-in-law. Discretion is advised. Jiang Liuli's face turned pale, and she looked pitifully at Zhou Yunshin. It was my oversight. I humbly request your forgiveness, my lord. Very well, then you shall be punished by leaving the table until we have finished dining.
What? Sent out?
To clean up afterward? Jiang Liuli could hardly believe her ears. She had been raised in pampered conditions and had never endured such indignities. Typically, when others saw her in distress, they would rush to console her, entranced by her demeanor. Why did Zhou Yunshin respond this way? Jiang Liuli's eyes began to redden again, resembling a distressed rabbit as she gazed at Zhou Yunshin. Ah, sister, why are your eyes red? Have you been affected by the smoke? It would be wise to leave the table at once to avoid contracting conjunctivitis. You would only suffer yourself. Nonsense. Cooked food cannot possibly produce smoke. Mother. Jiang Mu had once cherished this daughter above all. Yet now, every time she looked at Jiang Liuli, she was reminded of Jiang An's betrayal, and a surge of anger welled up within her. Chapter 16. A family of scoundrels. Jiang Liuli. Jiang Shuyue found delight in witnessing her sister's embarrassment. Jiang Shuyue. Look at you, tripping over your own schemes.
Aren't you?
System. Host, maintain some decorum. After all, she is your nominal sister. Jiang Shuyue. What sister? Did you not see the way she gazes at the male antagonist? It's as if she has "I want to steal your man" written all over her face. Jiang Mother furrowed her brow. Originally, it was Liuli who was to marry Zhou Yunxin, but she wept and lamented her unwillingness to become a stepmother, claiming that Zhou Yunxin had a foul temper and that she feared for her life in his presence. Hence, the family allowed Jiang Shuyue to take her place.
But now,
just a few days later, she was already vying for men? Truly the offspring of a brothel. Jiang Mother's voice turned sharp. Liuli, what are you still doing here? Leave at once. Jiang Liuli bit her lip, casting a resentful glare at Jiang Shuyue before rising to depart, a glimmer of malice flashing in her eyes. That wretched Jiang Shuyue dared to embarrass her. She would not let this little vixen off easily. Jiang Shuyue gleefully gnawed on a chicken wing. The annoying pest has finally left. The food tastes so much better now. System. Who said that? Another annoying pest is about to arrive. Madam. Li Mama hurried over, casting a glance at Zhou Yunxin. Jiang Mother. We are all family here, so speak freely. Jiang Mother's brow creased slightly. System. System warning. There's juicy gossip in the backyard. Host should hurry and indulge. Jiang Mother. This. Wanting to savor gossip while pretending to be so dignified. I wonder who she takes after? An uneasy feeling stirred within Jiang Mother as she set down her chopsticks, leading Zhou Yunxin and Jiang Shuyue to the old matriarch's quarters. Jiang Shuyue. The last time I was here, the old witch made me kneel in the ancestral hall for 3 days. I wonder what mischief she will concoct this time. Zhou Yunxin surveyed the courtyard, silently noting her grievances. Alas, over the years, Qing had truly suffered. Why had she not sought out her aunt sooner? What nonsense is this, aunt? You are my father's cousin and my grandmother's niece. We are indeed family. You need not worry about anything while residing here. Feel free to ask me for assistance. It is best when we are united as one family. As Jiang Mother approached the courtyard door, before the servants could announce her arrival, she overheard Jiang Liuli's voice. A family? United as one? System. Here she comes. This woman is Jiang An's concubine, Jiang Liuli's biological mother. They have been secretly colluding for years, while the old witch has been providing them cover. That old witch pretends to be a good mother-in-law while secretly disparaging your mother, tarnishing her reputation, all in preparation for her future takeover of the Jiang family. Jiang Mother felt as though struck by lightning, tightly pinching her thigh. For 23 years, she had served her mother-in-law, raised her children, pouring all her energy into the Jiang family. To think they not only conspired with outsiders to spy on the Jiang family finances, but also wished to harm her sons. Both of her sons were her lifeblood. Losing either would spell her doom. Jiang En, how ruthless you are. Jiang Mother took a deep breath, donning a smile as she entered the room. I heard my husband brought relatives over. Why not allow me to meet them? Jiang En exchanged glances with Qin Wanru, who promptly rose and bowed respectfully. How delightful to finally meet you, sister. I have heard from my cousin that you are a lady of remarkable grace, and indeed,
you are. Oh.
Earlier, you said you did not wish to disturb me. When did you hear about me from him? Qin Wanru froze, having intended to exchange mere pleasantries, not expecting to be so directly confronted. Seeing this, Jiang En quickly interjected with a laugh. I ran into my cousin a few days ago and mentioned you, Lan Yang. My cousin is all alone, and I thought to take her in at the residence. What do you think? Jiang Mother fixed her gaze upon Jiang En, her eyes sharp enough to pierce through flesh. Jiang Shuyue hid outside the door. Look at my father's acting skills. If he doesn't receive an Oscar, it would be a disgrace. Zhou Yunxin. Oscar? What is that? He stroked his chin, and Jiang Shuyue's voice chimed in again. Jiang Shuyue, I recall from the storyline that after Qin Wanru arrives, she will flatter my mother and become like sisters, then secretly slip her drugs, aiming to confine her as a madwoman at home. Should I warn her? Jiang Shuyue pondered before shaking her head. Forget it, I cannot interfere with others' destinies. May my mother fend for herself. Jiang mother felt a strong urge to slap her daughter across the forehead. The ungrateful child. Even if she had been blind to her mother as hardships, she had at least carried her for 10 months to bring her into this world. Was this how she treated her mother? Jiang mother turned to Qin Wanru, offering a faint smile. Since she is my cousin, let her reside in the southern courtyard. The southern courtyard? Jiang Liuli frowned. Mother, that is meant for guests. How can we allow family to stay there? Oh, do you believe it a slight to her? Should I vacate my hiding courtyard for her instead? Mother, that is not what I meant. Jiang Liuli exclaimed, panic evident in her voice. She felt her mother had changed. Jiang mother smiled brightly, taking her hand. I understand you did not mean it that way. I was merely speaking casually. Moreover, the provisions in our minister's residence far exceed what is found outside. It would not be a hardship for her. Unbeknownst to Jiang Liuli, her reaction was far too exaggerated. It seemed she and her aunt's cousin had an uncanny affinity. Jiang Liuli awkwardly forced a smile, casting a pleading glance at Jiang En. No, I intend to let Yue reside in the Dongli courtyard.
What?
Jiang Liuli gasped in shock. Mother, the Dongli courtyard is where I live. If she moves in, where will I go? Chapter 17. The fragrance of second brother's melon Liuli. How can you be so thoughtless? Today I observed the marquis treating her exceptionally well. If we allow her to suffer any grievances, who among you can bear the wrath of the marquis? Jiang En remained silent. After all, that individual is a harbinger of death, who would dare to shoulder such a burden. Liuli, the courtyard you occupy was originally intended for you, heir. You are nearing the age of marriage. It would be prudent to vacate it and move to Nanli Garden, where you can also tend to your cousin. Jiang Liuli was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to utter a single phrase. Nanli Garden is designated for guests, and while it is closest to the south courtyard, it is the most secluded among the main residences, inferior in both scale and decor compared to the south courtyard. It feels akin to banishment. The old matriarch, witnessing this, bellowed in outrage. Absurd! How could I be ignorant of that wretched girl's worth? If she can win over the Marquis of Zhennan, I shall run 3 laps around the estate clutching a wooden post. Zhou Yunshin chuckled softly, leading Jiang Shuyue inside. Given the old matriarch's fervent hospitality, I shall not impede you, he said. Qi Yi fetched a lighter wooden post for the matriarch. We wouldn't want her to injure her back midway through her laps. Jiang En, with a smile, stepped forward. Why did the Marquis come to the inner courtyard without prior notice? We would have prepared to welcome you. The first time I visited, your family ushered me through the side gate, knowing I have little fondness for vegetarian fare, and prepared a table of grass for me. How could I dare announce my arrival? Jiang Shuyue thought to herself. No wonder the villain's expression is so grim. It turns out he is angry. Zhou Yunshin replied, I am merely avenging you, my foolish friend. Zhou Yunshin continued. Jiang En, I ask you, is there an issue with the Marquis's wife residing in Dongli courtyard? No issue. None whatsoever. Jiang En stammered, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Behind closed doors, he could act as he pleased, but before Zhou Yunshin, he dared not even breathe. Yet this is a minor matter. I shall acquiesce for now, and once he departs, I shall deliberate further. After all, I will not permit Liuli to suffer even the slightest grievance. Zhou Yunshin inquired. This evening, I wish to spend the night at my wife's family home. Do we have a room available? The Marquis intends to stay here? I have not prepared for this, I fear. No matter, it is but one night. The primary concern is ensuring the old matriarch completes her 3 laps. Qi Yi returned, carrying a sturdy wooden post, and reported, Marquis, I have procured the smallest one possible.
Excellent, then.
Matriarch, please proceed. The old matriarch silently cursed under her breath, frozen in her seat, unwilling to rise. Zhou Yunshin commanded. Someone, assist the matriarch. What are you doing? Release me.
So?
Save me. Several guards bound the wooden post around the old matriarch and dragged her outside. One must honor their word. As an elder, the matriarch should lead by example. Isn't that right, Minister Jiang? Indeed. Jiang hesitated, unable to muster a word, only managing an awkward nod. Then I thank you, sister. Jiang Liuli's teeth ground in frustration. Constrained by Zhou Yunshan's presence, she could only swallow her anger. Jiang's mother casually glanced at Qin Wanru, then arranged for 4 capable individuals to keep a close watch on her. Since her daughter claimed she would poison herself, let us keep her under strict surveillance and see what chaos she can stir. Under Qi Ye's prodding, and with the assistance of several physicians, the old matriarch finally completed her 3 laps by evening. Jiang Shuyue thought, serves her right. System. Qin Wanru is currently causing a ruckus with your father. Would you like to listen? There's a juicy tidbit. Jiang Shuyue replied eagerly. Yes, yes, yes. Quickly guide me. I wish to sneak away. Following the system's prompt, Jiang Shuyue stealthily approached a nearby artificial hill. Just as she was about to conceal herself, a chubby boy rushed in, blocking her path. Jiang Shuyue swiftly covered his mouth and held him close. Jiang Shuyue whispered, "Why are you being so loud, you foolish boy? You nearly scared away my scoop." Scoop? What scoop? Jiang Shuyue continued. Is it second brother Jiang Chen? He has been rather kind to me in the Jiang family, but alas, he is a bit of a simpleton. Does he truly believe that our father's generosity is an act of kindness, allowing him to indulge in frivolities? It is merely a case of being overly pampered. Having one diligent child is enough for him to worry, should another arise. His schemes to seize the Jiang family's fortune will be thwarted. Poor second brother, such a handsome lad, charming many young maidens. Yet he has been turned into a plump boy by Jiang Liuli and her mother. In the future, should he fail to find a suitable wife, he will have to rely on them, becoming their pawn. Jiang Chen stood dumbfounded. How could his father be so kind, and yet it be a form of suffocation? And Jiang Liuli, who brought him midnight snacks and took him out to play, was that meant to harm him? No, he could not believe it. Jiang Shuyue, oblivious to Jiang Chen's bewildered expression, pondered why her second brother's mind seemed so muddled. Jiang Shuyue asked the system, "Why is my second brother so naive? What did he grow up consuming that he lacks the cunning of a Jiang family member?" System. He likely takes after your maternal uncle. Neither of them has much interest in studying. Your uncle taught him to feign illness, and he imitated the little maidens of the household. Running to your mother and claiming he was bleeding below and had a stomachache, clearly it was just a monthly occurrence, and your mother ended up giving him a good thrashing. Jiang Shuyue bit her lip, stifling laughter. How ridiculous. How could he dare pretend to have that ailment when he was just born? Was it the system that informed him? Zhou Yunshan, hiding in the trees and eavesdropping, also struggled to contain his laughter. Jiang Shuyue found her second brother utterly amusing and wished to learn more. System. Has he done anything else noteworthy? Zhou Yunshan and the 2 servants immediately heightened their attentiveness to eavesdrop. The system recounted quite a few instances. For example, when he was 3, he saw you smiling at a horse and insisted on riding it, claiming he was afraid you would fall. So he fashioned a makeshift saddle for himself and galloped around the house on all 4s. Jiang Shuyue felt a twinge of affection, but still, laughter was unavoidable. How amusing. System. When he was 6, to avoid studying, he snuck into your elder brother's room while he was sleeping and tied his trousers to the table leg. He was discovered by your brother's classmates, resulting in a severe beating and having to copy Ziji Tongjian 100 times as punishment. When he was 7, he found the youngest daughter of the Lin family charming and attempted to woo her by gifting her his favorite items, only to be chased and beaten by her. Jiang Shuyue, curious, asked, "Surely not? What did he give her?" System. Crickets, earthworms, chicken legs, and a rabbit's head. Jiang Shuyue looked at Jiang Chen with a helpless expression. While her second brother may be a bit foolish, he certainly has his charm. The 2 servants recalled past events, remembering how the Lin family's young lady had rallied her friends to chase down the second young master, leaving a bite mark on his shoulder that still lingered to this day. Jiang Chen felt overwhelmed by her gaze, which held a mix of sympathy, helplessness, pity, and a hearty dose of ridicule. "Onling, do you think that wretched woman has discovered our affair? I can't shake this feeling of unease." System. They are plotting against the Jiang family's heirs.
What?
Jiang Chun and Jiang Shuyue exclaimed in shock. Jiang Shuyue had not anticipated their swift actions. Jiang Chun could hardly believe that his father would conspire against him. Jiang An shook his head. Impossible. I have concealed my intentions well over the years, leaving no trace. It must be because of the Marquis of Zhennan that she has behaved so uncharacteristically. I had long suggested that Luli marry the Duke of Zhennan. What harm is there in becoming a stepmother? The Duke's household is vast and prosperous. With a little effort on her part, she would surely reap great rewards.
Now.
That little wretch has inexplicably benefited instead. I detest the way she flaunts her power from the Duke's residence. I could scarcely contain my desire to tear her apart. Rest assured, I have invested a fortune in a concoction known as the 1,000-Day Dream, which Luli will subtly add to the bird's nest she delivers to her. In less than half a year, that wretched girl will descend into madness. Jiang Chun felt as if his breath had been stifled. Who would have thought they would? Qin Wanru leaned against Jiang An's shoulder, her eyes glimmering seductively. Ah, and Lang, your schemes are truly remarkable. Luli, and I shall rely on you. Fear not. The Jiang family will eventually be ours to command. Jiang Shuyue remarked. Jiang An is truly a man of two faces, one side brazen, the other shameless. A soft-handed man who can utter such words. Even I, a green tea, can no longer tolerate him. System. In the original tale, when your mother uncovered the truth, the eldest son became disabled. The second son turned into a despised wastrel, while your father was lauded as a virtuous man and received accolades from the emperor, ultimately becoming the Minister of Revenue. Jiang Shuyue continued. The Ministry of Rights has transitioned to the Ministry of Revenue, from a mere office to a lucrative position. Jiang An truly knows how to scheme. Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched violently. His elder brother, once a beacon of hope for the family, could not possibly become disabled. Yet, the grim reality forced him to accept it. Clenching his fists, he thought, no matter who it is, anyone who seeks to harm my mother and elder brother shall not be permitted. As he twisted and shook off Jiang Shuyue's hand, she exclaimed, what does he intend to do? Does he think he can confront them?
Dream on.
Jiang An has an impeccable reputation. Should he act, he would only be accused of disrespecting his elders, which would suit Jiang An's intentions perfectly. Jiang Chun hesitated. Indeed, that was the case. Furthermore, his mother would never believe him. Jiang Shuyue suggested if I were him, I would bide my time, shed my wastrel image, and engage in covert competition with Jiang An. I truly wish to witness Jiang An's futile efforts. It would undoubtedly be quite the spectacle. Jiang Chun silently nodded, but then reconsidered. Could he truly do that? He despised studying, despite sharing the same scholarly pursuits with his elder brother and receiving guidance from esteemed tutors. He had only achieved the status of a licentiate. Aspirations for official titles seemed utterly beyond his reach. Jiang Shuyue remarked, actually, my second brother is quite clever. Although he struggles with academics, he possesses quick wit and robust physical capabilities. Pursuing martial arts or business could yield promising prospects. System analysis of Jiang Chun reveals an initial combat effectiveness of 30 and a physical quality of 40, making him exceptionally suited for martial arts. Jiang Chun's heart raced. Was he truly a promising candidate for martial arts? If he were to embark on a different path, could he perhaps stand shoulder to shoulder with his elder brother? Jiang Shuyue added, alas, he is a bit older. Jiang Chen's previously bright eyes dimmed at her words. Jiang Shuyue continued, but it matters not. Once I accumulate enough green tea points, I shall procure a cleansing elixir for him. Even if he cannot ascend to greatness, he will at least possess a body of iron and steel. System. 300 green tea points are required to exchange for one cleansing elixir. The host currently holds 85 points. Are you certain you wish to waste your green tea points on this exchange? Jiang Shuyue affirmed, absolutely. To witness Jiang An's distress, I shall gladly expend those 300 points. She had long viewed Jiang An with disdain, abandoning wife and children. What a disgrace. Reflecting on the suffering endured by her original self, her desire for vengeance intensified. She would not miss a single opportunity to ensnare Jiang An. Jiang Chen's eyes glistened with tears. Sister. She was indeed his true sister. From now on, she would be his only sister. Jiang Shuyue's sentiments resonated with the two young servants nearby. They understood that this matter was not to be disclosed, lest they lose their lives. However, young master treated them like brothers, and such a master was irreplaceable. For the sake of their master's safety, they must remain vigilant against the patriarch. United in their resolve to protect their young master, this became an unspoken motto among those within Jiang Chen's courtyard. After Jiang, Un, and Qin Wanru departed, Jiang Chen presented a beautiful small box to her. Rest assured, little sister. With me around, anyone who dares to bully you shall face my wrath. I will ensure you are never mistreated. Jiang Shuyue quipped, System. Could you please examine Jiang Chen's mind? I suspect he has lost his senses. Jiang Chen retorted, and here I am, treating her well, yet she finds fault. Women are truly difficult to please. How love can spring from the most unexpected origins. How deeply I fell for such notions that led me to marry him. It turns out that it was not love at first sight. All was merely a calculated endeavor. Chapter 19. Subtly reporting my lady, what shall we do now?
Li Mumu.
The maid who accompanied Madame Jiang since her childhood had grown up alongside her. Although their relationship was that of a master and servant, the bond they shared transcended that of ordinary sisters. They were unaware of the intricacies of their situation. Had it not been for the young lady, they would have been left in ignorance, awaiting a fate of ruin and despair. When Jiang Shuyue decided to eavesdrop, Li Momo discreetly followed, naturally privy to Jiang and schemes. Madame Jiang's heart was infested with anguish, akin to a swarm of worms, making it hard for her to breathe. Yet, despite the pain, she resolved to protect her child. Go and deliver a message to my elder brother. Have him arrange for the finest martial arts instructor. As soon as Chun'er expresses his wishes, I will see to it that he learns martial arts, she commanded. Madame Jiang understood her son's temperament well. If not for some restraint, he would undoubtedly charge at Jiang and in a fit of rage. Jiang Shuye's slender arms and legs could hardly hold back the stout boy. The only explanation was that her son could hear Jiang Shuyue's innermost thoughts. Madame Jiang perceived this not as sorcery but rather as a divine blessing. Surely the heavens, having seen their plight, granted them an opportunity to alter their fate. Yet, she wondered if her husband would concur. With a cold smirk, Madame Jiang mused, an incoming son-in-law has no authority to dissent. The next morning, Zhou Yunshin left for court, while Jiang Shuyue dined at the minister's residence. The matriarch, having fainted several times the previous day, now lay bedridden. Jiang Liuli, overwhelmed by the stench of salted fish filling the courtyard, had been sick ever since. She ordered the remnants to be discarded, but Madame Jiang insisted they were her sister's good intentions. Reluctantly, Jiang Liuli allowed the servants to discreetly remove the items. However, with 5 carts of salted fish and cured meat, how long would it take to dispose of such a quantity? After finishing her breakfast, Jiang Chun buzzed around her incessantly. Sister, how do you find the rouge I gifted you? It is a premium product I specially procured from Jiangnan, rare, even in the capital. By the way, the second young lady of the Lin family has passed her examination and wishes to invite us over in 3 days. Will you join us? I will accompany you. Jiang Shuyue pondered. The second young lady of the Lin family? That name sounds familiar. The system interjected, she is your second brother's beloved. Initially, they were deeply in love. But after your brother's decline, the Lin family opposed their union. Your father, feigning sorrow, lamented, and thus the Lin family married their daughter to the nephew of Qin Wanru. Jiang Chen nearly ground his teeth in frustration. Damn it, the nephew of a courtesan dares to compete for a woman with me. Jiang Shuyue couldn't help but chuckle. This foolish giant, so imposing, yet he can't even keep a woman. The system replied, in truth, he is rather shy. When it comes to Lin Shuangshuang, he either stumbles over his words or babbles due to nervousness. Once, during an intimate moment, he intended to confess but ended up saying, you look like a piglet. He meant to compliment her beauty, recalling a delicious roast suckling pig he had recently enjoyed, thinking it adorable. Yet it backfired horribly. Jiang Shuyue was momentarily stunned, then erupted into laughter in her heart. Ha ha, how could he compare a girl to a piglet? Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen, feeling helpless, pouted. He didn't wish for this either, but upon seeing Lin Shuangshuang, his tongue always faltered. Lowering his head, he said, Yue, please accompany me. Shuang has ignored me for 7 days. Jiang Shuyue replied, what would I do there? Am I to partake in your sweets? If there are any melons, I might consider it. The system chimed in. Oh, the melons from the Lin family are quite delightful, and they have plenty of green tea, which can help you accumulate green tea points. Jiang Shuyue immediately grasped Jiang Chen's hand. You must keep your word, second brother. If you go back on it, I shall weep for you. Jiang Chen, terrified of a girl's tears, quickly nodded. Rest assured, a man of honor will always keep his word. Jiang Shuyue smiled faintly. Boys were indeed easy to manage. Shuyue, what mischief are you up to now? Turning to the voice, she saw a handsome young man in white, standing with arms crossed, accompanied by the sobbing Jiang Liuli. What mischief? What nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Wuqing frowned. What did you say? Jiang Shuyue blinked innocently. I said nothing. Did you mishear? Elder brother? With a teasing smile, she added, my elder brother is handsome, intelligent, responsible, and reliable. It's just a pity he is blind. Jiang Wuqing scrutinized Jiang Shuyue for a while, unable to see her lips move, yet distinctly hearing her voice. I can guess. It must be Jiang Liuli hesitating to speak before you, yet every hint points to me. So you come to find trouble with me. It's just tears. I can do that too. Jiang Shuyue's eyes instantly glistened with unshed tears. I didn't tea. Jiang Liuli quickly protested. Sister, how can you speak such nonsense? I never said that. But your actions speak otherwise. In truth, Jiang Liuli felt unworthy and had been avoiding her elder brother, yet she had done nothing this time. And he was still so fierce. It seemed, as the younger sister said, he truly did not favor her. Jiang Wuqing's heart was in turmoil. He had never disliked Jiang Shuyue. On the contrary, he cared for her deeply, fearing she might suffer outside, hence his strictness. Moreover, every time he sent Liuli, it was to inquire about her needs and desires. How could it be? Jiang Wuqing looked at Jiang Liuli in shock, unable to believe she would engage in such duplicity. Jiang Liuli was equally flustered. She knew Jiang Shuyue feared Jiang Wuqing the most, and Jiang Shuyue had always been inarticulate. How could she? Jiang Liuli awkwardly defended herself. No. Brother, don't listen to my sister's nonsense. Sister, quickly tell him this is all a fabrication. Jiang Shuyue retorted. Look, the White Lotus is attempting to coerce me into lying. She has quite the audacity. The system chimed in. Host, engaging in green tea antics can earn you extra points. Jiang Shuyue perked up. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chapter 20. The cunning little sister emerges. Jiang Shuyue took a few steps back behind Jiang Chen, her head bowed in trepidation.
Indeed.
Whatever my sister says shall be accepted without retort. Jiang Liuli was rendered speechless. Her silence spoke volumes, more potent than words could convey. Fury simmered within Jiang Liuli. Previously, she had employed this tactic against Jiang Shuyue, and now she found herself on the receiving end of this insidious treatment. Unable to unleash her ire verbally, she clenched her teeth and swallowed her anger. If my sister insists, then so be it. Whatever you say shall be taken as truth. Rest assured, dear sister, I shall not contest you any longer. As for hairpins, garments, and cosmetics, take whatever you fancy. I shall not protest. However, there is one thing you must not covet, my husband. Do not even think of him. What do you mean? When have I ever taken your belongings or coveted your husband? Jiang Shuyue blinked innocently. Not at all. Yet you are wearing the hairpin you seized from me. That was a gift from my second brother, which I wore for merely a day before you claimed it matched your gown beautifully. After borrowing it, you never returned it. I fear you might wish to borrow my husband next. Jiang Shuyue clung to Jiang Chen's sleeve with a pitiful demeanor. Jiang Chen's brows furrowed. His gaze towards Jiang Liuli now laced with contempt. Previously, he had inquired about the hairpin, and Jiang Liuli had claimed that Jiang Shuyue wished to discard it, deeming it too precious to part with. To think it was all a ruse. Jiang Wuxie was astounded. The exquisite earrings he had painstakingly chosen, costing over 700 taels, had been traded by Jiang Liuli for a mere worthless hairpin? She had even claimed it was given to her because Jiang Shuyue found him too stingy and unappealing. Thus, Jiang Liuli had been deceiving him all along? Jiang Wuxie struggled to reconcile the image of his beloved sister with that of a master of deceit. Tears streamed down Jiang Liuli's cheeks. Sister, it was you who deemed it lacking, and thus gifted it to me. How can you distort the truth and speak of me in such a manner? Brother, you must stand up for me. Jiang Shuyue replied, Me, disdainful? Before my marriage, my entire net worth was scarcely 20 taels. Would I be in a position to disdain something worth hundreds? It would be a blessing if it did not disdain me. How could they allow their own sister to appear so destitute? Guilt welled up in the two brothers. Jiang Shuyue continued, moreover, My sister has neither a birthday nor an occasion worthy of gifts. I could perhaps spare a couple of items, but 18? To toil in the garden while giving everything to others. How could that be? I am not foolish. Before Jiang Liuli could interject, Jiang Shuyue, with utmost sincerity, grasped her hand. Yet, I harbor no ill feelings towards my sister. After all, this marriage was originally yours. Who could have anticipated that the marquis would treat me so well? I understand your good intentions, dear sister. Jiang Liuli tilted her head, perplexed. What good intentions? However, the marquis treats me exceedingly well, and his children are dutiful and considerate. This attire I wear was gifted to me by them. Jiang Liuli nearly choked on her own blood. Her garments were crafted from priceless shoe brocade, adorned with Sioux embroidery, and her hairpin, fashioned from pure gold and inlaid with rubies, was of immeasurable worth. This should have all belonged to her. Jiang Shuyue thought, Let her steal my belongings, let her be blind, let her suffer the consequences. System. Congratulations, host, for infuriating the White Lotus to near death. The system rewards you with 3 green tea points. Accumulate 10 points. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, Only 10 points? Jiang Liuli is lacking, despite my efforts. I have yet to vex her to the point of illness. Jiang Shuyue remarked, Little sister, is such cruelty necessary? It seems excessively vindictive. Jiang Shuyue responded, 300 green tea points are required to redeem a cleansing elixir for my second brother. I must stoke the flames further. Jiang Shuyue, realizing her intentions were for their second brother, felt a pang of appreciation for her kindness. Jiang Shuyue winked at him. Brother, I truly adored those earrings. I heard they are one of a kind. Acquiring them in the future will be nearly impossible. I was heartbroken for quite some time. As 2 tears fell from her eyes, Jiang Shuyue's heart softened. In that case, Liuli, return the items to Shuyue. Brother, those were given to me by sister. Why do you not believe me? Jiang Liuli wept profusely, her tears falling like rain on a pear blossom. Jiang Shuyue thought, truly a white lotus. Even her tears are beautiful. But how dare she speak such words? System. You forget, she has no face. Jiang Liuli previously damaged your brother's ancient painting and insinuated to Jiang Shuyue that you were responsible, resulting in your punishment of kneeling for 10 hours. Jiang Shuyue mused. My knees nearly suffered irreparable harm. Brother is at fault too. Should I not cause him a moment of discomfort? Jiang Shuyue protested against the injustice. I clearly told mother and grandmother that breaking it was of no consequence and that a few words of reprimand would suffice. I never ordered my little sister to kneel. It is merely a painting, no matter its value. It cannot compare to my beloved sister. If he had known, he would never have allowed her to kneel for so long. Jiang Shuyue felt a pang of regret. How many secrets had this family kept from him, and how many injustices had been done to his little sister? Jiang Liuli gritted her teeth in resolve. What a fine sentiment. Do not covet what is not yours. Just wait. All that belongs to the Jiang family will eventually be mine. Jiang Shuyue removed the earrings and offered them to her. Brother is right. My sister was abrupt. Please do not take offense, dear sister. We are family. How could I harbor any ill will towards you? As Jiang Shuyue extended her hand to receive the earrings, a faint smile graced her lips. Her fingers trembled, and the earrings fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Oh, dear. Sister, what are you doing? Even if you're upset, you should not take it out on the earrings. Brother's intentions have been soiled by your actions. Jiang Liuli stared at the shattered earrings on the ground, her heart pounding. No, I clearly handed them over. How could they break? Jiang Shuyue thought, fool. With your meager skills, you dare to compete with me? Dream on. Jiang Shuyue remarked, sister. You are rather cunning, are you not? Chapter 21. So this is the kind of brother I have. Jiang Liuli, filled with fury, exclaimed, nonsense. It was clearly you who failed to catch it. And yet you dare to wrongfully accuse me. You little wretch, do not think that just because you have the support of the Ho residents you are remarkable. This is the Jiang family, and we will not tolerate your insolence. Everyone was taken aback. Jiang Shuyue, momentarily stunned, couldn't help but burst into laughter internally. Haha, this is absolutely hilarious. I've only spoken 2 sentences, and she's already self-destructed. Oh dear. This supposed pure white lotus is not as composed as she pretended to be. After hiding her true self for so long, she crumbles in an instant. TSK, TSK, TSK. System. Congratulations, host. Your green tea points have increased by 30. After speaking, Zhang Liuli regretted her outburst. How could she have let her true feelings slip? No, brother, please listen. I was merely reacting in anger. Anger? You shattered Yuer's belongings, and we witnessed it firsthand. What misunderstandings could there possibly be? Jiang Chun remained silent for a long time, but when he finally spoke, he silenced Zhang Liuli with his words. I see that your usual noble demeanor is merely a facade. It is you who should learn proper decorum. At least Yuer would never insult her family. Furthermore, this is the Jiang family. My elder brother and I, along with Yuer, are the legitimate members. You, merely adopted, should not take our kindness for granted. If you dare to insult Yuer again, I will not be so courteous. Jiang Shuyue thought, has my second brother truly become enlightened? His mind is sharp and his words are astute. What a waste it would be if he were to act as a mere mouthpiece. Though Jiang Chen did not comprehend what a mouthpiece entailed, he could tell that his sister was praising him. Zhang Liuli, in a panic, pleaded, No. I was just angry for a moment. Brother, you know my character. I truly did not mean to. Typically, when she cried, Jiang Wuxia would feel a pang of sympathy. Regardless of right or wrong, he would defend her, for after all, a girl has a delicate heart that requires nurturing. But now, all Jiang Wuxia felt was annoyance and disgust. He coolly shook off her hand. Though Xiao Chen's words may be a bit coarse, they are not without merit. Shuyue has suffered greatly because of you, and instead of showing gratitude, you choose to insult her. What a disgrace. Zhang Liuli could hardly believe it. Brother is actually punishing me? Wasn't he the one who doted on me the most? How could this sudden shift occur? With tears brimming in her eyes, she glared at Jiang Chun and fled in tears. Jiang Shuyue smirked. I can only imagine the thoughts racing through her mind. Jiang Shuyue, just you wait. I will not let you off the hook. System. Congratulations, host. Your green tea points have increased by another 50. Jiang Shuyue mused. At this rate, it won't be long before I can exchange for a cleansing elixir for my second brother. I wonder if he becomes a martial arts master. Will he turn foolish again and assist Zhang Liuli in bullying me? And as for my elder brother, he can be astute at times, yet utterly foolish at others. I cannot help but wonder if he will manage to evade this hidden plot. Jiang Wuxia was taken aback. Someone was plotting against him? This was intolerable. Clearing his throat, he said with a smile, Shuyue, it was my mistake before. I apologize. I've brought the finest pastries from the Drunken Cloud Pavilion. Would you care for some? Pastries?
Oh, yes.
After confronting that green tea, my throat is parched, and I am quite hungry. A few pastries would be delightful. Jiang Shuyue and Jiang Chen followed him to the courtyard. The courtyard exuded an air of scholarly elegance, and as the maidservant brought forth the pastries, she shot a glare at Jiang Shuyue before placing them before her. Jiang Shuyue thought, System, am I imagining things? Did she just glare at me? System, it's not your imagination. Jasmine is Zhang Liuli's accomplice. Seeing you here undoubtedly displeases her. Jiang Wuxia, unsteady, nearly dropped the pastries. How could Zhang Liuli, merely a young lady of the household, possess such influence to place spies within his courtyard? System, your elder brother is a key figure they wish to cultivate. They initially sent someone to monitor him in an attempt to control him, but upon realizing their plan was futile, they resorted to more sinister means. Jiang Wuxia grasped the significance of the word they. Who else could it be but Zhang Liuli? Jiang Shuyue lamented, my father, that despicable man, for the sake of wealth and status, would even betray his own flesh and blood. How pathetic. Suppressing his shock and anger, Jiang Wuxia offered Jiang Shuyue soft,
Glutinous bun.
freshly made and still warm. Do give it a try. Thank you, brother. Jasmine, standing nearby, regarded Jiang Shuyue with an even more venomous gaze. Jiang Shuyue thought, is she out of her mind? Does this spy dare to look at me like that? System, she is a highly ambitious spy. She drugged your brother, climbed into his bed, caused your future sister-in-law to die in a fit of rage, and then claimed to be carrying your brother's child, thus transforming from a maidservant into a concubine. Though she may be unattractive, her aspirations are grand. Jiang Shuyue replied, my future sister-in-law? That should be the esteemed young lady Ji Hanshuang from the Ji family, a graceful and dignified woman. What a shame. Jiang Chen knew how much his brother cherished Ji Hanshuang. She was his lifeline. In comparison, he felt somewhat fortunate. System, however. The child she claims to bear is not your brother's. She was already ruined long ago, 3 years prior. After giving birth, she did not receive your brother's affection, and in a fit of anger, she allied with your father and Jiang Liuli against him. After your brother became incapacitated, she even poisoned him slowly, rendering him a cripple. While parading her lover before him, Jiang Shuyue expressed her sympathy. Oh, how tragic that such a refined gentleman has fallen to this state. It is truly lamentable. Jiang Wuxia's gaze turned cold. How dare such a lowly maid cause him such harm? He glanced at Jasmine, and indeed, he could see the malice and resentment in her eyes. It was his own foolishness. When his mother had suggested that he needed more help, he had agreed without a second thought. He had never investigated their backgrounds. His mother would never harm him. She must have been deceived. While Jiang Wuxia was lost in thought, the system's indifferent voice chimed in. Now that we've discussed the melancholy matters, let us indulge in some gossip to lighten the mood. Did you know? Your brother, on the surface, appears to be a refined gentleman, embodying all virtues of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom. Yet in truth, he is no different from your second brother. At 3 years old, he would sneak mud into the shoes of his tutor. At 6, he would scheme against rivals, causing them to lose their way. At 8, he wrote lyrics for the theater to earn money, and at 10, to secure a marriage with a young lady from the Ji family, he seduced 10 beautiful women to distract his rivals. What is even more amusing is that your brother is a henpecked husband. Jiang Shuyue inquired, what does henpeck mean? System, a devoted husband. Ji Hanshuang says east. And he dares not go west, his wife is supreme. Jiang Shuyue laughed heartily. I never imagined my elder brother to be such a brother. Chapter 22. Even Shuang has big news to share. Jiang Wuxia felt his face flush.
So, what if he listened to his wife?
This is called cherishing one's spouse. He shifted the topic, addressing his younger sister. Sister, it was my fault in the past. From now on, I will take good care of your matters. And no one shall bully you again. Jiang Chen chimed in. I feel the same. Once our second brother masters his martial skills, who would dare to bully you? I would make them regret it. Jiang Shuyue smiled sweetly. Then second brother, work hard. A servant announced the arrival of Zhou Yunshin to escort them, and Jiang Shuyue, like a bee drawn to a flower, hurriedly lifted her skirt and dashed towards him. Upon seeing her rush towards him, Zhou Yunshin naturally opened his arms and caught her midway. Aren't you afraid of falling? Well, I wasn't, but after hearing you, I'm a bit scared now. Zhou Yunshin chuckled as he patted her head. Don't worry, I'm here. She felt a bit confused about whether she should be afraid or not. Aside from Jiang En and his paramour's family, everyone else stood at the door to bid farewell to Jiang Shuyue. It was quite a pity for her to change bowls and heat them up just to send food to Qinwanru. Jiang Chen was immediately displeased. Why should we? Our family may not be poor, but that disgusting thing doesn't deserve such good food. Even if it's spilled, it shouldn't benefit her. Jiang mother recalled the matter of the sound and thought it best not to inform her 2 sons just yet. They trusted Jiang and so thoroughly. If they were to learn that their own father had caused them such misery, how heart-wrenching it would be. Jiang mother forced a smile. Such a good thing would be a waste if spilled. Sending it to her is not wasteful. Perhaps there will be surprises in the future. Jiang Wuxia nodded. Mother is right. Although we are wealthy, we should not waste things. Quickly send it over, lest the porridge cools. Jiang Chen's face trembled with anger, prompting Jiang mother to laugh. Your temper, Chinner, is just like your second uncle's. When he was young, he wished to practice martial arts. But your grandfather insisted he study literature instead. Did your second uncle want to practice martial arts too? He truly is my dear brother. Mother. I also want to learn martial arts. Can you arrange for me to study? Jiang mother was overjoyed. Wonderful. Shenner, your ambition is commendable. I would never hinder you. Tomorrow, you shall go to your second uncle's house, and I will have him arrange a tutor to teach you well. I believe you will achieve great things in the future. Jiang Chen agreed at the door, momentarily forgetting about the bird's nest issue. Observing the changes in his family, Jiang Wuxie felt a bizarre suspicion arise within him. In the east courtyard, Jiang Liuli lay in Qin Wanru's arms, sobbing. Elder brother actually scolded me for that little wretch. And second brother sided with her. They were never like this before. Qin Wanru consoled her. That wretch is merely relying on the power of the marquis's residence to oppress others. Without the marquis's backing, she is nothing. This thought further fueled Jiang Liuli's resentment. The thing she despised had, in turn, benefited Jiang Shuyue. The bitterness lodged in her heart made her feel as though she might go mad. Jiang Liuli exclaimed, "What is just a marquis's residence? I am now destined for greatness. Once I become empress, just wait and see how I deal with her. Yes, that's my daughter. What's the big deal about a pair of earrings? Once you become empress, you can have whatever you desire, especially something as trivial as earrings." A servant brought in the midnight snack. "Miss, second miss. The kitchen's late-night snacks are ready." Upon seeing the bird's nest, Qin Wanru instinctively recalled her plan to poison Jiang mother and frowned slightly. However, she quickly relaxed. What's a mere bird's nest? The Jiang family will eventually be mine. If that old hag can eat it, so can I. After consuming a bowl of bird's nest, Qin Wanru felt a contented burp escape her lips. High-quality goods are indeed delightful. That night, a significant incident occurred in Jiang Wuxie's courtyard. A second-tier servant named Jasmine, in the dead of night, climbed onto the lord's bed only to inadvertently entice a guard. After being rejected, she suddenly went mad and ran naked through the Jiang residence. Upon learning of this, Jiang mother ordered her to be beaten to death. After the system finished gossiping to Jiang Shuyue, she lay on her bed, sighing. Jiang Shuyue thought, what a shame for such a good girl to degrade herself by provoking a henpecked husband. Thankfully, it turned out this way, otherwise, Jiang Wuxie would be in trouble. Zhou Yunshan smirked, noting her concern for such trivial matters. It seemed he had not been diligent enough. Zhou Yunshan turned over, pinning her down, and she tearfully clung to his neck. Jiang Shuyue protested. Are you coming again? Bowu, I think I'm going crazy. A system, save me. The system replied, signal blocked. After some time, Jiang Qin fulfilled his promise and took her to the Lin family to enjoy some gossip. Upon entering the Lin residence, everyone's expressions upon seeing Jiang Shuyue resembled those of a dye factory. Some had attended her wedding and were aware they could hear her thoughts. This group chose to remain silent, revealing not a whisper. After all, in a shared circle, one must avoid ridicule and not be seen as a source of oddities. Another group, fearing the marquis's power and curious about Jiang Shuyue's identity, ponder her reasons for being there. Lin Shuangshuang had heard about her little sister from Jiang Chen, thus her impression of Jiang Shuyue was not particularly favorable. Seeing Jiang Chen enter with her, chatting and laughing, Lin Shuangshuang's curiosity grew. She approached. Jiang Chen, are you all right? Of course, Shuangshuang. Let me introduce you. This is my little sister. A few days ago, she returned home, and I invited her to join you for your coming-of-age ceremony. Shuangshuang, you look stunning today. Jiang Shuyue, glancing at her second brother's smug expression, felt a bit disdainful. You always preach modesty to me, yet you're such a hypocrite. Lin Shuangshuang was taken aback. Was Jiang Shuyue actually speaking? Some in the crowd were unfazed. To be honest, they had missed hearing Jiang Shuyue's voice over the past few days. Jiang Shuyue surveyed the crowd. So many handsome men and beautiful women. It's even more spectacular than a matchmaking event. I wonder how many couples will form after the banquet. Lin Shuangshuang confirmed it was indeed Jiang Shuyue speaking. But today was her coming-of-age ceremony. How did it turn into a matchmaking event in her words? The system chimed in. Lin Shuangshuang's gossip has arrived. Do you wish to consume it now? Jiang Shuyue replied eagerly. Yes. Lin Shuangshuang blinked. She wants a gossip? What gossip? There's no gossip prepared today in the residence, except cucumbers. Jiang Chen's gaze fell on Jiang Shuyue, astonished to discover that Shuang had some gossip to share. Chapter 23. Robbing money is bad. Robbing a sister-in-law is even worse system. At today's coming-of-age ceremony, someone will propose to the second miss. He is the young master from the maternal family of Madame Lin's elder sister. Jiang Shuyue counted on her fingers. What a tangled web of relationships. Jiang Chen's face darkened, and he huffed discontentedly. Was Shuang even the type to be coveted? System. Madame Lin. Considering their connection and the fact that the suitor was last year's top scholar with a reputable character and family background, did not refuse and agreed to the match. Who would have thought that at the end of the banquet, Lin Shuang fell into the water and was saved by that man? Because her body was seen by others, the Lin family consented to the marriage. Jiang Shuyue was unaware of this matter. Perhaps it was a minor character. When the heavenly path introduced the scene, it did not impart this information into her mind. Everyone knew that last year's top scholar, Yu Wenjong, was a suave and talented individual, but regrettably, his family background was too humble, and as a base-born son, he only held a trivial position. Such a person was indeed unworthy of Lin's second miss. The system sighed, but who would have thought that Lin Shuang's fate was orchestrated by Yu Wenjong himself? His famous poetry was either plagiarized or obtained through coercion and bribery, having some impoverished scholars write for him. Even his examination was rigged. After becoming the top scholar, he became arrogant, relying on his favor, trampling on his legitimate brother, nearly causing his death. This time, aspiring to rise higher, he targeted the straightforward and gullible Lin's second miss, who, feeling unworthy of her brother, contemplated ending her own life. As a result, after marrying her, you imprisoned her in the courtyard, subjecting her to daily psychological manipulation, while also taking concubines and fathering children. By the time Lin Shuang discovered the truth, she had been poisoned and rendered infertile. The scoundrel continued to manipulate her until, on a dark and stormy night, she hanged herself in despair, seeking her brother. Jiang Shuyue looked at Lin Shuang with sympathy. Now she was still a bright and cheerful young girl. It was hard to imagine her eventual tragic fate. Jiang Shuyue cursed inwardly. Bastard. Is bullying women a thrill for you? Such a person should never cross my path, otherwise, I shall flay him alive to avenge all the girls of the world. The ladies around were moved to tears. They had heard that she was a commoner, unworthy of the limelight, yet they never expected her to possess such spirit. Lin Shuang's complexion turned pale as she mentioned Yu Wenjong. She had encountered him a few times. While she held no particular fondness for him, she did not think he was entirely bad. She had not imagined he would turn out to be such a person. Moreover, she had not married. Lin Shuang stole a glance at Jiang Chen, whose face had gone ashen, veins bulging on his forehead. He could hardly bear to speak harshly to Lin Shuang. How dare that scoundrel bully her? He was courting death. Madame Lin and Lord Lin's expressions darkened further. Considering their familial ties, they had treated Yu Wenjong with courtesy, never slighting him in the least. Moreover, Lord Lin had taken a keen interest in Yu's appointment, having already prepared to leverage connections. They never anticipated that the beast would treat their daughter in such a manner. Lord Lin had only 2 daughters. One had married into a wealthy family in Jiangnan and had a son. The remaining one was Lin Shuang. The daughter he cherished dearly. How dare Yu Wenjong? While Lord Lin had always looked down on Jiang Chen in comparison, he now found him more agreeable. After cursing the scoundrel in her heart 1,000 times, Jiang Shuyue felt a little better. Jiang Shuyue declared, "So that bastard intends to harm my sister-in-law today? Then I shall stand by Lin Shuang's side. If I do not twist his head off, I shall not be called Jiang Shuyue." Jiang Chen was both astonished and delighted. He was pleased that his sister cared for him so much, even referring to Shuang as sister-in-law. However, he was shocked. Twisting someone's head off was too outrageous. It was not something a young lady should do. The Lin family members regarded Jiang Shuyue with newfound respect. System. Do not act impulsively. He has an accomplice, the cousin of the Lin family, Chen Tingting, who is envious of Lin Shuang's superior fortune and secretly colluded with Yu Wenjong. Later, when Lin Shuang was imprisoned at the Yu household, it was also Chen Tingting who manipulated events, severing ties between the Lin family and Lin Shuang.
Jiang Shuyue retorted. Ah,
Another one who harms others without benefiting herself. What are these people thinking? Even if they manage to destroy Lin Shuangshuang, the benefits will not accrue to her. System. Jealousy, of course. The hearts of women are as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. I advise you not to speculate. The crowd nodded, feeling the truth of the system's words resonate with them. Jiang Shuyue rolled her eyes. So Chen Tingting is envious of my second sister-in-law? Let her stew in jealousy. I shall have my second brother propose shortly. Lin Shuangshuang and Jiang Chen exchanged a bashful glance, quickly averting their eyes. Lin Shuangshuang admitted to herself that she liked this little tyrant. But did he truly feel the same? Jiang Chen secretly rejoiced. How had he not thought of this? If that scoundrel could propose, why couldn't he? Not only would he propose, but he would do so grandly, ensuring the whole city knew that he, Jiang Chen, intended to marry Lin Huahuan. Jiang Chen whispered instructions to a servant, who, beaming with joy, dashed off like the wind. Madame Lin exchanged glances with Lord Lin, both of them eagerly grasping Jiang family's siblings' hands to usher them inside. As Jiang Shuyue ate, she surveyed the surrounding guests, yet she did not spot Yuan Zhong. Even after the coming-of-age ceremony concluded, the scoundrel did not make an appearance. Jiang Shuyue, feeling disgruntled, bit into a cucumber, about to complain that the plot was not unfolding as expected when the Liu family arrived. Lu Sheng entered the Lin household with 30 boxes of betrothal gifts. Beaming with joy, the Lin family exchanged glances and promptly escorted Lu Sheng to the back hall. Jiang Shuyue wondered aloud. Isn't that my second uncle? What is he doing here? Surely, he doesn't need 30 boxes to deliver gifts? System. He is proposing. A portion of the betrothal gifts for your two brothers is prepared by your mother, but the bulk is provided by your uncle and grandfather. Jiang Yueying was left speechless. Despite her second brother trembling in the presence of Lin Sekimis, he proved to be quite reliable when it mattered. Jiang Chen, blushing, leaned closer to Lin Shuangshuang. It's a bit sudden, but please don't mind. I really, well, you know. Lin Shuangshuang also blushed. Look at you. You're so awkward.
Is it so hard to say you like me?
Jiang Chen's face turned as red as a persimmon, scratching his head in a silly grin. He chuckled, I like you the most. The crowd was inundated with dog food, feeling quite full. Yet witnessing the union of lovers brought joy to most. However, Jiang Chen's reputation was less than stellar, and passing the father-in-law's scrutiny might still pose a challenge. It seemed. There were still more juicy tidbits to come. The crowd exchanged knowing smiles, their gazes resting on Jiang Shuyue, eager to hear more gossip. System. Latest news. Yuan Zhong has been apprehended by the Lin family, along with Chen Tingting. Chapter 24. Sent to the palace as a eunuch. Jiang Shuyue. Has the wretch been caught? Beat him, slap him, and carve flowers on his brother. Do not spare my face. The crowd, carving flowers. That sounds quite painful. Madame Lin slapped Yuan Zhong across the face. You filthy scoundrel. Has my Lin family not treated you well enough? How dare you scheme against my daughter? Scoundrel. Lord Lin smiled awkwardly. Lord Liu, I apologize for the inconvenience, but this matter is rather urgent. I hope you can wait a moment. Lu Ning, with a gentle smile, replied, No need for formality, Lord Lin. If you do not regard me as an outsider, I have no objections. Yuan Zhong, bound like a rice dumpling, fell to the ground and bounced back up. With his handsome features, he cried out, Cousin, you are truly wronging me. My feelings for Sister Shuangshuang are sincere and can be witnessed by heaven and earth. Even if you obstruct me, I will still seek to marry her. Do you wish for my demise? Furious, Lord Lin raised his foot, but Lu Ning stopped him. Lu Ning chuckled. Lord Lin, why be so angry? After all, he is just a younger generation, albeit a bit naive. Allow me to handle this. Before Lord Lin could react, Lu Ning delivered a resounding slap to Yuan Zhong. You little rascal, do you even know your place? You dare compete with my nephew for a bride? You are unworthy. I have already represented the Liu and Jiang families to propose marriage, so there is no place for you in the Lin family. Lu Ning turned and smiled. Rest assured, Lord Lin. Chen is of good nature, and he has begun training in martial arts to become a top scholar. The Duke of Southern Town has even engaged several tutors to train him, so Miss Second will undoubtedly be well cared for. Lord Lin had brought him in with the intention of deflecting blame. After all, Jiang Chen's reputation was far from pristine. Although he found Yu Wenzhong more agreeable, he was not the ideal choice. However, with Lu Ning mentioning the Jiang and Lu families, as well as the Duke, Lord Lin dared not hesitate. Thankfully, there was that little girl from the Jiang family. She was not one to hide the truth. With more interaction, it would soon be clear whether Jiang Chun had bullied his daughter. With that thought, Lord Lin's mood improved somewhat. Yu Wenzhong knelt on the ground, lamenting. "Aunt, you know my character. How could I possibly commit such an act? This is slander, pure slander. And you dare speak? Bring that little wretch here." The servants dragged Chen Tingting forward, along with her mother. Madame Chen immediately began to scold. "What is this? Our respectable family has been ruined by you. This is not over. I will certainly inform my husband and make him address this matter." Madame Lin had previously borne with her, thinking they were relatives and that it was rare to meet. Thus, she had turned a blind eye to any misdeeds. Little did she expect to have raised two ungrateful wolves. Madame Lin lashed out, turning Madame Chen's face into a swollen mess. "How dare you? You have raised a fine daughter, instigating outsiders to harm my girl. Be grateful I haven't killed her."
How could this be?
Is there a mistake? Though Madame Chen was somewhat reckless, she did not dare believe that Chen Tingting would have the audacity. She sighed and shook her head. Without evidence, it is indeed difficult to proceed, but it matters not. They must have poison on them. System. Indeed, after falling into the water and engaging with Yu Wenzhong, it was Chen Tingting who administered the drug. The evidence is still hidden in her possession. Madame Lin, hearing Jiang Shuyue's thoughts, immediately called out, "Bring her here. Strip her of her clothing and search for the incriminating evidence." Chen Tingting screamed in fear. "Let go of me. I am the eldest daughter of the Qin family. My father will not spare you for this." The Qin family held a fourth-grade official position, moderately influential in the capital, but due to their status, Chen Tingting was considered part of the official family. To publicly humiliate an official's family without facing retribution from the censors would be impossible. Lord Lin calmed down slightly, feeling somewhat troubled. Lu Ning smiled. "If you have done nothing wrong, we shall certainly apologize. However, if you truly conspired to harm Miss Second with poison, even if the Emperor speaks on your behalf, I shall ensure you pay dearly for it." Chen Tingting retorted. "You are from the Lu family. What business is it of yours with the Lin family? That is not how it works. Lin Shuangshuang is to be my future niece-in-law. As her uncle, it is my duty to protect her. No one shall harm her." Chen Tingting was momentarily speechless. What was so special about Lin Shuangshuang? All their fathers were fourth-grade officials. Her talents and beauty were nothing extraordinary. Why was everyone inclined to favor her? In the midst of Chen Tingting's frustration, two maids had already discovered the poison hidden in her garments. Jiang Shuyue. The incriminating evidence has been uncovered. If only we had further authentication. System. We do. The person Chen Tingting sent to make contact is her personal maid, though she is unaware that the maid's fiancé is the stable boy in the manor. Years ago, after falling from a horse due to her own reckless actions, she blamed the stable boy and had him killed. That boy was her childhood companion, raised together since youth. She has long harbored a deep hatred for Chen Tingting, eagerly seeking an opportunity for revenge. The Lin family exchanged knowing glances. Jiang Shuyue truly was a treasure, effortlessly providing what was needed. "Bring Chen Tingting's maid here. I declare today that whoever helps us relieve this grievance shall be a benefactor of the Lin family. But beware. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy if you choose to be a tool for the wicked." Lord Lin's words were overheard by Chuer, clever as she was. Upon seeing Lord Lin, she immediately knelt. "I testify. My young lady instructed me to procure poison to harm Miss Shuangshuang." Chen Tingting's head spun, and she fainted. The Lin family swiftly had them sign and seal agreements. After all, Chen Tingting was a daughter of the Qin family, and they were willing to pay 50,000 taels of silver to the Lin family to keep the incident under wraps. The Lin family agreed, but they retained a written record and forbade them from ever entering the Lin family's gates again. The Qin family was left reeling, unable to recover for a long time, with no time to fuss. However, Yu Wenzhong was left in a dire situation. As the instigator without any influential background, he would not receive any mercy, from Madame Lin. System. Madame Lin is truly formidable, arranging him a position close to the water's edge, ensuring a life without worries. Jiang Shuyue shook her head. What position? System, a eunuch. The crowd tensed. Such a position truly was close to the water's edge, guaranteeing a life of comfort. Jiang Shuyue felt a bit disheartened. Why did I not get such good fortune? What a pity! What a pity! Jiang Shuyue's reputation was already tarnished, and with her words, most in attendance resolved firmly. It is better to provoke the living Yama than to offend his wife. This woman is too formidable. Jiang Chen also felt speechless. Most men's privates are rather unsightly. How could this little lady not hesitate to get her hands dirty? Chapter 25. Bold and audacious. My second uncle after the ceremony concluded. The Lin family summoned Jiang Chen and Jiang Shuyue to the backyard. Lin Fong feigned ignorance, glaring at Jiang Chen. I hear you wish to marry my daughter. Do you believe you are worthy? Absolutely. I assure you, father-in-law, within 3 years, there will be 2 grandchildren. Lin Fong nearly choked. Was that truly what he meant? I am asking if you think you are deserving of my daughter. Let me tell you, Shuang is a treasure I have nurtured in the palm of my hand. She shall never wed a scoundrel. If you do not amend your wayward behavior, I shall give you a sound thrashing. Jiang Chen felt a wave of despair. He had merely dabbled in a bit of mischief, but he was not a true wastrel. Those escapades were instigated by Jiang Liuli and Jiang En. In all honesty, he had never even held the hands of those young ladies. Jiang Shuyue thought to herself, my foolish second brother, can he not discern that Lord Lin has softened? He should express his intentions promptly. Jiang Chen, taken aback, promptly knelt grinning. Do not worry, father-in-law, I shall treat Shuang with utmost care. If she suffers even the slightest grievance, I would deserve the worst fate. Enough, enough. Lin Fong was on the verge of apoplexy. Was his inquiry not clear enough? Did he need to be more explicit? Jiang Shuyue, with a radiant smile, pressed down on Jiang Chen's head. Regarding matters of marriage, parental consent and a matchmaker's word are paramount. Even though my second uncle has come forth, my parents ought to make a personal visit. Jiang Chen blinked, beaming like a delighted monkey. He dashed out of the Lin residence. Jiang Shuyue, previously engrossed in the spectacle, now scrutinized Lu Ning, realizing he was indeed her uncle. She was beautiful, and Lu Ning was equally handsome. Upon entering the carriage, Lu Ning casually attempted to extract information. Heir, how is your relationship with your father lately?
Quite well.
Jiang Shuyue mused. I recall my second uncle's persona, appearing refined but possessing a ruthless heart, fiercely protective of his own. If only he could deal with Jiang En. What a sin. I aspire to ascend. How could I harbor such thoughts? Moreover, calamities linger for a millennium. Jiang En will likely live a long life. Lu Ning was nearly beside himself with frustration. When his sister wrote to them, their family could hardly believe it until their eldest nephew sought loyal servants, at which point the Lu family realized calamity had struck. Lu Ning wished to confirm this with his own ears. Heir, do you harbor hatred for your father? And your mother? Not at all. My parents gave me life. What right do I have to resent them? Jiang Shuyue thought. My mother is merely a romantic fool, hardly deserving of hatred. But my father, given the opportunity, I would relish the chance to practice my skills on him. Lu Ning restrained himself. This little girl has a sweet tongue but a cunning heart. She certainly embodies his spirit. The system suddenly interjected. Host, your second uncle is quite formidable. Do you wish to partake in his tale? Liu Ning. Wait, who is the one extracting information here? System. When your second uncle was 3, he could not speak, leading your grandfather to believe he was mute. They sought numerous physicians, but to no avail. The family was on the verge of giving up. Until your second uncle finally spoke. What a surprise that was. Once he began, there was no stopping him, and the Lu household has been in disarray ever since. Only finding solace when your mother was born. Your second uncle wreaked havoc while your mother rallied support. He even pulled the tutor's beard while she chased him with a broom. Your second uncle's childhood was spent under the dual influence of your mother's sweet treats and strict discipline. The bond between the siblings is unparalleled. Jiang Shuyue remarked. So my second uncle is not only a sister con but also quite the troublemaker. System. Additionally, your second uncle's heart is set on you. We have arrived at the marquis' residence. It seems the eldest son is waiting for you at the door. Jiang Shuyue suddenly cast a glance at Lu Ning. Jiang Shuyue was not favored by her maternal family. Even during her wedding, they had not made an appearance. Their sudden friendliness now was suspect. Jiang Shuyue deliberately awaited her at the entrance to provide her with support, demonstrating that Jiang Shuyue now had allies and was not someone they could easily bully. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, "Oh, my son is so handsome and understanding. I truly wish to kiss him." Jiang Shuyue and Lu Ning replied in unison, "That is unnecessary." Lu Ning presented a delicate box to Jiang Shuyue. "This is from your grandfather, who insisted I deliver it to you. When your mother suggested you go to the marquis' residence, your grandfather strongly opposed it, causing quite the uproar at home. He believes one should not squander wealth. She adored receiving gifts. Thank you, uncle. Farewell." Jiang Shuyue beamed as she pulled Jiang Shuyue inside. Lu Ning exhaled in relief. Thankfully, the little rascal appeared just in time. Otherwise, his own secrets would have been revealed. Humming a cheerful tune, Lu Ning prepared to board the carriage when Jiang Shuyue's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "System. Who exactly is my second uncle's beloved? System. It is Empress Hui." Jiang Shuyue was astounded. Good heavens, my second uncle is quite the character. Daring to pursue the emperor's woman. What a true man. Lu Ning felt as if he might weep. This could lead to a death sentence. Such matters must not be spoken of lightly. He hastened away, determined to persuade his sister to caution you. Not every tale is suitable for consumption. A staggering 50 large chests and 10 carts of gifts made Jiang An's heart bleed. Jiang An lamented, "My dear, is it appropriate for Chen'er to marry at such a young age? Furthermore, our eldest son has yet to secure his own future. How can a second son marry first?" Jiang Wuxia waved her hand dismissively. "Nonsense. Establishing a family and a career is essential. It is rare for my younger brother to settle down. As his elder sibling, I am exceedingly pleased. My elder brother truly understands me. At the wedding feast, I shall toast you generously." Jiang An's expression darkened. It had only been a few days. And now Jiang Chun was to wed, taking a third of their family fortune as a dowry. Watching his wealth dwindle so drastically was distressing.
Yet,
the Lin family was not particularly affluent. Were they not being overly extravagant? Jiang Chun retorted, "What if they are not wealthy? This dowry was originally prepared by my mother. And whoever I marry shall receive this amount. Is it that you are reluctant to part with the funds for me?" Chapter 26. Embracing Jiang Shuyue. How could this be? I merely considered your youth, fearing you might not withstand the trials of life. What if you were to mistreat her? Worry not. I have cherished Shuang for many years. To marry her would be my fortune, and whatever she desires shall be my command. By the way, my maternal grandfather's friend is a master of calligraphy, is he not? That would be Grandfather Wang. My father-in-law has a fondness for calligraphy. I shall beseech my grandfather to ask Grandfather Wang to write me a piece of art. She shall surely adore it. Jiang Qin cheerfully dashed outside. Jiang mother chuckled. Look at him. We seldom see him so enthusiastic. The mere mention of Shuang ignites such fervor. Jiang Wuxia exchanged laughter with Jiang mother, and Jiang An could not help but chime in. Yet, his heart bled with anguish. All these riches and properties should have rightfully belonged to him, but now they have fallen into the hands of the Lin family. His original plan was to ruin Jiang Chen's reputation. The old man of the Lin family held himself in high esteem and would never consider marrying his daughter to someone of such a dubious standing. He understood how deeply Jiang Chen cherished Lin Shuang. If he could only sabotage their engagement, Jiang Chen would inevitably bring about his own downfall without any further intervention from him. Jiang An never imagined that merely attending a coming-of-age ceremony would lead to the confirmation of a marriage. Yet they had sought out the Lu family first. The more he pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. Jiang Chen's actions were somewhat unprincipled. As his father, why had he gone to seek Lord Lu first? Jiang mother remarked, "What is wrong with seeking my brother? He is family after all. Jiang Qian is studying there. It is only natural he would think of him first." Indeed, father, my second uncle treats Jiang Chen quite well, and since half of Jiang Chen's betrothal gifts are with the Lu family, it makes sense to consult them. These two rascals were already quite related to the Lu family. Jiang grew increasingly displeased with his son and turned to find Qin Wanru. Jiang mother sighed. Well, let us continue counting the betrothal gifts. Jiang Wuxie and Jiang mother contributed a portion from their private funds. When it came time for the wedding, the spectacle would indeed rival a 10-mile bridal procession. The next day, while the sky was still shrouded in darkness, the servants of the marquis residence busily prepared Jiang Shuyue for her appearance. Zhou Luming observed her with some exasperation. Father, no matter how loudly we call her, she remains unresponsive. Should we not delay entering the palace? The emperor himself had issued a decree to see her. There was no choice but to proceed. But she was sleeping far too soundly. Would it truly be wise to enter the palace in such a state? When Jiang Shuyue was placed into the carriage, she was still drooling. The onlookers remarked, "Never have we seen the marquis suffer such a loss." At that moment in the palace, the emperor was notably more excited than usual. He had heard of Jiang Shuyue's affairs from his elder brother the previous day. The national master had displayed an expression akin to seeing a ghost, utterly disbelieving. As long as it could vex that young brother of his, the emperor was elated. Move quickly. Do not delay the morning court. Eunuch Lu lamented, Your Majesty, even if the national master and Prince Huai arrive early for court today, there is no need for such haste. We still have half an hour before court begins. Nonsense. That old fellow is worth my welcome. As for my younger brother, just prepare a thick cushion and a soft blanket for him. Today, I intend to witness something of great significance. What a pity the national master is unwell. Otherwise, I would have allowed that old fellow some suffering today. The emperor hastily donned his boots, humming a cheerful tune, and briskly made his way to the golden throne hall. Since ascending the throne, he had never anticipated court with such eagerness. Eunuch Lu, puzzled, noted that what made today extraordinary was the wife of the Marquis of Zhennan entering the palace. Eunuch Lu found it curious, after all. She was merely a minister's wife. Even if the Marquis of Zhennan enjoyed the emperor's favor, it hardly warranted such anticipation. How strange. The system nudged her mind. Wake up. We have arrived at the palace.
Who am I?
Where am I? Never mind. I shall continue to sleep. Jiang Shuyue tilted her head, resting upon something of moderate softness and firmness, and resumed her slumber. Zhou Yunshin, with an expression of indifference, held Jiang Shuyue in his arms. Casting a cold glance at those around them, everyone looked away, pretending not to see. Jiang Shuyue snuggled closer to Zhou Yunshin, feeling a draft in the room. Zhou Yunshin wrapped her more securely. Upon entering the Golden Throne Hall, he noticed an extra chair beside Prince Huai and sat down, placing her on his lap. Prince Huai exclaimed, Wait a moment. You, a mere minister, do not stand during court, but now you dare to flaunt your affection in front of me? Whom do you look down upon? The system beeped twice in Jiang Shuyue's ear, whispering, Time to wake up. Something juicy is happening. Jiang Shuyue responded, Juicy? Where? Suddenly, she sat upright, her head colliding with something hard. Ouch! That hurt. Zhou Yunshin rubbed his chin. He hadn't complained about the pain yet. And this woman was truly...
Huh?
Jiang Shuyue, oblivious to Zhou Yunshin's expression, was merely curious. When had her surroundings transformed into a golden spectacle? And who is this remarkably handsome young man? Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, System, give me a jolt. The system replied, What would you like me to shock you for? Jiang Shuyue explained, I dreamt of a handsome beauty, and I fear I may be drifting into a spring dream. After all, I am a married woman. It would be quite indecent to stray in my dreams. The system replied, Apologies. This system is not a punitive system and does not possess a shock function. Prince Huai nearly bit his tongue. This woman was indeed as formidable as the emperor had described. Zhou Yunshin was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. She audaciously gazed at another man and was aware of such things as spring dreams. Yet, she also knew when to hold her tongue, which pleased him somewhat. Prince Huai chuckled. I have long heard that the Marquis of Zhennan's wife is extraordinary. Seeing is believing, and today I have borne witness. Jiang Shuyue thought, A beauty is indeed a beauty, exuding elegance like orchids. Her demeanor is unparalleled. Had I not been married, I would have certainly leaned in for a kiss or two. A smile graced Prince Huai's lips, leaving the onlookers astonished. two formidable figures of this dynasty. One, the god of death, Zhou Yunshin, and the other, the unpredictable Prince Huai. He was the emperor's full-blooded brother and the favored youngest son of the Empress Dowager. Originally, he had prospects for the throne, but due to an assassination attempt in his youth, although he survived, he was left confined to a wheelchair. The Empress Dowager had harbored resentment towards the emperor due to this incident, which led the emperor to be particularly considerate of his younger brother. Prince Huai was capable yet disabled, with a temper far exceeding that of others. A moment's carelessness could result in offense, risking one's life. At this moment, the two fierce individuals were juxtaposed, one beaming with delight while the other glared at Prince Huai, cradling Jiang Shuyue with an air of indignation. Was this what they were allowed to witness? The most fearsome of all was Jiang Shuyue. Sleeping with the Marquis of Zhen now was not enough. She audaciously wished to dally with Prince Huai. Chapter 27. The eccentric uncle in the palace system. I advise you to wake up and first take a look at your surroundings before rambling on. Jiang Shuyue. Where could I possibly be? This just a dream. Oh my goodness. Where am I? A group of rugged old men, regardless of whether they could hear Jiang Shuyue's inner thoughts, were all staring at her intently. Lu Ning smiled cheerfully, waving to her. Look, that's his niece. Sandwiched between two fierce-looking men, this truly brings honor to the Lu family.
Cough. Cough.
Little sister-in-law. The emperor leaned forward with a beaming smile. Sitting in his wheelchair, this is the Golden Luan Hall. What do you think? Do you like it? Jiang Shuyue. She glanced at the emperor, then at Zhou Yunshin, and finally at the group of unfamiliar and familiar old men, her mind spiraling into chaos. Oh no! Oh no! Why are so many old men surrounding me? Where are my clothes? Jiang Shuyue looked down at herself. Thank goodness, I haven't been taken advantage of. But how did I end up here?
Why?
It was your man who brought you here. Everyone felt a bit disgruntled. Old men? The oldest among them was merely 60 and the youngest was still in their 20s. How did they become old men? Lu Ning. That was directed at you all, anyway. It doesn't apply to me. Lin Fong. I may be an old man, but not a decrepit one. I have a good relationship with my relatives. Jiang Un, unaware of the happenings, observed the varied expressions of his colleagues, resembling a palette from a dye workshop. And the emperor. It had been years since he last saw Jiang Shuyue. Why did he seem so affectionate? How peculiar. The emperor smiled. My dear I held you in my arms when you were little. Do you remember me? Jiang Shuyue recalled a phrase. Eccentric uncle-y system. When you were a month old. The emperor was still the second prince. He attended your full moon banquet and held you once. After his ascension, when you were 3 years old, he held you again. And each time, you urinated on him. Jiang Shuyue blushed, feeling as if the gossip had turned on her. What is this? Even his own children wouldn't dare urinate on him, yet this girl did it twice, each time soaking him thoroughly. Perhaps it is a sign of favoritism. The emperor chuckled. I haven't seen you in ages. I had the Marquis of Zhenan bring you to the palace for a tour, to show you where I hold court. How do you find the Golden Luan Hall? Jiang Shuyue. It's beautiful, truly beautiful. Jiang Shuyue lowered her head, feeling quite shy. It is beautiful, but the method of being brought here is rather unique. I was still asleep. How could I be whisked away? Zhou Yunshin is utterly inconsiderate for not waking me. Zhou Yunshin felt wronged as well. He had called her, and even the servants in the estate assisted in waking her. She had simply been sleeping like a log. Jiang Shuyue. Moreover, since I'm entering the palace, I should have gone to bed earlier. After all, last night was quite intense 3 times. My back. I want to try new positions with him again. Everyone. The Marquis of Zhenan is impressive. Prince Huai felt a pang of envy. The Marquis of Zhenan, unlike him, was not crippled. Their marital relationship must be quite harmonious. System. Gossip. You've delayed for so long. Will you eat or not? Jiang Shuyue. Eat. I want to eat. System. Prince Huai resembles the late emperor the most and has grown up beside the Empress Dowager, receiving immense favor. He is widely recognized as the crown prince candidate. Are you aware of this? Jiang Shuyue nodded secretly. System. However, when he was 12, he accompanied the emperor on a mission and was nearly poisoned, which left him crippled. The Empress Dowager blamed the emperor, leading to a tenuous mother-son relationship. Upon hearing this, both Prince Huai and the emperor exchanged peculiar glances. The secrets of the royal family had always been sensitive. Zhou Yunxin had intended to discreetly alert her, but the emperor's gaze stopped him. System. Yet, they are unaware that the one who poisoned him was actually the Empress Dowager. Everyone's pupils dilated. Goodness, this was not something they should hear. The faces of Prince Huai and the emperor turned ashen, unable to believe that their mother would wish harm upon her own son. The emperor felt a heart-wrenching pain, as if 1,000 wounds had been inflicted upon him. Zhou Yunxin momentarily regretted his decision and contemplated whether he should knock her unconscious and take her away. Jiang Shuyue. Even a tiger does not eat its cubs, surely. It cannot be that serious? System. Such trivial matters do not warrant my system's attention. There's a bigger scoop. In truth, the sea cucumber soup sent by the Empress Dowager was not poisoned. She was merely a bit prideful. Years ago, her status was insufficient, causing her eldest son to be taken away from her. For all these years, she has longed to draw closer to him but has been uncertain how to do so. The emperor, too, is rather naive, believing the Empress Dowager's coldness signifies dislike, when in fact, both mother and son hold each other in great esteem. Jiang Shuyue. A classic case of having a mouth but not using it wisely. The emperor began to feel delighted again. His mother actually cared for him.
But why?
System. The one who poisoned him was their uncle.
What?
Prince Huai nearly jumped from his wheelchair, his knees throbbing in pain. Zhou Yunxin was also intrigued. Although Duke Qi was ambitious, both princes were born of the Empress Dowager, and whoever ascended to the throne would not affect him. Why would he do such a thing? System. To be precise, it was the Duke Qi's wife. During the power struggle between the eldest prince and the emperor, she resorted to this foolish act to secure her beloved's position. Her mindset was likely that one less competitor was better. When the eldest prince was ultimately defeated and perished, she harbored resentment toward the Qi family. Years later, the Duke Qi learned the truth, but to protect the Qi family, could only swallow his anger and feign ignorance. Jiang Shuyue. Another reason might be due to the prominence of his wife's family, right? Princess Qingping, the legitimate daughter of a prestigious family, the adopted daughter of the Grand Princess, the esteemed descendant of the poet sage. How convoluted is this identity? Prince Huai clenched his leg, recalling each time he encountered Princess Qingping. Her caring demeanor made him feel nauseous. The emperor never imagined that the root cause of his brother's suffering and the strain in his relationship with his mother was his aunt. That shameless woman even wished for her son to marry his daughter. What a delusion. The emperor squinted and smiled. Seeing you reminds me of the Grand Princess. Now that Princess Chaohua has come of age, I plan to. Jiang Shuyue perked up. Here it comes. The emperor intends to betroth Princess Chaohua to the son of Princess Qingping. System. What a pity. Princess Chaohua's heart belongs to the top scholar. They share a mutual affection, and after parting, the scholar never remarried. Princess Chaohua faced many hardships in her marital home, ultimately leading to her untimely demise. This is outrageous. Chapter 28. Summary of the laws of listening. Zhao Hua is his eldest daughter, cherished and nurtured in his palm since childhood. How dare that wretch wrong his daughter? The emperor hurriedly searched the crowd for the figure of the top scholar. It wasn't long before he spotted him, the one with the reddest face among the throng. Minister Shen, the emperor proclaimed, I recall you are a year older than Zhao Hua. She has previously praised your talents in my presence. Might I inquire if you are already promised to another? If not, how about I bestow Zhao Hua upon you? That is. Yes, no, your majesty, I am grateful for your benevolence. Shun Ji knocked his head 3 times in fervent gratitude. The suddenness of such happiness left him momentarily bewildered. Half of the ministers silently blessed the couple, though they sensed a discordant pairing. Nonetheless, this was a promising alliance. The other half were perplexed. Hadn't they heard that the emperor intended for the princess to wed the nephew of the Duke of Qinghe? How had it transformed into a match with Shun Ji? Jiang and felt a surge of anxiety. He had initially suggested this arrangement to the Duchess of Qinghe. If it fell through, would he not be implicated? Stepping forward, he feigned difficulty and said, Your Majesty, The top scholar hails from a humble background and holds a mere fifth-rank position. It may not be appropriate for the princess to marry beneath her station. Jiang Shuyue thought, here comes my treacherous father to stir the pot. I suspect he has ties with the Duchess of Qinghe. Otherwise, why would he exert himself so? The emperor suddenly understood. No wonder he had always found this little old man displeasing. He was indeed a treacherous figure. How absurd! The emperor scoffed. And the Duke of Huai interjected, I see that Shenji is young, capable, and possesses a commendable character. Most importantly, Xiaohua has affection for him. Do you have any objections? Well, even if there are objections, you must swallow them. The emperor's decree had been issued. What right did anyone have to challenge it? Jiang and trembled and knelt. I dare not. I am merely concerned for the princess's future, fearing she may end up without support in her old age. Impudent. The Duke of Huai seized a ceremonial whisk and hurled it at Jiang'an. What gives you the audacity to curse Princess Xiaohua with a fate of loneliness? Is she barren, or is there no one to rely on? Who are you to belittle her? Jiang'an trembled in fear, bewildered by his own reckless words. Jiang Shuyue burst into laughter. Ha ha. Let us deal with that old fox. It serves him right. He should be stripped of his ministerial position and made to clean the latrines to save his face. Zhou Yunshan also contemplated dealing with Jiang, but could not let him be reduced to such a demeaning task. After all, Jiang was his in-law. Such gossip would ruin his reputation. Your Majesty, Zhou Yunshan said, while Minister Zhang's words were indeed disrespectful, considering he was acting out of concern. I implore you to show leniency. The emperor nodded, since the Duke of Zhennan speaks on his behalf. Let him be demoted 3 ranks and have his salary docked for half a year.
Dismissed.
Jiang Shuyue cheered joyfully, exclaiming 10,000 blessings upon her uncle. The emperor sighed, smiling wryly. He was not yet 30, yet already deemed an uncle. As the crowd dispersed, eager onlookers wishing to linger in the palace were politely ushered out by the emperor. Lin Feng chuckled, Dear father-in-law, take it lightly. It's merely a transition from a first-rank official to a fourth. What's the big deal? Look at me, I've always been a 4th rank. And I still live quite happily. Indeed, Luning added, placing a hand on Jiang's shoulder. Fame and fortune are trivial matters. What truly matters is family. The emperor and the Duke of Zhennan hold your daughter in such high regard. Yours is truly a fortunate girl. The Jiang family is bound for greatness. Congratulations. Jiang felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, akin to swallowing a fly. Though she was his daughter, her future could not eclipse her ambitions. Furthermore, that wretched girl surely had ties to the Liu family. He must ensure his own ascendancy. Fuming, Jiang departed. Lin Feng and Lu Ning exchanged glances, smiling in agreement, and decided to celebrate at a tavern. Jiang Shuyue remained in the palace for a meal. She had been delivered in a bundle that morning, without tasting a drop of tea, and now found herself ravenous and parched, shamelessly stuffing food into her mouth. The emperor and the Duke of Huai observed her eating habits with amusement, remarking, This girl is quite the voracious eater. Zhou Yunshan wiped her mouth. Slow down. Don't choke yourself. Jiang Shuyue replied, The palace's cuisine is indeed delicious. You must visit often, tell me your favorites, and I shall have the imperial kitchen prepare them in advance. Thank you, your majesty. A palace attendant announced that Princess Xiaohua wished to see Jiang Shuyue, and the emperor sent someone to escort her. With envy in his heart, the emperor sighed, Deep brother, I must say, I envy you. Having such a lively gem by your side makes every day vibrant and delightful. Why did I not have such thoughts about her in my youth? If only I could bring her into the palace, I would find joy every day. Zhou Yunshan's gaze sharpened. Jiang Shuyue is my wife. I ask you to maintain decorum, your majesty. Merely a passing thought, merely a passing thought, the emperor murmured. Zhou Yunshan continued. My wife is carefree and innocent, possessing no ulterior motives beyond enjoying the moment. She is but a simple soul, solely interested in indulging in treats. I request that your majesty not entertain such thoughts. The emperor and the Duke of Huai exchanged glances, bemused. As they all pondered their own thoughts, they concluded several laws of listening. 1. Not everyone can hear Jiang Shuyue's inner voice. Those with ill intentions or from opposing factions cannot.
2.
There is a limitation on distance. Currently, within 300 meters, her voice can be assuredly heard. 3. They exist on a different plane. Akin to characters from the books Jiang Shuyue speaks of, allowing her to foresee certain future events. This foreknowledge of gossip is indeed a divine boon. Unbeknownst to Jiang Shuyue, on her way to meet Princess Zhao Hua, several of the most powerful men in Zhou had reached a consensus. She had become the Zhou's greatest treasure. She was unaware that these 3 men were stealthily trailing her, eager to be at the forefront of the unfolding drama. Jiang Shuyue, holding her little meat bun, happily rushed toward her next gossip destination. The palace was indeed a delightful place, overflowing with juicy tidbits. Not only were there plenty, but they were also substantial and delectable. The system chimed in, the gossip at Princess Zhao Hua's is scarce. Let us first enjoy a light appetizer, then seek a propitious location for something truly grand. Jiang Shuyue nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Jiang Shuyue, shall always be at the forefront of indulging in gossip and enjoying tea. The attendant leading the way twitched at the corners of his mouth, sensing that Princess Zhao Hua might not be safe. No, the entire palace was at risk. May the respective masters seek their own fortunes. Chapter 29. The hidden intentions of the wise concubine Princess Zhao Hua hosted a flower-viewing banquet in the imperial garden for Jiang Shuyue. Upon her arrival, Jiang Shuyue was greeted by the sight of the princess, resplendent in her delicate golden attire, her gaze fixed intently upon her. Her large eyes sparkled like bright bulbs, almost as if they were sending electric signals. Jiang Shuyue mused, truly, the eldest princess of the great Zhou is a living embodiment of gold. Beautiful and affluent, though her eyes seem a tad peculiar, so wide open. Could it be dry syndrome? Startled, Princess Zhao Hua blinked. Her astonishment had led her to stare out of sheer curiosity. She never anticipated her gaze would be misconstrued as a sign of affliction. Shunzi chuckled, Your Highness. This is the lady of the Duke of Zhunnan that I mentioned to you. I have heard tales of her innocence and brilliance, and meeting her in person is indeed a delightful experience. I feel as though I have missed out for far too long. Oh, you flatter me, Your Highness. I am not as remarkable as you think. Jiang Shuyue thought to herself, I had imagined the palace to be filled with cunning and scheming individuals. Yet here stands such an honest soul. Moreover, she appeared so soft and inviting, Jiang Shuyue couldn't help but wish to embrace her. A blush crept onto Princess Zhao Hua's cheeks. The audacity of wanting to be close in public, yet it wasn't entirely out of the question. Jiang Shuyue was only a few years her senior, and despite her slender frame, she was undeniably beautiful. Princess Zhao Hua took Jiang Shuyue's hand and smiled. Today, my smooth dealings with Shenling owe much to the Duke of Zhunnan's support. I shall forever remember this kindness, and from now on, we shall be close friends. Should you ever need anything, do not hesitate to ask. Zhao Hua shall not shy away. Jiang Shuyue thought, is this truly the kind-hearted and beautiful Princess Zhao Hua from the original tale? Reality seems to be slapping me in the face. Shenzi silently nodded. In his heart, Zhao Hua was indeed the epitome of beauty and kindness. The system remarked, Princess Zhao Hua is indeed beautiful and kind-hearted, attracting many admirers. Sensing a juicy piece of gossip, Jiang Shuyue straightened up, ready to indulge. Princess Zhao Hua and Shenzi settled into comfortable positions, prepared to listen. The system continued. The palace is akin to a vast vat, filled with all sorts of people and events, yet 2 matters stand out. Firstly, 3 years ago, the wise concubine entered the palace, actively pursuing the emperor, sharing his bed and bearing children. She is now expecting her second.
But
Jiang Shuyue perked up. The crucial point was approaching. The system chuckled. The wise concubine does not enter the palace for the emperor, nor for her family. Her motivation is a person she cannot openly name. Jiang Shuyue listened intently, as did the emperor and others who hid behind a rock nearby. The system announced loudly, the wise concubine's beloved is none other than the princess. With a splutter, Princess Zhao Hua sprayed tea all over Shenzi's face. Shenling, are you alright?
I didn't mean to.
I'm fine, Your Highness. Did you choke? Not at all. That is good, as long as you are unharmed. Their hands clasped tightly, their eyes locked in a mutual spark. Jiang Shuyue munched on sunflower seeds, savoring the sweetness of the gossip as the system nudged her. Focus on the gossip. I am not done yet. All right, continue. The system elaborated. Princess Chaohua met the wise concubine when she was 10, while the concubine was merely 11. Suddenly, her heart raced, and she found herself smitten, gradually consumed by longing. However, as they were both women, and the other was a princess, even the wise concubine could not keep her close. Thus, she devised a plan. Jiang Shuyue pondered, if you cannot have what you desire, you must either watch from a distance or obtain something else of value. Precisely. Hence, she willingly surrendered herself to the emperor, becoming the stepmother of Princess Chaohua. Jiang Shuyue felt tears welling up. The highest form of love is companionship. What a profoundly heartfelt confession. It was truly awe-inspiring. The emperor's expression shifted through a spectrum of colors. His concubine harbored feelings for his daughter, which led her to enter the palace and bear his children. Nothing about this situation felt right. He was caught in a conundrum, his heart heavy with discomfort. Prince Huai whispered, "Brother, try to see the bright side. At least you have an additional son, and the wise concubine is expecting another soon, so you Haven T lost out. Not losing out, you say?" The emperor felt an unprecedented urge to reprimand his younger brother. As Princess Chaohua listened, she felt a pang of sympathy for the wise concubine. Yet, upon reflection, something felt off. If there were genuine feelings, why did she often treat the concubine with such disdain, and even attempt to trap her on several occasions? The system interjected. It's a case of love turning to hate. The wise concubine was not innocent. Consider why I said she actively seduced the emperor. Do you think he would be easily swayed by mere beauty? Jiang Shuyue shook her head. No. I believe he is a wise ruler. Just based on his considered gestures, Jiang Shuyue deemed him a good emperor. The emperor's expression shifted from dark to red as he shot a challenging glance at Zhou Yunshin. Brother, your wife truly possesses discerning eyes. Zhou Yunshin felt an unsettling discontent brewing within, tempted to pull the emperor's hair. The system continued. The wise concubine hails from a family of third-rank officials. Initially, her sister was to enter the palace. To replace her sister, she pushed her down the stairs, injuring her leg, and then drugged the emperor to ascend to the dragon bed. Her original plan was to cultivate a deep bond with Princess Chaohua, but alas, the palace is filled with numerous women. Chaohua never regarded her as a mother or a friend, leading the wise concubine down a dark path. Thus, unable to possess you, she sought an alternative route. Do you think your status as a princess makes you immune to her machinations? Jiang Shuyue organized her thoughts. So, it was not merely a matter of watching what one cannot have. It was about obtaining it through any means necessary. This method involved the destruction of Princess Chaohua. A fallen phoenix is less than a mere chicken. In the end, she would still grasp the reins. How terrifying it is when a woman in love becomes so formidable. The system mused, in truth. The marriage proposal from the Qi royal family was also orchestrated by the wise concubine. Do you know how Princess Chaohua met her tragic end? Jiang Shuyue shook her head, although an ominous chill crept up her spine, causing her to rub her arms. The system sighed. It was the wise concubine. Princess Chaohua refused to engage in any intimacy with her. Enraged, the concubine instructed her nephew to bring about Chaohua's demise, all while she sat nearby, snacking on sunflower seeds for amusement. Princess Chaohua's complexion turned ashen, her stomach roiling. Shenzi's hatred for the wise concubine intensified. He recalled their previous meetings, where her demeanor had always struck him as peculiar. Now it all made sense. That venomous woman. How dare she? Chapter 30. Unable to rest, the emperor rubbed his lips with his fingers, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. Both Zhou Yunshin and Prince Huai understood that this was the emperor's subtle gesture indicating a desire for bloodshed, and not just any form of killing, but one that would leave the victim without a grave. Zhou Yunshin watched as Zhao Hua grew up. She was one of the few younger ones unafraid of him. Having bullied his niece, the virtuous consort could hardly blame anyone else. Jiang Shuyue, infuriated, exclaimed, "I thought my father was a beast, but it seems there are even more vile creatures, truly monstrous." Suddenly, she felt an urge to peel away the outer layer of that person to reveal the filth within. The system interjected, "There is no need to be so angry. The original plot has already diverged. The princess is to marry Shenzi, and the subsequent events will transform. Zhao Hua and Shenzi exchanged glances, relieved that Jiang Shuyue was present. Otherwise, the emperor would surely have arranged a marriage with a relative from the Qi family. Leaning against Shenzi's shoulder, Zhao Hua remained blissfully unaware of her father weeping like a child. "Oh, dear brother, how fortunate I am to have your wife here." Zhou Yunshin, feeling disdain, shrugged and shifted slightly aside, wary of moving too far lest he miss Jiang Shuyue's thoughts. He did not wish to miss any of the unfolding drama. Jiang Shuyue's expression relaxed somewhat. "Indeed, while I sensed the plot had veered off course and feared for what might happen, I now find myself rather fortunate. What a beautiful girl! May she not fall victim to any harm. The virtuous consort had better remain calm. Otherwise, I shall ensure she knows the consequences." The system replied, "It seems she cannot remain calm, for she is to give birth today." Zhao Hua was taken aback. The virtuous consort was giving birth today? But she was only 8 months pregnant. Could it be a premature delivery? As Zhao Hua pondered, a palace maid approached, bowing, "Greetings, your highness. The virtuous consort has prepared a gift to congratulate you on your good fortune in finding a worthy partner. She requests your presence." Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, "I just remembered." This is when Zhao Hua is framed by the virtuous consort and suffers a miscarriage. In a fit of rage, the emperor confines her and sends her to the house of that scoundrel. This is the first step to losing favor. I cannot allow Zhao Hua to go. The system insisted, "You must go. A sensational revelation awaits." Jiang Shuyue glanced at Zhao Hua, choosing between indulging in gossip or supporting her sister. Of course, she chose the gossip. "Thank you, your highness. We shall go at once," Jiang Shuyue said. Zhao Hua sighed. Sisterhood made of paper, easily torn. The palace maid looked displeased. "Madam, the virtuous consort has requested the princess, you see." Jiang Shuyue retorted, "You think I won't partake in the gossip? I certainly will." With an innocent expression, she continued, "This is my first visit to the palace. I am unfamiliar with the customs. I hope you can forgive me."
"Dear sister."
"However, considering the princess has treated me well and the emperor has stated I may move freely, it is only right that I visit the virtuous consort, who is with child. If you feel it inappropriate, then I shall refrain." "Your highness." Jiang Shuyue clung to Zhao Hua's arm, making pitiful sounds like a little puppy. "Did I do something wrong, bringing shame to you and my lord? It's all my fault. Perhaps I should find my lord and leave the palace instead." The palace maid was now sweating profusely. A sensible person would have taken the hint and left, yet this woman was defying expectations. Moreover, she intended to seek out the Marquis of Zhennan. Recently, their marital affairs had become public knowledge. Who didn't he know the Marquis dotes on his wife? Should he become enraged, even the virtuous consort could not save her head. The palace maid quickly smiled. "Madam, you misunderstand. I was merely concerned for the princess's condition. It is convenient for the princess to go, but not for me. Alas, I am unworthy." Zhao Hua, fully aware of the charade, felt a surge of protective instinct. She huffed at the maid. "Since it is inconvenient, let the virtuous consort take good care of herself. I shall not disturb her." The maid exclaimed, "It was I who spoke amiss. Please forgive me, your highness." "Madam, please forgive me." The maid's forehead was already bruised from her repeated bows. Jiang Shuyue interjected, "All right. Enough. You'll break the floor. Is there no money for repairs? Now, hurry, take me to the gossip." "Very well, lead the way," Zhao Hua agreed. The emperor watched them depart, letting out a deep sigh. Zhou Yunshin inquired, "Your Majesty, shall we follow?" "Indeed, who would refuse their own gossip? I shan't let others have the pleasure." Jiang Shuyue arrived at the virtuous consort's palace first, while Shenzi was halted at the door. "Wait for me here. With Shuyue around, I shall be safe." Zhao Hua tugged at his hand. Were it not for the crowd, she would have kissed him. Jiang Shuyue remarked, "Seeing them so affectionate suddenly makes me want to play the villain. To be frank, my family's villain is more handsome than the top scholar, possesses a better physique, and is wealthier, and moreover." Shenzi sighed, feeling overwhelmed. Zhao Hua had reached her limit. All right, your husband is the best. Is that enough?" She pulled Jiang Shuyue into the chamber. The emperor's large hand silently landed on Shunzi's shoulder. "Scholar, how does it feel to hold my daughter's hand?" The gentle voice whispered in his ear, making Shunzi shiver. He sensed that saying yes would lead to dire consequences, while saying no would lead to even worse. Inside, there was a faint, unpleasant aroma, not entirely repulsive, yet deeply discomforting. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, "This is a combination for miscarriage." The system responded, "I haven't revealed the gossip yet. How do you know?" Jiang Shuyue explained, "Herbs belong to the plant kingdom, which makes me part of a great lineage as well. I can discern the scent. Zhao Hua has arrived? I am unwell and cannot rise. Come closer, so I may see you." The virtuous consort lazily extended a hand from behind a curtain, beckoning Zhao Hua forward. Jiang Shuyue remarked, "Oh my, the jade egg on the virtuous consort's hand is magnificent. It is clear the emperor treats you splendidly. How enviable." The virtuous consort paused, surprised, and as she opened the curtain to rise, a glint of ferocity flashed in her eyes upon seeing Jiang Shuyue. "I do not recall inviting anyone else. I am Jiang, the wife of the Marquis of Zhennan. I have long heard of your grace, virtuous consort, and wished to meet you. Thus, I implored the princess to bring me here." Caught off guard, the virtuous consort found herself momentarily unable to respond. To strike or to scold, to expel was not an option. As the incense began to burn, what to do now? Jiang Shuyue urged, "System, why are you still dawdling? It is time for the revelation." Chapter 31. The profound love of the noble consort system. The noble consort previously bore a son and is now expecting a daughter. However, this child was not the result of a natural miscarriage. It was orchestrated. Jiang Shuyue, is someone attempting to harm the noble consort? The system shook its little pinky. No.
No.
The noble consort is quite astute. Consider how she ascended from a mere beauty to a consort in such a short span of years. She is no fool. This time, she arranged for the loss herself, both to frame the princess and because this child is not the emperor's. The emperor's countenance darkened. The noble consort's attendants had already been removed, leaving only 2 trusted aides kneeling at the door. They were oblivious to the unfolding events, but sensed an ominous chill emanating from the emperor. Zhou Yunshan expressed sympathy. "It's all right. My 3 children are not my biological offspring, and I still manage." The emperor retorted, "Nonsense. This is entirely different." Narrowing his eyes, the emperor contemplated 38 methods of execution in his mind. Jiang Yueying pondered, with the palace's stringent security, where could the noble consort have found her lover? System. Did you notice the personal eunuch by her side? He is a bona fide man, complete with all the attributes. Everyone followed the cue and glanced over. Eunuch Shin was of modest height and possessed an unremarkable appearance.
Exuding a somnia sinistre aura.
Even among the eunuchs, his gender was indistinguishable. Jiang Shuyue grimaced. What was the noble consort thinking? This fellow is hardly a shadow of the emperor. How could she bring herself to engage with him? Zhao Hua chuckled softly. Indeed, in terms of appearance and demeanor, this eunuch could not compare to the emperor in the slightest. System. This eunuch is actually a descendant of the remnants of the previous dynasty. Having endured hardships from a young age, influenced by his parents and former associates, he regards himself as a true son of the phoenix and dragon. He originally entered the palace with intentions of assassinating the emperor, only to discover a far more intriguing opportunity. His son could become the future emperor. What a splendid prospect. Thus, this man began to sow his seeds within the palace. Unfortunately, his looks made it difficult to approach the concubines. On a moonlit night, he uncovered the noble consort's secret and began to charm her with music. Through a series of encounters, he indeed managed to ascend to the noble consort's bed. Jiang Shuyue remarked, "In the dark, one truly cannot discern beauty from ugliness." System. The first child is his offspring, and the current one was conceived during a drunken escapade. At the time, the emperor was preoccupied with ancestral worship, complicating the timing of the birth. As fate would have it, the imperial physician diagnosed it as a girl. The noble consort was not particularly keen on the child and decided to use the situation to her advantage. The palace inhabitants are indeed extraordinary. The noble consort grew impatient, her expression darkening. What causes the princess to laugh so? Nothing. I simply feel joyful today and wish to express it. However, noble consort, you mentioned a gift for me, and I have been standing here for quite some time without seeing it. Surely, you are not jesting with me? Jiahua instinctively pulled Jiang Shuyue back a few steps. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave and not disturb the noble consort during her pregnancy.
Wait.
The noble consort descended from her bed, feeling a twinge of pain in her abdomen. She was aware that the time was drawing near. If she did not act swiftly, everything would be lost. The noble consort smiled. I am unwell today, which is why I wished for you to come closer to receive my gift. I did not anticipate such a misunderstanding. The fault lies with me.
Jiang Shuyue.
It is ill fortune for anyone who approaches. Jiang Shuyue pulled Jiahua to the door, refusing to enter. Your Highness, despite your discomfort, you still think of us. I am truly moved to tears. Yet, after all this time, I have yet to even glimpse the edge of the gift. Though it seems improbable, I am indeed curious. Are you perhaps attempting to deceive us? You. The noble consort's anger surged, intensifying her pain. She needed to draw them closer quickly. Slowly, the noble consort advanced, about to remove the ring from her finger when Jiang Shuyue interjected. Noble consort, are you intending to gift the princess a ring? A brand new one would suffice, but to offer a used one. Oh dear, who would have thought the noble consort to be so impoverished? Nonsense. This is a new jade piece from this year, immensely valuable. You ignorant fool, cease your baseless chatter. Jiang Shuyue's eyes glistened with tears as she hid behind Jiahua. Your Highness, she has not spoken incorrectly. It is indeed a second-hand item she has worn before. Moreover, it is merely a jade egg. I have presented far superior gifts to Lumina. Wouldn't you agree that the noble consort is rather destitute? Indeed, raising children entails considerable expenses. I can certainly empathize. Your Highness, perhaps we should refrain from accepting her gift. The consort is truly too poor. The noble consort was incensed, her fury igniting. Were it not for Jiahua's presence, she would have surely silenced the insolent wretch. Jiahua nodded. Shuyue is correct. I shall take my leave and not intrude on the consort. Wait, do not leave.
The
noble consort clutched the tablecloth and collapsed to the floor. The eunuch screamed. Someone. The consort has fallen. Your Highness, please assist. Jiahua, lacking experience, was oblivious to the dangers of such pretense. Upon seeing blood seeping from the noble consort's garment, she panicked and rushed to help her. Jiang Shuyue seized her hand and shouted, Good heavens, noble consort! What has happened? Your Highness, hasten to summon the physician. How could you be so careless? This is truly dreadful. Jiang Shuyue forcibly ushered Jiahua toward the exit. Jiang Shuyue. If Jiahua were to assist her, she would surely twist the narrative and accuse her of pushing her, right? You think you can play tricks on me? You are still too inexperienced. Jiahua was drenched in cold sweat. Thank goodness Jiang Shuyue was present today, otherwise her life would have been in ruins. The noble consort lay on the ground, calling out, Princess, do not leave. Do not go. Jiang Shuyue, the evil dragon roars. My ears are nearly shattered. Though the child is not at fault, her mother's recklessness has sealed her fate. May she seek her own salvation. Jiang Shuyue pulled Jiahua away. Zhou Yunshan kicked Shenzi, urging him to follow quickly. The three remained hidden in the shadows. Prince Hui patted his chest. You nearly frightened me to death. I almost exposed our presence. With your poor legs. Eavesdropping is indeed inconvenient. Why not let second brother carry you? We shall continue to follow. Zhou Yunshan nodded, hoisting him onto the emperor's back. Emperor, I referred to you as second brother. Why do you lack the spirit of martial ethics? From within, agonizing screams echoed. Zhou Yunshan, your majesty, what shall we do about the noble consort? Noble consort? What noble consort? I do not recall such a person in the palace. The emperor chuckled ominously. Chapter 32. The first encounter with the fourth prince being the daughter of a governor, she was already elevated to the status of a consort, yet she remained unsatisfied, even muddling the royal bloodline. The mercy shown by the emperor in not exterminating her entire clan was indeed profound. In the palace, a woman whose conduct was deemed improper was captured and, overwhelmed by shame, took her own life. All those associated with her were subsequently expelled from the palace. Such expulsion was tantamount to silencing witnesses. Elderly promptly arranged for his subordinates to take action. Your Highness, it is over, the virtuous consort stated. Zhou Yunshan added with a sharp remark, that remnant of the previous dynasty cannot be merely one individual. Leave it to His Highness, the Prince of Huai. He has a son and should be able to extract some information. The Prince of Huai humbly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Marquis of Jinnan, for your consideration. I shall not disappoint your expectations. The three gentlemen silently attended to the matter at hand before following suit. Jiang Shuyue inquired of the system. The virtuous consort is rather tea-like. After our confrontation, do I not gain any green tea points? The system responded, you do, but it is minimal. Hence, I am saving it for you. Currently, you require 150 green tea points to exchange for the cleansing pill for your second brother. Jiang Shuyue replied, no worries, it will come soon. However, is the cleansing pill beneficial for the Prince of Huai given his poor health? The system clarified. The cleansing pill can only transform one's constitution. It is of little use to those with paralyzed limbs. The heart of the Prince of Huai sank once again. Though he had heard of the cleansing pill from Zhou Yunshan, if the system deemed it ineffective, it must indeed be so. This realization extinguished his hopes. The system added. However, the Lingrong pill can work wonders. It is a premium elixir crafted by the celestial sovereign. Even shortened limbs can grow back, let alone his shattered bones and severed lower limb meridians. The Prince of Huai's eyes sparkled with hope. Such a treasure truly exists? Could his legs be saved? The system continued. Regrettably, the exchange cost of the Lingrong pill is exorbitantly high, starting at 1,000 green tea points. Host, are you truly prepared to exchange for it? You and the Prince of Huai are not related. It may not be worth wasting points. Jiang Shuyue fell into a contemplative silence, and the others, unable to hear her thoughts, felt a tinge of disappointment. The Prince of Huai shook his head with a bitter smile, hearing that green tea points are related to your ascension. It is indeed unnecessary for me to squander time on this. The system remarked, consider your decision carefully. You have not intervened in your mother's affairs, and there is no need to concern yourself with the Prince of Huai's matters. Jiang Shuyue countered, it is different. My mother is infatuated with love. She does not heed my words. For Jiang, and to face retribution is not a matter of the moment. The Prince of Huai is different. Look at his frail and pitiful demeanor. If he were to stand, he would undoubtedly be a glaring eyesore. Once I handle my second brother's affairs, I shall attend to his. Let me ponder how to earn the remaining green tea points. Jiang Shuyue contemplated several methods, all requiring her to provoke trouble. Her greatest ally at present was Zhou Yunshan. What if she angered him and he abandoned her? It is so difficult to find the right balance in life. The Prince of Huai was touched to the point of tears. She is truly doing this for me. Such a good person, indeed a good soul. After resting in the princess's chambers for a while, Jiang Shuyue awoke and inquired about the virtuous consort, but everyone fell silent, diverting the conversation. She found it peculiar. What is the matter? Upon hearing the virtuous consort's name, everyone looks as if they have encountered something unpleasant. The system explained, she died in childbirth, and the emperor has uncovered the true identity of that eunuch. The entire virtuous consort's palace has been purged. Purged? Is that the purge she understands? Jiang Shuyue exclaimed. So many lives lost just for choosing the wrong master. The virtuous consort has truly committed a grave sin. But what shall happen to their children? The 8th prince is still young. He cannot. The system reassured her. The emperor has sent the 8th prince to be raised by a noble, publicly claiming that he has passed away. The list of remnants from the previous dynasty has also been obtained. There should be movements in the coming days. Knowing the child was safe brought her considerable relief and improved her impression of the emperor. The power struggles she had witnessed were far more brutal than this. The current emperor could be considered lenient. Zhou Yunshan arrived with a small steamed bun, still steaming. The aroma instantly drew Jiang Shuyue's attention. My dear, is this for me? Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, wonderful. I adore the chicken made by the chef. I wonder if it is roasted or braised today. Zhou Yunshan replied, let us have braised chicken tonight. Frequent consumption of roasted chicken can lead to excessive heat. Jiang Shuyue eagerly nodded, braised is splendid. The sauce can be mixed with rice. It will surely be delectable. Zhou Yunshin took her left hand, slowing his pace to match hers. The system, observing her ungraceful manner of eating, feared she might accidentally choke and kindly offered a warning. Eat slowly. The system has detected that a significant event is approaching, but it is not yet ripe and requires careful cultivation. Stop with the nonsense. What event are you talking about? As the system awaited the imminent revelation, an alarm sounded. It is here. Who is coming? Jiang Shuyue raised her head, spotting a fair-skinned youth in white approaching her. Unaccountably, she felt an overwhelming irritation. Damn it, he resembles that foolish thing that brought misfortune upon her. Zhou Yunshin narrowed his eyes, positioning himself protectively in front of Jiang Shuyue. Your Highness, I pay my respects to the fourth prince. Jiang Shuyue gasped. What the hell? This person is the fourth prince? The future emperor, the little rascal who imprisoned my great antagonist? The more she looked at him, the more displeased she became, clutching Zhou Yunshin's arm tightly. A fleeting glimmer of malice flickered in the fourth prince's eyes, quickly extinguished. No need for formalities, Marquis. I have heard that your wife has entered the palace. I wish to meet her, hence the feast. I hope the Marquis will honor us with his presence. The system interjected, let me share a little tidbit. At the feast, the fourth prince has laced the food with a drug that affects women rather dominantly but poses no threat to men. Jiang Shuyue inquired, how dominant? The system replied, it is as wild as a madwoman, causing bodily harm and leading to infertility. However, the banquet was already prepared, and it would not be too late to partake before leaving. I have not seen the Marquis of Jinan for quite some time, Your Highness. Zhou Yunshin lifted Jiang Shuyue into his arms. My new wife is unwell. I beg Your Highness to forgive her. Jiang Shuyue rested her head on his shoulder, feeling a peculiar sensation. Yet, she could not articulate what felt odd. Fatigue soon overcame her, and she drifted into slumber. The fourth prince, with a cold expression, rubbed his head. Your Highness, are you unwell? Do you require a servant to summon the imperial physician? It is nothing, merely a buzzing discomfort in my head. Chapter 33. Love from the stepdaughter. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the temperature began to drop. Zhou Yunshin gazed at the slumbering Jiang Shuyue and draped his cloak over her. Ever since he discovered that the fourth prince was the architect behind the upheaval at the Ho residence, he could no longer view him with the same regard. In recent days, thoughts of removing him had crossed his mind, yet the son of an emperor is not easily eliminated, especially as he had already amassed considerable influence at the tender age of 11. Matters of the court are intricately interwoven, making such endeavors far from simple. Jiang, fourth prince, there is ample time ahead, and we shall play this game slowly. In the Empress Dowager's chambers, the Prince of Huai, in a state of exuberance, indulged in a bit too much wine during dinner. Like a child, he nestled into the Empress Dowager's embrace, exclaiming, Mother, your grace has saved my legs. The one who had harmed him and fractured the bond between mother and son was none other than Princess Qingping. Once I recover, I shall make that venomous woman pay. The Prince of Huai then fainted in the Empress Dowager's arms. 2 palace maids took him away to rest within the palace. Nanny Gui presented the Empress Dowager with a cup of green tea. Your Majesty, I secretly observed 4 individuals today. One heard nothing, while the other 3 corroborated the prince's claims. The Empress Dowager inhaled deeply, forcefully breaking the string of her prayer beads. Since Princess Qingping's marriage into the Qi family, she had not only treated her with utmost courtesy, but had also invested the entire Qingping clan, enduring the emperor's discontent. Little did she know that the one who would restore her son was among her closest allies. Nanny Gui pondered how to console her, reflecting on the rift between the Empress Dowager and the emperor over the years, and considering the Prince of Huai's injured legs. Even 1,000 deaths for that venomous woman would not suffice to quench her fury. Hasn't Qingping always sought marriages for her nephew from me? Who was it that failed to hear the truth today? It was Chuyer, the little maid sent by the Ministry of Internal Affairs 3 years ago. You praised her beauty and cleverness. She was promoted to a second-rank maid last year. Indeed, she is a bright girl, too good to squander in the palace. Let it be decreed that Chuyer be adopted as a daughter and wed to the nephew of Princess Qingping. Nanny Gui was taken aback. Wouldn't that elevate her status? Those who are not of my kin will surely harbor ulterior motives. Those who cannot hear the truth have their own secrets, regardless of which faction they belong to. I shall not tolerate it. Perhaps sending her to Princess Qingping would serve as a fitting punishment. In the stillness of the night, the Empress Dowager caressed the Prince of Huai's hair, tears streaming down her face. If she felt guilty for not protecting him, even more so did she feel remorse for her eldest son. Alone, she wept in silence. Nanny Gui remarked, "Your Majesty, just now during your meal, the Emperor sent tea. At this hour, he should still be awake. Why not send a bowl of calming soup to him? And perhaps a steamed egg custard, his favorite from childhood, with a bit of minced meat added." "Yes, and make sure to include that," the Empress Dowager agreed. "I trust you understand, Nanny." The following day, when the Qingping clan received the marriage edict, they nearly fainted from shock. The Duke of Qi struck Princess Qingping across the face, saying, "How dare you speak? The Empress Dowager and the Emperor are aware of your misdeeds. That you remain unscathed is already a sign of their mercy. If you wish to live peacefully, behave yourself. If you stir up trouble again, then so be it. Furthermore, your title has been revoked and the ancestral shrine of the Qingping clan has been dismantled. If you are dissatisfied, seek the Emperor, but be warned. You might enter standing but leave horizontally. Remove her authority over the household and temporarily assign it to the third concubine. Bind those maids she brought from her family and find someone to sell them. All correspondence leaving this courtyard must be submitted to me first." Princess Qingping had never endured such humiliation. Enraged, she smashed porcelain and screamed, "Chiyukai, how dare you treat me this way? I am Princess Qingping. You have no right to act so." The Duke of Qi, recalling the words of the Empress Dowager and the Emperor, was consumed with fury. This marriage was his request. Yet the years of neglect had dulled his once fervent affection to a placid calm. Upon discovering her misdeeds, he felt a murderous intent towards her. With a cold gaze, the Duke stated, "Were it not for the Lady of Jinnan, the Emperor would have already ordered your execution. If you wish for Linger to marry safely, cease your antics, or even I cannot protect her." The Duke then left in a huff, leaving Princess Qingping teetering on the edge of despair as she leaned against the table. "Your daughter?" He had always cherished Linger. He had never used such words before. Did he even know of Linger's origins? What would Shirling do? Princess Qingping could not bear to ponder it. All that mattered was preserving her daughter with Shirling. Within a single day, the Qingping clan's officials were all scrutinized, shuffled, and replaced with individuals of impeccable lineage. Meanwhile, a minor incident had become the gossip of the townsfolk. The largest rouge shop in the capital had burned down, claiming the lives of Boss Shi and his wife, leaving only their 2 young sons alive. Jiang Shuyue and Zhou Luming strolled through the streets, overhearing the citizens discussing the tragedy, feeling an unsettling chill. How could such a fire have occurred? Who knows? Perhaps it was due to the dry weather. They may have been careless while preparing the rouge, Jiang Shuyue sighed. It's unfortunate that 2 children suffered because of it. I heard the eldest is only 5 and the youngest just 2. Are there relatives to care for them? Do not worry. Their relatives are already looking after them, and they are quite well off. They should take good care of the children. That is a relief. Zhou Luming smiled. The Duke of Qi's wife and the Shi family were now relatives. Indeed, the Duke of Qi was quite wealthy. She spoke nothing but the truth. The system had intended to reveal some gossip, but held its tongue in the end. It was becoming increasingly perceptive. "Oh, isn't that Miss Zhou, who is engaged to Xin Rufeng?" Zhou Luming frowned, eyeing the ostentatiously dressed woman nearby with a look of disdain. "Chu Shiner, what are you doing here? Did you open Phoenix Street? Do I need your permission to shop here with my friends?"
Chu Shiner beraden suvit Jiang Shuyue.
"So you are the wife of the Lord of Zhennan? It must be difficult to be a stepmother at such a young age." Jiang Shuyue smiled sweetly. "Indeed. It is quite a burden, especially since Luming keeps buying me gifts. I feel rather guilty about it. Miss Chu, since you have such a close relationship with Luming, do persuade her to stop. At this rate, I genuinely worry that the treasury of the Ho residence won't withstand it." Chapter 34. Eating the county princess's melon and yanking hair in the streets, Jiang Shuyue extended her hands, with 10 fingers adorned, 8 of which sparkled with exquisite gems and jade. Her wrists were also adorned with bangles, while others wore jewelry that dazzled the eyes. Her hands bore treasures that nearly blinded onlookers. With an innocuous smile, Jiang Shuyue remarked, "My dear Luming simply adores spending on me. I can hardly keep up. I truly wish to find someone to share this burden." Chu Xiner, the leading young lady, turned pale. It was well known that the Zhennan marquis was affluent, but such extravagance towards a stepmother was unexpected. Jiang Shuyue thought, "Oh, are you mocking my daughter? Who do you think you are?" The system chimed in, "Congratulations, host. You have garnered 10 green tea points, bringing you closer to exchanging for a cleansing elixir." Zhou Luming's anger dissipated in an instant. Usually, Chu Xiner would pick fights with her, and she had endured many setbacks. Now, someone was finally standing up for her, and it felt exhilarating. Chu Xiner tilted her head in confusion. Had she just heard Jiang Shuyue's voice? But the woman hadn't spoken. Could it be ventriloquism? A nearby lady caught her attention, whispering, "My father warned me that Jiang Shuyue is quite sinister. He advised us to keep our distance and not provoke her. Should we heed his words? Is she not merely the marquise? I am a county princess. I am not inferior to her in any regard. I shall not diminish my own stature." Yet she pondered, but there was really nothing to ponder. She was determined to see just how sinister Jiang Shuyue truly was. Observing their hushed conversation, Jiang Shuyue couldn't suppress her curiosity. "System, do you think they appear quite intimate? Could it be, ha?"
Chu Xiner shiver.
What was this ha nonsense? The system replied, "Do not assume that everyone's peculiarities stem from the incident with the virtuous concubine." Jiang Shuyue countered, "But they do seem close." Whispering to each other in the street. Did you not see the girl's gaze towards Chu Xiner? She was making all sorts of expressions. Based on my extensive experience, there must be something amiss. I suspect she frequently seeks out Chu Xiner for trivial matters and shares countless idle gossip. Indeed. Zhao Lushuang was known for frequently visiting her courtyard, bringing either fresh novelties or gossip about the elite. Today, it was Zhao Lushuang who had coaxed her out. Chu Xiner felt a wave of nausea. So, she was that type of person. The system added, "While I must admit your reasoning is astute, please act rationally. It is not as you envision. The gossip about Zhao Lushuang is quite enticing. Would you like to hear it?" Jiang Shuyue replied, "Wait. I must treat gossip with due diligence. Allow me to find a favorable location first." Upon hearing there would be gossip, Zhou Luming perked up. "Mother, I know of a tea house frequented by poets and scholars. They also serve excellent dishes. Would you like to go?" Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, "Oh, yes, indeed. My dear daughter is truly my little treasure. I adore you." Zhou Luming cast a proud glance at Chu Xiner and led Jiang Shuyue to the tea house. Chu Xiner stomped her foot in frustration. Why did Zhou Luming's smugness incite such rage in her? No matter, she too desired to indulge in gossip. Let us follow them. A mere tea house? If Zhou Luming can go, so can I. With that, Chu Xiner gathered her companions and trailed after them. Arriving late, the tea house had no private rooms left, only a few elegant spaces separated by screens. Zhou Luming ordered a feast for Jiang Shuyue, including a fine jug of peach blossom wine. After a few sips, Jiang Shuyue began to feel lightheaded. 2 little chicks, a rooster with a beak. If it doesn't peck at grains for a day, it's hungry and frantic. System, what do you think of my poetry? Is it not imbued with postmodern flair? The system replied, "It's rather inconvenient to comment." Zhou Luming couldn't help but chuckle. "Mother, please eat more dishes. Drink less wine. I fear you might intoxicate yourself and recite these poems aloud, shocking everyone." Jiang Shuyue lamented, "Oh, my dear daughter truly cares for me, knowing my fondness for chicken, and has ordered spicy chicken for me." The system interjected, "Take it easy. I have gossip to report." Jiang Shuyue straightened up, poised for the news. Zhao Lushuang harbors no affection for Chu Xiner. Chu Xiner breathed a sigh of relief, but the system's next statement struck her like lightning. Not only does she not harbor affection, but she also harbors a profound hatred for Chu Xiner. Stunned, Chu Xiner and Zhou Luming exchanged incredulous glances. Hatred? Hadn't they appeared as inseparable as sisters? Chu Xiner was bewildered. Zhao Lushuang had always been her loyal follower, catering to her every whim. How could this be? Jiang Shuyue remarked, yet another instance of superficial sisterhood. The system elaborated, "It is not merely superficial, it is toxic." Chu Xiner's constant opposition to Zhou Luming has been incited by Zhao Lushuang. When they were 5, she orchestrated a scheme to ruin Zhou Luming's dress. When they were 7, Zhao Lushuang sabotaged a horse Zhou Luming gifted to Chu Xiner, causing her to fall, solidifying their enmity. When they were 10, Zhao Lushuang insinuated that Zhou Luming had stolen away Chu Xiner's childhood sweetheart, when in truth, she had feelings for him herself, sowing discord.
Chu Xin,
Though born into privilege and possessing a fiery temperament, lacks cunning, Zhao Lushuang, in stark contrast, is full of guile. Jiang Shuyue mused, This is a real-life rendition of the scheming noblewomen. Zhou Luming was astounded, realizing that all those years of rivalry had been orchestrated by the daughter of a mere 6th-rank official. Chu Xiner could hardly believe it. She had been manipulated by a sycophant. Jiang Shuyue, however, remained unfazed. The jealousy of others can be quite formidable. Even your kindness can provoke a bite. Besides, their relationship seems rather tenuous. Jiang Shuyue took another sip of peach blossom wine, feeling unsatisfied, and poured herself another. Chu Xiner was now thoroughly vexed, glaring venomously at Zhao Lushuang. Zhao Lushuang sensed the shift in atmosphere, her body suddenly prickling with discomfort. The system noted, Zhao Lushuang's sentiments mirror those of your sister, but she cannot replace Chu Xiner. Hence, she revels in Chu Xiner's hardships. The more miserable Chu Xiner becomes, the more delighted Zhao Lushuang is. You wretched creature. I once considered you a friend, confiding in you about everything, only to discover you have betrayed me. Vile wretch. Watch me tear your deceitful mouth apart. Chu Xiner lunged forward, seizing Zhao Lushuang by the hair, pulling, yanking, and dragging. The onlookers were stunned. Even Zhou Luming was taken aback. How did this escalate into a fight? Everyone was shocked, unable to react for a moment, while only Jiang Shuyue cheered. Fight. Why slap faces? Go for the belly, yes. Just like that. Chapter 35. Fierce, too fierce. Mother, be careful not to get hurt. Zhou Luming attempted to pull her aside, but Jiang Shuyue, filled with excitement, would not allow it. No, who am I? The foremost in the world for gossip. Of course, I must rush to the front lines. Fight. Zhao Lushuang. Why are you so foolish? Pulling hair and poking eyes, how can you not know this? So clumsy. Chu Xiner. Wait, which side are you on? Jiang Shuyue downed several gulps of wine, cheering loudly. Zhou Luming could not stop her, and the system beside him urged, Oh dear, my ancestor. Can't you find a safe place to enjoy the gossip? Jiang Shuyue replied, It's rare to witness a live broadcast. How can I miss it? Chu Xiner is so dashing. What if I like her a little? Chu Xiner felt inexplicably excited. Does she like me? No, this is admiration. Haha, Chu Xiner, has always been the subject of whispered gossip. Finally, someone understands her worth. Chu Xiner raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap across Zhao Lushuang's face. Zhao Lushuang, rubbing her cheek, lost her composure. Chu Xiner, you wretched girl, how dare you slap my face? You two-faced little wretch, I've slapped you. What can you do about it? Don't even mention you. Even your father would have to be polite before me. What do you amount to?
Chu Xin,
I'm going to fight you. The long-suppressed anger within Zhao Lushuang finally erupted. She drew a hairpin and charged at Chu Xiner. Several young ladies, untrained, were at a loss upon encountering real weapons. Be careful. Zhou Luming shot a peanut to knock Zhao Lushuang's hairpin away. Acting on instinct, she kicked out, only to see a figure faster than herself. Jiang Shuyue lunged onto Zhao Lushuang, grabbing and tugging. Little green tea. No martial ethics, huh? How bold of you to fight me. I am the ancestor of green tea. I'll bury you under 10 tons of green tea. What nonsense is this? Get off me. Zhao Lushuang crashed against the wall, and Zhou Luming exclaimed in horror. Mother, be careful. Jiang Shuyue, feeling dizzy, sensed something soft and warm against her back, reminiscent of Zhou Yunshin, yet not entirely the same.
Huh?
System, look, the wall has a face. But not much, just half a face. Murong Tianxi removed his mask, his voice slightly hoarse. Madam, we finally meet. Jiang Shuyue, the wall has come to life and can speak, haha, and he is a handsome fellow. Though his hair is a bit white, of course he is a wall spirit. The wall is pale, and so is he. Little spirit, let me see if other parts of you are as pale. Jiang Shuyue reached her hands towards Murong Tianxi's chest. Murong Tianxi panicked. After being boastfully teased by the crown prince yesterday for missing out on the lively Jiang Shuyue, he could not hold back his frustration and sought her out today. But she, madam, I am quite troubled by your actions. Do you not fear the anger of the Duke of Jinan? Jiang Shuyue laughed heartily. How could my husband be jealous of a spirit? My goodness, you smell delightful. Let me see which part of you is the whitest. Murong Tianxi, already fair-skinned with silver hair, blushed under her touch, appearing even more bashful. Sister, it tickles a bit. What is happening? Chu Shiner was stunned. Zhou Luming was also dazed. And the system was speechless. Host, wake up. He is not your kind. Harlot, how long will you cling to me? Get off. Zhao Lushuang fiercely pinched Jiang Shuye's leg. Jiang Shuyue yelped, Scorpion spirit, you're stabbing me. You're the scorpion spirit. Your whole family is scorpion spirits. Dead scorpion spirit, watch me peel off your shell. Zhou Luming dared not look. Zhao Lushuang's hair fell like rain, clumps cascading down. In no time, she transformed into a spotted dove. Murong Tianxi stealthily shifted to the side. Fierce. Too fierce. Miss Zhao, may you seek your own fortune. Jiang Shuyue laughed heartily. Old spotted dove from India, la la la. Daughter. Look, I have a mount now. Zhou Luming. It's quite fitting.
Chu xin lo ghét, Zhao Lu Sung.
The lady of the Duke's residence says you are an old dove. It's quite apt. You all bully me too much. Wu Zhao Lushuang cried and fled. Jiang Shuyue stretched and scratched her head. The system. Host, have you come to your senses? If you can't handle it, drink less. You've probably fallen on your backside. Jiang Shuyue tilted her head and chuckled. What lovely weather. I'm going to find my mount. The system. Hey. Where are you going? It's just a pot of wine. Why have you lost your mind? Murong Tianxi picked up the wine jug and sniffed. This isn't tea peach blossom wine. It's peach apricot wine. The taste is similar, but the potency is higher and more intoxicating, comparable to 20-year-old daughter red. Zhou Luming was taken aback. What? Mother drank a whole pot. That's like half a jar of daughter red. No wonder, oh no. Mother has gone out. Zhou Luming and Chu Shiner only then reacted, and when they reached the street, they were both stunned, not daring to breathe. Jiang Shuyue embraced a large black horse's neck, smiling as she stroked its mane. Husband, how did you become so dark? But that's all right. You look good even when dark. Your wife loves you. Jiang Shuyue made a big heart gesture. Zhou Luming, father. It's not my fault. It was he grabbed the wrong wine. Murong Tianxi was bewildered. What was this little girl rambling about? He panicked, genuinely panicked. Second brother? Don't listen to Luming's nonsense. This has nothing to do with me. Zhou Yunshan, with a cold expression, snorted. Ignoring Murong Tianxi, he swiftly lifted Jiang Shuyue onto the horse.
Huh.
She looked up and then down. Strange. Why are there two husbands? Which one looks better? Well, Jiang Shuyue compared them and, beaming, wrapped her arms around Zhou Yunshan's neck, placing a gentle kiss on his lips. Hee, this one looks better. I can't get enough of looking at him. Jiang Shuyue nestled against him, reveling in the real sensation and delightful fragrance. It was as if she could smell the aura of vitality emanating from a human. Zhou Yunshan draped his outer robe around her. Usually so fierce and brash, she now appeared small and easily cradled in his arms as she fell asleep. Chapter 36. 10 women in a play. Perhaps due to the comfort of sleeping in someone's embrace, Jiang Shuyue awoke to find it was already noon the following day. Zhou Luming kindly arranged for someone to bring a hangover soup. Jiang Shuyue lingered for quite some time, reluctant to leave the warmth of her blankets. The system, with its benevolent reminder, urged her, I advise you to rise swiftly and apologize to the great antagonist. Perhaps he will be in a good mood and might forgive you. Apologize? What did I do wrong? With the system's well-meaning assistance, Jiang Shuyue let out a wretched scream, burying herself deeper under the covers.
Ah.
How could I have been atop him?
And I
even asked him to be my subordinate? The system further compassionately showcased the events of the previous night. Zhou Yunshan's foul expression seemed capable of darkening 1,000 armies. When he grasped her fingers and inquired whom she desired to be the superior, what had she said? Jiang Shuyue could hardly believe it. I even pointed to the names of the Prince of Huai and the National Master.
I.
Despair engulfed her, yet the system remarked, Oh dear, why dwell on it? The great antagonist dealt you a sharp blow yesterday. A light apology should suffice to close this chapter. Jiang Shuyue pondered. How should she phrase it? Should she admit her fault and promise never to be on top again? Or should she first shower him with flattery before assuring him that she held no improper thoughts towards the national master and Prince of Huai? Whether she could navigate the rest of her life peacefully hinged on what would transpire next. Gathering her resolve, Jiang Shuyue took some items to the study. Zhou Yunshin was seated within, engrossed in a book while sipping tea. Without lifting his gaze, he inquired, "Wife, do you have something to say?" "And no."
Oh.
"Then you may leave." Jiang Shuyue turned to exit. The system exclaimed, "You actually intend to walk away? Where's the sincerity you promised?" Jiang Shuyue replied, "Oh right. I came with sincerity. Let me prepare a bit more." She pinched her cheeks, leaving red marks, tears welling in her eyes. With a pitiful expression, she knelt down. "I was wrong, dear. No, my lord, what I said yesterday was merely the ramblings of a drunkard. Please do not take it to heart." "Ramblings?" Zhou Yunshin did not even glance up, coldly flipping through his book. "They say that drunken words reveal the truth. Ramblings must be heartfelt." Jiang Shuyue felt a pang of confusion. Why does that taste so sour? It seemed her husband's charm was insufficient, leading her to waver in her affections. However, he was eager to learn which qualities she found appealing in a white-haired fool and a scheming cripple. Only Zhou Yunshin could dare to label the national master a white-haired fool and the Prince of Huai a scheming cripple. Embarrassed, Jiang Shuyue scratched her head.
No.
"My lord's beauty is unparalleled. How could I ever be attracted to another man? I suspect someone spiked my drink, causing my madness and incoherent babbling." Finally, Zhou Yunshin set down his book. Yet his expression, with chin resting on his hand and a sly smile, appeared even more dangerous. "Endangering the lady of the marquis' estate is a grave offense. Perhaps we should seal the establishment and imprison those involved to seek justice for my lady." Zhou Yunshin's demeanor softened slightly as he focused on her knees, rising to scoop her into his embrace. Jiang Shuyue thought, "Am I not here to apologize? How did I end up in his arms?" Jiang Shuyue mused. To be honest, the feeling is delightful. Not an ounce of flab on his waist. With a boyfriend like this, who needs a bicycle? Although Zhou Yunshin did not comprehend the reference to a bicycle, he understood that she was enamored with his appearance. His fingers gently caressed her waist, whispering sweet nothings into her ear. "My lady, should you take a fancy to another man, please inform me in advance, so I can extract his eyeballs and scorch his face." Jiang Shuyue thought, "System, I feel the great antagonist is still hungry for me, but I lack evidence." The system replied, "You've already been devoured numerous times. One more instance won't matter. Besides, many witnessed yesterday's events. You've become quite famous." Jiang Shuyue gasped. "What? Am I now a scandal? Oh no. I've become the talk of the town." Zhou Yunshin bit her finger, and after some playful antics, the anger of the previous day seemed to dissipate. Just then, the steward entered, accompanied by a group of women. Upon a quick count, there were more than 10. Each one was a beauty, graceful and enchanting. The steward announced, "My lord, the emperor has bestowed 10 concubines, stating they are to assist." He cast a furtive glance at Jiang Shuyue. The emperor, in his madness, seemed unaware that Zhou Luming's heart belonged entirely to his wife. Yet he insisted on sending concubines to the household. Was this not courting disaster? The steward, unable to oppose the emperor's wishes, could only usher the women in. The 10 beauties bowed in unison. "We greet the marquis." As they bowed, their garments shifted, revealing ample bosoms. Jiang Shuyue glanced at them and then down at herself.
Ah.
This is a stark comparison. The damage is utterly overwhelming. System, do you have anything in your exchange space that can help me make waves? The steward, taken aback, thought, is this something I should be hearing? Zhou Yunshin scrutinized her slender figure. She was indeed a bit frail, but that was of no concern. He could nurture her back to health. The system urged, stop thinking about frivolities. Focus on what to do with these women. I assure you, each of them has secrets. The emperor has delivered a timely boon. Secrets? They must not be overlooked. Jiang Shuyue straightened her attire and leaned against Zhou Yunshin, playfully stating, "My lord, these sisters seem rather impoverished. They can hardly afford decent clothing. Let us perform a good deed and keep them, shall we?" The The beauties exchanged glances, bewildered by her words. Who is poor? Who cannot afford clothing? Is this not an intentional provocation? Zhou Yunshin lightly tapped her nose, since my lady desires it.
Let us keep them for now.
They may reside closer to me. Jiang Shuyue remarked, this way, I can enjoy the gossip. Ideally, a few green tea types would also allow me to accumulate some green tea points. Zhou Yunshin replied, consider it done. It was only natural that the emperor's bestowed concubines would serve the lady. You arrange their quarters. Ensure my lady is satisfied. Yes, follow me. The 10 concubines reluctantly trailed after the steward. Jiang Shuyue watched their departing figures, nearly drooling with anticipation. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, 3 women create a play, with 10 women. It shall surely be lively. Who should I target first? Jiang Shuyue concluded, all right, I shall practice first. Tonight, I guarantee success. Chapter 37. Unexpectedly, such a concubine Zhou Yunshin felt a hint of helplessness. The walls of the residence stood 2 meters high. Could her petite frame possibly scale them? Jiang Shuyue declared earnestly. System, keep an eye out. Tonight, I shall perform the feat of vaulting over the wall. The system responded with silence. Zhou Yunshin shook her head in resignation. With such a slight build, do you dare attempt to climb the wall? You might break a leg. Sure ye, I have matters to discuss with your royal uncle tonight.
Please keep watch for me.
Zhou Shuyue appeared from the shadows, munching on the delicacies Jiang Shuyue had sent. It was rare for Zhou Yunshin to see him so carefree. Rather than being annoyed, she felt a sense of pride, thinking her eldest son was finally acting like a person. She glanced at the wall's height. If it proved too daunting, a ladder could be employed. Rest assured, I shall document everything and ensure you miss not a single piece of gossip. Zhou Yunshin nodded in satisfaction, proud of her capable son. After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Shuyue awaited the arrival of twilight. With a lantern in hand, she approached the wall, the eerie silence pierced only by the occasional curses that echoed in the night. System, do you hear that? It sounds as if someone is cursing me. Could they be tonight's target? The system replied, no, they are merely envious of your looks. Yet they cannot fathom why the formidable antagonist favors you. Jiang Shuyue retorted, am I unattractive? How blind! But how can I possibly scale such a high wall? The system nudged her head to the right. A ladder! Swiftly, she ascended the ladder, grateful to the kind stranger who had forgotten to retrieve it. The main house still glowed with light as Jiang Shuyue climbed to the base of the wall. She extended her hand, delicately licking her lips, and cautiously poked a hole in the paper window to peer inside. Why indulge in voyeurism when you could simply enjoy the spectacle? The system queried. You wouldn't understand. It's all about the atmosphere. Sneaking over the wall at midnight would be incomplete without a bit of spying. Besides, with such a fine figure, how could I resist?
Wait.
That's a young man. Inside, the individuals shed their outer garments, revealing a peculiar undergarment that seemed to be reinforced with steel wires, securing 2 buns. Jiang Shuyue was certain her eyes did not deceive her. The soft, milky white, coupled with the unique sheen of the bun's skin, was unmistakable. Who would have thought this charming beauty harbored such a quirk? I wonder, did he place them in when they were freshly steamed or after they had cooled? The system informed her, this individual is Bai Li Dong, once the young master of the Qianji Pavilion, whose androgynous beauty has led him to endure much ridicule throughout his life. He despises being called pretty, yet his allure makes him perfectly suited to disguise himself as a woman to gather intelligence. Is he here to gather information about the marquis's residence? Jiang Shuyue inquired. Originally, he was stationed in the palace to spy on military affairs, but due to a misunderstanding by the emperor, he was sent here instead. But let's focus on the gossip. The system continued. Although Bai Li Dong presents as a cross-dresser, he possesses a masculine heart and married early, taking 2 concubines. Sadly, his excessive beauty has led to unsatisfactory results in that regard, leaving his wives constantly scheming to avoid him. Jiang Shuyue expressed sympathy, I see. Given his slender figure, he must be quite exquisite in that respect. How unfortunate. Bai Li Dong, harboring a grudge, nearly lost his composure. He had already sensed Jiang Shuyue's thoughts while she was scaling the wall. Based on the information he had, he realized Jiang Shuyue was no ordinary woman. With the emperor's orders bringing her here, he intended to scrutinize her closely. Little did he expect that her presence would not only bring surprises but also chaos. What did they mean by avoiding him? Was he unkind to his wives? He indulged them with pearls, jade, and culinary delights. He fulfilled their every desire. And yet, he was not inadequate in that regard. The system interjected, it's not merely about inadequacy. Jiang Shuyue came to a realization, so it is a matter of brevity. This is where he falls short compared to the antagonist. However, I often find myself worn out from prolonged encounters, leading to backaches and, on occasion, fainting. The two of them would be better suited to balance each other. Bai Li Dong was on the verge of crushing the wine cup in his hand. Damn it! I'm not the one with brevity. My time is the shortest. The system clarified, it's not about brevity. Rather, it stems from excessive masculinity. Leaving his wives in a state of despair. They endure far more than mere aches. They often require medication. Although Bai Li Dong is generous with them, what woman wishes to engage with someone more beautiful than herself? Jiang Shuyue felt slightly offended. The system continued. Yet, that is not the crux of the matter. The real issue is that every time he ventures out, he captivates throngs of men. On several occasions, men, drawn by his allure, nearly assaulted his wives, demanding they relinquish their husband and marry them instead. Can you fathom such a plight? Whether she could or not was uncertain, but Jiang Shuyue realized she had yet to experience such troubles. Perhaps the future held different prospects. Bai Li Dong gripped his sleeves tightly, suppressing his urge to strike back. Was this what he desired? He would rather not. Thank you very much. Those wives later had to contribute to the gifts for these suitors, leaving their already depleted finances even more strained. Thus, they preferred to avoid trouble altogether. However, he has attracted a formidable adversary, General Zhao Wujie of the Northwest Army. Initially, he was known for his fondness for women, but upon learning Bai Li Dong's true identity, he became even more fervent in his pursuit. Zhao Wujie has proclaimed, regardless of whether you are male or female, I, Zhao Wujie, desire you. Currently, General Zhao is searching high and low for him. Had it not been for his retreat into the palace, he would likely have already become someone else's treasure. Bai Li Dong was utterly exhausted. Zhao Wujie was a madman. Did he wish for this? Who could have predicted that after learning of his true identity, Zhao's ardor would only intensify? His relentless pursuit was akin to a dog that had bitten flesh, refusing to let go. The system concurred. Indeed, yet his brothers are not much better. His elder brother, a burly man, harbors the heart of a delicate woman. Each time he feigns ruggedness upon seeing Bai Li Dong, he internally weeps, my third brother is so beautiful, so splendid. When will my third brother notice me? Ah, he looked at me.
I'm overjoyed.
Jiang Shuyue sensed something amiss. Are you certain that's not just an expression of admiration for his third brother? Chapter 38. The Good Samaritan delivering benefits to the scoundrel sister Bai Li Dong recalled the enthusiastic demeanor of his third brother. A shiver coursed through him. Who would have thought that his third brother was such a character? He was undoubtedly a genuine man, and it would be prudent to maintain a distance henceforth. System. Not just that, your third brother, unable to possess what he desires yet unwilling to destroy it, has sought out numerous women. Some bare his eyes, others his nose. Each night, he gathers these women, feeling as though you are by his side, living a rather indulgent life. Jiang Shuyue sighed inwardly, recognizing the irony. Unable to have her beloved brother, she resorted to a patchwork of substitutes. Perhaps this was a method in itself. Jiang Shuyue, after all, they are men. If they are not siblings by blood, it seems rather inconsequential. In this era, cousin marriages are quite common, and the birth of deformed children does not deter them. This little matter should be trivial, right? Bai Li Dong was on the verge of tears. It mattered. He was a genuine man who loved women. Moreover, engaging with his own brother, regardless of blood relation, was absolutely unacceptable. System. Host, your thoughts are perilous yet progressive. I cannot condone them, but I do understand. Jiang Shuyue chuckled mischievously. I am quite eager to witness the reaction of the antagonist. It should be splendid. Perhaps I should knock him out tonight and deliver him to the antagonist's chamber. It might be quite the spectacle. Infiltrating the palace as a maid was one thing, but being knocked unconscious and delivered to the chamber of a killer was another matter entirely. What kind of situation was this? Bai Li Dong's scalp tingled. But that is your man. Aren't you worried he might be swayed? Jiang Shuyue. Not at all. The camaraderie among men is pure. At that moment, Zhou Yunshin received a missive in the palace detailing Jiang Shuyue's sentiments. His countenance darkened. His wife truly had a knack for mischief, contemplating allowing another man to sway him. Clearly, a lesson was still in order. The emperor burst into laughter. How amusing. This little green tea vixen consumes gossip with such refreshing sophistication. Truly one of a kind. Zhou Yunshin shot him a cold glare, prompting the emperor to quickly cover his mouth. It wasn't his fault he laughed too loudly. The gossip was simply too entertaining to contain. Zhou Yunshin, your majesty, you summoned the young master to my residence merely to indulge in gossip? It seems you have grown quite idle of late. The emperor shivered, offering a sheepish grin as he nestled closer to Zhou Yunshin. Dear brother, must you speak to me in such a tone? Every time you adopt that tone, it never bodes well. Thus, the emperor continued. I assure you, I did not summon him merely for gossip, but to eliminate these spies. What better way to identify them than by placing them near your wife? Without her, it would take ages for me to uncover these secrets. Despite his grandiloquent claims, it was evident he sought to entangle Shuyue with a host of women to augment his brother's green tea value. Did he think me a fool? Zhou Yunshin's irritation was palpable. And what, pray tell, are your plans regarding the fourth prince, your majesty? The emperor sighed heavily, for he was still his son, and the one he valued most. Moreover, more and more officials were rallying behind the fourth prince, and his popularity among the populace was escalating. Should he suppress him without cause, it could lead to significant turmoil. The emperor lamented, both my palm and back of my hand are flesh. If you and the fourth prince can coexist peacefully, it would be ideal. However, if I must choose, I would prefer he retains his life, and furthermore. Zhou Yunshin, I understand. Then it is imperative that your majesty enlighten the fourth prince, steering him away from a misguided path. After all, I am quite straightforward. The emperor. Brother, was that a jest? As Zhou Yunshin rose to depart, the emperor immediately summoned his trusted eunuch. Go, deliver these items to the fourth prince. The fourth prince sat at home, contemplating Zhou Yunshin's visage, slowly sketching his likeness. The nose, the eyes, truly a paragon of perfection. How could such a flawless beauty exist in this world? Your Highness, His Majesty has sent you gifts and conveyed an edict, instructing you to study them diligently, morning and night. Oh, what treasures has father bestowed. Present them for my inspection. The maidservants blushed as they unfurled the scrolls and albums. The fourth prince's face shifted between crimson and pale. What is this absurdity? These vulgar women dare to appear unclothed. Outrageous. The fourth prince, suppressing his fury, ground his teeth. Are you certain this is what father has rewarded me with? It was personally conveyed by Eunuch Li. There is no mistake. He also mentioned that the emperor expressed a desire to select a princess for you. The empress intends to host a banquet on her birthday to choose a suitable bride for you. Snap. The pen in the fourth prince's hand shattered. A princess? What he desired was not these crass offerings, but... Never mind. The time is not yet ripe. Once he ascends the throne, what he desires will be within reach. Patience is essential now. Zhang's family has a younger sister, does she not? I recall she is of marriageable age. Yes. The intended princess was quite fond of her, but recently, Lord Jiang has faced the emperor's reprimand, so that is of no concern. Jiang and is merely a minor figure. My focus lies on the younger generations of the Liu and Jiang families. Furthermore, is not Jiang Shuyue the wife of the Marquis of Zhennan? With such support, my mother will be pleased. Yes, I shall inform the empress at once. The fourth prince selected a new pen, meticulously sketching Zhou Yunshin's features. Since Jiang's daughter had captured his beloved, he would claim the last remnant of Jiang's family, a fair exchange, indeed. Jiang Shuyue awoke with a start from her slumber, sneezing. I swear I feel someone cursing me, yet I have no proof. System. You are not mistaken. Many harbor ill will towards you. With Jiang Liuli leading the charge, she almost ground your face into the dirt. Jiang Shuyue retorted. I haven't provoked her lately, so why the animosity? System. The birthday of the Shui Empress is approaching, and she has invited Jiang Liuli to the celebration. With Jiang facing punishment, She lacks funds, so she has projected her frustrations onto you. After cursing Jiang Liuli for being unreasonable, Jiang Shuyue's expression morphed into one of devious delight. Jiang Liuli is short on clothes and funds, is she? How fortuitous. System. Host, your smile is far from benevolent. Jiang Shuyue. How could it be? I am merely a benevolent benefactor delivering welfare to my scoundrel sister. Chapter 39. The fierce and overbearing mother Jiang Liuli gazed at the heap of clothing scattered about the room, her temper flaring as she exclaimed, "What wretched garments are these? They are utterly out of season. I demand the latest and finest. Have you all lost your hearing?" The servants muttered curses under their breath. Once eager to serve the second young lady, they soon realized the folly of their aspirations after hearing her grievances at the end of the month. She was not merely a delicate flower, but a devious schemer. Not only was she ineffectual and cruel, but her temper was also quite formidable. In the short span of half a month, they had endured considerable hardship. The maidservant Sanxian lamented quietly, "Miss, these garments were crafted merely a fortnight ago. All made of precious silks and satins. How dare she speak back?" Jiang Liuli raised her hand, ready to strike, but was restrained by Qin Wanru, who caught her wrist. With a knowing glance, Qin Wanru remarked, "After all, this is a significant occasion for Her Majesty. If the attire is subpar, it may tarnish the Jiang family's reputation. Liuli is understandably anxious, so do not take it to heart, Sanxian." "I would not dare," Sanxian replied, feigning innocence. Had she not been aware of the underlying truth, she might have genuinely fallen for this venomous woman's deceit. Sanxian, having been raised by the matriarch, had been promoted to a first-class maid at a young age and felt immense gratitude toward her. She secretly despised them while expressing sorrow. "I know the second young lady is concerned for the Jiang family's dignity, but the matriarch has only allocated daily allowances. Just yesterday, she sent a pair of hairpins to be borrowed for the second young lady's appearance, while this clothing." The thought of this further fueled Jiang Liuli's ire. In the past, she had always donned brand new attire for any occasion, outshining all others. Now, she found herself devoid of even the funds for new garments. And to borrow a peacock stone hairpiece? Previously, pearls and agates had been gifted to her. When had their family grown so miserly? Was the Jiang family truly impoverished, resorting to such stinginess for clothing? That was not the case. But the matriarch had mentioned that the second young master was to be wed, and all resources were to be prioritized for him. In Songxian's opinion, it would be wise for you to plead with the master, as it is for the sake of the Jiang family's honor. Jiang Liuli had considered this, but recently Jiang En's temper had been volatile, and with her own progress stalled. She felt genuine trepidation. Qin Wanru suggested, "What if we beseech the old matriarch? She must still have some funds at her disposal." Jiang Liuli felt reluctant. That old woman was the most opportunistic. When she believed Jiang Liuli to be of use, she showered her with kindness, but now that her favor had waned, she was cold and indifferent, unable to extract any resources from the matriarch. Jiang Liuli gritted her teeth and accompanied Qin Wanru to the old matriarch's quarters. Upon entering, they were met with laughter. "Mother, you too must think this is a mistake? These were bought with pocket money from the 3 children. I heard they are new, but I know little of such things. I just thought they looked splendid and wore them to show you. Grandmother, do you not also find them delightful? Look at this hairpin. It is a gift I received a few days ago. I have never seen a ruby this large before." Jiang Liuli clenched her fists at the door. "Jiang Shuyue, how dare she show up? Oh, someone is at the door? Is it my sister? Just in time. Sister, you have a keen eye for fashion. Come here and help me decide. How does this outfit suit me for the grand banquet?" Jiang Liuli had intended to enter, but being called out, she had no choice but to comply. Yet, as she approached, regret washed over her. The silk, worth a fortune, combined with exquisite embroidery, made Jiang Shuyue appear radiant, exuding an air of nobility. And that hairpin, blood red, a top-tier ruby, as large as a pigeon egg, accompanied by an entire set of jewelry. It accentuated her fair complexion, making her shine brilliantly. In the brief absence, how had she transformed so dramatically? Jiang Liuli, suppressing her fury, forced a smile. "Sister, you truly are resplendent. However, for the grand banquet, might it be inappropriate for you to dress so opulently?" should others think you are eclipsing Her Majesty.
Oh,
I am not implying anything negative about you, sister, but one must be cautious of rumors. If you believe I have misspoken, then I. Jiang Shuyue interrupted. Oh. She is crying again. After just a few days apart, her ability to shed tears has surely intensified. The system chimed in, primarily because she has been weeping daily. She first ran to your mother, trying her luck, only to be reprimanded for lacking decorum. Then she went to your brother, and she even stealthily met your future sister-in-law. However, at that moment, having eaten too many beans, she accidentally let one slip, sending your future sister-in-law fleeing. Jiang Shuyue laughed heartily. She has her comeuppance. How embarrassing that must have been. The system continued. Not just that, your brother had already conferred with your future sister-in-law, and at that moment, Chu Xian was also present. Upon hearing Jiang Liuli's sarcastic remarks, she splashed a cup of water in her face, berating her soundly. In a fit of rage, Jiang Liuli retaliated with a series of flatulent sounds, just in time for your future sister-in-law's family to overhear, leaving her utterly humiliated. Jiang Shuyue laughed uncontrollably. Ha. Jiang Liuli actually let out consecutive farts. This is divine retribution, surely. The system shook its head. Heavenly justice is not so childish. This is your mother's doing. She arranged a breakfast of soybeans, soy milk, and bean powder, with a sprinkle of castor bean oil, which nearly caused Jiang Liuli to succumb in the carriage. Jiang's mother felt a twinge of regret. Had she known that the little wretch's misfortune would bring such joy to her daughter, she would have added more castor beans. Jiang Shuyue remarked, "It is indeed my mother. At crucial moments, she is far more useful than fate." Jiang Liuli's tears had nearly dried, yet no one dared to speak. She cowered at the door, whispering, "I know my status is lowly. If sister is displeased, consider that I have not spoken." Jiang Shuyue retorted, "How can you, as the elder sister, bully your younger sibling so? Since it was an unintentional mistake, just bestow this set of jewelry upon your sister." "Nay, mother, grandmother is right. It is I who has upset my sister and must offer my apologies. This hairpin shall be a gift for you, sister." Jiang Shuyue removed the hairpin and personally placed it in Jiang Liuli's hair, leaning close to her ear and whispering with a cold sneer, "Yet, with your kind, even adorned with fine things, you remain nothing but refuse. And refuse belongs in the refuse heap, not prancing about to provoke annoyance." Jiang Liuli's scalp prickled, fury surging through her as she shoved Jiang Shuyue aside. "You little wretch, what did you say?" Jiang Shuyue screamed, clutching her face as she fell to the ground. Before the old matriarch could react, Jiang's mother struck Jiang Liuli across the face. "You little wretch, whom do you dare to insult?" Chapter 40. Rounding off. Indirect kisses. No. It was my sister who started it first. Little sister, even if you dislike it, you cannot resort to violence.
Suv.
What should I do now? The main point is that I have a long tongue. Jiang Shuyue took the initiative to cry. To ensure her tears flowed beautifully and appeared pitiful, she specifically had Xiaotao apply a peach blossom makeup before leaving. As soon as the tears fell, her face became rosy, resembling a peach that had been pinched, though not quite bruised yet. What? It was a royal gift. Jiang's mother felt a surge of anger. Damaging something bestowed by the emperor was a serious crime. The system noted that the host's talent for deception had reached new heights. Throughout history, few dared to jest with the emperor. The old matriarch was also greatly alarmed, exclaiming, "You, wretched child, how dare you flaunt the emperor's gift in public? Do you wish for our family to be in turmoil?" But Uncle the Emperor said he liked me wearing beautiful jewelry, as it looked festive, and specifically instructed me to wear it during the Empress's birthday celebration to demonstrate his grace. System. Host, do you not fear the Emperor's wrath for jesting about him? Jiang Shuyue was unfazed. The Emperor seems rather simple-minded. He surely wouldn't mind such trivial matters. Simple-minded? The Emperor? Jiang's mother was nearly fainting. He was the youngest emperor in history. It was said that he had formed a brotherhood before reaching 10, and at 18, he conspired to slay the regent, leading to the annihilation of the regent's faction. The bloodshed in the capital lingered for months. That year, she had just come of age, and the memory was still vivid. Yet, her daughter referred to such a figure as simple-minded. Surely, her daughter's mind was sound? Jiang Liuli sobbed, but it was clearly sister who provoked me. And she was the one who broke the item. It has nothing to do with me. Whatever my sister says will be accepted, since the item is already broken. If the emperor pursues the matter, I can only speak the truth. No. What truth do you intend to reveal? That I broke it? Jiang Liuli loathed herself for not realizing how insufferable she was before. Jiang Shuyue secretly reveled in her sister's predicament. Little green tea. How delightful it must feel to be on the receiving end. System, quickly check if my green tea value has increased. It's nearing 250. Keep it up. I have faith in you. Jiang Shuyue chuckled softly and took Jiang Liuli's hand. Sister, what are you up to now?
Oh.
You still don't know? The marquis has an excellent relationship with the fourth prince, and the empress is the fourth prince's mother. With his assistance, I am sure we can navigate this smoothly. Jiang Shuyue, didn't you wish to be a princess? Let me help you become more familiar with the fourth prince ahead of time. You should be grateful. Dear sister. Jiang's mother stifled a laugh. If the fourth prince truly learned of this incident, Jiang Liuli might never step foot in the palace again. Her daughter was rather clever. Jiang Liuli grasped this implication, and her face turned pale. Her path to success lay before her. She could not let it be severed. Sister, please do not tell the fourth prince about this. I am not yet married. If my reputation is tarnished, I cannot bear it, sob. Jiang Shuyue secretly thought it might be better if she were gone. However, not having accumulated enough green tea value, letting Jiang Liuli perish like this would be too lenient. It is possible, but you must show some sincerity. How about this? I will head to the palace now, and you will light incense, kneeling facing the palace, and only rise when the emperor issues a decree. How does that sound? This. Jiang Liuli was uncertain, mainly reluctant to kneel. Jiang's mother scolded. You shattered a royal gift. It would be lenient for you to kneel. If the emperor punishes you, the Jiang family cannot shield you. This. Mother has misunderstood her daughter. She feared that her lack of sincerity was why she hesitated. The old matriarch interjected. Indeed, do not blame Liuli.
She did not mean it that way.
I have wronged Liuli. If that is the case, no cushions are needed. Someone, take the second miss outside to kneel on the bluestone path, and do not allow her to rise until receiving a decree. System. Just a reminder. Your family's bluestone path is not an ordinary one. It was specially crafted with pebbles and gravel by your two uncles to make it painfully expensive. Crafted?
Oh.
Those uncles certainly have peculiar tastes. Jiang's mother signaled her personal maid, who understood the assignment. Since this was a matter of seeking forgiveness from the emperor, it must be conducted with the utmost formality. Ordinary incense could not express sincerity. It must be a towering pillar of incense. System. Look, your grandmother's eyes are nearly popping out. However, with her nearsightedness and age, she probably cannot even see your face clearly now. Jiang Shuyue. No wonder she always smiles at me so awkwardly. It suits her face. System nodded. This old lady may look unattractive, but her thoughts are fanciful. Even at 30, she still fawns over young men, only to be scolded by their mothers. She particularly enjoys picking bones from fish with her mouth and then feeding them to your father, who devoured them with delight. Oh, he can stomach such flavors. His taste is indeed peculiar. Jiang Shuyue sneakily glanced at Jiang's mother. Did my mother kiss my father? If we count it, it would mean she kissed my grandmother. How pitiful. Jiang's mother nearly retched. No matter how well-mannered, she could not help but curse. Who the hell kissed that old hag?
Ugh.
From now on, that old crone and Jiang had better not lay a finger on her. As Jiang Shuyue departed, she deliberately sidled up to Jiang Liuli to observe her foolish expression. Sister, when kneeling, keep your back straight and your heart sincere. Only then can the emperor be appeased. You are the daughter of the minister's residence. Do not disgrace our father. Endure, I must endure. Jiang Liuli forced a smile. Thank you for the reminder, sister. I will kneel properly. Jiang Shuyue skipped merrily towards the door, while the system was baffled. Do you wish to enter the palace so eagerly? If the emperor discovers you deceived him, it could be a death sentence. Do not blame me for not warning you. You only have this one chance in this life. There won't be another. Jiang Shuyue retorted. Do you think I'm foolish? The Jiang family wouldn't dare speak of this. And I wouldn't make a fool of myself. The system was even more curious. So, how will you conclude this matter? Jiang Shuyue found the system quite dim for not grasping such a simple situation. How will I conclude it? I shall ignore her, let her kneel. Once she faints from kneeling, that will be the end of it. Chapter 41. The scandalous courtesan's live instruction having passed by, do not let this opportunity slip away. Wanting to seek out Lady Jiang was repeatedly driven away by various excuses. Left with no alternative, he could only sleep in the study. When the system reported to Jiang Shuyue, she was utterly unfazed. That scoundrel deserves it. Yet my mother is rather peculiar. I feel she has already discerned my father's little schemes. Why hasn't she expelled him? Is she saving him for leftovers during the new year? The system, having accompanied several hosts, was more acquainted with human nature than Jiang Shuyue. I believe your mother does not wish to grant him any advantage. It is more unbearable to see him ruin than to kill him. Indeed, my scoundrel father appears so amiable in front of others. My mother must concoct some schemes. Slowly but surely, she should bring about his demise, making him wish he were dead. It is the rightful path. Truly, she is my mother. Jiang Shuyue giggled, and the system could hardly distinguish who the true antagonist was. What could be so amusing? A husband? It is nothing. I merely ponder that the palace banquet must be quite entertaining. A little deceiver, spinning tales with ease. Zhou Yunshan sat by the bed, wrapping his arms around her, greedily inhaling her fragrant scent, which cleared his mind significantly. The palace banquet is the most tedious affair. What could possibly be interesting? How could it be dull when there are so many beauties? 3 women make a play. A multitude of women results in a plethora of performances. The stage might not suffice. How delightful. The system nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, where great scandals gather, accompanied by many green tea and white lotus types, it is exceedingly intriguing. Jiang Shuyue entwined her arms around his neck, nuzzling against him. However, it is the palace after all. I neither understand nor wish to learn the rules. If trouble arises, you must shield me. Clearly lazy, yet still wishing for him to act as her shield. However, it was not entirely unwelcome. Zhou Yunshan relished her playful demeanor, often lamenting why she was such a green tea essence. That enticing little visage should be that of a fox spirit. Zhou Yunshan tapped his own cheek. That will depend on the lady's performance. Hee, I knew you were the best husband. Jiang Shuyue knelt on his lap, cradling his face, and gently pecked his lips. The faint fragrance of tea surged through Zhou Yunshan's being, as if long-standing wounds were being healed. My lady, you truly are a bewitching spirit. Not quite. I am a half-immortal, merely a step away from divinity. Zhou Yunshan rubbed her hand against his lips. I was mistaken. My lady is not a bewitching spirit, but a charming fairy, the most alluring kind. Jiang Shuyue found it peculiar. System, he seems even warmer than usual. Something feels amiss. Is he unwell? The system shook its head. Not ill. Rather, he is frisky. Zhou Yunshan did not deny it, which amounted to an admission. The following day would once again be one of aches and pains. The next morning, Jiang Shuyue sat in a lounge chair in the courtyard, calculating her green tea points. She was merely 50 points away from redeeming the cleansing elixir. Jiang Shuyue was quite displeased. This little green tea is utterly useless. I am just one step away. Yet it offers no assistance. Where shall I find those 50 points? No need. The green tea points will come to you automatically. Oh dear, it is nearly noon. And sister is still lounging here. How leisurely. Unlike me, who had to rise early to serve the marquis. Such toil. Jiang Shuyue glanced sideways at a woman with a large red flower atop her head, twisting her slender waist as she entered. System, who is this? Did the antagonist have breakfast with her today? The system shook its head. Her name is Jiruhua, a concubine sent by the emperor. She rose around 4 to prepare breakfast, yet the antagonist only had 2 buns and a bowl of porridge before leaving. So she did not even catch a glimpse of him. So she was merely indulging in self-delusion, along with self-hypnosis. Jiang Shuyue could not be bothered to engage with her. Indeed, such arduous tasks are certainly for my sister to handle. I was born to enjoy life. Unable to endure your burdens. Jiruhua ground her teeth, having envisioned countless reactions, yet never anticipated this one. The system interjected. Although Jiruhua is sent by the emperor, She is actually affiliated with a noble concubine. She believes that the Marquis of Zhennan may become an obstacle to the fourth prince's ascension. So she intends to send someone to stir trouble. The women in the palace may be too dull to attract the antagonist's attention. Hence, she sought a courtesan from the common folk. What nonsense! A courtesan?
Jiang Shuyue scrutinized Yeruhua.
Initially, she had not seen clearly, but upon closer inspection, she noted a heart-shaped face, large eyes, a serpentine waist, and a soft bosom. Aside from her slightly brash demeanor and lack of refinement, she indeed had no apparent flaws. Jiang Shuyue was quite curious. This woman must possess considerable skill. I wonder how she compares to the antagonist. What a pity I am a woman, otherwise. I would love to test her skills. The system glared at her. This sister had no boundaries. Do not entertain such unrealistic thoughts. I must inform you. Although Jiruhua is quite attractive, she is, well, let us just say she takes pleasure in watching women suffer and enjoys group games. Only such stimulation arouses her interest. Moreover, she particularly relishes coercing others. The more pain she witnesses, the more delight she derives. She is indeed a thorough deviant. The madam of the brothel always entrusts new girls to her for training, with only a 50% survival rate. The rest either go mad or become like her. This woman is formidable. Jiang Shuyue was astonished. The noble concubine had sent her such a perverse character. Just to her taste. With a playful smile, Jiang Shuyue remarked, "Oh, dear beauty, you seek me out, not to boast about having breakfast with the Marquis, I hope?" "Certainly not." The Marquis even remarked on my beauty, saying I am gentle and womanly, hoping I can get along well with my sister and perhaps help her become more considerate. The system scoffed.
Lies.
You must not be alone with her. The noble concubine has instructed otherwise. Let her create trouble for you, tarnishing your reputation and making the antagonist despise you. Jiruhua's favorite pastime is to train beautiful girls. You are certainly her type. Jiang Shuyue feigned surprise, resting her chin on her hand.
Wow.
The Marquis is truly considerate. Then let us not dawdle. Commence the demonstration.
Des démonstrations?
A teacher must demonstrate when instructing. The things you teach are significantly more complex, and thus require a proper display for my understanding. Xiao Tao, bring over a larger soft cushion for this esteemed concubine to conduct a live lesson. Also, instruct the household servants to set aside their tasks and come observe. This concerns the harmony of marital relations, and it would be beneficial for them to learn. Chapter 42. The interests of the noble consort are quite diverse. Jiruhua was left in a state of bewilderment. Do all young ladies indulge in such exuberance? Under the glaring sun, amidst a crowd. System. Host 666, Jiruhua has a penchant for gathering people, pushing newly arrived young women into the midst of a pack of wolves. Now, she is reaping the consequences. But you can't possibly intend to make her perform.
Can you?
That would be quite the spectacle. Is she truly a person of varied interests? Jiang Shuyue, growing impatient, hissed. Hey, you a mere maid. Do not bow to me and yet dawdle here. Do you regard me with disdain? Or do you have no respect for the Marquis's residence? Sister, how could you say that? I merely did not expect that you, a lady of noble birth, could behave even more brazenly than a courtesan.
Haha.
I wonder how the Marquis would react if he knew. Jiruhua was genuinely anxious. The noble consort had instructed her to sow discord within the household, yet it had been days without her even catching a glimpse of the Marquis. If she could not compel Jiang Shuyue to act today, who knew how long she would have to wait? Jiruhua provocatively escalated her taunts. The Marquis, a veritable god of war in the Great Zhou, is so pitifully ensnared, unable to act at his leisure. My husband holds a position of great power. What are you to empathize with him? You? What do you mean you? Such a disrespectful creature. I share the bed with the Marquis nightly. He knows my nature well. But you, having entered merely 2 days ago, have you even laid eyes on the Marquis? Can you count the hairs on his head? Jiruhua felt a surge of frustration. Even if she had encountered Zhou Yunshin, it was improbable she would know the number of hairs on his head. Was it? Someone. This person has disrespected me. Make her pay for her insolence. A few servants rushed in from nowhere, pinning Jiruhua to the ground. A couple of sharp slaps later, one of her front teeth landed in Jiang Shuyue's teacup. System. I forgot to mention, Jiruhua hasn't brushed her teeth in 2 years and rarely rinses her mouth. Her dental hygiene is likely quite poor. The taste of this tea is rather overwhelming. Jiang Shuyue pushed the teacup away, noting that Jiruhua's face had swollen considerably, before leisurely commanding them to cease. Calling you sister does not mean I truly regard you as one. Stop flattering yourself. I am the noble consort's person. Speaking with such a lisp is truly unpleasant. However, from your words earlier, it seems you have quite the knowledge of courtesans. There's a place called the Wanhua Building. Is there not? Do you know what that place is for? The servants all shook their heads. Even if they did know, they would not dare to speak out, for fear of the marquis's wrath. Jiang Shuyue, somewhat disappointed, said, I see you don't know. How about letting this beauty go check it out for me? If it's to my liking, perhaps I shall invite the marquis to visit together another day. System. I fear the antagonist may very well break your legs. Jiang Shuyue. Fear not. While he might appear fierce with a temper to match, he is fundamentally a good person and would not hurt me. The servants were left in a state of dismay. It seems the mistress harbors some misconceptions about the marquis.
I don't,
Jiang Shuyue hurled a teacup at Jiruhua's forehead, knocking her out cold with a single strike. She appeared sturdy, yet was surprisingly fragile. Take her away. System. Host. She is the noble consort's person. Are you not afraid of her seizing the opportunity to retaliate? No worries. Should she dare to act against me, I shall expose her secrets and unearth her true nature. Meanwhile, the noble consort in her chamber sneezed mightily. The palace maid, startled, hurriedly offered tissues, only to be dismissed with a wave of the hand. What news of the person sent? Is there any word today? The noble consort smirked. It seems she possesses some ability. It won't be long before she can sow discord among them. Such talk of marital unity is mere nonsense. Men are inherently fickle. The maid nodded in agreement. Your Highness speaks truly. Miss Ruhua not only possesses beauty, but is also a treasure of the Wanhua Building. With her involvement, success is assured. Your Highness, it is grave. Ruhua has been impudence. The maid slapped the little eunuch across the face. You dare to be insolent before the Empress? Speak ill of her again, and I shall see to it that your tongue pays the price. The little eunuch, bowing low, cried out, I have erred. I acknowledge my fault. Please punish me. Your Highness. Enough. What were you saying about Ruhua? Ruhua has been sent to the brothel.
What?
The noble consort nearly choked on a fruit, almost losing her life. I would not dare deceive. I witnessed her being taken inside. How dare that wretched girl? I shall go seek an audience with the Emperor. The system, eager for drama, relayed. The noble consort approached the Emperor regarding this matter, only to be met with a single question that silenced her and resulted in a 3-month deduction of her stipend. What question was that? The Emperor. I am unaware of the Marquis's affairs. How could a woman of the inner palace possibly know? Jiang Shuyue erupted in laughter, her demeanor unrestrained. Serves her right. The influence of external relatives and eunuchs is one of the Emperor's greatest taboos. The noble consort's reach is far too ambitious, and this punishment is quite lenient. The noble consort, furious, destroyed her chamber and lashed 2 palace maids until they were bruised. Poor maids, what a misfortune. Jiang Shuyue mused. No wonder the noble consort sought out Jiruhua. Their interests align splendidly. Perhaps I shall finance a visit to the brothel for her in the future. The system speculated that the noble consort might not appreciate this gesture, but thought little of it. The individual may be lackluster, yet the gossip is undeniably delightful. The anticipation of entering the palace to spread more rumors is thrilling. Jiang Shuyue too was filled with expectation. Following today's confrontation, her green tea value was still 10 points shy, and Jiruhua's attack power paled in comparison to Jiang Liuli's, which was quite exasperating. The other maids appeared equally bemused, with the exception of the absent Bailey Dong. Everyone else seemed to be grinning, nodding along to whatever was said, as if they were all eager subservience, leaving her devoid of any interest in bullying. It seems to accumulate sufficient green tea value. One must initiate from within the palace. Jiang Shuyue rummaged through a box, retrieving a small riding whip to toy with. It fit quite well in her hand. Xiao Tao, fetch me 100 more. And find some skilled artisans. I wish to adorn these little whips. Xiao Tao suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. There was a nagging sensation that whenever her mistress smiled, it spelled trouble. Especially today, that grin was particularly lecherous. It felt as though the noble consort was destined for misfortune. System, curious as ever, inquired. Host, what do you intend to do with that? Are you learning to ride? Jiang Shuyue shook her head. Not at all. Since the noble consort has a fondness for riding whips, I shall gift her a collection that will last her a lifetime. Chapter 43. Seeking divinity fails to compare with clinging to her thigh before long. The grand autumn banquet hosted by the noble consort Shuyue commenced. The halls of the Puxiang Palace were brimming with esteemed ladies and young heiresses from the most illustrious families of the capital. Zhou Luming stood beside Jiang Shuyue, smiling as he reassured her, Mother, it is your first time here, is it not? Do not be afraid. Should any trouble arise, I shall shield you from it, and none would dare mock you. Indeed, with you by my side, I fear nothing, she replied. Oh, my dear daughter, how dutiful you are. Once I have indulged sufficiently in my delights, and my green tea value is plentiful, I shall exchange it for a beauty elixir, ensuring my beloved daughter remains ever youthful and radiant. The surrounding ladies, who could hear her thoughts, were filled with envy. Though immortality was not attainable, everlasting beauty was their ultimate aspiration. Seeking divine intervention paled in comparison to seeking the favor of Jiang Shuyue. She was the one to rely upon. It had long been said that the wife of the Duke of Zhennan was as beautiful as a flower, and upon seeing her today, it was evident that she was extraordinary. Madam, your mother and I are distant cousins. My daughter is your sister. If you do not mind, let her address you as sister henceforth. My lady, today you resemble a water lily emerging from the depths, truly a sight to behold. Such exquisite attire must have cost a fortune. It is clear the Duke cherishes you dearly. Jiang Shuyue felt a bit lightheaded from the flattery. Isn't it true that the aristocracy excels in intrigue? I hail from humble beginnings. Should you not mock and ridicule me, perhaps even resort to underhanded tactics? None dared to do so. She was a living goddess. To offend her was akin to dismantling a temple. Zhou Luming, I have something to discuss with you. Chu Xian managed to squeeze into their circle, panting slightly. I have clarified the previous matter. You did not wrong me. It was Xiao Lushuang's instigation. I was foolish to fall for it, and I apologize. Such a person who dares to love and hate. It was she who spoke well of me before my future sister-in-law, thus sparing her from Jiang Liuli's clutches. Zhou Luming thought, initially reluctant to engage with Chu Xian. But acknowledging her assistance to his mother, he decided to extend a courtesy. I have no time to dwell on past grievances. Indeed, you are busy nurturing your romance with your young Master Shen. When you wed, do remember to send me an invitation. I shall prepare a grand surprise for you. I look forward to it, hoping it will be grand enough to astonish me. Humph. The Chu family's wealth is nothing to scoff at. I assure you, it will leave you utterly speechless. Jiang Shuyue felt a pang of envy. This is what friendship is, isn't it? How lovely. I seem to lack such companions. Henceforth, Luming shall not be lonely. Perhaps we should also procure a beauty elixir for Chu Xian? Otherwise, as we age, my daughter may be the sole beauty, and that could be disheartening. Zhou Luming replied, No, that shall not be the case. The others chimed in, We can also be friends with your daughter, great sorcerer. Grant us the elixir. System. Let us not speak of beauty elixirs just yet. You still lack sufficient green tea value for your cleansing elixir. Look to your 3 o'clock. Do you see that girl in green glaring at you? That little chubby one? She stands at merely 5 feet tall and weighs around 180 pounds. The child seems well-nourished. System. She can consume 2 chickens of fish, 3 pounds of shrimp, 5 pounds of pork, and 3 bowls of rice in one sitting. Despite being only 15, she can lift a 300-pound water tank. Yet she neglects dental hygiene and bathing, has heavy leg hair, and particularly enjoys teasing those who are more aesthetically pleasing than herself. Jiang Shuyue understood. She was a composite of Consort Shuyue and Ji Ruhua. This morning, she devoured 2 baskets of meat buns and 5 fried dough sticks, accompanied by 3 bowls of soybean milk, and she even has remnants of meat stuck between her front teeth. Jiang Shuyue felt an urge to pry open her lips and inspect the remnants. System. That also qualifies as a form of abnormality. Yet, that is not the crux of the matter. What truly matters is that she considers herself friends with Jiang Liuli, although it is a one-sided belief. She has aimed her ire at you to vent her frustrations for her friend. Earlier, she had someone tamper with a chair you were to sit in, hoping you would fall and embarrass yourself. Little does she know, the greatest joke is on her. The Chen family's illegitimate children have long grown weary of her. It is said that today she is to enter the palace, and they have taken the liberty of adding a little spice to her soybean milk. Chen Furong already suffers from hemorrhoids. Coupled with the added ingredients, she has begun to feel quite uncomfortable, and there may be an amusing spectacle shortly. Surrounding Chen Furong, the ladies displayed expressions of distaste, discreetly pulling their sisters and friends away from her vicinity. It was as if a foul odor had begun to waft through the air. Though partially dispersed by the fragrance of flowers and the breeze, a lingering scent remained. Jiang Shuyue scrutinized Chen Furong. She bore little resemblance to a lotus and instead resembled a baked bun. System. Indeed, she bears a striking resemblance to a baked bun. With a large round face and sesame-like features, yet she perceives herself as a celestial beauty, worthy of your husband. Every time Jiang Liuli sees her, she lavishes her with praise, declaring Furong to be the most beautiful, the most outstanding, the one who captivates all. Only she is deserving of the Duke of Jinnan, who shall surely fall at her feet.
Ugh.
The Duke of Jinnan is renowned as the most handsome man in the Great Zhou. How could such a person even entertain thoughts of her? Jiang Shuyue scoffed. Jiang Liuli is quite audacious, uttering such nonsense. She must have schemed to use Furong as a pawn against me. System. Perhaps, but she is underestimating the Qin family. The eldest son is fond of his stepmother. The second son has an unusual interest, and the youngest has a peculiar affection. Jiang Shuyue found herself intrigued by the peculiar. System chuckled. He is fond of dogs. Surely not. In this day and age, are people so liberated? Poor little dog. Host, where does your mind wander? The affection I speak of is purely innocent. The youngest son of the Qin family becomes utterly enamored upon seeing a dog, and his happiness is guaranteed as long as there are dogs around. Chen Taisho appears simple and honest, yet his children are far from ordinary. Especially the eldest and second. Oh dear. One wonders how Chen Taisho will react upon discovering this. System. Look at Chen Furong's expression. It seems she wishes to devour you. I assure you, should you provoke her, you will quickly accumulate green tea value. Jiang Shuyue pondered this. However, amidst so many eyes, deliberately causing trouble would be improper, especially given the distance between them. How could she lure Chen Furong over? As Jiang Shuyue contemplated, Zhou Luming tugged at her sleeve, grinning. Earlier, Madame Li remarked that the value of your attire is worth a fortune. Yet it is not merely the cost that matters, it is the sentiment behind it. This ensemble is not something one can acquire with wealth alone. Is it truly difficult to procure? Jiang Shuyue was somewhat oblivious. Zhou Yunxin had gifted it to her, and she wore it simply because she found it beautiful. Zhou Luming nodded. Indeed. Just the bracelet on your wrist could serve as a family heirloom in another household. The cosmetics you use were specifically chosen by father, highlighting his affection for you. Please do not say such things. You make me feel quite bashful. Chapter 44. The Series of Flatulence by Jiang Liuli Chu Xian. With a keen sense of humor, interjected, and T that the precious daughter of the esteemed Chen Taisho? How could the high-ranking official raise such a foul-mouthed daughter, speaking so shamelessly in public? Chen Furong was aware of Chu Xian's fiery temper, hence she chose to ignore her provocations. With a huff, she retorted, the wealth of the marquis's household was earned through blood and sweat on the battlefield. His choice of a wife was meant to elevate the family status. Yet this new bride is such a squander. Perhaps it would have been better had he remained unmarried. Jiang Shuyue concealed half her face with her sleeve, blinking her round, glistening eyes. Indeed, I too believe these items are excessively expensive. Even mountains of gold and silver cannot withstand such reckless spending. However, the Marquis claims he is unperturbed, for he earns money solely to spend on me. If I do not spend his money, he feels discomfort. Oh, what a predicament. System. Though the antagonist has never uttered such words, based on his recalibrated judgment, this should encapsulate his sentiments. Host, your comprehension skills are improving remarkably. Jiang Shuyue. Yes. Yes. I feel increasingly human. Henceforth, when the antagonist remains silent, I shall intuit his thoughts. Truly, I am akin to a worm in his belly. A worm that doesn't sound particularly flattering. Chen Furong, in her indignation, stamped her foot, causing Jiang Shuyue to feel the earth tremble. You shameless creature! To spend Brother Yunshin's money with such audacity. Marrying you must be his most unfortunate fate. They say one must endure hardship before tasting sweetness. Surely his misfortunes will soon yield to fortune. Chu Xian, taken aback, replied, My lady, your husband is already in a position second only to the emperor. Any further ascension seems unlikely. Are you unable to comprehend human speech? I said you are unworthy of Brother Yunshin. Jiang Shuyue flicked her hair, revealing a mischievous expression. Indeed, I am unworthy, yet the marquis has an affinity for me. It is a case of mutual attraction, is it not? By the way, given your incessant address of Brother Yunshin, might he be a relative of mine? If so, by kinship, you ought to call me sister-in-law. System chuckled heartily. Host, you are truly remarkable. How did you come to know that Chen Taisho is an orphan, with his godfather being a eunuch? A eunuch could never possibly be connected to the marquis's household. How would I know? I simply thought her appearance was unbecoming, unfit to associate with the antagonist. What a cute perception. It is no wonder she is the host. Chen Furong, now enraged, shoved her way through the crowd towards Jiang Shuyue, exclaiming, Ah! Jiang Shuyue feigned weakness, collapsing beside Zhou Luming. Woe is me, sister. How could you be so excessive? How could you strike me? Oh, dear, look at my swelling. The system lamented her theatrics. Your act of provocation is far too transparent. Such poor performance. Who would believe it? Poor? I find it quite satisfactory. System. Indeed, you are entirely correct. Let us see how you fare henceforth. The crowd exchanged glances. How could they allow the charming lady of Zhennan to suffer harm? They resolutely vowed to protect their little fairy. Miss Chen, this is quite excessive. A simple conversation suffices. Why resort to violence? Indeed, the lady of Zhennan is so delicate. What if she were to be harmed? The marquis would surely be heartbroken. Miss Chen, perhaps you should temper your temperament. After all, you are older than the lady by a couple of years. Why act so frivolously? Chen Furong, flabbergasted, protested, No, I did not. Are you all blind? I did not touch her at all. Humph. You claim not to have touched her? Zhou Luming rolled his eyes. I witnessed it. Your claws nearly reached my mother, and she was left quite startled by your antics. Chu Xian nodded in agreement. I too observed that. It was your blow that toppled the lady. Given her delicate constitution, one breath from you could send her reeling. Chen Furong, at a loss for words, was bombarded by the crowd's accusations, her rage boiling yet unable to articulate a retort. Jiang Shuyue nestled against Zhou Luming's shoulder, stifling her laughter. I never anticipated everyone's eyes to be so blind. Truly, heaven is aiding me. The crowd murmured, Are they blind or not? Surely. She must know in her heart. Jiang Shuyue feigned tears. Alas, my physique is too weak. When my sister approached, I nearly thought an earthquake had struck. This is all my fault. My father and Chen Taisho are only colleagues. If mere association could forge connections, then the children of all officials would be kin to my father. Oh, so they are not relatives after all. I must request Miss Chen to amend her address, as my husband's status is sensitive, and it would not bode well should you suffer loss. You are indeed, as Leoli described, a wretched person.
Ah?
Did my sister speak of me in such a manner behind my back? I refuse to believe it unless you admit it yourself, sister. What do you say? Jiang Leoli, eavesdropping from the crowd's edge, was startled when her name was called. She initially wished to flee but was seized by Chen Furong, dragged before Jiang Shuyue.
Today,
With me present, you may speak freely, unveil all her disgraceful deeds, and let us see if the marquis still desires her. Jiang Leoli wished to dismiss everything and simply faint at that moment. Jiang Shuyue pressed, Sister, what disgraceful deeds could I possibly have? Do share with everyone. This must be a misunderstanding by Furong. My sister is gentle and kind, always caring for me. How could she have any disgraceful deeds? Jiang Liuli lowered her head in a pitiful manner, appearing as though she wished to speak, but felt too timid to do so. Jiang Shuyue. Her demeanor will only lead others to speculate it is my fault. Truly, the essence of a green tea bitch. I must applaud her. System. The value of the green tea has risen slowly until now, surging past 300 points. System rewards you with a cleansing elixir. In an instant, Jiang Shuyue's pocket bulged with a large pill, its medicinal fragrance invigorating her spirit. Jiang Shuyue finally secured the cleansing elixir for my second brother. Next, I shall obtain the pills from the Prince of Huai and my daughter's beauty elixir, along with those for Chu Xian. I hope Jiang Liuli shows some spirit and allows me to accumulate more green tea points. How useful Jiang Liuli has turned out to be. The eyes of the crowd gleamed with anticipation, gazing at Jiang Liuli as though she were prey before a feast, fixated and unyielding. Liuli, share your grievances. We are all here to support you. She did not wish to fabricate tales but was too intimidated to do so. In the past, it would have been inconsequential, however. Now, she found herself struggling within the Jiang household, fearing that should trouble arise, no one would protect her. It was prudent to disentangle herself from this predicament and prioritize her safety. Enough of this. My sister has done nothing wrong. Do not pressure her any further.
Buffed. Juicin Berlin get?
Did any of you hear a sound just now? Zhou Luming replied, yes, it sounded like pft, pft, pft. The air fell silent for a few seconds, and before the crowd could gather their wits, Jiang Shuyue erupted into boisterous laughter. A series of flatulence. Jiang Liuli has actually let out a string of farts. Chapter 45. The Scented Consort. Last time it was just a few small sounds, but this time it was a series of flatulent eruptions. Her digestive system is truly remarkable. The system remarked. Thanks to your mother, ever since the soybean incident, Jiang Liuli has refrained from consuming soy products. Your mother has been providing her with ample leafy greens and has sent numerous sweet potatoes and tubers. The crowd suddenly understood. Sweet potatoes indeed lead to flatulence. It appears that such foods should be prohibited 2 days prior to future banquets. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed. It's all thanks to my dear mother. Oh, why has the sound ceased? Continue, we shan't mock you. As if. Zhou Luming clenched his teeth, nearly on the verge of collapse. Flatulence is hardly amusing, yet the juxtaposition of Jiang Shuyue's inner thoughts with the sound was particularly hilarious. She was reluctant to leave this place. Jiang Liuli's complexion fluctuated between red and pale. Did she not comprehend the unspoken truths? Dreadful Chen Furong. Since she had sought her own embarrassment, she had no one to blame. Jiang Liuli squeezed out a couple of tears, saying, If you insist, I cannot help it. After all, we are friends, and I shall not hold it against you regardless of your actions. Goodness. Attempting to shift the blame of the flatulence incident onto Chen Furong? Truly a deep sisterly bond. Who would have thought Jiang Liuli would be this way? Each person harbored their own conclusions. No matter their children's relationship with Jiang Liuli, they would be sternly ordered to maintain their distance. Such a woman brings misfortune to anyone who crosses her path. The consort has arrived. Chen Furong was still oblivious to Jiang Liuli's scheme when the consort, accompanied by a throng of palace maids, made her grand entrance. Jiang Shuyue remarked, Is this the consort? I had imagined a delicate beauty, yet instead, she resembles a walking gold ingot. Not even the emperor shines as brightly as she does. How has she achieved this? A walking gold ingot. Previously unnoticed. Now it was unmistakable. The system explained. The consort hails from a family of weavers in Jiangnan, her maternal lineage comprising affluent merchants. When she first met the emperor, she donned garments embroidered with golden silk and chrysanthemum patterns. Over time, no one batted an eyelash at her opulent attire. I recall in the original text, she ascended to the rank of imperial noble consort, second only to the empress. Later, she even condoned the fourth prince's actions against my husband. This woman is quite ambitious. The system added. Her ambition knows no bounds. She feigned sisterly affection with the empress, all the while harboring deep resentment. Ultimately, she reduced the empress to a mere pawn. Cold sweat trickled down Chu Xiner's back. The empress, being her distant cousin, was kind and dignified. She never imagined she would meet such a fate. Jiang Shuyue inquired, What about the juicy gossip you mentioned earlier? Can you share it now? The system responded. Let me start with a minor detail. 3 years hence, she falsely accused the Empress of infidelity, claiming the lover was a guard who was, in fact, the consort's old flame, more accurately, a sycophant. Sycophants, indeed. They end up with nothing, sacrificing their lives in the process. The system huffed, expressing disdain for such individuals. Not only that, the emperor initially executed only the guard, but fearing exposure, the consort ordered the entire family of another to be killed, sparing not even a 6-month-old child. The poor young lover believed the consort would pave a bright future for his son, only to find himself meeting death. After becoming Empress Dowager, she even kept 30 concubines, whose beauty was astonishing. Jiang Shuyue's interest was piqued. What of their beauty? Were they so exquisite as to rival the likes of legendary beauties? Look towards your 8 o'clock. Is there not a short, stout guard with a bushy beard? Jiang Shuyue turned to look and indeed spotted a guard, standing out in a sea of tall figures, appearing particularly conspicuous. He was perhaps around 5'7", a full head shorter than the others, with a reddish-brown bushy beard that set him apart. Jiang Shuyue was puzzled. Does the consort have a preference for short men? You are searching for sweetness amidst bitter melons. She simply finds such men robust and manly. And she has a particular fondness for bushy beards. Braiding beards, grooming them, even picking out food remnants from them, it is all part of her peculiar interests, which are closely tied to her tastes. The others chimed in, truly, a woman of distinct tastes. A few may be tolerable, but 30. How fortunate she is to have found so many bearded gentlemen. Jiang Shuyue regretted not preparing a box of false beards instead of a small whip. The system continued. She also has a penchant for stinky tofu, fermented bean curd, and stinky salted eggs. To make matters worse, she enjoys deep-fried cicadas dipped in fermented bean curd sauce, and she even wishes to try earthworm pulled noodles next. Her tastes are exceedingly bold.
No.
This is not bold, it is terrifying. Consuming what even pigs would refuse, the consort relishes with delight. She is more fearsome than an omnivorous creature. Jiang Shuyue pondered. With such peculiar tastes, does she not fear offending the emperor? To allay suspicions, the consort not only fills her chambers with copious amounts of incense, but also rinses her mouth with it, all the while feigning a breath as fragrant as orchids in front of the emperor. In truth, the scents are merely those of the spices. Her molars have been stained by them. Before arriving here, she even indulged in a piece of durian and rinsed her mouth with 3 cups of spice-infused water. Oh, she truly risks everything for a morsel of food. Perhaps one could add something to her spices, taking advantage of her indulgence to claim her life? The system cautioned. No. Committing murder would bring about dire consequences, severing the path to ascension completely. Just a jest, but you should have told me later. I now feel as if her gaze is laden with the pungent odor of fermented bean curd. Upon this remark, the noble ladies seemed to sense something amiss. They had always praised the consort's enticing fragrance, only to realize now that beneath the spices lay a foul stench. The emperor, upon seeing the reports delivered by the palace attendants, felt a peculiar sensation in his mouth. Just this morning, he had kissed the consort. Prince Huai relished the misfortune. Your Majesty, do not overthink it. After all, she rinsed her mouth with spices. Simply pretend you are unaware. Zhou Yunshan concurred. Yes. Play the fool. In due time, it shall pass. What nonsense! Is this something that resolves so easily? He finally understood. None of these brothers were reliable. The state master was indeed the most dependable. The emperor leaned against Murong Tianxi's shoulder, lamenting. Murong Tianxi patted the emperor's head. Worry not, dear brother. I have a strategy that may alleviate your troubles. Oh, pray tell, wise brother. I can grant you 2 injections to numb your sense of smell and taste. Thus, regardless of what the consort consumes, you shall neither smell nor taste it. The emperor pushed Murong Tianxi away and gave him a kick. Heartless creature. Summon a decree. From this day forth, reduce the supply of incense in the palace by 3/4, leaving only a portion for basic use. Those who smuggle or transport incense for personal gain shall face execution without mercy. The emperor grinned mischievously. I shall see if, without incense to mask it, she dares to consume such things. Zhou Yunshan thought at that moment. The emperor resembled a true villain. Chapter 46. Confronting the green tea, the noble consort scrutinized Jiang Shuyue, perceiving her to possess an air of dullness. You are the new wife of the Marquis of Jinnan, are you not? It is indeed better to see you in person than to hear of you. Your Highness is too kind. I am not as remarkable as you think, Jiang Shuyue replied. Consort. No, I am not complimenting you. Do you not sense it? Indifferent to the consort's thoughts, Jiang Shuyue busied herself sniffing around the consort. She consumed so many flavorful dishes this morning, yet I cannot detect a single scent. The palace spices are rather potent, she mused. System. Indeed, however, the overpowering spices have adversely affected her health, leading to infertility. Even the Yonghua water cannot restore her. Jiang Shuyue, this is already a case of infertility. How could a few flowers remedy that? By the way, when will we be seated? I am quite famished. Zhou Luming. Your Highness, it is nearly time. Shall we commence the banquet? My memory fails me. Since it is your first time in the palace, the servants neglected to assign you a seat. You may sit over there. The consort gestured towards a position at the end of the table. The seating arrangement was hierarchical, with those at the entrance belonging to lesser families. The consort smiled sweetly at Jiang Shuyue. Jiang Liuli felt a secret delight. Let her be arrogant. She deserves it. Jiang Shuyue, your Highness is exceedingly considerate. I am most grateful. Wait a moment, dear. Jiang Shuyue, knowing she has a strong body odor. You have arranged for me a well-ventilated spot. I cannot smell her, allowing me to enjoy my snacks. Truly, you are kind. Indeed. Let us find a quiet place to savor our refreshments. Are there more snacks? The two young ladies at the end of the table shifted to offer Jiang Shuyue a more spacious seat, even sharing their fruits with her. Jiang Shuyue, these little girls are rather nice. System. She is the daughter of a fifth-rank official named Meng Tian. This morning, her stepmother dressed her in new clothes, but they have been soaked in medicine, and she will develop a rash within the hour. Jiang Shuyue, I recall this little subplot. The rash resembles smallpox. She will be apprehended and quietly perish, correct? Yes, but it is merely an allergic reaction to the medicine. A little lard applied to the skin would suffice. Poor child. To perish at the tender age of 14. Meng Tian was left speechless. She pondered why her stepmother had suddenly been so kind. It was all part of a sinister plot. The others gasped at Madame Meng's cruelty. She appeared gentle and kind, the epitome of a virtuous wife. Yet she acted so ruthlessly behind closed doors. System. Soon, the consort will summon talents to perform, essentially granting Jiang Liuli an opportunity to showcase herself. A poem and a song will dazzle the audience, successfully capturing the consort's attention. However, the song was purchased from a courtesan at Yihong Tower, and the poem was bought from a poor scholar who is also her devoted admirer. Indeed, Jiang Liuli's literary prowess relies entirely on that scholar. Unfortunately, while he elevated her to the status of the greatest talent, he ended up with nothing and faced a grim fate. Jiang Shuyue, I always said, devoted admirers end up with nothing. May that young scholar seek his fortune elsewhere. Fu Mingqing stood among the musicians, startled by her words. The poems Jiang Liuli had deceived him into writing. No, that cannot be true. Jiang Liuli rose. Your Highness, I have composed a celebratory poem for you, and I hope you will enjoy it. Last night, when the southern pole shone, the banquet hall opened, adorned with paintings. The colorful grandsons are all handsome, raising their cups to toast the guests. The flourishing trees and flowers echo with joyous voices, while the deep shadows of orchids celebrate long-lasting blessings. The consort applauded. A splendid piece. In my humble opinion, Liuli must be the foremost talent of our great Zhou. Fu Mingqing bowed his head, desperately concealing his fury. He had initially entered the palace to earn a living as a musician, yet he had inadvertently exposed Jiang Liuli's true character. What should he do? Should he reveal the truth? Jiang Shuyue, I too can compose a piece for her. My thoughts are muddled, swirling like a heap of nonsense.
Puffed.
Restrain yourself. Do not laugh. Jiang Liuli had prepared herself for compliments, but silence lingered, leaving her puzzled. What could be amiss? This was far from her expectations. The humble servant has another piece to offer, wishing you endless celebrations, year after year. Jiang Liuli instructed someone to bring forth a zither. Its melodious sound gently filled the air. Jiang Shuyue, that must be an ancient zither. That scoundrel, uses my mother's money to support his illegitimate daughter. He will surely face dire consequences. Indeed, you speak the truth. The piece is pleasant, but knowing it was purchased from a courtesan, it carries a certain flavor. I wonder about the lover she had in mind when she wrote it. System interjected. I know. It was a man of the night.
Puffed.
Chu Sheener nearly choked, hastily using her handkerchief to wipe her mouth, coughing violently. It seemed today as banquet had an overwhelming flavor. You are aware of courtesans, are you not? They appear glamorous but belong to lower statuses, typically surrounded by unsavory men. Yet, the man of the night is different. He cares for her without demanding anything in return. In her heart, that is a true man. Sadly, the man of the night could not redeem her, and they could only meet in secret during the day. To express her longing, she penned this piece. One must admit, it was quite touching. Jiang Shuyue, labor is honorable, and we must respect every worker. We must resolutely oppose Jiang Liuli's plagiarism. The crowd, as long as you are happy. As the performance concluded, Jiang Liuli bowed. Your Highness, I wonder if you are satisfied with my piece? Satisfied indeed. It is quite reminiscent of a lover's affections. Jiang Shuyue smiled. Your sister's music reminded me of my husband, truly a mutual affection. Considering your age, you must have developed feelings. I wonder which young gentleman is fortunate enough to win your favor. Jiang Liuli felt a rush of embarrassment.
Today.
The consort intended to choose a bride for the fourth prince during the birthday celebration, a fact known to all. However, stating it aloud altered its essence, making it seem as if she was pursuing the prince herself. My dear sister, having grown up in the countryside, your understanding of music is likely superficial. You must have misheard. Not at all. I grew up in the mountains, not in the countryside. Furthermore, music knows no boundaries. Even cats and dogs can discern it. I am a person. How could I possibly misunderstand? Or do you think that the pieces you play are so profound that only those of cultured background can appreciate them? Yet, dear sister, you are not even a true-born member of the Jiang family. Your lineage is hardly noble. Chapter 47. Performance of breaking stones with the chest. The hair on Jiang Liuli's head visibly bristled. The identity of the Jiang family's young lady served as both her shield and her means of intimidation. The Jiang family publicly proclaimed the existence of two daughters, and now that this facade was shattered, it was akin to a resounding slap to the face. Jiang Liuli felt a murderous intent rising within her.
Ah.
I apologize for my words, but regardless of whether or not she shares the Jiang bloodline, we will treat her as one of our own. After all, she has spent a considerable amount of time in the Jiang family and has developed feelings over the years. Sister, you jest. We are of the same bloodline. Such words only serve to wound the bonds of sisterhood. Bonds?
Heir.
Jiang Shuyue concluded this topic with an odd chuckle, further igniting Jiang Liuli's fury. You dare argue with me? What do you mean by heir? How am I supposed to respond to that? Jiang Shuyue was indifferent, saying, Master, did you see her embarrassed expression? She looks like a foolish bird that has eaten a toad. It's utterly hilarious. The system wanted to advise her to tone it down, as the Empress Dowager's gaze could be venomous, but it too found the situation amusing. I think she resembles a toad that has swallowed excrement. Just look at her distorted face. She's lost her only virtue. Indeed, the system is right. They laughed heartily, completely disregarding the feelings of others.
Chu xin the mat.
Can you perhaps tone it down? I am struggling to contain my laughter. The Empress Dowager chuckled. The Jiang sisters truly share a harmonious relationship. It makes me envious.
Master.
Is the Empress Dowager's perception perhaps a bit skewed? What makes her believe we are harmonious? This is what we call speaking nonsense with open eyes. Ignore her. The system replied. Absolutely, the system is correct. Jiang Shuyue stuffed a piece of pastry into her mouth, her cheeks bulging like a little squirrel. Your Highness, I have a humble request that I hope you might grant. Speak freely. I have heard that my sister is preparing a talent performance. I implore your Highness to give her an opportunity to shine.
Oh?
I am quite looking forward to it. Lady of the Duke of Jinan, please proceed. The system interjected. The little green tea girl wants to sabotage you. Should you recite poetry to frighten them? Jiang Shuyue responded, no need, no need. It is merely a talent performance. I have plenty of material to ensure both the old crone and the little green tea are satisfied. The little green tea referred to Jiang Shuyue, while the old crone was. Everyone cast furtive glances at the Empress Dowager. Previously deemed beautiful and dignified, now, age was hard to define, but the scent was quite strong. Since everyone wished to witness the performance, I will no longer hold back. Come, bring me a large stone. A servant brought a massive stone, and Jiang Shuyue lay down on the ground, patting her belly. Place it here and smash it hard. Wait. Lady of the Duke of Jinan, what are you doing? Jiang Shuyue replied, Did not your highness wish to see a performance? I happen to have learned the art of breaking stones with my chest. Though I have yet to practice, my theoretical understanding is sound. The Empress Dowager was stunned. To dare perform without practice? This girl must be courting death. It would not matter if the little vixen perished, but if she died here, it would pose a significant problem. That killing machine, Zhou Yunshin, would surely demolish her palace. No need to go through with it. Your intentions are enough. I appreciate them. Jiang Shuyue retorted. Want to back out? Not a chance. Your Highness, I learned this to celebrate your birthday. If you do not watch, would that not undermine my heartfelt intentions? Do not worry, my master assured me that as long as I am physically robust, I shall not perish at most. I might cough up a bit of blood. I am ready. Let us begin. The Empress Dowager nearly fainted. Even if she were to endure no fatality, risking even minor injuries could cost her head. She almost fell to her knees to plead with her. Lady of the Duke of Jinan, I truly appreciate your intentions, but the stone is dirty. Be cautious not to soil your garments. Please rise. But your highness, I have prepared only this one performance. If you do not allow me to showcase it, I shall feel unwell. Enough, enough. The Empress Dowager hastily assisted her. Let us consider that I have witnessed it. There is no harm. Is that so? Then your highness, tell me, which is more splendid, my performance of breaking stones or my sister's poetry and song? Silence enveloped the room, heavy and deafening. She had yet to perform. How could one judge? Moreover, poetry was of the highest caliber, while breaking stones was mere lowbrow entertainment. Could they truly be compared? Perhaps your highness has not witnessed it firsthand, making it difficult to assess? No worries. I shall ensure you witness it. After all, I have plenty of garments, and my husband will not scold me. I have grown weary of poetry and song. How could one compare to your fresh and unconventional performance? The system noted, the little green tea's expression has darkened, adding 100 to her green tea value, plus an index contributed by the Empress Dowager, currently totaling 300 for the host. Confusion reigned. If one could not grasp the situation, it was best to refrain from involvement. Jiang Shuyue linked arms with the Empress Dowager. I feel an immediate kinship upon meeting your highness. If you do not mind, I wish to forge a sisterhood with you. If that is agreeable? Sisterhood? What? Everyone exclaimed. You are not following the script. Little Jiang asked, What is a script? I do not know. As the eldest daughter of my family, I have never experienced the affection of an elder sister. I feel an instant connection with your highness. And I wish to be your sister. You would not reject me, would you? Jiang Shuyue blinked fervently. Would you dare refuse? If she did not refuse, Jiang Shuyue would become an annoying little sister. If she did, Zhou Yunshin's blade would be lurking. The Empress Dowager, forcing a smile, replied, Very well. Let us become sisters. Then your highness shall be my elder sister. And Liuli, come forth and call me sister. What? What does this have to do with her? Jiang Liuli had yet to comprehend, while the Empress Dowager's eyes glimmered with malice. Ah, so she had been waiting for me. The system commented, You may forge sisterhood with her, but why drag Jiang Liuli into this? Are you not afraid she will step on you? Jiang Shuyue replied, You do not understand. I am her elder sister, and have formed sisterhood with the Empress Dowager. By this equivalence, Jiang Liuli is now her younger sister, placing her on equal footing. How could the fourth prince dare seek her hand in marriage? Moreover, following this incident, the Empress Dowager will undoubtedly harbor great disdain for me. Every time she sees Jiang Liuli, she will be reminded of me. How could she ever treat her kindly? This is what I call having the best of both worlds. You see? The system comprehended, and so did the others, leading to a collective sense of trepidation. What was initially perceived as a joyful gathering turned out to be a calamity. One strike could cause a brain explosion. Empress Dowager, may fortune smile upon you. Chapter 48. The Enchanting Chen Furong. Congratulations, Lady Shufei. You have gained 2 sworn sisters at once. Are you not delighted? Delighted? Not in the least. How can a mere illegitimate daughter presume to bond with her? Congratulations, Lady Shufei. My aunt enjoys the favor of Lord Jiang, and my mother is well known. Truly, you have acquired 2 formidable allies. Zhou Luming? What nonsense is this little girl spouting? Chu Shiner chimed in with a laugh. What are you all standing there for? Hurry, light the incense burner. Lady Shufei awaits her sworn sisters. The palace attendants, bewildered, were hastily urged to produce the incense burner. Your Highness, please proceed. Zhou Luming personally lit several sticks of incense and presented them to Lady Shufei. Jiang Shuyue immediately knelt down, declaring, Heaven above, I, Jiang Shuyue, hereby bond with Lady Shufei as sworn sisters, sharing our fortunes and wealth, with an oath to face the heavens should we stray. With 3 earnest bows. Jiang Shuyue looked up with eager anticipation at Lady Shufei. Under the gaze of all, Lady Shufei was compelled to kneel as well. Sister, do join us quickly. Lady Shufei's knees are precious, and you wouldn't want her to kneel for too long, would you?
I
understand. Jiang Liuli still harbored a flicker of hope, seeking to forge a connection with Lady Shufei, hoping it would lead to her own rise. As they became sisters, she envisioned having someone to look out for her. With a cheerful heart, Jiang Liuli began her oath and bowed, further deepening Lady Shufei's frustration. Was this girl truly so foolish? Lady Shufei gritted her teeth, masking her displeasure.
clack.
Lady Shufei murmured, yes. Jiang Shuyue remarked, occasionally indulging in small morsels aids digestion. Chu Shiner retorted, do you think the lady is a chick in need of pebbles for digestion? With a beaming smile, Jiang Shuyue instructed the servants to bring forth the prepared gifts. Today marks a double celebration. Fortunately, I have prepared a grand offering. Otherwise, I would feel remiss on this special occasion. Your Highness, pray examine these treasures and see if they please you. As the servants opened the box, Lady Shufei's complexion paled. Madam of the Duke of Jinan, what is the meaning of this? Sister, we are now sworn sisters. Do not stand on ceremony. Call me sister, and let me hear it. See, sister. My dear sister, I have heard you possess a particular fondness for horseback riding. So I have prepared numerous little riding whips. Pray, do you like them? The young ladies, oblivious, gazed curiously at the elder women. The matrons blushed, hesitant to look yet unable to resist stealing glances at the patterns. Lady Shufei's face fluctuated between crimson and pallor. Rascal. Sister, during your solitary days. These items will surely assist you. No need for thanks. It is but a sister's duty. My sister, you are truly quite knowledgeable. Indeed. I am quite knowledgeable, yet I refrain from displaying it, merely to vex you. Jiang Shuyue tilted her head. Yes, these are all hand-carved by me, and the materials are exceedingly rare. I hope my sister finds them to her liking. You. System. Host, I detect an impending revelation approaching. Jiang Shuyue, where is this revelation? Your humble son greets the Empress, wishing her fortune as vast as the Eastern Sea and longevity akin to the Southern Mountains. System. Here comes the 4th prince, the future emperor. The future emperor? But the crown prince yet lives. How can that be? Exchanges of glances ensued. As uncertainty filled the air, was a change in the winds of the great Zhou imminent? Jiang Shuyue mused, his appearance is merely passable. And yet he dares to imprison my man and harm my child. What audacity! A mere child, lacking maturity, yet his ambitions are quite lofty. System. Indeed, he lacks maturity. Otherwise, he would not have wed himself. Last night, he dreamt of pursuing the arch-villain, only to awaken with an urgent need to relieve himself, resulting in a bedwetting incident. In an effort to conceal his shame, he disposed of 3 palace attendants, yet during slumber, he dreamt again of being pursued by the villain and found himself stuck at the headboard upon waking, requiring significant effort to extricate himself. By the way, he bears a scar on his rear, left from the morning's mishap, shaped rather adorably. Jiang Shuyue, how intriguing. I wish to see. The fourth prince felt a chill upon his rear. Madam of the Duke of Jinan, why do you regard this young prince with such scrutiny? Oh, dear, young nephew, why so formal? In future, do not stand on ceremony. Simply call me Auntie. Auntie? Jiang Shuyue pulled Jiang Liuli closer. This is your second aunt. We have sworn sisterhood with Lady Shufei. A shadow crossed the fourth prince's brow. He had intended to approach and seek Lady Shufei's favor for marriage, but was unexpectedly bound as a brother. What folly is this? Sworn sisterhood? Has she lost her mind? How could he pursue Jiang Liuli now? Even if to take her as a concubine, it would invite gossip and scorn. System. The system detects an opening. The fourth prince's pursuit of Jiang Liuli has failed, shifting his focus to Chu Shiner. Chu Shiner exclaimed, "What? This ill-fated star seeks to marry me?" Coughing violently, she pressed a hand to her chest. "Your Highness, I am unwell. I shall withdraw." Enough, enough, you may rest, Lady Shufei declared, having no time for others' affairs, and Chu Shiner quickly departed with her maid and mother. The fourth prince furrowed his brow. With Chu Shiner gone, future encounters for marriage discussions would surely be more challenging. Yet, there were many other ladies present to take her place. Jiang Shuyue remarked, "Look at his eyes. They are akin to a lustful specter. Such youthful desire, indeed a fitting son of Lady Shufei." System. He gazes daily upon your husband's portrait. His lips chafed from incessant contact, and tonight, he plans to sleep with a new painting depicting the arch-villain in the nude.
Oh.
So that is the nature of the fourth prince. Feeling the atmosphere grow increasingly strange, the fourth prince noticed the peculiar glances directed at him. Was it disdain? He covertly surveyed his surroundings. Jiang Shuyue suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no. This lecher is once again eyeing other young ladies. Little scoundrel, how about?" Jiang Shuyue laughed, revealing two delightful dimples. The system sensed impending disaster. "Your Highness, are you gazing at Miss Qin?" Indeed, Miss Qin possesses a beauty like that of the moon and flowers. Truly enchanting. No wonder you are drawn to her. Miss Qin? Surely, you cannot mean. Your Highness has already cast glances. Why still so bashful? Farong. Look how shy he is. He is indeed a fine young man. Chun Farong, with a chicken leg in one hand and a sweet pastry in the other, had her cheeks stuffed with treats, crumbs cascading from her mouth. With her wide, innocent eyes blinking, a rosy hue painted her cheeks. The fourth prince swallowed hard. Enchanting? Surely you jest? Chapter 49. A tender exchange between the concubine and the empress, though she is somewhat advanced in years. If only she were a few years younger. It would be splendid, wouldn't it, your highness? No, please do not cast this hot potato upon me. The fourth prince had no desire to engage in conversation. To say yes would offend others, and to say no would likely lead to a deadlock with Qin Farong. Although her family background could serve as an advantage, he held it in disdain. The fourth prince cleared his throat awkwardly. It would be better if I were a few years older.
Do not say that.
It is quite fashionable now for older women to engage with younger men. The emperor has even permitted you to select a bride and become betrothed. You should feel free to choose, provided she is not over 30. The emperor would likely have no objections. I object. I object as well. The system chuckled heartily. Their expressions resemble those who have unearthed coal. However, host, you must be cautious, as there are many young ladies in their early teens, quite a few of whom aspire to ascend the social ladder. Jiang Shuyue replied, "Do not worry. If little fourth can find a woman he truly desires today, I will consider it my loss. However, while it may be acceptable for men to be called old bulls consuming tender grass, it is quite another matter for a young girl to be likened to a mother. As she ages, it would be rather awkward for His Highness to remain a youth. Do you not agree?" The young ladies, stirred by their feelings, nodded in agreement. The fourth prince's mother held a position of significance, and although he was diligent and had the support of the concubine, the future was still uncertain. They were concerned about being the subject of gossip. Rather than fixate on the ephemeral, it would be wiser to pursue something tangible. There are plenty of fine young men in the world. Why focus on a mere child? Liuli, your nephew seems a bit bewildered. You should say something as well. Jiang Liuli, what on earth do you want me to say? Blushing and stammering, Jiang Liuli finally managed. In truth, if it is a suitable match and true love is involved, age should not pose a problem. The system interjected. Just like her mother, the old cow consuming tender grass, right? Qin Wanru is clearly 3 years older than Jiang and yet pretends to be younger, acting coyly and calling her father brother and just yesterday. Age is not the issue. The problem lies in her lack of beauty and her incessant whining, which is truly off-putting. Jiang Shuyue, you're right, sister. Why not inquire whom His Highness favors? Jiang Liuli was taken aback. The previous remarks had consumed all her courage. If she continued, where would she hide her face? What if the fourth prince did not choose her? How would she face others then? The fourth prince cast a sharp glance at Jiang Shuyue, wishing to tear her apart. How had the illustrious Duke of Zhennan married such a lunatic? If she were to perish, would Uncle Zhou be freed? The thought sparked a murderous intent that surged within him, his hands twitching with eagerness. It seemed that his sister, still too bashful, was unlike him, who had become accustomed to discussing matters of love with the prince. Surely, none would take offense at my occasional indiscretion? Enough! The fourth prince suddenly roared furiously, swinging his fist toward Jiang Shuyue. Jiang Shuyue tightened her waist, spinning gracefully in midair before landing securely behind Zhou Luming. Zhou Luming chuckled softly. It is said that His Fourth Highness is cultured and graceful. How curious that he would resort to violence mid-conversation. It is. Jiang Shuyue added, it is merely jealousy over the rapport I share with my husband. If you wish to express admiration for my spouse, simply say so. Although it may be futile, unrequited love is indeed pitiable. The system commented, if these ladies were to discover his preference for men, one could only imagine their reactions. The expressions of the women darkened. Many prominent families harbor such inclinations, yet is it acceptable for an 11-year-old to fancy a 26 or 28-year-old married man? This child is still immature and volatile. Would the Duchess of Zhennan not mind? Jiang Shuyue remarked, not only is he perverse, but he also has a volatile temperament. Any woman who marries him would truly be cursed for generations. Indeed, you speak the truth. For the sake of our daughter's future happiness, we must do everything in our power to prevent her from marrying him. Jiang Shuyue feigned a gentle smile. I understand, sister. Why would you argue with a child? However, why did you speak so formally just now? Have you grown weary and wish to backtrack?
How could that be?
Then do call me sister. The concubine wished to strangle her. A mere country bumpkin dares to exchange sisterly titles with her. How audacious. Your Highness. It is rare for the Duchess of Zhennan to find such a kindred spirit in you. Calling her sister would not be inappropriate. Indeed, this would create a deeper bond. The Duke of Zhennan would even have to refer to you as sister, which is splendid. Congratulations, concubine. This gift truly is remarkable. The concubine. What madness is this? Having no choice but to endure, the concubine forced a smile. Since it has come to this, I shall call you sister. Liuli, come here quickly. From now on, the concubine will be our sister. Are you pleased? Yes, yes. Jiang Liuli was genuinely delighted, yet sensed something amiss. The fourth prince's expression darkened. With Jiang Liuli and his mother referring to each other as sisters, should he take any action against Jiang Liuli, he would indeed be labeled a villain. What about the throne? Patience, patience. I must endure this moment. The fourth prince smiled. Congratulations, mother, on gaining such two clever sisters. You are most welcome. My nephew should visit me often. I will ensure the Duke is a gracious host to you. The system warned. Host, should you provoke him further, be wary of another blow to your face. Jiang Shuyue retorted, I shall feign an accident when he raises his hand and then report to my husband, prompting him to give this little brat a thorough thrashing. Truly brilliant. Zhou Luming thought this strategy quite effective. Had he known, he would not have intervened earlier. Your Highness, the Empress has sent someone with gifts and wishes to invite the Duchess to visit. What do you think? Certainly, since the Empress has made her request. Sister, do go forth. Do not keep Her Highness waiting. The system urged. Go, go. The green tea value has already reached 400 points. Remaining here serves no purpose. I sense a grand event unfolding in the Empress's palace. Jiang Shuyue hurriedly led Zhou Luming away. The crowd felt a tinge of disappointment. Had the little fairy abandoned them to face the darkness and the walking stench? Did her conscience not stir? Jiang Shuyue felt no remorse whatsoever. Upon arriving at Fengyi Hall, the Empress greeted her with an exquisite feast: roasted pigeon, braised ribs, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, and 8 treasure duck, each dish a personal favorite. Jiang Shuyue swallowed hard. The Empress is not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but also generous. Look at this lavish spread compared to the concubine's meager birthday banquet, which featured a mere 6 slices of meat. The system quipped, perhaps all her funds were spent on spices. One must understand. After all, does the emperor not kiss the concubine and then embrace the empress? Is that not a form of indirect kissing? The empress choked on her tea, and her close maid, Xiaowei, inquired with concern, "Your Highness, are you unwell?" "I am fine. It seems today as green tea is particularly strong, and I was caught off guard." Chapter 50. The intoxicated TT aiming to conquer the world with talent. Upon receiving the emperor's message, the empress took several sips of green tea to rinse her mouth. That man would never set foot into the Fengyi Palace again if he dared to approach the noble consort. Jiang Shuyue remarked, "The empress is truly radiant, looking resplendent. Such a beautiful woman. How could she be with that peculiar uncle? The heavens are unjust." The system replied, "They are childhood friends. When Ling was just 5 years old, she had the emperor pinned to the ground, and at 6, she frightened him so much that he wet himself, forging an unbreakable bond. It can be said that all of the emperor's rough masculinity was honed under her influence. Ling is indeed a heroine among women." The empress felt a swell of pride within her. Such tales were not meant for public ears, yet unexpectedly, they had been unearthed by the little system. Truly, pure gold does not fear the passage of time. It will shine regardless of how long it endures. Jiang Shuyue lamented, "What a shame. Such a good person met such a tragic end. How could the emperor bring himself to do that?" The empress was equally perplexed. Although the young man had ascended to the pinnacle of power, he had always shown her great respect and never a hint of grievance. How could he believe she had committed infidelity and allow others to torment her to death? Unthinkable. She could not accept it. The system expressed regret, in truth. The emperor placed her in the cold palace to protect her. Years later, when the crown prince became incapacitated and the empress's family fell into scandal, the 4th prince, alongside several brothers, pressured her, leaving the emperor helpless. The empress felt a pang of anxiety. "Shuyue, you mentioned the crown prince." Jiang Shuyue blinked. "Crown prince? Which crown prince? Did I say something just now?" The empress quickly changed the topic. "The crown prince is not young anymore. I worry for his future."
Ah.
"Well, perhaps he should, possibly, hopefully, be favored by destiny. As long as he does not involve that time-traveling woman, everything should be fine." Time-traveling woman? The empress's mind struggled to grasp the concept. She did not understand what it meant. Jiang Shuyue continued, "I remember. The crown prince was bewitched by a time-traveling woman, who then abandoned his childhood sweetheart. In her shame and anger, the little sweetheart crashed into a wall and died, leading General Zhao, who lost his white-haired child to a black-haired one, to join forces with the 4th prince in rebellion." The system confirmed, indeed. The crown prince's fiancée was General Zhao's only beloved granddaughter. Upon her death, the old general would surely go mad with grief. Jiang Shuyue added, "The crown prince encountered the time-traveling woman while he was led astray to a brothel by the 2nd prince, right? I recall that at that time, they had not yet met." The system nodded. "That should be on the 2nd day of the next month, when the time-traveling woman was sold into a brothel and rescued by the 2nd prince. In gratitude, she willingly became a pawn to seduce the crown prince. However, the 2nd prince was not entirely deceived. The time-traveling woman was actually in league with the 4th prince. Together, they plotted to eliminate the crown prince and the 2nd prince, poisoning the 3rd prince, while the 4th prince ascended the throne, leaving the 5th and the youngest prince to meet their own fates. The time-traveling woman even eliminated Morong Tianxi and became the national advisor, maintaining a harem not inferior to that of the noble consort. She even had a famous saying, 'If men can have 3 wives and 4 concubines, then I can have 9 wives and 12 concubines. I do not believe in fate or destiny, only in myself.'" Jiang Shuyue felt compelled to applaud her. Ambition is commendable, but the laws of cause and effect govern the world, and few can escape their grasp. Even if one could, it is unlikely they would be a malicious creature. Moreover, is escape truly so simple? The mere fact that she could traverse time is already a divine boon. How could she be so arrogant as to believe herself exceptional? The Empress's expression darkened. The second prince had lost his mother at a young age, and she had taken pity on him, personally nurturing him. They had always appeared to be brothers in harmony, yet unbeknownst to her, he was plotting against her son. Just the other day, she had been considering arrangements for the second prince's selection of a bride. It seemed she needed to reconsider her choices. Jiang Shuyue picked up a jug of wine and sniffed it. What is this? It smells delightful. Wait, no. The system attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Jiang Shuyue, enticed by the scent of bamboo, gulped down half the jug in a few hearty swigs. The system lamented, wishing it could bury its head in shame. Don't call for me later. I do not know you. The Empress remarked, it's just a bit of wine. What harm could it do? Shuyue, are you alright? Jiang Shuyue's face flushed, her large, watery eyes revealing signs of madness. Golden Phoenix, have you finally shed your feathers? I told you that coat of yours was too thick. It must have been scorching in the summer. Shedding it is splendid. Look at you now, so sleek. Jiang Shuyue clung to the Empress's arm, rubbing affectionately. Xiaowei gasped in shock. Presumptuous. Release the Empress at once.
Oh.
How is little Turtledove here? Little Turtledove even spoke now. Such diligent training. Yet, no amount of effort could change the fact that you are a turtledove, that is the divide of species. Xiaowei retorted, you turtledove, your entire family is a turtledove. The Empress protested, what? I have no down feathers. Woe is me, my golden phoenix. How did you become so stingy? I know it must be that scoundrel Jinwu's influence. I have told you before, Jinwu is no good. Look at him, he has no feathers. How can a featherless creature be of any worth? The system interjected. Host, you are a green tea spirit and you have no feathers either. Jinwu, you scoundrel, plucking my golden phoenix's feathers, I will not let you off easily. Shuyue, where are you going? The Empress hurriedly followed. But Jiang Shuyue had already climbed onto the roof of Fengyi Palace. With hands on her hips, she pointed to the sky. Jinwu, come down. Hand over the golden phoenix's feathers, and I promise not to scold you. Clouds drifted by, obscuring the sun. Jiang Shuyue grabbed a tile and hurled it wildly. Cowardly bird,
Come out.
you used to peck at my leaves, and now you bully my sister. How could she marry such a miserly bird? Such a cursed fate. The ocean is filled with water, and your brain is filled with dung. Next time you face tribulation, I'll summon a great thunder to strike you down. Shrink-headed Jinwu, if you don't come out, I'll let my husband bite you. Jinwu retorted. Are you being polite? Zhou Yunshin interjected. What you take me for? Why are you all still dawdling? Hurry, and bring her down. The Empress was frantic. Her Fengyi Palace was on the verge of being dismantled. Xiaowei ordered a ladder to be brought, and, along with several guards, climbed up. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, System, look. A gorilla climbing a tree. Awo, awo. The guards wanted to weep. Being called gorillas was one thing, but what was the meaning of howling like a wolf while perched on the rafters? Even if one howls, one should find a safer spot. If you fall and hurt yourself, what will become of us? Sister, can you not consider others for a moment? A monkey has one mouth, a gorilla has 2 hands, and Jinwu has 3 legs, with one being exceedingly short. I am truly bursting with talent. I shall sit for the highest honors. The 1,000-year-old TT claims the top spot. Jiang Shuyue laughed uproariously, hands on her hips. The system could only respond. It is truly a sight unfit for the eyes. Chapter 51. Golden Phoenix, why are you so bare? Mother, this is. The Crown Prince, having heard that the lively one had arrived, hurried over with the youngest in his arms, eager to join the excitement. To his surprise, the youngest pointed at Jiang Shuyue and exclaimed, Big brother Crown Prince, there's a big silly bird on the roof. That is not a bird. The Empress chuckled, bemused. That is the wife of the Marquis of Jinan. She seems to have indulged a bit too much. Drunken revelry within the royal palace? This was a first for the Crown Prince, and indeed, as his father had said, it was rather amusing. Should I bring her down? He offered, setting the youngest down. The crown prince bounded up to the roof in a few swift steps. Marquis of Jiannan's wife, it's dangerous over there. Please come over. Has the golden crow given birth? Whoa. System, look at this rascal. The golden crow has secretly tricked Jean Feng into laying eggs behind my back. I wonder how many there are. Should I send gifts? I'm so poor. System. Calm down, they are up in the sky. Burning a few paper offerings from down here one tea costs much. There's no need to fret. But I cannot lose. I want to lay eggs too. I must find someone more handsome and wealthier than the golden crow to lay eggs with, just to infuriate him. The system wished it could faint. Among the immortals, aside from the god of wealth, the golden crow was the richest. This fellow was not only wealthy, but also miserly. Finding one wealthier was quite a challenge. Found it. Look, system, I found a walking golden egg. System, impossible. How could there be?
Ah.
You foolish girl. Don't jump. If you fall and get hurt, I'll be in trouble too. Jiang Shuyue leapt, and both the empress and the crown prince screamed in unison. The empress covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight. The crowd fell silent for a few seconds. The empress, trembling, asked, Shuyue, is she all right? Did she fall and hurt herself? Is it necessary to summon the imperial physician? Please, give me a chance to call for help. At least there is hope for her survival. Shuyue responded, Mother. She is fine. She is, teasing the Marquis of Jiannan. Peeking through one eye, the empress witnessed a scene that made her cheeks flush. Jiang Shuyue leaned against Zhou Yunshin, her face aglow as she slowly traced his garment, revealing his collarbone and chest. Ah, so fair. Handsome sir, would you care to lay an egg with me? Jiang Shuyue's fingers glided across his cheek, cool and smooth, a delightful sensation. You are truly handsome. Is that so? How do I compare to your husband? Zhou Yunshin's thin lips parted, gently enveloping her fingertip. Jiang Shuyue tilted her head for a closer look. The view before her oscillated between clarity and blur, often more blurred than clear, with several afterimages. In a one-on-one comparison, my husband is indeed more handsome. However, if you were to split into 100, perhaps you could surpass him.
Is that so?
Then I might have a chance to replace your husband. Zhou Yunshin leaned closer, whispering softly in her ear, to lay eggs with you? System, in despair, begged. Oh, ancestor, please think before you speak. The villain's gaze is dangerously intense. If you agree, our lives are forfeit. From this moment on, I will echo your words. The system, in a high-pitched tone, chimed in. How could that be? My husband is the best. My husband is the greatest. For Shun's madness, for Shun's frenzy, for Shun's reckless abandon, I want to give birth to a nest. I will bear a brood of villains. The system truly felt like kneeling. Just follow the script. Why add extraneous words? Let it be, the sooner dead, the sooner reborn. Zhou Yunshin buried his head into her shoulder, refusing to admit his embarrassment. Darling, you must keep your promise. Do not send me away tonight. That won't do. The evening is my husband's time. If you wish to come, you must obtain his consent first. No, you must first accompany me to scold the golden crow. He stole my feathers. Oh, my golden phoenix feathers. How convenient they would be for making fire. Jiang Shuyue nodded, counting the golden crow's transgressions as Zhou Yunshin carried her away. Zhou Luming, having bowed briefly, hurried after them, taking out a small notebook to jot down the mother's grievances against the bird, ensuring her words would pack a greater punch. The empress dispatched several trusted confidants to personally escort them out. Meanwhile, the crown prince sat in Fengyi Palace, puzzled. Mother, did I see incorrectly today? It seemed like Uncle Zhou blushed. You saw the Zhao family's daughter, did you not?
What is so strange about that?
The crown prince, embarrassed, sipped his tea to mask his discomfort. That is different. How could I compare to Uncle Zhou? All things have their place. However, Jier, there is something I wish to inquire. What are your thoughts on your second brother? Second brother? The crown prince's expression darkened. He knew he should say something pleasant to ease his mother's mind, but his second brother always felt somewhat peculiar to him, close yet distant, unlike the youngest. Yet, he could not articulate what was amiss. Your second brother has grown older and likely has more thoughts than before. He is not as innocent and cheerful as the youngest. The youngest's mother is frail, and he enjoys clinging to you. With such a clingy child, How can you have the energy to care for others? Leave the matters of the second brother to your mother. Upon hearing the first half of the statement, the crown prince began to understand his mother's intent. Royal brothers were like that. Even he could not escape convention. I understand. I shall take my leave now.
Wait.
As the crown prince stood, the empress called after him. Next month, I wish to visit Guiyuan Temple to pray for blessings, but I have not been feeling well recently. Will you go in my stead? Yes. I shall obey your command. The crown prince cradled the sleeping youngest and wrapped him snugly in his cloak. Brotherhood among royals? One is enough. I am not greedy. In the palace of Consort Shu, the fourth prince knelt on the ground, head bowed, his face a mask of desolation. Do you not recognize your mistake? I do. My fault was impulsiveness, which disrupted the plans of my mother. Very well. I intended to select a suitable match for you, but Jiang Shuyue made a mess of it. And those people fled as if they had seen a ghost. Next time I host a flower banquet, do not ruin it again. Yes, I will obey.
Begone.
The fourth prince painfully limped away, his legs sore and weary. Consort Shu scorned him. If I were not unable to bear sons, I would not tolerate your foolishness. Bring me a servant. This is disgraceful. Chapter 52, A Reward for the Thousand-Man Slayer. A big drumstick for my son, as Jiang Shuyue woke the following day. She found herself curled beneath the bed. I can't face anyone.
Why didn't you stop me?
The system shrugged. Who could have anticipated your impulsive nature? I hadn't finished speaking before you downed an entire jug of wine. Though the Zizhu wine smells akin to green tea, it is, in essence, far from it. Regardless of its familiarity, one cannot guzzle an entire pot, can they? Jiang Shuyue struggled to recall the events following her intoxication, but she distinctly remembered drunkenly embracing the Empress and calling her Jean Foam. How could she have committed such an embarrassing act? Tears threatened to spill. She longed to weep. That mischievous little brat, Jean Wu, was both wicked and petty, and beyond his radiant glow and servile demeanor, he possessed no redeeming qualities. That old rascal had even pecked at her leaves before. She wondered if he might descend to incinerate her. Do you recall your insistence on the great villain to prove his ability to lay eggs? Jiang Shuyue shook her head. I ammed but green tea. What eggs could I possibly lay? The system replied, indeed. Yet you insisted on verifying the great villain's capability while demanding he demonstrate that he is more handsome than your husband, or else you would not lay eggs with him. Do you know how he proved it? She slowly shook her head, suddenly realizing that perhaps ignorance was bliss. You made him accompany you to the rooftop, where you cursed Jean Wu and practiced howling like a wolf, all while demanding a seductive and enchanting howl. In the end, Bai Li Dongdu arrived and sketched a midnight wolf howling scene for you. Heavens! How could she face the world again? Jiang Shuyue's two hands flailed desperately at the ground. At that moment, she wished she were a little dog spirit, capable of quickly digging a hole to bury herself. You drooled on his chest, and he bore it without complaint. He mustn't be angry. Jiang Shuyue thought the system's perspective was skewed. This was not a matter of whether Zhou Yunshan was angry, but rather of her own shame. The system expressed 2 seconds of sympathy, no more. This is what you deserve. The Shushi originally intended to ally with the Jiang family, yet she holds both me and Jiang Liuli in contempt. Previously, she may have shown us a modicum of respect, but now, upon encountering either of us, she is overcome with disgust. The path between Jiang and Shushi has been severed for me. What of the second piece of gossip? The system's tone grew more cheerful as it spoke of the second tidbit. The fourth prince was punished to kneel for several hours yesterday, and upon rising this morning, his knees were swollen like steamed buns. Yet today the emperor, in a fit of whimsy, summoned him for breakfast. Alas, he lost his footing, and a bowl of mixed noodles toppled onto the emperor's head. Jiang Shuyue paused, then erupted into joyous laughter, accidentally colliding with the bed frame. Yet her mirth remained uncontainable. Noodles on the dragon's head. The fourth prince is truly remarkable, I send him my heart. Although the emperor noticed the fourth prince's injuries, he still scolded him. However, compared to the fourth prince, Shushi fared worse. The emperor accused her of child abuse, ordering her to reflect in solitude and warning her that if she continued to treat the fourth prince poorly, she would be replaced with another mother. The emperor also seemed to have caught wind of something, as he directed your man to seek something out. Unfortunately, this is not within the scope of our gossip, and we currently cannot ascertain what it is. Though the system spoke thus, Jiang Shuyue felt something was amiss, yet she could not articulate what exactly was strange. The great villain was a harbinger of death and a trusted confidant of the emperor. Whoever had summoned him must be of no ordinary significance. Zhou Yunshin had stationed over 50 hidden guards near the Wanhua Tower, shifting through 3 shifts daily, leaving no moment unobserved. Master. Here is the detailed list of those entering and exiting the Wanhua Tower, along with the names of all individuals the madam has interacted with. As well as the goods, they are all here. Zhou Yunshin glanced over the list, finding little of particular concern. Qi Yi inquired, Master, did we not say the crisis was averted? Why maintain such stringent vigilance? My wife mentioned that the time-traveling girl will orchestrate a chance encounter with the Crown Prince on the 2nd day of the next lunar month. The Crown Prince is already preparing to visit the temple and should no longer be ensnared by the charms of a wicked woman. Yet this time-traveling girl. No one knows who she is or the extent of her abilities, but she managed to bring down Morong Tianxi. She must be a formidable character. We must remain wary. Keep a close watch. Should any peculiar individuals, particularly girls aged 15 or 16, appear, seize them immediately. Qi held his tongue, though a sense of discomfort lingered within him. As the personal guard of the Duke of Southern Town, was it reasonable for him to be distanced from the forefront of gossip? It was all that wretched time-traveling girl's fault. Should he catch her, he would ensure she faced the consequences. Ultimately, Jiang Shuyue could no longer withstand her hunger and crawled out from beneath the bed. It was not a matter of willpower, but rather that her youngest son had prepared such delectable dishes. Zhou Session was still clad in an apron, adorned with a small flower atop his head, placed there by his elder sister that very morning. Elder sister said mother would surely adore this outfit. Mother, do you think I look good? Very good. Jiang Shuyue replied. Despite his attire being somewhat effeminate and peculiar, yet his cherubic face, soft and adorable, made him look charming in anything he wore. Jiang Shuyue's heart fluttered with delight. Look, system, my youngest son is so well-behaved and adorable, like an angel. The system scanned Zhou Session, remarking, he is likely a scheming angel, abbreviated as a dark angel. Do not be deceived by this child's exterior. When he grows up, he will be a slayer of thousands. His current cuteness is merely a facade. Just yesterday, he eliminated 2 intruding assassins. Zhou Session straightened his posture, suddenly feeling tears welling in his eyes. How he behaved outside mattered little. Before his mother, all he wished for was to be a good boy. If she were to misunderstand him, then. My son is so impressive. Were they speaking of him being impressive? Zhou Session looked up to see Jiang Shuyue beaming radiantly at him. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, truly deserving of the title Thousand-Man Slayer. Even at such a tender age, he is already so reliable. He must be a genius. Those who harbor ill intentions toward us deserve their fate. To repay virtue with virtue. How does one repay malice? Should they fall into my grasp, I too would dismantle them. Such an impressive son. Here is a big drumstick as a reward. Chapter 53. The brave ant charges forward. Zhou Session gazed at the large chicken leg in his bowl, unable to contain his excitement. How well his mother understands him. Just in time, I am heading to the Liu family to visit my second brother. You haven't met my uncle's family yet, have you? Let us go together. You wish to see great uncle, right? Splendid. I shall prepare immediately. Zhou Session personally arranged a plethora of gifts, enough to fill an entire carriage. As the 2 of them sat in the horse-drawn carriage, Jiang Shuyue suddenly pondered a question. System, if the concubine likes little people, why does she still covet my husband? The system was at a loss. Perhaps it is a matter of preference. After all, the main antagonist is quite charming and handsome, which poses a significant allure for a woman residing in the harem. You make a valid point. It seems I must pay closer attention to my husband's attire and strive to make him appear less appealing. Zhou Session had witnessed his father donning coarse linen garments and had seen him in a disheveled state after weeks without a bath. Yet, none of this could overshadow his father's beauty. He was genuinely curious about what kind of attire could render his father unattractive. Miss, we have arrived at the Prime Minister's residence. Xiao Tao opened the carriage door and lowered a small stool. As Jiang Shuyue stepped out, she was startled by the deafening sound of firecrackers and instinctively leaped into Zhou Session's arms. The Liu family members of any standing were lined up in 2 rows at the entrance, with a red carpet laid out in the middle, scattered with flower petals. The system chimed in, "Oh, what a grand occasion. One might mistake it for the arrival of a celebrity. Would you like me to check for any interruptions?" "No need. I see my second uncle." Lu Ning was at the entrance, waving 2 fans adorned with little elephants. Yeah, come here. Your second uncle has been waiting for you for quite some time. Let me see if you have grown taller." Just as Lu Ning joyfully approached, a brick flew past him, knocking him 5 meters away. A woman clad in a blue dress angrily kicked him twice. "How many times must I tell you not to engage in such foolish antics? Do you think it's acceptable to scare people away? It's shameful enough to embarrass yourself indoors, but to do so outside and tarnish your niece's reputation? Just wait until I tell your father." Zhou Session was taken aback. Who was this fierce woman? The system clarified. "Host, a fresh revelation has emerged today. This is your second aunt, Shen Yunying." Jiang Shuyue dismounted from her younger brother and scrutinized her second aunt.
Indeed.
A woman of great stature. One can sense her bold spirit. She must have given my second uncle quite a beating over the years. Shen Yunying took pride in her strength, believing that a man should not be coddled. "See, it has been nearly half a month since I last reprimanded him. And look at the commotion he has caused. Yeah, ignore your second uncle. He is simply bored. And this must be young Master Zhou? Quite the handsome fellow. Far more pleasing to the eye than your father." Zhou Session pondered. "Does this imply that I am more handsome than my father?" The system interjected. "A little tidbit. Shen Yunying is 5 years older than Zhou Yunshin, and their families share a good rapport. Thus, it was Shen Yunying who introduced martial arts to Zhou Yunshin. Initially, it was Shen Yunying who had the upper hand in their sparring, but within half a year, Zhou Yunshin turned the tables, leading to a total of 1,008 encounters, all of which he lost. In frustration, Shen Yunying once absconded with his first wife during the night. Shen Yunying wished to silence the system's incessant chatter. Why bring up such old stories? But the main antagonist had little affection for his first wife. After all, their engagement was arranged when they were children, and they had never met before marriage. It was merely a fulfillment of parental wishes. The bride did not wish to attend the wedding and took medicine to avoid it. Zhou Yunshin's father had initially planned to use a chicken for the wedding ceremony, but Zhou Yunshin deemed the chicken too ugly and opted for a goat instead, resulting in him being wed to a goat. Having heard of weddings involving chickens, Zhou Session had never encountered one involving a goat. Jiang Shuyue inquired, "System, does my husband have a peculiar fondness for goats?" "Not at all. It was purely because his first wife was born in the year of the goat." The main antagonist believed there was no distinction, and after their marriage, he embarked on numerous campaigns, spending little time with his first wife, ultimately leading to the well-known outcome. Jiang Shuyue was perplexed. She had previously assumed his prowess was honed through experience with his first wife. It turned out otherwise. "I thought him seasoned in the ways of intimacy. It seems he is a natural talent." Even someone as seasoned as Shen Yunying blushed at this remark.
Yeah.
"Let us not linger at the entrance. Come, let us take young master inside. Your grandfather has missed you dearly." Shen Yunying hastily ushered them inside. Heaven knows how many ears could hear her niece's innermost thoughts. Matters of the bedroom are best left unheard. Jiang Shuyue and Zhou Session were led into the main hall, where an elderly man with graying hair surveyed them sternly. "You are my granddaughter?" "Yes, grandfather." Jiang Shuyue thought, "My grandfather appears rather stern. Does he not like me? It is understandable, as I grew up in the countryside. Who dares say such a thing? Your grandfather could never harbor dislike for you, my dear. I have missed you dearly." Lu Qing'an embraced Jiang Shuyue and showered her with kisses. "My dear, you have suffered over the years. It's all that good-for-nothing father of yours' fault. I have long held disdain for him." Cough, 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 cough. Lu Ning and Shen Yunying coughed in unison, each more forceful than the other. "Lousy, take it easy. Don't blow your cover." Liu Ning got his head. "Indeed, what will we do if we miss out on the gossip? Can you bear the responsibility?" Lu Qing'an then recalled the need for discretion regarding their conversation. It is my old age. I fell ill a couple of months ago, and my mind is still not quite right. What was that scoundrel's name again? Jiang En. That shameless wretch. I always thought him unreliable. He couldn't even care for a daughter properly. What use is he? Rest assured, my dear, as long as you reside here, if anyone dares show you the slightest disrespect, I shall deal with them. Jiang Shuyue thought, I recall my grandfather being a revered scholar, a paragon of Confucian virtue. This image is rather incongruous. The system chimed in. The old man is rather reserved. He was once infatuated with your grandmother and stood with flowers for 2 hours, too shy to speak. When your grandmother caught him, he insisted the flowers were meant to feed horses and even pretended to eat them in front of her. By the way, your grandfather was born in the year of the horse, so there is a certain connection there. Chapter 54. Heibadong prepared a large burlap sack overnight, much to his astonishment. Even the meticulous father had this side to him. Lu Ning and Shen Yuning found their perceptions reshaped.
Liu Chenggang est face flush de crimson.
How could such old stories still be known? What a disgrace. Jiang Shuyue felt a warm fuzziness in her mind. Why does it feel so strange? Because someone is protecting them, this old man's fierce love for his kin is rather endearing. Whether I'm fortunate or not, I know they quite like me, right, system? The system nodded vigorously as the elders of the Lu family silently agreed, while taking mental notes. Shen Yuning chuckled. We've been so caught up in conversation that we've forgotten the main matter. You wish to see your second brother, correct? He is in the western schoolyard of the back courtyard. Xingzi, please escort the young lady there. Jiang Shuyue took the candied hawthorn given by Shen Yuning and left. Shen Yuning turned, slamming her hand down on a table, shattering it. That little rascal Jiang dares to speak ill of us behind our backs. I've been wondering why that girl never visits. It turns out it's him. Truly a fly emerging from a dung pit. How disgusting. Liu Ning consuret. I insisted on dealing with Jiang En, but my sister wouldn't let me act rashly. Father, you should speak to her. If this continues, Niao may become estranged from us. Lu Qing'en, upon departing from his granddaughter, regained clarity. He stroked his beard thoughtfully. Niao has been doing well at the Ho residence. That wolf cub seems reliable. He shouldn't incite discord between Niao and us. Recently, the emperor has not been fond of Jiang En. I recall he is still in the Ministry of Rights, serving as a minor assistant, yes? Positions below that of a deputy minister are mere chores in Lu Qing'en's eyes. With an air of refinement, Lu Qing'en shook his head, pondering. How many of my students have come to my door? I shall send word for them to treat Jiang En well. He is energetic and robust, capable of weathering any storm. The capable must work harder. My son understands. Lu Ning found the old man increasingly charming. Jiang Shuyue savored 2 candied hawthorns, giving the rest to Zhou Sisheng. Little Sheng, although my second brother has his flaws, he is not inherently bad. Perhaps one day you may even stand side by side on the battlefield. Indeed, in the future, my second uncle and I shall certainly assist each other. Such bravado from this little one. With your stature, how could you possibly help me? Fear not, with your second uncle shielding you. Anyone who dares to bully you shall be beaten to a pulp. Jiang Chun came rushing over with his robust arms, encircling Zhou Sisheng's head and shaking it vigorously. Zhou Sisheng thought, I want to hit him, but he is my second uncle, so I cannot. How vexing. Jiang Shuyue remarked. It seems my second brother has grown taller in just half a month. His muscles are quite pronounced. The system responded. Consuming half a gene of beef daily. How could he not develop muscles? Half a gene? My grandfather is truly generous with him. Beef is not as easily acquired as pork. The system continued. Your second uncle slaughtered a cow specifically to nourish your brother. Daily, he consumes not only half a gene of beef, but also 2 tails of chicken breast, cordyceps, bird's nest, and large steamed buns, ensuring he meets his nutritional needs. Jiang Shuyue nodded. No wonder my second brother is growing so rapidly. He is in his developmental phase, and eating more is beneficial. Jiang Chen silently swallowed a large belch. It is indeed good, but the quantity is excessive. Heaven knows how he managed to consume an entire table of meat. The system added, his body is now adequately nourished, and your second uncle has him soaking in medicinal baths daily. After he consumes the marrow cleansing pill, the discomfort should not be as severe. Speaking of the marrow cleansing pill, I still need to figure out how to give it to him. Hey, elder brother. Your sister has sent you a pill. Consume one, and you will feel no soreness or fatigue, brimming with energy, ensuring your wife enjoys a blissful life ahead. No, that sounds rather inappropriate. Jiang Chen interjected, "Stop talking. Can you just give it to me directly?" Zhou Sisheng observed, "Mother, I saw a large candy bean in your pouch. Is it for second uncle?" Jiang Shuyue replied, Yes, the marrow cleansing pill does resemble a candy bean. How did I not realize this?" She pulled out the marrow cleansing pill. "Second brother, I brought you a large candy bean. Hurry and eat it." Jiang Chen exclaimed, "Woo, sister is so kind. But are you sure this is a candy bean? What kind of well-mannered family's candy bean is black? Remember to take it while soaking. It aids digestion."
Oh,
I understand now. Jiang Chen held the candy bean, his heart blooming with joy. This is his sister's love. Is this the esteemed lady of the town south, Marquis? Truly, seeing is believing. I am the second young master's tutor, Lao Hai.
greeting, tutor Hai.
May I ask your full name?
Hai Boding.
Jiang Shuyue interjected. Brother, you're mixing up the scenes. The angel investor from Xiaohuahua has arrived. How impressive. Lao Hai responded, Who is Xiaohuahua? What is an angel investor? The system explained. Hai Boding hails from a small fishing village. Despite his robust appearance, he once returned leaders from the battlefield 3 times. Lao Hai took pride in this. Back in the day, no one failed to praise my bravery. Unfortunately, without support, I sustained injuries during the Pingan campaign, which forced me to retreat from the front lines and become your second brother's tutor. But one cannot blame him for being careless. It is difficult to guard against betrayal from a close friend. Though he appears rough, his wife is a petite beauty, which incites envy among others. Every time his brothers see his wife, they can't help but daydream, leading to a secret rendezvous 3 years ago. Jiang Shuyue remarked, Wives always seem better when they belong to others. A home flower cannot compare to a wild flower, I understand. The system added, Lao Hai is quite devoted to his wife. He no longer goes to battle, so she should feel much more at ease. Yet he is quite naive. He remains unaware that his so-called friend is deceiving him. Just the other day, that person came to the capital, lamenting and seeking a loan of several hundred taels. Lao Hai's monthly salary is only 10 taels. Where could he possibly find such an amount? He is contemplating whether to borrow from the underworld. He remains ignorant that this scoundrel has been eyeing his wife's waist with ulterior motives. He is even more oblivious to the fact that those who deal in underworld money are merely friends he owes debts to, scheming to ensnare Lao Hai. Jiang Shuyue looked at him with sympathy. Lao Hai, such sorrow, how pitiful. Jiang Shuyue quipped, I am still Lao Hai, just waiting for a dark night to slip on a burlap sack and strike him until his mother wouldn't recognize him. Hai Boding was taken aback. Impulsive. Chapter 55. Auntie's fondness for offering refreshments. How did old Hai bounce away so merrily? Jiang Shuyue observed his silhouette, reminiscent of a young girl, utterly incongruous with his demeanor. Sister, since it is your and Xiaosheng's first visit, shall I take you for a stroll? Though the Prime Minister's residence lacks excitement, there are gifts to be received. What do you say? Thank you, Mother. Although the sum of money meant little to him, he was genuinely pleased by his mother's thoughtfulness. Jiang Chen contemplated, Let us commence with the second house. I assure you, my elder brother will provide something substantial. Jiang Shuyue regarded Jiang Chen with a mischievous smile, muttering, Elder brother seems rather scheming. It feels as though there is a plot afoot. The system replied, It cannot be termed a conspiracy, but the second house belongs to your maternal grandfather's younger brother, Lu Qingze. He is quite submissive, a simpleton, and to this day, holds the position of a 4th-rank official. In his early years, he wished to move out, yet his wife is rather cunning, a quintessential green tea type, often whispering insidious thoughts into his ear, sowing discord among the brothers. When you were lost, that woman was elated, nearly setting off firecrackers. On the contrary, she did set off firecrackers, secretly purchasing 30,000 firecrackers and running to the wilderness to celebrate, which sparked a forest fire that took the royal army half a month to extinguish, resulting in the demise of over 10 people. Jiang Chen instantly perceived the maliciousness of that woman, matching her appearance. Jiang Shuyue also despised her, remarking, Is this not a matter of taking lives? Such a creature deserves to descend into hell. Indeed, thus we shall first collect some interest. Jiang Chen declared. The group boarded a carriage, traveling for a while until they reached the residence of the second house. The maternal grandfather was rather generous, providing such a spacious courtyard for their accommodation. Upon entering, Jiang Shuyue was astounded by the opulence within. Upon entering the Prime Minister's residence, she found it to be a refined elegance, while here, it seemed as though every valuable item was displayed prominently. Is that not young Master Biao? A voice dripped with disdain. What brings young Master Biao to our humble abode at this hour? The system interjected. This is your second aunt's dowry maid, Madame Chen. A woman who is both duplicitous and avaricious. Recently, a family unable to repay their debts had their daughter sold off by them, leading to the girl's mother committing suicide by wall. Others are preparing to file a lawsuit. Jiang Shuyue remarked, it appears every family has its parasites. The system continued. This corpulent woman may seem to look down on you, but in truth, she is envious, believing her daughter far surpasses you in beauty. She has even cursed you to perish outside. Jiang Chen and Zhou Session stood silently, casting lethal glares at her. Why should I report to a mere servant like you? Do you think you are worthy? I have heard the Prime Minister's residence values etiquette, yet it seems otherwise. I have stood here for ages, not even offered a sip of water. Uncle, let us depart. This place feels ominous. Madame Chen was momentarily stunned, nearly kneeling in fear. Who would have imagined that this plainly dressed individual was the heir of the marquis? Your Highness, it is my fault for not recognizing your worth. Please do come in. I shall prepare tea at once. Zhou Session turned her little face aside, completely ignoring her. Jiang Chen commented, with the young heir present, how can my second aunt remain inside, utterly ignorant of propriety? It is surprising how you receive guests. Indeed, one would not expect such hospitality from the second house, which, strictly speaking, is not of the Prime Minister's caliber. I cannot quite recall. Madame Chen seethed with irritation. Was this not belittling their master's status? Jiang Shuyue observed. Shaoxing seems transformed, resembling a little adult. The system replied, he is a young heir, well-positioned to act as a formidable entity, naturally. He would disdain such a wretched servant. Look at that woman's countenance. Jiang Shuyue glanced once and felt repulsed. Her nostrils seemed capable of holding garlic. Her thick lips could summon winds, and her eyes are like sesame seeds, marred by blemishes. Such a visage is a blight on the city. How can my second aunt endure her presence daily? The system responded, she appears safe enough, not fearing theft. Jiang Chen and Zhou Session concurred. Indeed, there is no fear. Who is causing such a ruckus? Oh, is that not young master? Jiang Chen, you should have informed us of young master's visit. My second aunt was unprepared, and it is ill-mannered to neglect our guest. A woman in her 40s, adorned in ostentatious reds and greens, approached. Jiang Shuyue expressed her surprise. System. Could it be that my second aunt is a reincarnated chicken essence? I sense an aura about her. The system replied, you are overthinking. Chicken essence possesses taste. The reason this woman ensnared your second uncle is due to her uniqueness, which caught his eye. Jiang Shuyue replied. Haha. Very well. Please come in. Wait a moment. Zhou Session stood with poise, adopting the demeanor of a young heir. If your eyes are mere ornaments, they are of no use. As the wife of a fourth-rank official, should you not show proper respect upon meeting my mother? Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, my dear child. I knew mother did not dote on you. Second aunt inhaled sharply, glaring at Jiang Shuyue. I must have overlooked. Shuyue, this is indeed our first meeting.
Come in.
Second aunt has prepared the finest Biluakun tea for you. The system cautioned, be wary. This woman has been rather close with your sister, receiving many valuable items from her. It appears Zhang Liuli has suffered at your hands, and she is looking for an opportunity to retaliate. Just now, she spat in the teapot she was preparing. This is more terrifying than poison. Jiang Shuyue smiled. There is no need for tea. I have just received a piece of exquisite jade from my maternal grandfather, and thought perhaps to collect a token of our meeting. Second aunt, do you have a gift prepared for Xiaoyaya? The system responded. Xiaoyaya? Whom do you intend to disgust? Jiang Shuyue retorted. Equality for all. Second aunt's eyelids twitched in disgust. You little beggar. To come visiting without presenting a gift, yet audaciously asking for one. How shameless. Yet, with the young heir present. I shall restrain my temper. Go fetch me the jade hairpin from my dressing box. Madame Chen's eyes glimmered with cunning as she cheerfully went to retrieve the item. Jiang Shuyue remarked, System, did you see her sly smile? I sense something amiss. The system replied, the jade hairpin is their secret signal. The matriarch possesses a drawer full of fake jade hairpins, all of which she gives away to those she cannot bear to see prosper. Last time, someone was exposed in front of noble ladies, losing considerable face. She has many other counterfeit goods. Your second uncle's belongings, as well as your grandfather's paintings, have all been swapped for fakes, which she then sells. Chapter 56. Sheared into a bald sheep by my aunt. You wretched woman, how dare you sell my grandfather's belongings? Just watch how I will ruin you today. System, do you possess a treasure appraisal feature? System, not exactly appraisal, but after lingering near the heavenly path for so long, I have become familiar with it. All right then. Madam, the jade hairpin has arrived. Is this the jade hairpin? Jiang Shuyue snatched the box and shook it vigorously. I used all my strength. It should be shattered, right? System. Shattered indeed, reduced to powder. Jiang Shuyue sighed in relief and boldly opened the box. Oh, why is it just a pile of powder?
Aunt.
Even if you do not wish to give me a gift, you need not present me with mere dust. Aunt turned to Chen, who also appeared bewildered. Granny Chen was flustered. No, I distinctly brought the hairpin. Jiang Chen, are you implying my sister is lying? Or did she somehow break it? Zhou Sishing, absurd. My mother is a gentle woman who could not even harm an aunt. If you intend to deceive, at least concoct a more plausible story. Aunt was beginning to panic. Indeed, she, a mere village girl who had only followed Zhou Yunshin for a short while, could not possibly achieve what he could. Was it Granny Chen? That seemed implausible as well. She was fiercely loyal and would never commit such an act. There must be a misunderstanding. It appears Aunt genuinely does not favor me. After all this time, she hasn't even invited us inside to sit, and the welcome gift is so unworthy of me. I shall seek out my grandfather instead.
Wait.
Aunt's face was turning pale. You little wretch, seeking to report me? Not a chance. It was merely a servant's blunder. Why don't you all come in for tea while Aunt fetches something better for you?
Perfect.
That was the invitation I was waiting for. Jiang Shuyue slipped into Aunt's room. Jiang Shuyue, System, I rely on you. System rubbed its hands together. Second shelf on the left display case, the genuine article. The vase in the corner, authentic. The stationery on the desk, authentic. The 4-piece tea set, truly genuine. Jiang Shuyue was delightedly gathering treasures when she suddenly remembered that these items bore Aunt's saliva. Disgusted,
She discarded them.
System pointed to the bed. Host, let's not bother with the vanity. The real treasures lie within. Besides gold and silver jewelry and hidden wealth, there are many scandalous letters, all priceless. Jiang Shuyue rolled up her sleeves and rushed towards the bed. Aunt shouted, What are you doing, you little imp? This is most disrespectful. System. Oh no, the old hag is coming. Jiang Chen swept one leg, toppling a servant. Zhou Sishing elbowed another, shattering a tooth.
Oh.
You blind dog servant. What if I, the young master, were injured? Could you afford the consequences? Indeed. You brutish lot, if you harm the young master, can you bear the responsibility? Jiang Chan blocked the doorway, preventing the servants from entering, and they dared not approach. Jiang Chen Zhou Sishing. Fear not. We shall guard the home. I am here. Jiang Shuyue swiftly dismantled the bed. Wow, I never expected Aunt had so many treasures. What did she say? As much as I can carry is mine? Excellent. Jiang Shuyue grabbed a handful and stuffed it into the vase, then another handful into a jar. When the containers were full, she adorned her neck and wrists. All right, I can't hold any more. Thank you for your generosity, Aunt.
You little.
What is wrong with Aunt? Why is she so breathless? Oh, I see. Does she think I'm taking too little? But little Yaya truly cannot hold more. I shall bring more on my next visit. No need to be polite. Aunt nearly fainted. That little wretch, plundering her treasures and still wishes to return for more? How preposterous. Someone bring this.
Aunt.
Jiang Chen suddenly interrupted her. How much is Aunt S' monthly allowance? Can she afford these items? Zhou Sishing added. I heard Lord Liu is from a clean government, yet he seems quite wealthy. I wonder how he compares to the marquis' residence? Aunt was left speechless, her mouth agape for a long while. System. All these items were obtained by her trading in forgeries. Just one painting of your grandfather cost 3,000 taels. Not to mention the rest. This woman is quite adept at fleece. Jiang Shuyue. Thus, she fears the matter escalating. If others find out, she is finished. Zhou Sisheng. Mother, don't you find these cumbersome to carry? Let me assist you. Jiang Qin smiled and clasped his hands. Aunt, we shall not disturb you further. Please rest well. Aunt pounded her chest in fury, yet dared not say a word. Once they departed, she erupted in anger. Scoundrels, how dare they steal my treasures? I am furious. Quickly, let us see what remains. Granny Chin first inspected the bed, her face twisted in horror. Then she gazed at the items left before her. Madam, all our genuine articles have been taken. Aunt stood at the door, nearly fainting. Madam, are you all right? Please have a sip of water to recover. In her haste, Granny Chin fed her some by Luo Chun tea from the table, offering comfort. Thankfully, the Ru Kiln tea set from the previous dynasty remains. It wasn't tea taken by that girl. Thank goodness. Wait, you didn't tea feed me. Aunt clutched her mouth, gagging. Oh, still as nauseating as ever. Madam, are you unwell? Please take care of yourself. We must seek retribution. Now that they're boasting, we must hurry and inform the master so he can properly discipline them. Jiang Shuyue boarded the carriage, magically pulling out items from her bosom. Jiang Qin laughed. Little sister, you truly resemble a walking treasure. Every shake reveals silver. I must thank Aunt for her generous offerings and also commend my elder brother for his foresight. Without the carriage, I could not transport these treasures. Truly wise. That wretched woman. Always playing the victim before uncle. I have longed to silence her. Let her bleed a little this time. It's quite satisfying. Little Sheng, choose what you like first. The rest will be left for your uncle. Mother advises you to select items that girls would adore. This will save a great deal of money. System. What do you mean by that? Jiang Shuyue. ISNT buying jewelry free? Many items are artificially inflated in price. We don't need to spend money now, saving a fortune in courting a daughter-in-law. Zhou Sisheng. Mother truly knows how to budget, a master at frugality. But, is it not a bit early to discuss marrying a wife? Zhou Sisheng's little face flushed slightly. Chapter 57. The overbearing maternal grandfather. Alas, as an elder, I graciously welcomed my juniors, yet I am met with such treatment. Why must my fate be so cruel? Lu Qingze, supporting his wife, cast an irritable glare at his elder brother. Lu Qing'en snorted, his whiskers twitching. Shen Yuning, casting a cold glance at her wailing aunt, swiftly retreated behind Lu Qingze. It is not that I, as an elder, am being meddlesome, but her manners are utterly lacking. Should she be scorned in her marital home, she will have cause to weep. Nonsense. Lu Qing'en nearly hurled a teacup at her head, only to be halted by Shen Yuning. Lu Qingze, startled, jumped aside. Elder brother, at your age, how can you still resort to insults? What of it? I shall tell you. The entirety of the Lu family will be bequeathed to my Nyo and my grandchildren. What is wrong with taking a little from you? Have you not taken enough from me over the years? Ask your wife how many of my paintings she has pilfered, how many forgeries she has crafted. She dares to lend money at interest, showing utter disdain for the Lu family. Lu Qingze, bewildered, glanced from his wife to his elder brother. Surely, when Shu is too timid to engage in such activities. Lu Qingze, who typically indulged in wood carving, remained oblivious to the absurdity unfolding around him. Shen Yuning commanded that a basket of counterfeit goods be brought forth. Uncle, please examine these. They are all fakes produced by Aunt. Wen Shu, is this true? Li Wen Shu, desperate to deny the accusations, shook her head vigorously. Before she could utter a word of defense, Lu Qing'en slammed his hand on the table, rebuking her. Falsifying is one matter, but lending money under duress that results in a loss of life is another. You wish to settle with money? The victim has already submitted a complaint, and they have vowed to pursue justice. If you do not provide an explanation, it will end in tragedy at the courthouse. Lu Qingze, trembling at the mention of death, felt a chill run down his spine. Li Wen Shu hastily refuted, No, I did not. Qingze, you know me well. How could I do such a thing? The evidence is before you. How can you still deny it? Shen Yunying placed 2 documents on the table, one a lawsuit, the other a witness statement regarding the loan sharking. Clearly inscribed in black and white, what further discussion is necessary? Li Wenshu, with limited literacy, had only married in due to Lu Qingze's previous wife's passing. She stared blankly at the documents. Lu Qingze was at a loss for words, his mind reeling. Lu Qing'an spoke again. Second brother, I know this woman has long claimed I neglect you. Yet, reflect on your own heart. Have I not been involved in your affairs and those of your children? As long as it does not violate principles. Have I not contributed financially and physically? We are not children anymore. I am not our parents. Should I support you for a lifetime? Elder brother, that is not my intention. I do not blame you, but I must be clear. Forgery may be forgivable, but coercing to the point of death is non-negotiable. I will not protect her. Not only will I not protect her, but she must leave the Lu family tonight.
What?
Leave the Lu family? I am Lu Qingze's legitimate wife. You would have me leave for such a wretch? Lu Qingze, speak up. I am your woman. You cannot abandon me. Lu Qingze opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. His gaze implored Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an handed him a piece of paper. Elder brother does not wish to pressure you. But for the sake of the Lu family, a choice must be made. This is a divorce decree. Sign it, and we will provide her family with 1,000 taels of silver. After this, our families will have no further ties.
No.
I merely sought a little money. Her death is her own affair. Who told her to borrow, without interest? Am I to blame for that? I did not hold a knife to her throat. Shen Yunying, incensed, slapped Li Wenshu, causing her face to twist. Nonsense. You charge interest exceeding market rates and use deceptive contracts, preying on the illiterate commoners. Furthermore, you have invested in the Wangfa casino, conspiring with landowners to harm others. How dare you still speak? Lu Qingze, overwhelmed, felt the ground shift beneath him. Did you truly engage in these actions?
I.
Li Wenshu, enraged, shouted indiscriminately, Yes, it was I. Are you satisfied now? If you were not so useless, would I have to resort to such means? Look at the Prime Minister's residence. What do you own? We rely on the charity of this old man. When will we have a good life? Everything I have done is for us. Lu Qingze broke into tears, sobbing like a child. After allowing him a moment, Lu Qing'an spoke. Our father was merely a low-ranking official. The progress we have made is due to our own efforts. Second brother, compared to our ancestors, you have done remarkably well. In this life, to live free of want and in comfort. Is that not enough? Elder brother. Enough. Sign the divorce decree. If not for yourself, think of your eldest son who is still serving in the government and your daughter's family who are no saints. She has just given birth to her 3rd child. You must consider your grandchildren. As Lu Qingze thought of the 2 children left by his first wife and his ungrown grandchildren, he shut his eyes and signed the decree. Li Wenshu lunged at Lu Qingze, wailing, You scoundrel! You truly divorce me? After 20 years of loyalty and hardship, you treat me this way? Shen Yunying seized her by the neck, flinging her several meters away. You have truly suffered. Henceforth, you need not endure the Lu family's hardships. Bring her and the decree to the courthouse. Inform them to proceed as necessary. Let go. You dog servants dare to touch me? I will not spare you. The servants silenced her with a foul rag and bound her tightly, dragging her away. Lu Qing'an patted his younger brother's shoulder. She was merely the daughter of a butcher. A widow at that. You have not treated her poorly over the years. This is not your fault. Elder brother, I feel no shame. Damn it. You are my brother. Who dares say you lack shame? I will not let them live. Chapter 58. The little book of my elder cousin is the dark history of my younger cousin brother. I sob, my heart aches. To grow old and still be a widower, sob, sob. Lu Qing'an disdainfully kicked him with his foot. You uneducated fool, I've told you countless times to read more. A widower is one whose wife has died. What you have is a divorce. Oh, right, then I am not. Lu Qing'ze sniffed, feeling as if the pain in his heart had lessened. However, Lu Qing'an was deeply troubled. The new clothes he had specially prepared to meet his granddaughter were sullied by his odious younger brother. What a stroke of bad luck. Yes, yes. Let us prepare a pot of fine green tea. My little granddaughter will surely adore it. Shun Yunin busied herself with the preparations. With nothing to do before dinner, Jiang Chen retreated to his room for a bath, while Jiang Shuyue and Zhou Session played with the cat outside. Little Shun, your father looks several years younger than the emperor. Why do you call the emperor second brother? My father is originally the third brother, but grandfather finds the emperor rather foolish, always wearing a face that begs for a beating. So, after a fight with the emperor, he insisted on being called second brother. You dared to hit the emperor? Truly impressive. Not only that, I've heard that the emperor was a mischievous child, uncontrollable even for the late emperor, until my father showed up and disciplined him, which made the late emperor very pleased. Pleasant? The late emperor. Quite interesting. System. This statement is accurate. The emperor was indeed a rascal in his youth, and the late emperor was a refined gentleman who suffered greatly due to his antics. Only the main antagonist dared to disregard the public eye, delivering blows to the emperor, and the late emperor felt quite relieved to see someone could manage his son. Indeed, the thoughts of fairies and humans cannot be reconciled. If someone were to harm my son, I would not hesitate to retaliate. System. These individuals are rather peculiar. Are you aware that these 3 children are not Zhou Yunshan's biological offspring? Jiang Shuyue nodded. Those wretched beings. Persecuting such adorable children, how vile. They are indeed dead. The main antagonist brutally killed 301 people, leaving not a single one alive. Zhou Session fell silent. His biological father was merely a hunter, his lineage inferior to that of his elder siblings. He wondered what his mother would think upon learning this truth. Jiang Shuyue, the main antagonist, has finally done something humane. Little Shin must have had a difficult life. Let us reward him with a big chicken leg tonight. Should we also give him a washing marrow pill? He is young. It should work even better. Zhou Session, curious, asked mother, what about my heritage? What heritage? You are my son, and that is sufficient. Does little Shun enjoy candy beans? The kind your second uncle eats. The taste is average, but they are good for the body. Jiang Shuyue wondered. Why did he ask that just now? Did I let something slip? System. No. You didn't say anything a moment ago. Jiang Shuyue, is that so? Yet I can't shake this odd feeling. Zhou Session quickly changed the subject. Mother, tonight we will meet many uncles, right? I hope they bring gifts. Yes, yes, we can collect treasures again. How delightful. Jiang Shuyue chuckled inwardly. System. You truly laugh like a villain. As they conversed, a roar echoed from within the house. System. It's time. Prepare to see a handsome young man. A handsome young man? She had seen her second brother before. It was merely a matter of washing marrow, not cosmetic surgery. What was there to admire? Little sister, have you been waiting long? Brother has arrived. As the door swung open, a fragrant breeze wafted in. Jiang Shuyue gazed at the newcomer, tilting her head in astonishment. The nose and eyes seemed unmistakably those of her second brother, yet every feature appeared enhanced, elevated to an entirely new level of attractiveness. From a height of 1.75 meters to 1.87 meters, a mere bath had added several centimeters, and his appearance had changed remarkably. How was she to explain this to her grandfather? In the dining hall, the 3 young men surrounded Jiang Chen. Cousin, it's been 3 months. Have you had a makeover? Where did you learn this technique? Share with second cousin. Stop spouting nonsense. It's clearly a disguise technique. Let third cousin see how many faces you've attached. The twins tugged at Jiang Chen's face insistently. Jiang Chen chuckled foolishly. Hee, it's all thanks to the sea training. Bathing truly benefits the body. Everyone. What a rascal, taking advantage and acting coy. Who will he infuriate next? Is this the little sister and nephew? Nyo is truly beautiful. And little nephew is handsome as well. What books have you read? Have you copied the strategies of the warring states? The twins cheerfully brought their faces close to Jiang Shuyue, only to receive 2 swift punches. Elder cousin Lu Zhengshan seized the ears of the 2 twins and tossed them aside. Look at what you've become. Nyo just arrived. Do you wish to scare her away? Nyo, don't mind them. Grandpa punishes them by making them copy books, and they want you to help. Jiang Shuyue feigned a smile. Copybooks? That is absolutely impossible. I would rather die. System. A revelation unfolds. This is your elder cousin, the sole son of your uncle Lu Tao, who outwardly appears as a refined gentleman. Jiang Shuyue perked up. Could it be that his inner self is a little pervert? Lu Zhengxin. Who is a pervert? The whole world may be perverse, but he certainly is not. System. That is not entirely accurate. He is indeed a gentleman, typically reserved and reticent. However, this is not due to propriety but rather shyness. He is a classic introvert. Last time, 2 junior students sought his guidance, and while his demeanor was calm, his heart was elated. He stayed up 2 nights preparing lessons for them. Despite his seemingly harsh treatment earlier, he genuinely cares for his 2 younger brothers, even keeping a box of records for them. Younger brother drooled, record it. Younger brother wet the bed, record it. Younger brother urinated publicly again. Today, younger brother lost a tooth. It was a significant event. Younger brother hit someone. The round little ball is indeed a genius. Sob, younger brother was beaten. How pitiful. Sob, younger brother was punished to copy books. What should I do? I want to help him, but I am the elder brother. I must set an example.
Sob.
Such torment. I wish I had 8 hands. Jiang Shuyue realized. The little book of her elder cousin was filled with the dark secrets of the trio. Chapter 59. Finding a suitable match for Uncle Heir. Enough. My face is burning with embarrassment. Lu Zhengxin shrank his neck, unable to meet the mischievous grins of his 2 younger brothers. Big brother, you really hurt them just now. Big brother, grandfather's lessons are quite demanding. Look at their hands. They are calloused from writing. You really should ease up on them. Lu Zhengxin stiffened, his entire body rigid with anxiety. This was disastrous. He would be at the mercy of these 2 little imps from now on. System. These twins. The one on the left is Lu Jingming, and the one on the right is Lu Zhenghao. They are your uncle's sons, notorious for their pranks, often drawing little figures in your grandfather's collection of books. They also enjoy dressing up. Did you notice how adept they were at it just now? They habitually disguise themselves as girls to mingle among women and eavesdrop on gossip, so they are rather kindred spirits. The twins sensed a wave of hostility directed at them. Shen Yunying, my son enjoys cross-dressing? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Mother will buy you hairpins. Lu Ning, what a misfortune for the family. Are these 2 little rascals trying to drive me mad? Lu Qingze, little rascals. It seems you haven't copied enough from your books. Next time, try copying historical texts. The twins, feeling intimidated, hurriedly turned to Jiang Shuyue and Zhou Session to change the subject. Nyo, we've been waiting for you for so long. We have prepared a gift for you, which we will present after dinner. To their surprise, the young master of the Zhen Nanhou mansion has become my little nephew. Nephew, call me 3rd cousin, and let us hear it. Zhou Session smiled sweetly. 3rd cousin. Lu Zhenghao. Wow, this little demon is adorable. How can he be so cute? Lu Zhengming, my little nephew must look charming in girl-less attire. Lu Zhengxin, I also want my little nephew to call me big cousin. Shen Yunying approached, wrapping her arm around Jiang Shuyue's shoulder. System. This is your Uncle Lu Feng and Aunt Luo Ziwei. They are out on a pilgrimage to pray for her mother's well-being. I'll let you in on a secret. She is pregnant, just a month along. You'll have to prepare a red envelope for the younger generation.
Luo Ziwei, I am pregnant.
Lu Feng, am I to become a father again? Lu Zhengxin, I wonder if it will be a boy or a girl. Oh, how I long for a soft little sister. Jiang Shuyue, Uncle doesn't he look particularly strong, yet he has accomplished so much. System. Your uncle has been fervently praying for a daughter for the past 17 years. You can't blame your father for this. Your mother was raised by your uncle, and after being taken advantage of, his resentment is palpable. He even made a figurine of your father in his study. And whenever he thinks of your father, he pokes it with a needle. Jiang Shuyue imagined that scene and looked at her uncle's face. After a brief silence, she burst into uproarious laughter. Jiang Shuyue, haha, this is hilarious. No wonder my big cousin has such a charming contrast. It must be hereditary. Uncle's artistry is remarkable. Lu Feng felt a bit bashful. Nyo actually praised him. Luo Ziwei took out a delicate sandalwood box from her sleeve. Last time we met, you hid behind and wouldn't come out, so I couldn't give you a welcome gift. This time, let us see if you like it. Jiang Shuyue opened the box to find a pearl the size of her thumb, radiating a gentle sheen, warm to the touch. Jiang Shuyue, is this A warm spirit pearl? This treasure is akin to a millennium-old spiritual herb. How could it be found in such a place? Spiritual herb? Everyone turned to look at Luo Ziwei, who appeared equally perplexed. This pearl had been passed down through her family as a bridal gift. Although she was not pregnant before, now that she knew she was having a daughter, she still wished to gift it to little Nyo. As for the warm spirit pearl, it was the first time she had ever heard of it. System. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a treasure, though it may not be of use to you. It is certainly better than having nothing. Jiang Shuyue. But how does Aunt have such a thing? System. Your Aunt's family hails from a lineage of physicians and herbalists, so it is not surprising for them to possess such a rarity. Here's a little tidbit. When your aunt first encountered Lu Feng, she found him endearing and pure. And every day she secretly added some ingredients to soften his legs so he couldn't get out of bed. Later, upon hearing he was about to get engaged, she boldly took matters into her own hands, and with one pill, the deed was done. All the daughters-in-law from the maternal side of the family are quite formidable. Luo Ziwei, blushing, dared not meet her husband's gaze. Youthful indiscretions, a little recklessness. Surely, it was nothing to be overly concerned about, right? Why are you all standing there? Don't wear out my Nyo and little Sheng. Come sit with your grandfather. I have prepared gifts for you as well. This heart-protecting armor was bestowed by the late emperor. I hope it serves you well. Thank you, great-grandfather. Lu Qing'en turned and smilingly presented Jiang Shuyue with a pendant. Nyo, this is an evil-repelling pearl. It changes color when it encounters poison. Thank you, grandfather. Jiang Shuyue. Though the item is splendid, I am a refined tea spirit, possessing an inherent detoxifying quality due to my rich tea essence. Common poisons have little effect on me. Is this gift not wasted? Disaster. The gift was misdirected. But surely, the main antagonist could find it useful. Much love to you, grandfather. How infuriating. That little rascal benefits. Lu Qing'en, envisioning Zhou Yunshan's smug expression, felt an urge to pluck every hair from his head. How could all the good girls from the Lu family be taken advantage of? Father, if we don't eat soon, the food will get cold. Uncle Heir, please start. Yuning has specially made your favorite braised pork, so taste it while it's hot.
You schenkse apiaret somewhat embarrasset, allricht,
Jiang Shuyue. Isn't this my second uncle? Why is he speaking so hesitantly? System. His wife was caught in a scandal and has been dismissed, sent to prison. He feels too ashamed to face you. That wife is quite fierce. She cursed his ancestors and almost kicked a jailer's manhood off. Her combat skills are impressive. Jiang Shuyue sighed. Marriage feels akin to a second birth. My second uncle had good fortune the first 2 times, but this time he hit a rough patch. Perhaps he will fare better next time. Lu Qingze was caught between laughter and tears. Was this concern or a curse? System. It seems my second uncle has had poor luck with women. Should we assist him in finding a reliable partner? Let me calculate who his destined match might be. Jiang Shuyue's fingers stealthily plotted beneath the table. System, intrigued. Host, you can divine fortunes? I was unaware you possessed this skill. Jiang Shuyue tilted her head. Not really. I'm just waiting for you to reveal some gossip to see if anyone has a genuine interest in my second uncle. Or perhaps, a suitable match would suffice. Then why were your fingers flicking about just now? Just putting on a show. Doesn't tea that make me seem enigmatic? Everyone system. That makes perfect sense. You have a point. Chapter 60. Calling Grandfather. Heed grandfather's words. Jiang Shuyue found it peculiar. How do you know about this minor character, who isn't even mentioned in the book? The system, with an exaggeratedly rounded chin. Feigned profundity. Having been with the Heavenly Dao for so long, I've picked up a bit of astrology. It turned out it possessed such a skill. If utilized wisely, it could yield unexpected fortune. The system replied, Thank you, but I am merely a bystander, not a deity of wealth. Prompted by the system, Lu Qingze recalled his distant cousin. She resided in a courtyard in the capital and often sent over gifts, yet when Shu had always warned him of her ulterior motives, causing their relationship to grow increasingly distant. If what Wen Shu said was mere deceit, then he had no desire to dwell on romantic matters. It would be wiser to apologize to his cousin first. Lu Qing'en remarked, At your age, shouldn't you be more discreet about your romantic pursuits? Everyone understood the implication of Lu Ning's words, yet no one dared to voice it. Jiang Shuyue, oblivious to the unspoken rules, believed he had successfully dodged the conversation and sat down cheerfully to dine with the others. The system interjected with a juicy tidbit. I almost forgot to mention. Your second uncle, Lu Ning, has secretly stashed away 50 taels of private funds beneath his pillow. Jiang Shuyue quipped. Doesn't he find it uncomfortable to sleep on a pile of silver? In a sense, he is quite ruthless. Indeed, ruthlessness is an apt description. Lu Ning protested. Wife, you misunderstand. This is money I've set aside for Nyo's treats. I believe you, as much as I trust a ghost. Jiang Shuyue observed the silent standoff between them. Although she found it perplexing, the atmosphere was uniquely delightful. It was hard to articulate, yet it felt warm and comforting.
Boom. Bang.
As the meal drew to a close, the sound of an explosion startled her, causing her to retract her neck. Cousin, do you like the gift your elder brother prepared for you? Two identical faces beamed with double the joy, complemented by the blooming fireworks. Jiang Shuyue leaned against the doorframe, gazing blankly at the sky. It's so beautiful, isn't it? I knew you would like it. But why are you hiding behind the door, trembling? The twins attempted to coax him out. Jiang Shuyue clung tightly to the doorframe. Despite the beauty of the fireworks, the explosive sounds resembled thunder. It was all that wretched tribulation that had left her with a psychological scar.
No way.
She would not step outside. She would watch from here. Zhou Session nestled closer to her. The feng shui is excellent here. I'll stay with you, mother. Jiang Shuyue bent down to embrace Zhou Session. Though still young, his muscles were surprisingly firm, far more comfortable than the doorframe. The Lu family observed the scene, their hearts heavy with discomfort. What kind of torment must one have endured to fear even fireworks? Jiang Shuyue, hiding behind Zhou Session, nonetheless savored the spectacle of the fireworks. Later that evening, Lu Qing'an escorted the family outside, personally draping a cloak over her before sending her off in a carriage. Nyo, your grandfather understands that your mother was overly harsh before. If you do not forgive her, it is her just deserts. However, our family will always welcome you, as long as you do not ignore your grandfather. Jiang Shuyue felt a blend of warmth and bitterness. She recalled how, in the original story, her grandfather had shown her kindness upon their first meeting, yet the original character had been too timid and easily swayed to approach the Lu family. After her demise, her grandfather had suffered greatly upon learning of her fate. It seemed that her family truly cared for her. Jiang Shuyue smiled sweetly. I understand, grandfather. I will visit often. With your words, I am at ease. Grandfather hopes that at our next meeting, you will call me grandfather instead of granduncle. It sounds too distant. After all, your second uncle refers to you as his niece, not his grandniece. Indeed, grandfather is infinitely better than that old witch. How could she be considered a stranger? Grandfather. My dear Nyo, please, seek your divorce soon. Grandfather can take care of you. Great-grandfather, it is getting late. We must take our leave. Zhou Session hoisted Jiang Shuyue into the carriage and hastily kicked the horse to depart. Goodness, in other families, they would rather dismantle 10 temples than break a single marriage. Yet, here was the Prime Minister attempting to abduct his mother. Who would believe such a tale? Moreover, her father, aside from being somewhat handsome and wealthy, had no other redeeming qualities. If mother were to leave, father would surely end up alone. Lu Qing'an chased after the carriage, calling, Nyo, remember you are a girl. Do not entertain such improper thoughts. Jiang Shuyue asked system, did you hear what my grandfather just said? The system replied, it seems he called you improper. Improper? I am a respectable woman with a family. Is it appropriate to pursue others without cause? However, grandfather must have his reasons for saying so. I ought to seek worthy targets for such pursuits, lest I tarnish my family's reputation and my own aesthetic sensibilities. Zhou Session interjected. I believe great-grandfather did not mean it that way. I'm a bit tired. Little Session, let us divide our spoils tomorrow. Mother, if this word spreads, people will mock you. Let them laugh. It is not as if I have not been laughed at before. We must quickly divide the goods to prevent anyone from coveting them. I refuse to let anyone else benefit from my efforts. Zhou Session recalled the rascals from the Jiang family. Mother, truthfully, father values you not solely for other reasons. I have been with father since childhood. His first wife was a lunatic who embarrassed him on their wedding day. Afterward, when he went to war, she cursed him to die young. My siblings and I never liked her. She was a vile woman who deserved her fate. After her death, we even secretly celebrated. Father never had any relations with her. His kindness towards her family stems from a debt of gratitude to grandfather's generation. When he is with you, he smiles. We will all protect you, so do not fear. Zhou Session removed his cloak and wrapped it around her more snugly. Mother, do not worry. With father and us around, no one will dare bully you again. Do not fear the exposure of your identity as a green tea princess. No matter what, you are still a good mother. Unbeknownst to him, as Zhou Session leaned down, nearing Jiang Shuyue's cheek, he abruptly pulled back, narrowly avoiding an inappropriate encounter. That was close. Chapter 61. Lacking moral compass, unfamiliar with conscience, how improper. Oh dear. I cannot find anyone worthy of such impropriety. The spirited young girl mused. Isn't it enough to have me dreaming of mischief with men? Jiang Shuyue's nose felt icy, dampened slightly. Is it cold? Let me warm my hands first. Spring had already arrived, yet the warmth of the hearth had not been extinguished. Zhou Yunshin stoked the fire, rubbing his hands together as he leaned nearby. The main antagonist? Jiang Shuyue rubbed her eyes, still dazed from being roused from slumber, utterly oblivious to her own words. The system, equally groggy, blinked its eyes open along with her. Her hands had turned so cold from the night wind. He warmed his hands, removed his coat, and sat at the bedside, offering her a bag of almond candies. I passed through the market while on patrol today and saw many people buying almond candies. So, I brought you a bag. Hee hee, what a splendid day it is. Everyone is bestowing gifts upon me. But you shall have to wait until tomorrow to indulge. It is too late for today. Jiang Shuyue had already opened the paper bag, the rich scent of almonds mingling with the sweet aroma of malt wafting into her senses, eliciting her salivation, yet she was forbidden to partake. Such cruelty. Noticing her discontent, Zhou Yunshin pulled her closer. Be good. Wait until tomorrow. I will have them procure other treats for you. Let today pass. Oh. Jiang Shuyue thought, what if I sneak out and eat it while he sleeps? The system replied, the main antagonist has been raised amidst assassination attempts. Even the slightest noise could awaken him. This plan is futile. Alas, my almond candies. Zhou Yunshin suppressed a chuckle. Retrieving a small piece from the bag, you may only have this much. Good second brother. Second brother? The system interjected. Why do you call the main antagonist second brother? Jiang Shuyue replied, did he not overthrow the emperor and become the second in command? Hence, second brother. But I sense he harbors some affection for me. I wonder what it is he finds appealing. Could it be my beauty that ensnares him? The system remarked, host, while you are not human and possess no moral compass, one must still speak with integrity. Zhou Yunshin nodded in agreement. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I found you to be an unparalleled beauty, utterly captivated by your charm. Jiang Shuyue froze, covering her mouth as she silently laughed. I knew it. The eyes of the masses are discerning. Beauty is the greatest weapon. The system retorted, no, but does the main antagonist have some peculiar preference? Or perhaps, is he simply blind? I am not blind. I initially found you quite amusing, but later realized that being with you is quite comfortable. You remind me of an orange. An orange? Do I appear wrinkled? The orange I had as a pet in my childhood was orange-hued, particularly fond of eating, sleeping, and chasing birds, as well as scratching me. Zhou Yunshin leaned closer, gently blowing into her ear, just like you. That is quite the leap. I merely enjoy roasted chicken. Shall I remove my clothing so you may see the scratches on my back made by you? Jiang Shuyue inwardly lamented. No, no. At my age, I cannot endure such torment. My waist aches terribly. System, save me. The system responded, system entering sleep mode. Traitorous system. Should a war break out, I am certain you would be a fence-sitter. How could he engage in such actions? Moreover, he had specifically tasted the candies before purchasing them. Aside from being excessively sweet, there were no indications of poison. Calculating could it be? Zhou Yunshin lifted her, playfully touching her peach-like cheeks, causing goosebumps to rise across her body. What are you doing? That tickles. What is this? Zhou Yunshin was momentarily stunned. a feeling of helplessness washing over him, eliciting both laughter and tears. Xiao Tao. Prepare hot water for your mistress's bath, and change the bedding as well. She may misconstrue a bath, but changing the bedding is innocuous. Jiang Shuyue felt utterly embarrassed as she contemplated, wasn't it just a short while ago? How can it be returning so soon? The system, groggily opening its eyes, replied, it is likely due to your previous poor health, combined with your transformation from a green tea essence, causing some rejection symptoms. It is normal. Why had she never heard of such matters? The system yawned, remain calm. Think back to the past 2 or 3 months. Did you not only have your period once? This month it is compensating you with a double portion. Surprised, are we? Jiang Shuyue wished to strangle the heavens. Why did you not arrange things properly when you brought me here? She wailed, I do not care. Tomorrow, I shall scour the streets for green tea. I must acquire strong pills, waist pain pills, hemostatic pills, and blackbone white phoenix pills. Strong pills are of no use to you. There are no waist pain pills. And the blackbone white phoenix pills can be requested from the Royal Hospital's elders. As for the hemostatic pills, you cannot use them. They will lead to amenorrhea, which is detrimental to you. She felt like crying. Nay, she was already weeping, tears streaming down her heart. Master, the hot water is ready. Allow me to assist the mistress with her bath and change. Xiao Tao approached to assist Jiang Shuyue, but was deftly sidestepped by Zhou Yunshin. She is frail. I shall carry her. You go instruct the kitchen to prepare some bird's nest. Yes, I shall go borrow some items. Borrow what? Xiao Tao blushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she responded, well, menstrual cloth. The young lady just finished a few days ago, and I have yet to replenish. Mine is also depleted. Shall I go find other servants to borrow some? Jiang Shuyue wailed. Everyone in the household will know I am menstruating. How embarrassing. Zhou Yunshin replied, no need. You first assist the mistress with her bath. I shall handle the rest. Xiao Tao was momentarily stunned, her mind struggling to comprehend. Master, do you mean? Zhou Yunshin maintained a serious demeanor, casting a peculiar glance at her, then hurriedly carried Jiang Shuyue away. Xiao Tao scratched her head, pondering. Has the master become shy? The bond between the master and the young lady is truly delightful. After placing her in the bathing chamber, Zhou Yunshin hastily exited. Although he had just proclaimed that he would resolve the matter, he had only ever purchased snacks, allowing others to handle clothing and jewelry, merely paying for them. Now he was tasked with procuring menstrual cloth. As a man, where could he possibly find such items? Seventh Knight. At your service. Seventh Knight emerged from the shadows, kneeling on one knee before Zhou Yunshin. Huh? What? Repeat that? Seventh Knight appeared bewildered. Chapter 62. Once the sketchbook is opened, no one can escape unscathed. Lord, you cannot be jesting, can you? Have you ever seen me jest? Quickly, attend to it. Chia felt a pang of sorrow. He had faced countless perils. But dealing with this woman's whims was another matter entirely. Nevertheless, for the sake of his lady, he would endure. How much should I procure? Please, Lord, enlighten me. Zhou Yunshin's heart was tumultuous, though his visage remained composed. Having never experienced such matters himself, he was at a loss for the appropriate quantity. It would not do to inquire of others, lest it reveal his incompetence. Let us acquire a cartful, procure the finest quality, so that no one perceives our household as stingy. Understood. Chia departed, accompanied by a few comrades, scaling walls under the cover of night to seize supplies from several vendors of menstrual cloths. The shopkeepers could only lament their misfortune. Jiang Shuyue luxuriated in a pebble bath, emerging fragrant and revitalized. Is it truly remarkable to bloom? After all, I have utilized it for my bath. Xiao Dao, when the roses blossom, please gather them generously. I wish to deplete them entirely for my bathing rituals. Miss, I had no idea you held such affection for roses. It is not affection. It is merely a form of retribution. Who allows that pompous flower to flaunt its connection to the rose? 300 years ago, it ascended to the heavens, demanding to be called the Rose Fairy. Bah! She was determined to strip the roses bare, to infuriate that old maid. My lady, I have placed the items here. Xiao Dao opened the door a crack, as Zhou Yunshin stood with his back to her, delivering a package of cream-colored goods. Jiang Shuyue amused. Is the antagonist feeling bashful? I long to witness such a sight. It must be utterly adorable. Adorable? No one has uttered such a sentiment since he was 7. System. He is indeed quite charming. At 12, he masqueraded as a dancer infiltrating enemy ranks, captivating their general, and then... Jiang Shuyue interjected excitedly. Did he take his life when the enemy was inebriated? Precisely. With a single stroke, he severed the enemy's head, earning the moniker of iron-blooded daughter. It sounds as though the antagonist was particularly favored by men. I have heard that in such environments, it is easy to bend one's inclinations. Could that be true? The system ignited with gossip. There is scientific basis for this. Many straight men, upon entering, develop subtle bonds of camaraderie. The antagonist was indeed coveted by many, particularly by his superior, a rotund strategist in his 40s, who, upon witnessing your husband in women's attire, remained utterly captivated. Jiang Shuyue envisioned camaraderie morphing into something gruesome. You are correct. All conspirators were eliminated by the antagonist, who gained fame through battle, and thereafter, none dared to covet him again. Impressive, isn't it? Jiang Shuyue changed her attire and yawned. While those minor characters are inconsequential, the greatest peril remains. He is still being pursued. By the way, when will the time-traveling woman make her appearance? System. No signs of her yet, but it is assured that she is one of the greatest assets to the 4th prince. Once you detect her presence, alert me immediately. She could not guarantee when her own fortuitous departure would occur. If she were still present when calamity befell the marquis residence, would those individuals spare her? The manner of her demise would undoubtedly be more tragic than that of the Zhou family. Moreover, her child was undeniably adorable. How could she allow such a fate to befall him? Zhou Yunshin touched his face, pondering why he was excluded from the notion of adorability. The following morning, when Jiang Shuyue awakened, a line of concubines stood at the courtyard entrance. Xiao Dao, what is the meaning of this? The Lord has decreed that they must come to pay their respects daily. Those who fail to comply shall have their legs broken and be cast out. System. Do these individuals possess any scandalous tales? System. Indeed, though scant. The one in red was caught covertly flirting with a guard last night and was subsequently beaten and bagged. The one in green planned to perform outside your door to lure out the antagonist, but was knocked unconscious by a guard and hung from a tree. And the one in yellow? She is an ardent admirer of the antagonist, having secretly sketched numerous illustrations of him, including characters resembling Jiang Shuyue, Zhou Session, and yourself. Jiang Shuyue blinked in confusion. And I am included? Shouldn't I be the sole subject? Because they are handsome and they are not biologically related, she included them. Then why am I third? Shouldn't I be the primary? The system scrutinized her with disdain. Perhaps, in the eyes of the Fujoshi, you do not appear sufficiently zero. Jiang Shuyue erupted. What do you mean by that? Are you implying I am unworthy of being the primary? At such a young age. How can your judgment be so flawed? Well, let me share a little secret. The antagonist and the first two are involved in sweet, romantic tales, while yours has turned into a tale of torment. Slaps, kneeling as punishment. All commonplace occurrences. Even more thrilling scenes are being suppressed, which I am too embarrassed to divulge. The suppressed scenes are the ones that truly captivate audiences. Jiang Shuyue lamented, Xiao Dao, from now on, deliver mung bean soup and carrots to that woman in yellow daily. Ensure she consumes them entirely. Also, replace her pillow with one filled with cassia seeds. Furthermore, confiscate her writing materials. She is forbidden from writing or drawing. Xiao Dao was taken aback, and the woman in yellow was equally puzzled. My lady, have I erred in any way? Why do you treat me so? System. After receiving orders last night, she began plotting a narrative. The next scene involves you assaulting a concubine, angering the antagonist, who then strips you bare and subjects you to punishment, and afterwards, well, you understand. Bailey Dong, lurking at a distance, could not resist stealing glances at the yellow-clad woman. The Tiangong Pavilion had also uncovered her background and learned of her clandestine affinity for creating scandalous art. Yet, they had not anticipated such a brazen character. Her audacity and boldness were in equal measure. Those who conspired against the marquis estate would find 10 lives insufficient for atonement. He cast a glance at Jiang Shuyue, his heart heavy with pity. The yellow-clad woman's days were numbered. Jiang Shuyue beckoned to the yellow-clad woman, her voice trembling with excitement. infused with anticipation and a hint of delight. My dear, I have a request of you. Would you be amenable? Your words are excessive. My lady, I am at your service. Then I shall speak plainly. Take your latest sketches and show them to me, darling. Chapter 63. The urine of Mei Yunqi is matted what? Huang Shan's mind went blank. How did Jiang Shuyue know about her little sketchbook? Even her personal maid was unaware. Could it be a spy from the marquis's residence? No, that was impossible. Even if there were spies, they had never approached her chambers. So, it was inconceivable they would know. It must be a ruse. That wretched woman is indeed a menace, just as the Lord said. Huang Shan replied with composure. I do not understand your intentions, madam. If you wish to see the sketchbook, perhaps it would be better to invite a few artists. The artists do not possess the content I desire. System. Did you not just wish to deal with her? Why the sudden interest now? Jiang Shuyue. Times change. Do you not find the scene I just described particularly stimulating? I would undoubtedly appear pitiful and delicate, while the villain would be sinister and charming, concealing daggers behind a smile. Is that not an appealing image? If I miss the sketchbook, there will be no opportunity to view such scenes again. The system found her reasoning sound yet somewhat disturbing. Bai Li Dong shared the sentiment. It was understandable to find pleasure in witnessing another's suffering, but to witness oneself being tormented, particularly at the hands of one's own husband. Such peculiar tastes. Huang Shan was terrified. She was surely discovered. Goodness! The marquis's spies were indeed fearsome, capable of uncovering such secrets. Jiang Shuyue, why have you ceased speaking? Will you grant me a definitive answer? Madam, please spare me. Huang Shan fell to her knees, her frail body trembling. I was merely confused for a moment. I shall never dare again. I implore you, grant me mercy just this once. Jiang Shuyue was puzzled. Why is she so frightened? I have not even scolded her.
Bai Li Dong replied, I am frichtening.
Can she not be? Those involved with the marquis's residence faced grave consequences if exposed. Madam, I truly erred. I beseech you not to dismiss me. If you allow me to remain, I will do anything you ask. Huang Shan repeatedly bowed her head to the ground, a gesture that struck Jiang Shuyue as peculiar. Jiang Shuyue, if she fears punishment from me, she should be pleading for mercy, no? Could it be she harbors deep feelings for my husband? System. That is not the case. Her master ordered her to remain here, continuously monitoring Zhou Yunqin's every move. She must die here if it comes to that. Or her brother will vanish. However, the one threatening her is actually aligned with her brother, deceiving her alongside her mother to secure her loyalty. Jiang Shuyue mused about Huang Shan's peculiar interests. The power of genetics was indeed formidable. You are acquainted with her brother's former lover, the one who sneaked into your home before your marriage. Jiang Shuyue suddenly recalled a repugnant figure, a name resonating in her mind.
Mei Yunqi.
System. Indeed. A distant cousin who relied on your father's influence. He sought to marry you, but turned to wed a well-off yet neglected concubine after your marriage. He and Huang Shan's brother, Huang Wei, often engage in mischievous antics within the residence, even dancing in women's undergarments last night. Jiang Shuyue's eyes sparkled with indignation. How dare these two rascals engage in such outrageous behavior while she suffered from her monthly tribulations? System. Her brother is short and unattractive, enough to make you lose your appetite. Jiang Shuyue swiftly lost interest in Huang Shan's sketchbook. System. There is something unrelated to the melon that I must share. Mei Yunqi was instructed to use her as an informant by your father, who has been struggling lately and wishes to see you suffer as well. Last night, he provided Mei Yunqi with a packet of poison, intending to use Huang Shan to harm you.
Mei Yunqi is audacious.
Is his urine really matted? He ought to be more self-aware. Huang Shan's mind was in a frenzy, nearly biting her tongue. She had never mentioned Master Mei. How could the madam know? A spy. There must be spies watching her. Madam, I am truly remorseful. I recognize my mistakes and shall never dare again. I implore you to grant me a path to survival. Jiang Shuyue thought. I have not threatened her. Why is she so terrified? Could it be my formidable presence has intimidated her? Oh, dear, I am not that terrifying. Bai Li Dong began to comprehend Zhou Yunqin's torment. He had never felt the urge to suppress laughter with such intensity. He decided to note down a new entry. The urine of Mei Yunqi is indeed matted. Jiang Shuyue bent down, whispering in Huang Shan's ear. Mei Yunqi, devoid of fortune. You are but a young girl. Why associate with such a harbinger of misfortune, do you not agree? Huang Shan trembled uncontrollably. Who said Jiang Shuyue was soft and foolish? She was genuinely frightening. I understand, madam. Rest assured, I shall sever all ties with him from now on. Yes, I shall begin drawing immediately, ensuring your satisfaction, madam. Huang Shan hurriedly scurried away. At that moment, a singular thought consumed her mind. She must create a sketchbook that would please the madam, for her very survival depended on it. As for Mei Yunqi, he was merely an unfortunate soul. Why should she sacrifice herself for her brother's benefit? After a brief incense stick's time, Jiang Shuyue received Huang Shan's secret sketchbook. Her heart raced with excitement. Wow, these muscles, these lines. Little Huang has quite the talent. The drawings are even more enticing than reality. System. Indeed, she has depicted you as slender and tall. You appear to be around 175 meters, quite flattering. Jiang Shuyue shot the system a glare, lost in her own beauty. She was exquisite, tragic, and pitiable. Jiang Shuyue, according to the narrative, I am indeed the protagonist of this sketchbook, yet my role seems rather minor. However, look at my son, his figure, his gaze, truly remarkable. It seems there were errors. She would need to supervise that group more closely in the future. Lord Zhou, I would like to see my daughter. Could you relay that message? Jiang Shuyue stepped through the gate, turning to spot an uninvited guest, his brow slightly furrowing. Zhou looming subtly signaled. This one harbors ill intentions. Should we expel them? Jiang Shuyue replied, Mother has been accumulating value. I wonder how much he can contribute. Lord Jiang, please proceed. Chapter 64. The delicate and frail Yaya online scheming for money. Jiang Shuyue was engrossed in her reading when, in a moment of joy, she had a considerable amount of high-quality drawing paper and ink sent to Huang Shan. Upon receiving the gifts, Huang Shan was overwhelmed with emotions, excitement, elation, and a sense of finding a kindred spirit. Yet, she was uncertain about the circumstances surrounding this gesture. Bai Li Dong, with good intentions, offered a suggestion. Madam is kind-hearted. After witnessing your artistic talent, she values your potential, and understanding your predicament, she has decided to grant you an opportunity. It felt as though she was among like-minded individuals. However, Huang Shan doubted that the madam could be so superficial. Surely, she harbored grand ambitions. She resolved to work even harder to ensure that the madam's plans would not be thwarted. Unbeknownst to Jiang Shuyue, while she was deeply absorbed in the art book, Bai Li Dong had quietly cultivated a little admirer for her. Madam, the young master requests your presence in the front hall. Your maternal family has arrived. My maternal family? My elder brother? He doesn't seem to have the time. I just met my second brother yesterday, and he certainly would not come. Could it be my mother? Jiang Shuyue quickly rose to prepare herself, rummaging through her simplest garments and modest jewelry. Satisfied with her reflection in the mirror, she thought, I appear both impoverished and delicate. Quite fitting. System. Why are you rummaging through your dowry? Jiang Shuyue. To present myself as a pitiful figure, eliciting sympathy from the god of wealth. Last time, my mother bestowed upon me lavish gifts. Surely, I could extract something this time as well. The system was perplexed. Did you not assist the Jiang family? Why do you now appear to be scheming against them? My assistance to the second brother was motivated by his apology and my desire to not let Jiang benefit. He wishes to see us fail. But I shall not fulfill his wishes. As for my two elder brothers, they are merely foolish and have not caused me any real harm. My mother, however, is different. She is an adult. Choosing the wrong man is unfortunate, but being deceived repeatedly is her folly. Failing to protect her own flesh and blood reveals her as both foolish and unfeeling. Xiao Dao felt a pang of sympathy for the madam. After all, the young lady had endured hardship for many years, and any compensation was well deserved. Jiang Shuyue had prepared numerous lines and even rehearsed her expressions. Upon entering the main hall and spotting Jiang sipping tea, an overwhelming feeling of revulsion surged within her. Good heavens, what is this scoundrel doing in my home? Did he wash his hands before entering? Is he sanitized? Does he carry germs beneath him? Am I at risk of contracting an infectious disease? System. There are no epidemics this year, and he is not ill. What could he possibly transmit? Jiang Shuyue, filled with righteous indignation, retorted. Of course he can. He is despicable. Foolish, wicked, and contemptible. He and the fourth prince are the most disgusting characters in the story, a true pairing of vile swords. But wait. At least the fourth prince dares to love and hate. Though he is a scoundrel, he is a noteworthy scoundrel. Jiang, on the other hand, is hypocritical and selfish. He can turn against his own kin. His affection for Jiang Liuli is merely a reflection of a man's ridiculous pride. The moment Jiang Liuli becomes strong enough to break free, the first to wish her harm will be Jiang, and his very existence is an affront to humanity. The system pondered this and found a semblance of truth in it. Jiang Shuyue also concurred, recognizing the absurdity of Jiang's actions. A tiger does not consume its own offspring. Jiang was no more than a worm, yet he dared to act recklessly, utterly oblivious to the consequences. Mother, you have arrived. Please take a seat. I have prepared pastries from Zinzheikyo, fresh out of the oven. Do try the rose petal cake. My eldest son is so filial. When he grows older, will he resemble the characters in the illustrations? Jiang Shuyue nibbled on the floral cake, while her mind wandered through the contents of the art book. Jiang Shuyue felt his face flush. He never anticipated that such indecent materials would infiltrate his household and corrupt his mother. It was intolerable. Huang Shan must be compelled to paint beautifully. The standards of the marquis must not be tarnished. Noticing Jiang Shuyue's continued disregard for him, Jiang's disdain for his daughter deepened. You care so little. It is not merely a lack of concern. You have entirely ignored me. On the contrary, you have addressed me, especially when Jiang Liuli seized my belongings, often stepping in to advocate for me, allowing me to give away my possessions while apologizing. Jiang paused, momentarily taken aback. Even with a robust inner strength, the flesh on his face quivered. Wasn't the customary approach to engage in polite conversation? Why was she speaking so candidly? It was truly embarrassing. Jiang intended to unleash his anger, but upon noticing Jiang Shuyue seated nearby, gazing at him with a smile that did not reach his eyes, he refrained. Yaya has misunderstood her father. I wish for your swift growth. Perhaps in my eagerness, I have erred at times, but my intentions are good. You cannot harbor resentment towards your father, can you? The system abruptly interrupted. No. Do not hastily expose him. I want to see how he lies. It is quite amusing. The system was indeed mischievous. Jiang Shuyue, I find your reasoning quite compelling. I mentioned to your mother that our Yaya is the most sensible. Your father's visit today is twofold, to see you and to discuss a matter with you. Are you aware that the Crown Prince will be visiting the temple on the second day of the lunar month? Is this a significant investment? Does my mother know of this? System. Those two courtesans were arranged by Mei Yunqi. Your mother likely isn't aware. Jiang Liuli is putting in considerable effort to learn. She is quite adept at it now. Jiang Shuyue. This indicates that she believes the fourth prince is inadequate and wishes to entice the crown prince. However, the crown prince is from an opposing faction. Jiang wouldn't he dare to place spies, would he? Mission impossible. How intriguing. Jiang Shuyue scoffed inwardly at Jiang's fanciful notions. Jiang Liuli's reputation had plummeted. If Jiang could not extinguish his ambitions, it might as well lead to her disgrace. I am listening, but what connection does the crown prince's visit to the temple have with me? Offering blessings to the royal family is beneficial for the nation and its people. The marquis has close ties with the royal family. Our ancestors were also related. Do you not wish to contribute? Jiang Shuyue, I do not. The system panicked. You do. You very much do. Jiang Shuyue. I am not opposed to offering blessings. It is just that I am delicate and cannot endure hardship. If someone could carry me up and down the mountain, and if my accommodations were attended to, I might consider it. That carrying me seems a bit excessive, does it not? Jiang Shuyue, displeased, forcefully set down his cup. My mother is delicate and precious. To carry her is a blessing for others. Do you have any objections? Jiang, forcing a smile, shook his head. No objections. It is only right. Chapter 65. Little May has a maiden's heart. The wealth of thee is undeniable. Is there truly no servant to attend to them? It sounded like an attempt to swindle him, though he reluctantly acquiesced. He would not allow himself to be easily taken advantage of. Ye was correct. Let us do this. I shall arrange for 2 handmaidens to accompany you, and you may command them as you wish. Attempting to place spies? Absolutely not. Jiang Shuyue nodded in agreement. It is indeed possible, but I dread climbing mountains, and I fear the 2 handmaidens may not be able to carry me. As for the guards, their status is too low, and being external men, they might invite gossip. How about this? I recall that my father has a distant relative by the surname Mei, whom I met once during a visit home. Perhaps he could look after me. What do you think, father? Jiang initially felt uneasy about this arrangement. However, throughout the day, Mei Yunqi had reported that he could not reach Huangshan, the only certainty being that she was still alive. While this was indeed a relief, it also meant that the poison could not reach Huangshan. If Mei Yunqi could take action personally, it would be far more reliable. To accompany His Highness the Crown Prince is a stroke of fortune for little Mei. Thus, it shall be settled. Liuli will join us as well. You sisters must watch over one another. Jiang Shuyue indulged in a piece of cake, tilting her head with a vacant stare. What a sight, pretending to be oblivious. Zhou Shuyue rose and said, Lord Jiang, I have heard there are still numerous matters in your office, so I shall not impose upon you for dinner. Of course, young Lord Zhou. Please take your leave. Yeah, your father is departing. Yes, let us go. Jiang's lips twitched as he forced a smile and exited. Once in the carriage, he began to curse. Wretched child. I am her own father, and she did not even bother to see me off. Had I known she would sabotage my endeavors, I should have suffocated her at birth. Jiang Shuyue comfortably sipped her hot tea. Hot tea paired with cake is delicious and refreshing, quite satisfactory. As long as mother enjoys it, that is what matters. However, dinner is in an hour. Tonight we shall have braised pork and spicy shrimp, which I believe mother will love. Really? I shall take a stroll in the courtyard to work up an appetite. Very well. Zhou Shuyue felt uneasy. As the elder brother, he had always been cautious, wary of the vile people outside. Since he first stepped onto the battlefield at the age of 7, he had scarcely known a moment of peace. This would be the first time he accompanied someone in the garden without ulterior motives. As Zhou Shuyue gazed at the flower beds in the courtyard, his mind was blank, yet he felt remarkably light and at ease. Jiang Shuyue mused. My eldest son has such an enchanting expression. What should I do? After perusing the illustrations, I can hardly bear to look at my fine son. The system interjected. By the way, Zhou Shuyue is not the biological child of the main antagonist. He was an abandoned infant found on the battlefield, lacking any blood ties. Oh dear. Dear system, you have taken a turn for the worse, but I find it delightful. Jiang Shuyue chuckled mischievously with the system. Zhou Shuyue broke into a cold sweat. No, I do not like it at all. I very much dislike it. Jiang Shuyue continued. However, earlier, the Jiang fellow addressed my eldest son as young Lord Zhou, which is rather peculiar. Should he not be called the eldest son of the family? The system replied, You have forgotten that Zhou Shuyue achieved military merit at the age of 10 and was conferred the title of Qianhu. He is now a 4th-rank military officer, ranking higher than Jiang'an. At merely 12 or 13 years of age, he has attained the 4th rank? My son is truly remarkable. My father is quite inept. Indeed, he is rather ineffectual. He is currently a mere idle official. With the support of your maternal family, those who wish to undermine him are many. Just yesterday, someone slipped worms into his hat while he napped. The day before, someone stuck a turtle sticker on his back. And the day before that, someone wrote a play titled My Misfortunes with That Unlucky Wife. Jiang Shuyue erupted in laughter. The eyes of the public are indeed sharp. I have decided that once Huangshan completes this batch of illustrations, I shall have her depict Jiang's misadventures. And, at a later time, I shall ensure this information circulates widely to elevate Jiang's notorious reputation. Zhou Shuyue perceived his mother as both wicked and cunning, a true reflection of their family. Since his mother had resolved to produce an illustrated book, it would require someone to write the accompanying text. He would seek out a few seasoned individuals tomorrow to solidify the narrative, ensuring Jiang received proper publicity. Shuyue, in 5 days it will be the 2nd day of the new month. Your father, your father likely will not have time to accompany me. I feel a bit afraid to go alone. Could you arrange for 2 capable guards to accompany me? Jiang Shuyue requested. Find 2 skilled ones. I want them to scale walls and sneak about. Jiang Shuyue chuckled. Of course, I will certainly find 2 adept and clever ones. You are so good. I shall bestow upon you a little flower. Jiang Shuyue plucked a pink flower and placed it behind Jiang Shuyue's ear. How beautiful! Jiang Shuyue blushed and lowered his head. Observing this mother, who was not much older than himself, he felt a peculiar sensation in his heart. Jiang Shuyue was enveloped in pink bubbles of delight. What a beautiful scene. It must be included in the illustrated book. Jiang Shuyue silently took note, reminding Huangshan later to excise all his parts, every single one. Upon learning of this matter, Zhou Yunshan personally selected 2 shadow guards to introduce to Jiang Shuyue. This is Sanhua, and this is Weiyue. They will accompany you on the 2nd day of next month. Greetings, madam. Jiang Shuyue examined Sanhua, and then Weiyue. Excellent. A balanced pair, so work shall not be burdensome. Yet there was one thing that piqued her curiosity. Weiyue, do you have a brother named Mayday? Weiyue scratched his head in confusion. No, I do not. Does madam fancy that name? If you truly like it, I can change my name. Oh no. This one is just fine. Sanhua Miao. Little Weiyue, I shall rely on you both from now on. Sanhua smiled sweetly at Zhou Yunshan, who remained silent, then turned to Jiang Shuyue. Sanhua Miao, at your service. Little Weiyue, at your service. As the 2 elite shadow guards departed, their smiles appeared somewhat strained. Sanhua was acceptable. Being a woman and not averse to cats, calling her Sanhua Miao was quite lovely. However, Weiyue bore the brunt of the misfortune. As a grown man, he had slain countless enemies by his master's side, ranking among the top 3 for individual combat prowess among 12 men, and yet he was called Little Weiyue. He would have preferred to be called Mayday. The system remarked that Little Weiyue is incredibly fond of sweets. Outwardly, he appears to be a normal man, but within. What? Is he abnormal? Is he a stick or a little zero? Weiyue, still lingering near the entrance, felt a chill at this remark. If he had hair on his feet, it surely would have stood on end. The system shook its head. No, he likes women. Weiyue breathed a sigh of relief, only to hear the system continue. But he possesses a maiden's heart. Chapter 66. Youth is a blessing. Those who understand know how appearances can be deceiving. Beneath the blood-soaked exterior lies a heart as delicate as a pink bubble. May's body still carried the scent of blood, despite having bathed several times in flower petals. He raised his arm and called, Sanhua, come here and tell me, do you smell blood? Sanhua pushed him away with a look of disdain. Get lost. Zhou Yunshan had 2 boxes and a tray covered with red cloth delivered. Upon opening the boxes, they revealed an array of exquisite bottles and jars. A white jade bottle? A glass vial? The aromas emanating from within. Jiang Shuyue sniffed through the bottle cap, only for Zhou Yunshan to immediately cover her mouth and nose, swiftly concealing the bottle. One contains happiness half-step madness, and the other midnight leaf powder. Be cautious. Never inhale them. Jiang Shuyue understood the former, but the latter. What was it? It's concocted by Morong Tianxi, colorless and tasteless. Regardless of the timing, it induces madness at the stroke of midnight. Just a small fingernail's worth can make one euphorically dance before leaping from heights. How intriguing! The national master is truly a genius. Jiang Shuyue carefully tucked the small white bottle away, planning to test it on someone foolish in the future. The rest included Sinbone pills, 1,000 mechanism medicine, and 10 fragrant soft captivity powder. All rather ordinary names, but I must emphasize this ugly flower potion. Zhou Yunshan picked up a delicate green vial resembling a bottle of medicated oil. This ugly flower potion will neither numb nor poison, but it will render one hideous within 3 days. Jiang Shuyue inquired. Disfigurement? Not quite. It alters facial features slightly, causes skin to sag and lose luster, and may induce random blemishes, depending on the potion's temperament. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, Temperament? Is it truly so simple that a potion can possess temperament? Zhou Yunshan chuckled, brushing her cheek. Its effect is to render one unattractive. The extent of the hideousness depends on the circumstances. Oh, so it's a test of character. I wonder if Zhang Liuli and Mei Yunqi can withstand such a challenge. Mei Yunqi likely won't fare well. His name alone suggests misfortune. Jiang Liuli, on the other hand, Imagining a beauty transformed into an ugly creature is simply delightful. Jiang Shuyue's irritation was evident, her face betraying a mix of mischief and cunning. Zhou Yunshen adored the sight of her. Her playful expressions were utterly charming. He believed these peculiar potions would yield their utmost potential in Jiang Shuyue's capable hands. This box contains poisons. I have instructed San Hua to keep them safe. You should carry 1 or 2 for self-defense. The other box contains antidotes, just in case you fall victim yourself. You must consume the antidote within an hour. Jiang Shuyue immediately grabbed a small pouch, filling it with convenient poisons, and placed the antidotes in another pocket. Though his planning is meticulous, do you think I am that foolish? After all, one accumulates wisdom over millennia. The system, feeling slightly ashamed, retorted, "Who was it 3 months ago that mistook salt for sugar and consumed a handful? And last time, you couldn't even distinguish left from right, causing yourself to tumble down?"
Stop.
Jiang Shuyue rolled her eyes at the system. Are we not on the same side? Revealing family secrets, and you feel no remorse? The system mumbled, as long as secrets are revealed, I gather energy. Besides, what bond do we share? These matters are just between us. Including your last dream where you called out the name of the antagonist. That dream was truly enough. Be quiet. She had a thick skin, but not to the extent of being shameless. Keeping her romantic escapades to herself was far more intriguing. However, the system could intrude on her dreams. Oh dear. Her freedom to dream would be compromised henceforth. Zhou Yunshen, having listened to their exchange, felt a tinge of regret. This system lacked fortitude, stopping mid-sentence and leaving one wanting more. If given the chance, he would certainly engage it in conversation. After all, gossiping about his wife was quite enjoyable. Zhou Yunshen embraced her from behind, pulling her into his warm embrace, their bodies pressed together. Jiang Shuyue felt the heat radiating from him. As something restless brushed against her back, she squirmed awkwardly, her cheeks aflame. The moonlight is lovely tonight. Shall we go moon-gazing? My dear, it is still daylight.
Oh.
You are aware it is daytime? Then what is the meaning of your restlessness? Who are you trying to seduce in broad daylight? Well, Jiang Shuyue mused. I might still have some thoughts, but I can bring a sketchbook. Perhaps we should invite Huangshan along, with so many bald monks at the temple. I'm sure there will be ample inspiration. Absolutely not. No way. Zhou Yunshen hoisted Jiang Shuyue and tossed her onto the bed. My dear, spring is fleeting. Let us not squander our time. Jiang Shuyue thought to herself, in broad daylight, he must be a beast at heart. In the following days, Jiang Shuyue found herself either evading Zhou Yunshen or being dragged back to bed. On the second day of the new moon, just as dawn broke, she was pulled from her slumber to freshen up. Xiao Tao teased, didn't he, the marquis, do nothing yesterday? Why does the young lady still look so tired? He did nothing but cling to me like an octopus. You cannot fathom how hot he is, waking me 4 times throughout the night. Xiao Tao nodded vigorously. I understand. I shall ensure the young lady has a splendid business card. Jiang Shuyue stifled a yawn, aided by San Hua and Xiao Tao as they approached the front gate of the marquis residence. Zhou Yunshen awaited there, donned in official attire, accompanied by 3 children. He extended a hand to Jiang Shuyue. My dear, the carriage is ready. The crown prince's procession awaits you. Travel safely. Upon noticing the bite marks on his hand, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I'm sorry. I was a bit rough the day before. It's all right, such is love. I understand, especially since. Zhou Yunshen leaned closer, whispering in her ear, I may have been a tad forceful as well, leaving my own marks upon you. We are even now. Jiang Shuyue tightened her collar to conceal the small strawberry-shaped marks adorning her neck, her face burning as she hurried into the carriage.
Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, I am doomed.
How can a mere human, a tiny boy, be so alluring? The system noted that besides being charming, he was undeniably energetic. Youth, after all, is a blessing, and those who understand know this well. Chapter 67. The Rising Influence of Hong Kong Feet, a Mighty Force. Jiang Shuyue boarded the carriage, personally guided by a messenger sent by the Crown Prince. Several parties convened at the city gate, where Jiang had been waiting with Jiang Liuli for quite some time. Why have you arrived so late? Are you unaware that His Highness has been waiting for quite a while? Your behavior is nothing short of a disgrace to the Jiang family. Jiang An's demeanor shifted abruptly upon noticing the absence of Zhou Yunxin, discarding the courtesy displayed in previous days. Turning towards the prince's carriage, Jiang An exclaimed, "Your Highness, it is due to my poor upbringing of my daughter that she has caused this delay. I implore you to forgive her. Considering my years of loyal service to the court." The crown prince, holding the young prince in his arms, offered a faint smile, though it did not reach his eyes. Had he not overheard Jiang Shuyue's heartfelt sentiments earlier and conversed with the empress for quite some time, he might have remained oblivious to the underlying tensions. The crown prince replied with a gentle smile, "Lord Jiang, you overstate the matter. The invitation I sent to the Jinan marquis' residence clearly indicated the time. They have not arrived late, so there is no reason for blame." Jiang An's heart sank. His intention was to tarnish Jiang Shuyue's reputation and diminish her standing in the eyes of the crown prince. Yet, the prince's tone suggested he was not swayed by such trivialities. Seeing the prince remain in his carriage for an extended period, Jiang An felt the humiliation of his daughter was a disservice to their family. "Lord Jiang," the prince's voice cooled slightly, "I do not hold the marquis' wife accountable. Your repeated insinuations suggest you wish for me to punish her. As for your daughter, she is now the marquis' wife and no longer merely your child. Do you understand my meaning?" The prince's words were neither loud nor soft, yet they resonated clearly throughout the entire entourage. This served as a reminder for Jiang An to recognize his position. He must show due respect to the marquis' wife in the presence of others. Jiang An's face turned ashen, and had it not been for the dim light of dawn, it would have been quite apparent. Bowing his head, he admitted, "I have overstepped my bounds. My concerns led to my agitation. I beseech your highness to forgive me." Liu Li, quickly board the carriage, lest we delay his highness further. Dressed in a pink gown, Zhang Liuli adjusted the adornments in her hair, allowing a glimmer of light to reflect off them as she offered a delicate smile to the crown prince, gracefully approaching Jiang Shuyue's carriage. "Sister, it has been so long since we last met. Just as she reached to open the carriage door, Sanhua struck her hand sharply. The sudden sting brought a flush of anger to Jiang Liuli's face, though her voice trembled with indignation. "Who is this sister of yours?" Sanhua had long harbored disdain for Jiang Liuli. The pretense of innocence was wasted on her. Only a fool would fall for such an act. Sanhua seized the opportunity to teach her a lesson, delivering her words with no regard for Jiang Liuli's feelings. "Miss Jiang, my master has yet to speak. Do you believe it appropriate to approach another's carriage uninvited? What if my lord is inside? Will you enter or not?"
"Oh."
"I can imagine you gazing at my lord with tearful eyes, hoping he allows you entry." Jiang Liuli gasped in alarm. "The marquis is here? I am Jiang Liuli, paying my respects to the marquis." She stepped back from the carriage and, alongside Jiang An, bowed in wait, yet no sound emerged from within. Confused, Jiang Liuli inquired, "Marquis? You." "What marquis? My lord is not inside."
"What?
"But you dare to humiliate me like this?" Jiang Liuli fumed. But in the presence of so many, she could not confront a servant directly. Resorting to her usual tactic, she feigned tears. Sanhua, seizing the moment, stuffed a bun into her mouth. Then, she entered the carriage, deliberately allowing the onlookers to witness the scene inside before quietly closing the door. Jiang Liuli stood stunned. "Father, did you see that? How could she behave in such a manner? This is the prince's entourage, and she has shown such disrespect." Jiang An had indeed seen everything clearly. Inside the carriage, Jiang Shuyue lay sprawled with a light blanket, her limbs akimbo, nearly touching the roof with her feet. Such a sight would be a source of embarrassment for him if seen by others. "Father, should we report this to the prince?" The prince interjected. "Do I resemble a fool?" With that, the prince, holding the young prince, boarded the carriage, and the steward signaled for departure. The guards mounted their horses. The palace attendants cleared the way, and the entire procession began to move forward. Jiang Liuli panicked.
"Wait.
I have yet to board. Father, what shall we do? We have not prepared a carriage." They had assumed that, out of concern for their family reputation, even if Jiang Shuyue maintained a cold demeanor, she would not dare refuse her sister in front of so many. Thus, they purposely failed to arrange a carriage, hoping it would provide Jiang Liuli an opportunity to approach her. Yet, All they witnessed was Jiang Shuyue's profile, and they did not even have a chance to touch the carriage before the moment passed. There's no time to prepare another carriage now. What can we do? We must board Mei Yunqi's carriage first and wait for an opportunity to approach Jiang Shuyue's. I assure you, we must seize this chance. Rest assured, Father, I understand. Jiang Liuli scrambled onto Mei Yunqi's carriage. Jiang watched the procession depart, his heart racing with unease. He whispered to himself, I have arranged everything meticulously. It should be fine. Yes, with Mei Yunqi's assistance, it is bound to succeed. Zhou Yunshin, stop jostling the carriage. You are shaking me to death. My lady, it is not the marquis causing the disturbance. We are in the carriage. Sanhua, meow. Jiang Shuyue remarked, truly befitting of a great antagonist, such boldness. Sanhua felt a twinge of pride. By confronting the audacious, the lady was pleased, and when she was pleased, she would offer praise. It seemed a strategy worth repeating in the future. The system interjected, let me share a little tidbit to awaken your drowsiness. Jiang Liuli is now forced to share a carriage with Mei Yunqi. When she boarded, Mei Yunqi had removed his shoes and outer trousers, preparing for a nap, and her sudden entrance startled him, causing her to scream. Jiang Liuli was equally terrified. Had she not been concerned about her reputation, she might have pushed Mei Yunqi out of the carriage. However, Mei Yunqi harbored a severe foot odor, lingering for an hour, which nauseated Jiang Liuli twice, marking him as a true champion of unpleasant scents. Chapter 68. The Rotten Durian and Stinky Candy. Upturning the crown of heaven upon hearing that Jiang Liuli was unwell, Jiang Shuyue felt a sense of satisfaction. Jiang Shuyue mused. It would serve her right if Mei Yunqi were to have a foul breath, smelly feet, and body odor, leaving Jiang Liuli utterly overwhelmed. The system interjected. That is quite apropos. This morning, Mei Yunqi neglected to brush his teeth after a night of heavy drinking and feasting on scallions. That scent must be quite potent. Jiang Shuyue chuckled to herself, believing no one could discern her delight, though her expressions of schadenfreude were unmistakable. It's a pity we didn't bring any scent-masking items. If we had delivered them to Jiang Liuli now, her expression would surely be priceless. Within 100 meters, the prince recalled a tribute fruit his mother had given him, allegedly pilfered from concubine Shu. The taste was irrelevant. What mattered was that the shell was hard and spiky, making it an excellent weapon for self-defense. The prince lifted the carriage curtain and commanded, retrieve the durian flesh and deliver it to Miss Jiang Heir with utmost diligence until she has consumed it all. And do not forget my stinky candy. Little Six eagerly stretched his neck, grabbing a handful of stinky candy to present to the eunuch. This is a special candy crafted by this prince. Be sure to advise her to savor it thoroughly. As you command. The prince affectionately ruffled Little Six's hair, saying, Xiaoning, you've learned some mischief. Little Six stuck out his tongue and made a face, burrowing into the prince's embrace. I merely couldn't finish it. I didn't intend to bully anyone. Brother knows that our Xiao Six is the most well-behaved and kind-hearted. Little Six beamed, revealing a gap-toothed grin as he nestled in the prince's arms. The system's excited voice rang out. Warning. Jiang Liuli is in for a misfortune. Jiang Shuyue, nearly choking on her bun, exclaimed, her misfortune is her own. It shouldn't affect me. The system replied, apologies, but the prince has just sent over a rotten durian. And she is overwhelmed with disgust while expressing her gratitude for the prince's generous gift. Jiang Shuyue burst into laughter, ha. With foul breath, stinky feet, and the odor of durian, will Jiang Liuli become a walking stench bomb? Not quite, but the stinky candy crafted by the sixth prince is a different matter. He has a penchant for dark culinary creations. Just yesterday, he prepared a hideous fish jelly, the stench rising to the heavens. The candy being delivered to Jiang Liuli contains the very essence of that fish jelly, mixed with crushed rotten eggs. The flavor should be quite extraordinary. Unable to contain herself, Jiang Shuyue laughed heartily in the carriage. Extraordinary indeed. That scent will surely overturn her crown of heaven. I must go and see. Jiang Liuli's expression will be magnificent. Xiao Tao, bring my little donkey over. Xiao Tao led a donkey to her, and Jiang Shuyue tossed 2 strawberries into its mouth, gleefully riding off. As noon approached, the convoy paused to prepare for lunch. Jiang Liuli, with a stinky durian in one hand and the stinky candy in the other, was stuffing her mouth. Thank you, Your Highness. This flavor is simply unforgettable for a lifetime. Oh, sister, what are you eating? It smells quite unique. Jiang Shuyue, feeling nauseated, forced a smile as she suppressed her discomfort. Sister has awakened? These are rare treats. I would love to share some with you, but alas, they are gifts from the two princes. If I were to share with you, it might cause them to think too much. Not to worry. It is my fault for being late. I originally planned to bring you some floral pastries to ease your hunger and chat, but it seems the two princes have beaten me to it. Do not linger, sister. Eat up and do not waste the prince's goodwill. Jiang Shuyue had initially intended to maintain a facade for the prince's sake and endure the consumption of the revolting items. However, upon hearing of the floral pastries, the items in her hands became even more repulsive. How could she possibly eat this? The implication was clear. Do not waste my time. How bothersome. Sister, do not forget the candy sent by the little prince. You must not favor the crown prince over him and hurt his feelings. Thank you for the reminder. I hold only gratitude for the sixth prince. Jiang Shuyue took 3 pieces of candy, discarding the wrapper into her mouth. The fruit was utterly revolting, but thankfully, the candy could mask the taste. Upon reflection, that little fool was not entirely useless. Jiang Shuyue watched her, silently counting 1, 2, 3.
Ha ha ha.
This is too much. As Jiang Shuyue consumed the 3 pieces of candy, her once graceful features transformed dramatically. A cacophony of flavors exploded in her mouth, leaving her head spinning. Is this a flavor that exists in the world?
Ugh.
Hey, sister, what do you mean by this? This is a gesture of goodwill from the two princes. How could you dare to spit it out?
No, eat. Ugh.
Eunuch Qin waved his whisk and coldly snorted. Humph. This is the first time I have seen a second young lady behave in such a manner. Very well, I shall report your attitude to the two princes. You may deal with the consequences. Eunuch, wait, ugh. Jiang Shuyue was on the verge of losing her previous meal and lacked the strength to stop Eunuch Qin. She glared fiercely at Jiang Shuyue. The system remarked, based on my study of humanity, her current expression suggests she wishes to eliminate you. Ha ha ha. I relish watching others harbor ill intentions towards me, yet remain powerless to act. Eunuch, please hold. Jiang Shuye's delicate constitution had been compromised by the morning's misfortune, causing her to be rude. Her gratitude towards the two princes is known to heaven and earth. Mei Yunqi burst from the carriage, blocking Eunuch Qin's path. Secretly, he slipped 2 silver notes into Eunuch Qin's hand. You should accept.
Jiang Shuyue exclaimed. Ah, bri.
If I were Eunuch Qin, I would accept the money first and then report it. After all, it's the scoundrel's money. It would be foolish not to take it. Upon hearing this, Eunuch Qin found the reasoning sound. The crown prince would surely appreciate his efforts to deal with the scoundrel. Thank you for your understanding, Eunuch.
Cousin.
It has been a while. My cousin has missed you dearly. The system quipped, missed his grandmother's leg. He should take a look at himself. His shoehorn-shaped face is almost longer than the donkey's face, yet he has the audacity to say such things. Host, you are right. His demeanor is indeed lackluster. He should reflect on his own character. Jiang Shuyue applauded the system. System, you've turned mischievous, but I like it. The system enjoyed it too. Occasionally criticizing the trash felt quite satisfying. Jiang Shuyue rode her little donkey past Mei Yunqi, stopping to scrutinize him. Mei Yunqi puffed out his chest, assuming a self-important demeanor. Cousin, after so long, do you have nothing to discuss with your cousin? Jiang Shuyue smiled. Little Mei, your pants are on backward. Chapter 69. A Strong Alliance. Gazing at the stars and reviving the Jianghu. The system erupted in laughter. Mei Yunqi tumbled into the carriage while changing his trousers, landing directly onto the pile of vomit that Jiang Shuyue had just expelled. Haha, serves him right. Jiang Shuyue sat cross-legged on the back of Little Strawberry, laughing so hard that she could hardly straighten her waist. The attendants around her exhibited 2 extreme attitudes. Those who could read thoughts exclaimed, "The lady is truly genuine. A heroine among women." While those who could not muttered, "Is she not a fool?" Jiang Shuyue effortlessly filtered out their gazes and, inhaling the enticing aroma, sauntered over to the crown prince. Your timing is perfect. The wild chicken is nearly ready. Can you handle spicy food? Absolutely. I can manage cumin and chili powder as well. The crown prince nodded to Eunuch Qin. promptly arranging for half of the dishes to be spicy and the other half mild. The sixth prince scampered over to Jiang Shuyue, extending 2 candies towards her. Sister, have some candy. I hope these aren't the stinky ones. I'm waiting to enjoy the wild chicken. Can't you offer them to me after I finish? The system was speechless. Judging by her tone, she genuinely seemed inclined to taste the foul candies. The sixth prince chuckled. These are apple and banana flavored. They are not stinky at all. Jiang Shuyue popped one into her mouth, bubbling with happiness. Pure and untainted, the flavor is simply delightful. The system indulged in a bit of gossip. When the sixth prince was 3, he prepared a bowl of noodles for the crown prince, receiving immense praise and encouragement. Since then, he has aspired to be a chef, taking charge of the crown prince's meals. However, the journey was fraught with challenges. The crown prince endured countless taste tests, repeatedly on the verge of tears, convinced he had been poisoned. Thankfully, he persevered, finishing each time. Although, out of 10 attempts, only 3 were palatable, the bond of brotherhood provided some solace. It was worth it. The sixth prince tilted his head towards his elder brother, winking. Was it really that bad? So dreadful that you thought you were poisoned? The crown prince blinked. No, I never considered it poison. After all, true poison is designed to be colorless and tasteless, hidden away in inconspicuous places. How could it be found in such unappetizing dishes? Jiang Shuyue felt a surge of pride. I initially presumed you were just a carefree young prince, yet I am pleasantly surprised by your ambitions at such a tender age. Jiang Shuyue leapt down from the donkey's back. Your Highness, having witnessed your culinary skills, I am inspired to create 2 dishes that will surely outshine the stinky candies. Are you interested? Really? That's wonderful. The chefs in the palace lack creativity and do not appreciate good food. You are so intriguing, sister. They simply lack vision. Unaware that food knows no boundaries or distinctions, every dish has its admirers. Do not stoop to their level, Your Highness. To her astonishment, not only was her sister beautiful, but she was also insightful. Jiang Shuyue felt her nose rising with pride. I have even thought of names for the dishes, blue-veined cheese and gazing at the stars. They are bound to be a sensation. The sixth prince's eyes widened like saucers, sparkling with anticipation. Just hearing the names hinted at greatness. Sister is truly remarkable. Of course, without a doubt, especially in terms of influence, these 2 dishes will surely be a hit. The system observed the sixth prince transform into an adoring fan, feeling a pang of guilt. Host, does your conscience not ache for deceiving a child? Jiang Shuyue replied, even a blackened reputation is still a reputation. How can this be seen as deception? I trust the sixth prince's abilities to perfectly replicate these dishes. Once successful, I will send them to Jiang Lioli and Jiang'an, ensuring they finish every bite. The system suggested, why not invite them as taste testers? Once the dishes are perfected, reward them with a month's worth of ingredients. It would be a legitimate arrangement. Jiang Shuyue's eyes sparkled with delight. You are becoming increasingly human-like. My admiration for you soars like an arrow shot into the sky. The system, feeling somewhat bashful, responded, I'm not that great. The sixth prince grew more eager. Each time he sought to experiment with new dishes, others fled, as if they had seen a ghost. With 2 fixed taste testers, he felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. The sixth prince grasped Jiang Shuyue's hand, smiling sweetly, sister. You are so kind. And you are adorable, dear brother. Jiang Shuyue embraced the sixth prince, playfully touching her cheek to his. So soft. She leaned in again, and the playful interaction escalated. The pair giggled uncontrollably, resembling 2 delightful dumplings. The crown prince cleared his throat awkwardly. Little Six, you must remember your manners. In private, you should address the lady as aunt. How can you call her sister? Such disrespect to the familial hierarchy. But she looks so young. If it were not for the public setting and the sixth prince's status, Jiang Shuyue would have kissed him on the cheek for his soft, sweet demeanor that made one feel lightheaded. It's fine, calling me sister is acceptable. No, the crown prince insisted. In private, we refer to the marquis as uncle. If Little Six calls you sister, that places him at the same generation as Father Emperor. How should he address Little Six? Uncle? Absolutely not. Jiang Shuyue pouted. Then let us keep it informal and call me Shuyue, just don't call me old. The crown prince nodded, as you wish. I too look forward to your new dishes with little six. The crown prince then discarded formalities, ordering for a carpet to be laid on the grass, where fruits, steamed buns, and 2 roasted wild chickens along with a serving of fruit milk tea were arranged. The entire caravan was enveloped in the delicious aroma of the food. Inside the carriage, Jiang Shuyue caught the scent of roasted meat and felt increasingly nauseated. What kind of refined lady eats wild game by the roadside at noon? The country bumpkin truly lacks decorum. Mei Yunqi, gnawing on a bun, shot an angry glare outside. The bumpkin, despite lacking other talents, was quite adept at ingratiating herself. It was disgusting. Speaking of disgust, Jiang Shuyue felt a wave of nausea wash over her.
Mei Yunqi distanced herself, disapproving.
Had she not embarrassed herself in front of eunuch Qin earlier, she would have been by the crown princess' side, showering him with affection instead of sulking beside this foul-smelling package. After taking a couple of sips of water to calm herself, Jiang Shuyue seized the opportunity. When the carriage was ready to depart again, she rushed onto Jiang Shuyue's carriage, plopping down. Sister, I'm feeling unwell. I might be a bit car sick. Moreover, as a male, it's inappropriate for my cousin to be in close quarters. Your carriage can comfortably accommodate us sisters. You want to send me away, will you? The system interjected. I see. She is setting a trap for you. With so many eyes watching, if you refuse, others will deem you unkind. Jiang Shuyue replied, I know, but who am I to let her have her way? She will soon see what it means to be a calculated and cunning Shuyue. System, expose her secrets. The system responded, do I have that feature? Oh, I misspoke. I mean, reveal her true colors. Chapter 70. Interviewing the Great Tortoise. Are you embarrassed? The system swiftly conducted its search. Nothing particularly special recently. Just trying to appear delicate and fragile by eating only 1 meal a day, losing 5 pounds in 3 days, with remarkable results. Today's vomiting likely left nothing but bile. I can comprehend your desire for beauty. After all, your father's official position is modest. And we have little connection with the imperial harem, offering you few opportunities to meet the princes. However, consuming so little is genuinely detrimental to your health. If you were to faint in solitude, your father would worry, and if you were to collapse before us, would we not be obliged to care for you? While attending to you is a trivial matter, the time for Buddhist prayers is fixed. Even the crown prince sets off early, and should we delay, it would neither be right to blame you nor to lament for you, creating an awkward atmosphere. Alas, I speak too freely, but having emerged from the Jiang family, I cannot turn a blind eye to your plight. You may ride in my carriage. I shall have Sanhua tend to you, and I will ride the little donkey. Jiang Shuyue leaned beside the small strawberry, pulling out a few strawberries to feed it. It is entirely my fault for not being able to ride. I must rely on you to bear my frail form. Little strawberry, you are a companion brought from my maternal home, and our bond is profound. Should you struggle to carry me, do let me know. I can dismount and walk a few paces without issue. The gazes of those around the two sisters shifted. Some young eunuchs, aware of the disdain Qin Gonggong held for Jiang Shuyue, whispered without restraint. To be forced in without even a carriage prepared. How poor has the Jiang family become? Who doesn't he know that Lord Jiang is a son-in-law? Frankly, we eunuchs are better off. At least we have solid meals and stand tall. Poor madam of the town's South Marquis. Look at that. Which noble daughter is married off accompanied by a donkey? Treated like a treasure? The second Mrs. Hairpin could buy 50 donkeys. How humiliating. Jiang Shuyue felt the ground beneath her feet as she scratched at it. She had intended to put Jiang Shuyue in a difficult position. How had it turned into her own embarrassment? Jiang Shuyue thought, seeing Jiang Shuyue squirm brings me great satisfaction. The system remarked. That said, do you truly intend to ride a donkey? It will take another day to arrive. I fear you may not endure. Jiang Shuyue contemplated this. If it became unbearable, she could purchase a carriage along the way. After all, the antagonist had generously provided 5,000 taels for her travel expenses, so acquiring a carriage was hardly an issue. Shuyue, if you do not mind, why not ride in Xiaolu's carriage? Shuyue, elder sister, let us share a carriage. Mine is quite spacious. The crown prince pinched Xiaolu's cheek, saying, how many times must I remind you not to call her elder sister? The teacher says it is impolite to use titles. The little one was indeed quick-witted in this regard. The crown prince affectionately tousled his hair. I have some official matters to attend to and cannot keep an eye on Xiao Lu. Please assist me in looking after him. Then I shall not be polite. Xiao Lu, is your carriage comfortable? Can you stretch your legs when you sleep? Very comfortable. I even brought the tiger skin gifted by my elder brother. It is so soft. Jiang Shuyue thought, I never imagined I would have a day riding a tiger. The sixth prince is truly my lucky star. Xiao Lu's smile revealed dimples that did not fade. The crown prince's new children enjoyed compliments, and it was indeed a good thing that he and Jiang Shuyue got along so well. Jiang Shuyue took Xiao Lu's hand. Let us proceed. I wish to see how large the tiger the crown prince has crafted is. Quite large. Jiang Liuli, seeing them walk away in laughter, called out begrudgingly, Sister. Having grown up in the countryside, you may lack decorum and risk offending the sixth prince. Perhaps I should take over. Do not. Xiao Lu made a face at her. You smell awful. I would never ride with you. Laughter erupted around them, and the crown prince did not even cast her a glance as he continued on his way. Jiang Liuli inwardly cursed. If it weren't for Zhou Yunshin, who would even spare you a glance? Look at how smug you are. It is utterly nauseating. My wife is beautiful, kind-hearted, and well-liked. My marquis husband holds a high position and dotes on her, so Jiang Ermis should not be envious. Envious? Which eye of yours sees envy in me? Jiang Liuli retorted. Besides, had I not secured this marriage for my sister, would she have had such fortune? Should I thank you for that? Sanhua internally scoffed, rolling her eyes in disbelief, with her actions clearly indicating she had observed both eyes. To marry the lady is my marquis's fortune, blessed by ancestors. Your failure to marry is merely your misfortune. Who can be blamed? Yet, with your looks, even if you married, the marquis might not hold you in high regard. Jiang Liuli, incensed, exclaimed, How dare you call me ugly? You, a mere servant, have no standing to speak to me so. Even as a servant, I am a senior one, accountable only to the marquis and the lady. The lady has tasked me with looking after you, and I shall fulfill my duty. But I also urge the second miss to be aware of her own position and not bring shame to everyone. Sanhua hastily ushered her into the carriage, shutting the door and discreetly instructing the driver. Choose the roughest paths, preferably over stones. Understood. The driver cracked the small whip, subtly maneuvering the carriage in a serpentine manner. With 25 years of experience, he vowed to ensure Jiang Liuli had no moment of comfort. By the time they reached Guiyuan Temple, Jiang Liuli felt as though she were on the brink of death. The crown prince arranged the convoy at the foot of the mountain, preparing to ascend with his retinue of guards and attendants. Jiang Liuli, already exhausted, looked up at the towering steps and felt utterly dazed. Crown Prince, cannot we ride horses or hire a driver? No need, I can manage. Oh, then sister, do your best. Jiang Liuli glanced at the steps. It was merely climbing a mountain. She could do it. Jiang Shuyue, bouncing along cheerfully, sang. A female tortoise climbed slowly, her legs weak and wobbly, like a great reptile. System, what do you think of my new nursery rhyme? Not rhyming, keep trying. Then let me try another. A great tortoise, with a golden crown, stretching its long neck, will soon be cut down. The system cast a glance back at Jiang Liuli. Though the nursery rhyme lacked finesse, it was indeed vivid and apt. Ba. I have awaited the crown prince for quite some time. Was your journey smooth? Master Huiming politely replied, Our journey was uneventful, but one young lady is in poor health and requires your attentive care. Over 200 individuals stood at the temple's entrance, casting their gazes upon Jiang Liuli. As she raised her head, she found herself the focus of their scrutiny. Jiang Shuyue laughed uncontrollably. Great tortoise, I must ask, are you feeling embarrassed? Chapter 71. The invaluable underwear of Master Huiming. Master Huiming surveyed the surroundings with an impassive demeanor. He had just heard a woman's voice yet had not seen anyone speak, which struck him as peculiar. Jiang Shuyue remarked, Look, little Strawberry has joined us. They say lazy donkeys and horses are full of waste. Jiang Liuli is even inferior to a donkey. The system replied, Do not underestimate her. She has been fervently memorizing Buddhist scriptures these days, all to impress Master Huiming. Is it truly the case that a monk has garnered such attention from her? Perhaps it is his extraordinary aura that sets him apart, the crowd pondered. following Jiang Shuyue's gaze towards Master Huiming's head. Jiang Shuyue mused, indeed, it is remarkably bright. Master Huiming, concealing the tumult within his heart behind a benevolent smile, reflected on his 30 years since renouncing the world at the tender age of 20. He had witnessed few miracles and absorbed limited teachings. As he approached his 60th year, he had not anticipated a divine occurrence. This must be a gift from the Buddha. Jiang Shuyue continued. Master Huiming is looking at me. I must say, among all these monks, his head is truly exceptional. His forehead is full, the back of his head rounded and gleaming, if others are boiled eggs. Master Huiming is akin to a pearl. The system interjected, not quite as round as a pearl, but indeed, the shape is commendable. Jiang Shuyue replied, yes, yes. This head could serve as a mold. It is a standard. Master Huiming chuckled softly, feeling a tinge of bashfulness at the compliment regarding his head. A first for him at 50 years of age. Your Highness, this lady must be the wife of the Duke of Southern Town, as you mentioned. Truly, she possesses an ethereal beauty. You flatter me, Master, Jiang Shuyue thought, reveling in the praise. Master is indeed perceptive. Once I ascend, I shall journey to the west to procure some grand gifts for you from the great sages. Master Huiming's heart swelled with joy. She could encounter the Buddha and request gifts. She was no mere mortal, but a favored child of destiny. Oblivious to the thoughts of Master Huiming, Jiang Shuyue sensed the peculiar gazes of the monks around her. Their eyes widened like bronze bells, radiating golden rays that illuminated her and the entire temple gate. Feeling embarrassed, she touched her backside and wondered, why are they looking at me like that? Have I manifested? Is my tail showing? The system quipped, you are of the plant variety, not the animal kind. What tail would you show? Perhaps just a few green tea leaves sprouting from your head, which would be harmless. Jiang Shuyue nodded vigorously. You make a valid point, system. I am fortunate to have you. How would I manage without you? The system replied, the heavens matched us for a reason. We are the perfect duo. The two entered into a playful banter. The prince could not resist glancing at her head, imagining how delightful it would be if grass were to sprout there one day. Jiang Liuli finally made her way up, her legs trembling and drenched in sweat, panting as she clung to Little Strawberry. The little donkey, irritated, lifted its left leg and kicked, causing Jiang Liuli to cry out and kneel on the ground. Ouch! My leg! Sister, I know you disdain me, but must you allow your donkey to humiliate me so? It hurts so much. Dear sister, why must you provoke a donkey? Climbing is exhausting. Is Little Strawberry not exhausted too? It is but a 3-year-old child and you are 15. Is it fair to burden a child? Jiang Liuli lamented for her little companion. Ah, poor Little Strawberry, so young yet weighed down by such burdens. Little Strawberry let out a couple of sorrowful cries, seeking comfort behind Jiang Shuyue. Master, please arrange for a better place for it to stay and prepare some strawberries. It is a dear friend of mine, and I wish to make amends. Master Huiming smiled warmly, nodding. Rest assured, madam. There is a strawberry garden behind the temple, and I shall take good care of Little Strawberry. Little Strawberry expressed gratitude to the master. You are truly kind. Ah, all beings possess spirits. As long as Little Strawberry is happy, let us proceed to the temple, Your Highness, madam, Master Huiming invited. Seizing the moment, he gently touched Little Strawberry's mane. Feeling blessed to be in the presence of the mount of a celestial maiden, Jiang Liuli remained on her knees at the temple gate, ignored as everyone else moved on without offering assistance. The situation was painfully awkward. Are you well, benefactor? Allow me to assist you, said a young monk, appearing to be in his 20s and already clad in robes, suggesting he held some authority. She quickly composed her expression. Thank you, master. May I inquire your name? I wish to transcribe scriptures in your honor. Jiang Liuli understood that the Jiezi generation ranked just below the Huizi generation and thus spoke with gravity. Leaning subtly against Jian, she continued, Master, I suddenly feel a heaviness in my chest. Is there a physician in the temple who might examine me? Although there is no physician, I possess some knowledge of medicine. Allow me to escort you to your chamber, the monk offered. I appreciate your kindness, master. Jiang Liuli leaned against Jian, a sly smile creeping onto her lips. What did it matter if he was a monk? He was still a man. Meanwhile, Jiang Shuyue, discontent with her vegetarian meal, complained, "The cooking oil is all canola. There isn't a hint of meat in this meal. Who are they trying to starve?" The system retorted, "You consumed 2 roasted chickens and a duck yesterday, along with some pig trotters. You might soon be plagued by acne. A lighter meal would be beneficial for your health." Jiang Shuyue pouted, "Without meat, why must I exert myself to take on human form? After all, I could just lie down and enjoy my grass." The system, witnessing her forlorn expression, couldn't he help but respond, "Come now, don't feel disheartened. Shall we extract a delightful surprise? Let us start with Master Huiming." These words set half the audience on edge. Little Liu, with his mouth stuffed with cabbage, struggled to contain his food. The prince closed his mouth. "Eat calmly and maintain your composure. As seasoned veterans, they ought to set an example for the inhabitants of Guiyuan Temple, demonstrating how to eat watermelon with poise." The system focused on Master Huiming, unearthing a small but tantalizing tidbit. "Ha ha, this is too funny. Someone has stolen Master Huiming's underwear. How outrageous. Which disciple dares to step forward?" Master Huiming thundered. A small monk at a nearby table nearly fainted. His actions had been so discreet. How had he been discovered? Yet, considering the abundance of Master Huiming's underwear, he assumed it wouldn't matter much. The system exclaimed, "Oh my." He auctioned off Master Huiming's underwear and fetched 300 taels of silver. Impressive. Chapter 72. This little monk is quite a surprise. The esteemed Master Huiming had no desire to be a walking treasure. Unbeknownst to him, his garments commanded such an exorbitant price. Had it been any other attire, he might have felt a modicum of joy. After all, money, even in a temple with a thriving incense trade, is essential for the propagation of teachings. With more funds, he could establish additional temples, thereby enlightening more souls. Yet, this was undergarment we were discussing. Who could possibly have the audacity to flaunt his dignity abroad? The system continued its incessant chatter, while Jiang Shuyue listened with rapt attention, finding even the plainest of dishes suddenly delectable. Master Huiming, before his ordination, had been the son of a court official, leading a life devoid of passions except for chess and the study of Buddhist scriptures. When the last emperor sought a disciple to spread the Dharma, he felt the stirring of spring and promptly volunteered for monastic life. Now, the young monks emulated him, often surpassing him in fervor. Master Huiming's sole focus was the salvation of sentient beings and the veneration of the Buddha, while the young monks were enamored with the figure of Master Huiming himself. One particular monk had stocked an entire wardrobe of identical undergarments. After attending to Master Huiming's ablutions, he would present a fresh pair for him to don, preserving the old ones for a couple of nights together before selling them off. Jiang Shuyue mused, "Everyone has such peculiar tastes." The crown prince and his companions remarked, "Peculiar is an understatement. It is beyond description." Master Huiming lamented, "My dignity has been utterly tarnished." Jiang Shuyue grew curious about the unwashed garments shared in close quarters. Was it true affection or merely a unique fascination? Could this be construed as criminal behavior? It is said that one's appearance reflects their heart. With such peculiar proclivities, he must appear rather unsightly. I wonder who this young monk is. The system chimed in. At 3 o'clock, the young monk is furtively stealing glances. Upon turning, Jiang Shuyue beheld a youthful monk with delicate features, fair and tender. She clicked her tongue in regret. He was quite handsome, yet his interests were so peculiar. It seemed the ancients were correct. One should not judge by appearances. The system added, "This young monk is actually quite virtuous, possessing a keen intellect and good character. Yet he harbors an inexplicable obsession with Master Huiming. He has collected not only the master's undergarments, but also used napkins and fallen beard hairs. He even excavated a pit beside his quarters. What is the purpose of this pit? To bury himself? Not quite. It is for the vegetable scraps Master Huiming cannot consume. He firmly believes that these remnants, blessed by the Master, possess profound wisdom and will lead to great achievements." In the young monk's heart, Master Huiming was akin to a deity, a being to live and die for. Jiang Shuyue inquired about his greatest dream. Shaking her head, she sensed this dream was at the core of the intrigue. The system revealed his greatest aspiration is to share a bed with Master Huiming, to hold him close on a 2-meter bed until they awaken naturally, preferably in a state of undress. The crown prince struggled to contain his amusement at the absurdity of it all. Master Huiming himself was taken aback, realizing that this wayward disciple desired to. Oh, the shame. Jiang Shuyue observed, I regard you as a disciple, yet all you desire is to be with me, irrespective of age or gender. Truly, being a master is a perilous vocation. The system noted. In his youth, Master Huiming was one of the 4 prominent young men, attracting not only young women but also the affection of animals. The young monk believes this to be a miracle, attributing his infatuation to the master's irresistible charm. Jiang Shuyue scrutinized Master Huiming. Though he was now 60, with his beard and brows occupying a third of his face, echoes of his former splendor remained. Yet, what captivated her most was his aura. Leaning closer, she inhaled. Now I understand why he captivates others so. It must be the essence of enlightenment, indeed an attraction to all living things. Only to a few oddities. It's fortunate that no malevolent spirits have been drawn to him, the system replied. Fortunate indeed. Jiang Shuyue thought, surveying Master Huiming unabashedly. He feigned indifference, awkwardly chewing his chopsticks. Master Huiming remarked, Is it my fault for being alluring? The crown prince cautioned, Aunt, please cease your scrutiny. Uncle is bound to sense trouble. Little Six inquired, What does it mean to be consumed completely? I do not comprehend. Could you demonstrate? The system interjected, Would you care to hear about another little surprise? I've said it before, surprises come in all sizes, as long as they are delightful. Please continue. She urged. The system divulged, Tonight, the young monk plans to force himself upon Master Huiming. He has procured an aphrodisiac and awaits the cover of night to act. The assembly gasped, You dare to call this a little surprise? Master Huiming trembled, his heart racing. Jiang Shuyue pondered, Strange, does he not idolize Master Huiming? Why resort to such extremes? The system clarified, It is not murder. He intends to use the drug to take advantage of Master Huiming amidst the throng. The kind meant for breeding cattle, which, despite Master Huiming's formidable inner strength, may prove momentarily effective. If the master resists, he will spread the word, tarnishing the temple's reputation. You know how much Master Huiming values this place, more than his ancestral grave. He would never allow it to be sullied, ultimately yielding to the demands. He has amassed this wealth to whisk Master Huiming away, securing a haven for their blissful existence. A residence has already been arranged in Lin County, where they could live in love for a lifetime. Jiang Shuyue could not fathom the reasoning behind it. Guahou Temple was vast and prosperous, a veritable estate in the secular world. To retreat to Lin County would be akin to moving from a palace to a mere inn, a significant downgrade. Moreover, the funds for the house had been acquired through the sale of Master Huiming's undergarments. What audacity! Master Huiming realized that the celestial maiden's composure was far too refined. All beings are equal. One must be unyielding towards the ungrateful, meting out the harshest reprimands. Or else how could one justify their existence? By the way, the young monk hails from a wealthy family, but feigns poverty to draw closer to Master Huiming. His acting skills are remarkable. The elders regarded Master Huiming with sympathy, astonished that everything was merely an act. The assembly faced a dilemma, by all accounts. Such a person warranted severe punishment. Yet as a monk of Guahou Temple, without concrete evidence, it was challenging to take action. Being adherents of the Buddhist path, they were also averse to causing harm. The crown prince wished to intervene, but this was a matter of family. Without Master Huiming's consent, there was little he could do. As they deliberated, Jiang Shuyue propped her chin, chuckling coldly. Compared to the young monk, the villain seems almost innocent. If it were me, I would act decisively, ensuring that the matter is resolved thoroughly and cleanly. Chapter 73. The ruthless club of Huiming saving a life surpasses the construction of a 7-tiered pagoda. Slaying a beast far exceeds the merit of many pagodas. Wouldn't you agree, system? The system, though perplexed by the conversion, acknowledged the wisdom in her words. Elimination or confinement is acceptable as long as they cease to harm others. Such detritus only serves to disrupt the celestial order and burden the masses. Jiang Shuyue remarked, As expected of my system, great minds think alike. He should be dealt with decisively, and then we can proceed accordingly. The system nodded vigorously, offering additional insights. Their meal was not only delectable, but also vividly picturesque. He and several elders ventured to the Crown Prince's quarters. Upon their return, Master Huiming organized an investigation into the temple's monks. With the Crown Prince as assistance, the dubious activities of each individual were uncovered in less than 2 hours. Some had accepted bribes from merchants, others had taken vows to escape marriage, some were caught stealing meat, while others were operating gambling dens within the city. Hussy was incensed, exclaiming, "These scoundrels! Has the temple ever wronged them? To think they would pilfer from our coffers is simply outrageous." "Calm down, brother," Huiming advised. "How can I remain calm? These are trifles. The true calamity is the wretch you've taken in. Tonight, he will transform into a bull." Hussy regretted his words. In truth, the young monk was more akin to a calf, while his disciple barely qualified as a, Master Huiming cleared his throat. "Brother, though you haven't voiced it, your expression betrays your thoughts. Little disciple is correct. You must temper your disposition. This is not a matter of my temperament, but rather the fact that our temple is plagued by such treachery. The abbot's position is perilous, and you still concern yourself with my feelings." Hussy paced anxiously, while Huixin urged him to sit and poured him a cup of tea. "There are only about 40 individuals who have strayed from our path. With 4 holding positions within the temple, we can gradually remove them. With the Crown Prince here, we can rid ourselves of this refuse. The petty offenders can be reformed, but those running gambling dens must be punished severely." Master Huiming nodded slowly, allowing himself a moment of sympathy for them, though not excessively so. The heavens are watching. No one forced them to don the robes of a monk. Having chosen this path, they must not engage in malevolent deeds. They deserve the harshest of penalties. Master Huiming devised a plan, entrusting it to his 2 senior brothers. That night, 5 offenders were discreetly taken away. "Disciple, will your apprentice be arriving tonight? Do you require assistance?" "Do not worry, brother. I can handle it myself." Under the night sky, a small hole was poked through the paper of the meditation room's window. Incense was inserted and ignited, and soon the door to the meditation room creaked open. The young monk approached the bed, grinning mischievously. "Master, I have awaited this day. The one closest to the living Buddha shall soon writhe beneath me. Imagining the thrill is exhilarating. Wouldn't you agree, Master?" He reached out, rubbing through the quilt. "Master, you feel so soft and fragrant. My mouth waters at the thought. Today, my desires shall be fulfilled. Just obey, and I will ensure your comfort." Ungrateful disciple. In an instant, as the young monk lunged forward, Master Huiming swiftly stuffed him into a burlap sack and unceremoniously struck him with a heavy club. "Excited, are we? Comfortable? Perhaps? Are you happy now? I took you as my disciple, yet you treat me as a mere plaything. I have forsaken my wealth and shaved my head for 30 years of hardship, only to have you sneak into my bed at night? You worthless wretch! All my teachings wasted on you." Master Huiming kicked the young monk several times, observing his feeble writhing on the ground. He adjusted his non-existent hair and commanded, "Take this lecher to the Crown Prince. Let him be dealt with according to the law of the Great Zhou." The 2 disciples promptly bound him and carried him away. A monk should not utter idle threats, yet, failing to say something felt inappropriate. Eradicating such a significant pest was indeed for the greater good, and the disciple had performed a commendable deed. Tomorrow, he would treat himself to a hearty meal as a reward. With triumphant words escaping his lips, he felt a profound satisfaction within. Master Huiming slept soundly, while the system provided Jiang Shuyue with real-time updates. Master Huiming shows no mercy. The young monk is still dazed. I wonder how he will react upon awakening. Jiang Shuyue mused. His first reaction will be akin to the sky collapsing and the earth cracking, lamenting the loss of his little yellow dog and calling for his master. The second will likely be a dark transformation. "Oh, how could you betray me?" followed by a swift descent into vengeance. The system pondered seriously for a moment, responding, "However, I doubt he will have that opportunity. The Crown Prince's blade is eager for action. He likely has mere incense sticks left before his fate is sealed." Jiang Shuyue clicked her tongue. If the Crown Prince, known for his gentleness, resorts to violence, it is evident that the young monk is no ordinary individual. The Crown Prince, overhearing, interjected, "Am I gentle? Does she harbor misconceptions about me?" His quarters were not far from Jiang Shuyue's, within earshot. To think that I am perceived in such a manner by the lady of the marquis' estate. Sister Shuyue is correct. The crown prince is indeed the kindest and gentlest. And little Six adores him. Little Six yawned, snuggling against the crown prince. The crown prince tenderly stroked his head. Are you tired, little Six? Would you prefer to sleep alone tonight? No, I want to sleep with the crown prince. Very well, then you shall sleep with me. The crown prince lifted little Six, casting a cold glance at the half-conscious young monk on the floor. Get a doctor to examine him. Do not let him lose his life. Once he is healed, send him to a brothel. Surely, he contemplated the consequences before acting, and if this is his desire, it should serve as an appropriate environment. Little Six, curious, inquired, Crown Prince, what is a brothel?
Can you take me to see it?
Such places are filled with wretched men. There is nothing to see. Staying with the Crown Prince is far better. Chapter 74. The juicy news hits home. The flavor is explosive. The system broadcasted the scene of Xiao Lu drooling over the Crown Prince, which reminded her of the time she nestled in Zhou Yunshen's embrace. Jiang Shuyue mused, I wonder if the nefarious villain is afraid of sleeping alone. The system replied, he wouldn't fear the sky falling. Rest assured. He's currently busy at a brothel. What? Zhou Yunshen is visiting a brothel? The flicker of strange feelings in Jiang Shuyue's heart transformed into ire. That scoundrel. She was still thinking of him while he gallivanted around the brothel with a group. He deserved to be tangled up with that little old four. The system interjected. Calm down. He was leading a team to apprehend wrongdoers at the brothel. Although he didn't catch anyone, he is now in a foul mood, surrounding the entire establishment and screening everyone. Anyone with a hint of mischief has been taken away. There are those who drink without paying, those causing a ruckus, those in improper positions, and those who offended his eyes. The Ministry of Justice's prison is nearly overflowing, and they are complaining vocally, rushing to the emperor in protest, claiming such arrests cannot be made. Jiang Shuyue scoffed internally. The Ministry of Justice is quite inept. They need to consult the emperor over such trivial matters. Utterly lacking in adaptability. The system continued. The villain has proposed a plan, allowing minor offenders to pay varying amounts of bail and be released after a few hours, while serious cases will be examined one by one. Of course, payment is required upfront. Funds must be secured first. Whether they are released is secondary, showcasing the true essence of a profiteer. Additionally, it's worth noting that the Minister of Justice has questioned the villain's integrity. The villain claimed he needed to save money to support his wife, and all of this is his private stash. The emperor and the minister promptly approved it, even subtly raising the bail rates. The emperor remarked, considering they have money to visit brothels, this small token of filial piety is of no consequence. Jiang Shuyue felt a surge of gratitude, exclaiming, what a good person. I shall surely honor the emperor on New Year's Day, Qingming, and the Dragon Boat Festival. The system. These days do not seem to honor the living. Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Yunshen was toiling outside, ruffling feathers among some disgruntled individuals. A group led by Jiang and spread rumors about Jiang Shuyue's origins, relishing the gossip, and offered Zhou Yunshen another opportunity to retaliate. Her little treasury was expanding at lightning speed. An alarm sounded from the system. We've uncovered a juicy piece of news regarding eunuch Qin. He has 2 sons out there. Just as the crown prince had lulled Xiao Lu to sleep, he was taken aback, staring wide-eyed at eunuch Qin's lower half. Eunuch Qin hastily clamped his legs together, waving his hands in frantic denial. He had been sent to the palace at the tender age of 7, becoming a eunuch, and had not touched a woman in 23 years. How could he possibly have children? Heaven bears witness, the servant is indeed a eunuch. Others may not know, but Crown Prince do not? The Crown Prince was aware, yet now he was uncertain if he truly understood. Jiang Shuyue sprang up in excitement. What is happening, darling? Did they not castrate you properly? Come, share with me. Let me revel in this delight. Upon hearing this, eunuch Qin nearly lost his trousers to prove his innocence. The Crown Prince quickly restrained his pants, shielding Xiao Lu's eyes, reprimanding him. What are you doing in front of Xiao Lu? What if he wakes up and sees? Eunuch Qin hung his head in grievance. But what could he do? This cursed system speaks nonsense. The system ditched the half-baked accent. Allow me to explain. The villain has just apprehended 2 rascals who claim to be eunuch Qin's sons. Actually, that statement is partially true. They are not eunuch Qin's biological offspring. Back when his family was impoverished, eunuch Qin's parents traded him for 20 taels to survive. Currently, eunuch Qin's younger brother is a major player in the red light district, with a third of the business owned by his brother. Those two sons are his brother's adopted children. Eunuch Qin sighed in relief, whispering in a strained voice, "Your Highness, you heard that right. Those are my brother's adopted sons, and have nothing to do with me. What relation do they have to you?" Eunuch Qin paused, realizing yes. What relation could his brother's adopted sons have to him? Moreover, his brother's business in the red light district, owning a third of the enterprises, was news to him. Could this rascal be scheming behind his back? Eunuch Qin suddenly felt a chill run down his neck. The system. These two sons are actually those his brother adopted. And every year they display a portrait of Eunuch Qin, calling him father. The eldest, Qin Yukai, is quite the money-minded individual. However, due to some constraints, he has not committed heinous acts. He genuinely wishes to repay the Qin family and regards Eunuch Qin as his real father. Eunuch Qin's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Who would have thought that this nearly 30-year-old eunuch would gain a filial son? His brother had done well. Such commendable behavior deserves praise. The system, however, the younger son, is less than admirable. The establishment he oversees caters not only to men, but also to some noble women. Today, they planned to engage in a scandalous rendezvous when they were apprehended by the villain. Qin Yushun was still without his trousers, adorned with a red apron around his neck. And now he is sipping tea in a cell. As the drama unfolded, Jiang Shuyue's spirits soared even higher. She longed to ride her little strawberry to the front lines of gossip. The system. Here's another layer of juicy news. The woman involved was masquerading as Mei Yun's fiancée, but that was merely a ruse to protect her reputation. Can you guess her true identity? Jiang Shuyue exclaimed. In the imperial capital, there are countless noble women, half of whom are royal relatives. Who could it be? Hurry and tell me. The system chuckled mischievously. She is the biological daughter of Jiang Liuli's aunt, and also your half-sister. Jiang Shuyue was taken aback, and the crown prince was stunned. The vast Guoyuan temple fell into silence. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Shuyue finally spoke. Whose aunt? Whose daughter? Whose sister? The system, your sister. The daughter your father concealed from his mistress. What do you think? Surprised? Unexpected? A delightful surprise from a blind box. Isn't it worth it? Jiang Shuyue. Damn it, the juicy gossip has hit too close to home. Chapter 75. Stuck in the dog hole. Does it resemble a peach? Jiang Shuyue pondered over the tangled relationships. So Jiang has been involved with Qin Wanru's sister, resulting in a daughter who impersonates Mei Yunqi's fiancé, while mingling with the so-called son of Qin Gonggong? System. Indeed. The world is indeed small. All the intrigue revolves around these few individuals. Isn't it captivating? In a small plot of land, there were plenty of oddities. Jiang Shuyue cursed Jiang, calling him a scoundrel. No, he was nothing more than a dandelion. The wind blows, and the seeds scatter, taking root in unknown places. Unattractive, with poor character, hypocritical, disgusting, and devoid of wealth, merely preying on those nearby. And what about these women? Do they have no means of retaliation? The system shrugged in resignation. Perhaps your father is too charming, and the bureaucrats they can access are limited. Your father is already quite remarkable among them. Currently, Qin Linger is imprisoned, still claiming to be Mei Yunqi's fiancée, requesting someone to retrieve money from Mei Yunqi's household to secure her release. This connection left Jiang Shuyue perplexed. It was understandable that Qin Linger was pretending, not wanting her family to find out. And Jiang and allowing her to adopt her mother's surname made sense. However, why go to Mei Yunqi's house for money? Suddenly, a thought struck Jiang Shuyue, causing her pupils to tremble. The system chuckled. You are correct. Mei Yunqi has secretly become involved with Qin Linger. The crown prince and Qin Gonggong, despite their vast experiences, had never encountered such chaotic affairs. A love child and a nephew together, while the nephew's fiancé pretends to be with a male lover. When the truth surfaced, they had to pay to extricate her from the situation. So, Mei Yunqi is aware of this. The crown prince stifled laughter, struggling to contain himself. Jiang Shuyue was in stitches. He keeps a male lover, and his partner does as well. It's a mutual exchange of affection. effectively meaning Mei Yunqi has two male lovers. How delightful. System. I wish to lock them in a room together. It would certainly be entertaining. Mei, perched on the beam, silently raised her hand. Master, look at me. I can scale walls and windows without needing to squeeze through a dog hole. Mei's presence was so minimal that Jiang Shuyue had completely forgotten about her. It was the system that intervened. You've been indulging too much lately. Your figure has become rounder. How could you possibly fit through such a small dog hole?
Who said that?
Although I might have gained a little weight, it's still within reasonable limits. Besides, I'm quite smooth. If you don't believe me, I'll demonstrate. Her defiance was evident. Taking advantage of the remaining moonlight, she donned her coarsest attire, a fire starter clasped between her lips, and stealthily ventured outside. Jiang Shuyue found it. System, if I can't squeeze through, you must give me a push from behind. System, who claimed to be smooth. I am indeed smooth. I just fear that the dog hole is too rough and will snag my clothes. With the fire starter in her mouth, Jiang Shuyue parted the tall grass and began to wriggle through. The crown prince laughed heartily from the bed, torn between the desire to witness the spectacle of the lady from the marquis' residence squeezing through a dog hole. Just as he contemplated slipping out of bed, a commotion arose outside.
Ah!
System, help. My backside is stuck. The system quickly covered her mouth. Lower your voice. Do you wish for everyone to witness your struggle? What happened to being smooth? Your self-awareness seems quite lacking. Jiang Shuyue felt wronged. How was I to know this dog hole would not only snag but trap me? It doesn't conform to my backside at all. System. Sister, this ISNTA sanitary pad, why should it conform to your backside? Xiao Tao and Sanhua, who had rushed over, were equally bewildered. What on earth is happening? Sanhua. The lady is truly a remarkable woman, bold and daring. A true hero. Mei, the position a lady is stuck in, should I turn around? I fear the marquis will gouge out my eyes. Xiao Tao. Fortunately, the young lady has a thick skin. Otherwise, she would be utterly humiliated. Unaware that three individuals were fixated on her predicament, Jiang Shuyue internally lamented. System, please help me. I have a premonition that with a little more effort, I can escape. Sanhua and Xiao Tao exchanged glances, and after a silent agreement, it was Xiao Tao who took action, pushing Jiang Shuyue forward with all her might, only to hear Jiang Shuye's shriek. Ouch! 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 System, be gentle. My waist is caught even tighter. System, apologies, that wasn't me pushing.
Not you?
Then who? Xiao Tao chuckled shyly. Miss, it was me. Jiang Shuyue. Oh no. My backside has been exposed. System, check for me. Does it resemble a peach or a bun? System. Does the shape really matter? Jiang Shuyue nodded vigorously. Of course. Even in death, I must maintain my dignity and leave a good impression. System. Xiao Tao and the others. Stop, stop. My clothes are riding up. If you pull any further, I'll be left bare. Sanhua awkwardly scratched the wall. We can't push or pull. Should we just tear down the wall? Absolutely not. The noise would attract attention, and what about the young lady's reputation? Xiao Tao, though aware of her mistress's thick skin, felt her own blush deepen at the thought of such social embarrassment. Mei contemplated. How about we drug the people at the temple? Then we can proceed to tear down the wall? The others. Are you being polite? Sanhua promptly countered. There are martial monks at Guoyuan Temple. Most of them are skilled fighters. Not to mention the time constraints, you might end up captured yourself. The others, right, we want to witness the drama too. Don't involve us. Mei, in a quandary. I've heard that people can unleash their full potential under external stress. Why not have someone give the lady a little slap? The pain might jolt her free. Good idea, Mei. Someone slap me. Sanhua looked at Mei, who turned red and averted her gaze. Don't look at me. I'm a man. It's inappropriate. Xiao Tao also lowered her head, blushing. I'm too weak. It wouldn't have any effect. Sanhua sighed. Fine. I guess you're all leaving me to handle this. She blew on her palm, lifting it high before gently bringing it down. Jiang Shuyue. Did someone just touch me? System. They're likely afraid of the antagonist's retribution and dare not act. Perhaps you should say something to provoke them? Jiang Shuyue. What should I say? I don't have any dirt on them. System. Let me dig a little. Jiang Shuyue was moved to tears. Oh, system. You're the best. Love you. Xiao Tao and the others. We come to rescue you. And you dig up our secrets instead. Are you even human? Chapter 76. The next golden seed. Oh, how could I forget? She was indeed a green tea essence. System. Sanhua once made an error during a mission and shifted the blame onto Wu Yu, causing her to be punished. Wu Yu glared at Sanhua. So that's what your brother meant. I was wondering why the master inexplicably made me clean the latrines for an entire month. It turns out it was you. Sanhua trembled and averted her gaze from Wu Yu. Oh dear, that was all old news. Why bring it up now? System. During Wu Yu's last mission, she got blood on her clothes and carelessly discarded them, which ended up in the pile of new clothes that Sanhua had bought. 2 weeks later, that pile was infested with little bugs, resulting in a loss of 50 taels. Sanhua glared at Wu Yu with fury. She had been puzzled as to how perfectly good clothes could become infested, initially suspecting she had forgotten to clean the bloodied garments. Now she knew the truth. Sanhua, with a principal of 50 taels and an interest rate of 3%, compounded over 120 days. How much do you reckon that amounts to? Wu Yu, who am I? Where am I? I know nothing. Jiang Shuyue had anticipated hearing something scandalous. If not, perhaps some gossip about their assassination attempts or poisoning would suffice. To her disappointment, the conversation was dreadfully mundane. Jiang Shuyue. Is that it? Are you certain you are not recounting a bedtime story? System. Do not be impatient. There is something significant that you are bound to enjoy. Jiang Shuyue chuckled. The gossip about the 2 shadow guards was hardly substantial, and little Tao was merely a maid. What could she possibly bring to the table? She had lost all hope. Yet the system emitted a familiar, mischievous laugh. Your little Tao has caught the eye of young Master Zhou. Jiang Shuyue. Young Master Zhou? Which Zhou? System. He is a distant relative of Zhou Yunshin, the son of his nephew. At 18, he remains unmarried, and at 16, he participated in a poetry contest, where he was thoroughly bested by little Tao. Since then, he has been utterly infatuated. The system mimicked the boy's voice. Will little Tao beat me today? Will she drug me again? Last time, she added something to my tea, and it ended up spilling everywhere. Oh, my little Tao, you're adorably foolish. Jiang Shuyue felt goosebumps rise on her skin, excitedly exclaiming, I feel a sense of relief. Just a bit, but it's there. Continue, system. Little Tao. Oh, how embarrassing. Miss, please spare me. The system and Jiang Shuyue were not so benevolent. When it came to juicy gossip, nothing compared to a love-struck fool. Jiang Shuyue listened intently, and the system continued with enthusiasm. Young Master Zhou, in order to see little Tao more often, pretended to be a vegetable vendor to get closer to the Jiang family. However, when he realized he could not see her, he thought that even if they were apart, she could feel his affection through every vegetable. Thus, he carved little hearts on every cabbage stem and even kissed them. Jiang Shuyue burst into laughter. I do not know if little Tao felt the affection, but I do know half the household has tasted his saliva. System. Indeed, fortunate for you that you were not around then, otherwise, you too would have had an indirect kiss. Little Tao's face flushed crimson. That wretched pervert would surely meet a day of reckoning. System. Recently, that little madman has been unable to enter the marquis residence and has taken to carving dozens of wooden figures of little Tao in various sizes, crying while embracing them every day. My Tao, do you miss me? How can I survive without you? I long for your big stick. Sanhua and Wu Yu were well aware of that young master. Though he was rather unremarkable, he possessed an indefatigable spirit. Anything he fixated on rarely escaped his grasp. Poor little Tao, for one incident with a stick, was now a target of his obsession. One must wonder if she regretted it. Little Tao indeed felt regret. Had she known he would be so persistent and peculiar, she ought to have dealt with him more decisively from the start, perhaps even rendered him senseless. As a maid, little Tao had never considered taking on the role of a mistress. Yet, she was surprised by the kindness her mistress showed her. Though the young master was a creep, her mistress had a good heart. As little Tao felt touched, she overheard Jiang Shuyue's inner thoughts. Once little Tao's future is secured, I will tell her that 3 months ago, I accidentally poured her cherished daughter red wine onto the hydrangeas. She surely won to be angry, right? Little Tao's scalp tingled. Her treasured daughter Red was gone. She had thought some malicious person was to blame. It turned out it was her mistress. How could she do this? Jiang Shuyue. I swear it wasn't intentional. That night, I couldn't sleep and secretly dug it out to taste a little. The hydrangea then insisted it wanted some too, and in a moment of goodwill, I fed it a bit, only to inadvertently kill its roots. If you ask me, that little hydrangea is to blame. If it can't drink, it shouldn't ask for it. It even wanted me to bark like a dog, thankfully. I was clever enough not to fall for it. Little Tao exhaled deeply in frustration. The hydrangea hadn't become sentient. How could it possibly twist and beg for her to bark? Surely, her mistress was merely drunk and gone mad again. Suddenly, Little Tao felt a sense of exasperation, raising her hand to deliver a firm smack to Jiang Shuyue's backside. If her mistress drank again, she would transform into a dog. As Jiang Shuyue lunged forward, she felt warmth on her chest and chin. What was that?
Fire.
Oh dear, I'm on fire, System shouted. The fire starter. The one you were holding fell to the ground and ignited the weeds. Forget the weeds. The green tea was about to spill. Help. Jiang Shuyue dashed forward, with San Hua and the others in pursuit. Madam, please slow down, lest you fall. Jiang Shuyue's mind raced with theories of wind speed and flames. If the wind was too weak, the fire would grow. But if she moved swiftly enough, she should be able to extinguish the small flames. With all her might, Jiang Shuyue ran, her face contorted by the wind, while Wu Yu, carrying a bucket of water, used her agility to overtake her. Madam, do not fear. I am here. System. Do not worry. I shall grant you a protective shield, only harming others, so charge forth with confidence.
Ah.
System, you're not human. Wu Yu, get out of the way. Wu Yu, with the weight of 90 pounds in her hands, faltered under its burden, collapsing to the ground and looking up at her dazedly. Little Tao. San Hua. Madam, the fire is extinguished. Jiang Shuyue touched the singed collar of her clothing, feeling a pang of frustration as she swallowed hard. Chapter 77. The spring breeze enters the heart of the great monk. Jiang Shuyue chuckled softly, scratching the back of her head. Not at all, I'm not that remarkable. After such a commotion, she had completely forgotten about Mei Yunk.
Fortunately,
San Hua and Wu Yue had not forgotten. They worked through the night to sketch a diagram and write out the details, sending it to Zhou Yunshin via Eagle. Simultaneously, Eunuch Qin penned a letter and dispatched it. When Zhou Yunshin received both letters, he nearly laughed aloud. You say your fiancé is Mei Yunk.
Exactly.
I went to the flower lane merely to enjoy music and drink. I did not engage in any improper conduct. I trust the marquis will discern this. Oh, understood. Zhou Yunshin rose to leave, leaving Qin Linger bewildered. If her mother were to learn of this, she would undoubtedly reprimand her severely, if her father were to find out. Qin Linger called out from the old doorway, Marquis, I will pay the fine. Please let me go. Zhou Yunshin could not be bothered with her. Jiang then had made his wife uncomfortable, so he decided to make Jiang uncomfortable in return. He summoned Jia. Tomorrow, at court, you shall visit the Jiang residence and inform Madame Jiang that her daughter has been apprehended in the flower lane. Request her to come and pay the fine for her release. After an hour, send flowers to Qin Wanru and her sister, stating that Qin Linger is in trouble and they should come to assist. Jia asked, does the marquis intend to expose this matter? The timing is rather delicate. Jiang will have no news in court. By the time he receives it and arrives, the situation will already be settled, and the Jiang family will be in uproar. Just as Zhou Yunshin exited the dungeon, another thought struck him. Huangshan is still at home, right? Yes, according to your command. She has not been taken away by Madame. Good. She is skilled in painting. Bring her tomorrow to observe and capture the scene. Then send the artwork to Madame via Eagle. Ta, puzzled, remarked, Madame has Master Tongzi present. She should hear about this herself. Is it necessary for us to do this? Master Tongzi can only describe it. He cannot provide a visual. A combination of images and text is far more impactful, don't you think? Zhou Yunshin's reasoning was sound. How did I not consider this? Madame will surely delight in receiving the painting. The next morning, as dawn broke, the monks in the temple began their morning prayers. Jiang Shuyue lingered in bed for a while. The great villain said, I can sleep as long as I want. You cannot go back on your word. Miss, the marquis is not here, and besides, His Highness the Crown Prince has already gone to attend the morning prayers. Even second miss has dressed up and gone early. Do you wish to be outdone by her? Jiang Shuyue waved her hand dismissively. That foolish girl was not worth her concern. System. Hurry, hurry. A major scoop has been detected.
Charge.
Jiang Shuyue sprang from her bed, quickly washed up, and hastily tied her hair before rushing toward the place of morning prayers. Her speed astonished even Sanhua. The lady truly is formidable, always ready to rush to the front lines of gossip. Her expression mirrored that of someone perusing the meat market, a delightful anticipation radiating from her eyes. Xiaodao suddenly felt that the marquis possessed remarkable composure. The last time he took the young lady to the palace, he bore an immense amount of pressure without feeling embarrassed. In contrast, she felt quite embarrassed, akin to publicly exposing oneself. Jiang Shuyue glanced around the assembly hall. It seems there are significantly fewer people. Do the monks still need to divide into classes for morning prayers? System. No. A young novice has been exposed, and Master Huiming arranged for a nighttime investigation, resulting in a group being sent to the discipline hall. Master Huiming raised his head, smiling warmly at her. Jiang Shuyue shifted to the side, and Master Huiming's gaze followed her. She felt a surge of panic. Why does Master Huiming's gaze feel so fervent? Could it be that he has developed feelings for my beauty? Everyone else. Master Huiming, this old monk's pure heart has turned into something else in your presence. Can we not deviate from the script? Only Xiao Lu continued to smile at her. The system affirmed Jiang Shuyue's thoughts with seriousness. The essence of a monk is the struggle between man and his nature. Observe how Xiao Lu's gaze differs from that of Master Huiming and the other monks. Jiang Shuyue responded, You are right. I find it quite abnormal. Perhaps after last night, he suddenly discovered a new perspective on the world. But he should be focusing on the Crown Prince. Among these men, the Crown Prince is the most handsome. The system analyzed further. Perhaps after last night, he discovered that men do not suit him. Women are preferable. Host, be cautious. A celibate man can be terrifying, especially one who has been celibate for 30 years. Be mindful of your well-being. Jiang Shuyue felt that after the villain's antics, there would certainly be no issues. However, the greatest concern was her preference for looks. It was one thing for a young and handsome man to covet her. But Master Huiming, he was well past his prime, absolutely unacceptable. Master Huiming felt like crying. Can you all calm down? I truly have no such intentions. Jiang Shuyue declared, I will find an opportunity to clarify with Master Huiming that I am a devoted and virtuous married woman. Having feelings for me would be futile. Master Huiming desperately wished to block her thoughts, or perhaps even knock her unconscious to silence her. He merely admired her for her purity. Jiang Shuyue asked, By the way, where is the scoop you mentioned? It wouldn't be about Master Huiming, would it? System. Am I such a superficial system? Look at the man on the far left of the second row. Do you not find him peculiar? Peculiar? His complexion is rosy, his brow radiant, his lips full. And he possesses an air of fortune. Moreover, he exudes a refreshing charm. Jiang Shuyue paused. She had no recollection of this monk. But how could someone who has been a vegetarian for so long appear so healthy? After all, she was quite pale when she first took form. The system chuckled softly, subtly prompting Jiang Shuyue. That refreshing charm. Where do you think that breeze is coming from? Jiang Shuyue followed Master Huiming's gaze, and her eyes landed on Jiang Liuli, adorned in pink garments. It can't be. System. Congratulations, host. This system applauds your astuteness. Jiang Liuli exclaimed, Wow, what a wonderfully soft breeze. Chapter 78. Is it not that she does not want to, but that she cannot? Jiang Liuli sat there, suddenly feeling an overwhelming number of heated gazes directed at her. Despite her thick skin, she could not help but feel uncomfortable. Jiang Shuyue wore a peculiar smile. Oh dear. I never expected my sister to be so bold as to flirt with the great monk of the National Temple. Is she not afraid of being discovered? As long as she hasn't been exposed, she should feel quite at ease, the Crown Prince remarked. The night passed without incident, but now the entire temple is aware. Hussy nearly lost his composure. Jiaming, his senior disciple, was a promising candidate to inherit his legacy. How could he lose control like this? How infuriating. He wished to break this fool's legs. Calm down, brother, Huiming advised. Perhaps he is merely half in? There is still hope. Half in? Not even a toe can be allowed. The system chimed in. Last night, while you were caught in a compromising position, Zhang Liuli claimed to feel unwell, clutching Jiamian's hand to her chest and calling out sweetly for her brother for an entire night, while Jiamian sat like a statue by her bedside. Jiang Shuyue scrutinized Jiamian. This shouldn't be. Zhang Liuli is quite charming, and Jiamian seems to have been moved. Why then does he merely sit there?
Could it be?
He is incapable? The system nodded in agreement. Indeed. Otherwise, why linger in her room for so long? He must be incapable. Unbeknownst to Jiamian, he had become the subject of speculation among the group of young monks who whispered amongst themselves. Is brother Jiamian truly incapable? As monks, does it matter? The essence lies in cultivation. Has brother Jiamian broken his vows? Does it count? Jiang Shuyue assessed Jiamian. From his appearance, he seems fine.
System.
Could it be that he simply does not like women but is too embarrassed to extricate himself from Zhang Liuli's clutches? The system replied, that is unlikely. My sensors detected his heart rate soared 20 times last night, nearly suffocating 3 times, much akin to your own experience with the villain. Based on my assessment, he has not been swayed. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, so he is still incapable. TSK, TSK, TSK. If only he stayed true to his monkhood, this would not have happened.
Now,
not only has Du Ji's heart been stirred, but it has also been confirmed that he is incapable, one of life's most bitter misfortunes. The system lamented, while others perish beneath the peony, they at least can pluck a flower. What folly for the great monk! Jiang Shuyue mused. In truth, being incapable is not the end. One could pursue a path of pure love. If it comes to it, I could provide some funds for them to acquire certain tools. I see in the illustrated book that they could be like this or that. Jiang Shuyue and the system engaged in their whimsical banter, causing the crown prince's face to redden. Many inexperienced young monks, though not grasping the subject of their conversation, found it intriguing and invigorating. Huixin merely wished for it to cease. He had no desire to hear about the marital life of the town south marquis. Nor did he wish to know how capable the marquis was. Could someone not grant him a moment's peace? Jiang Liuli noticed everyone's attention had shifted back to Jiang Shuyue and felt an inexplicable discomfort. Sister, the master mentioned a discussion on Buddhism tomorrow. Will you attend? Jiang Shuyue replied, seeing her smile so deviously, it cannot bode well. The system retorted, a dog cannot produce ivory from its mouth. A base tongue can only spew forth trash. After flirting with Jiamian last night, she managed to extract the topic for tomorrow's discussion on Buddhism. While others resort to cheating, she has directly secured her passage. Hussey ground his teeth in frustration. This topic was of his own design, and with a prominent lama from the West attending, it was a matter of great significance for the reputation and legacy of Central Plains Buddhism. How dare she leak the questions? Wicked disciple. If he does not bring him before the Buddha, he shall not be called Hussey. Huiming felt that he had overreacted. So, what if the questions were leaked? At least she hadn't tempted him physically, which was a far cry from the usual mischief he dealt with. Huixin also thought, what if it's just a leak? They could always change the questions. Moreover, it validated the fact that he could not act immorally, at least he would not break his vows. And there was still room for teaching. Why be so angry? Huixin said, Junior brother, one must learn to be accommodating. There are countless oddities in this world, and one must cultivate tolerance. Hussey snapped, tolerance nonsense. The chief of the discipline hall must lead by example. Just because he encountered a pretty face, he grovels like a dog. Who knows how he'll turn out in the future? What if he actually accepted Jiang Shuyue's gifts, opening a door to a new world? What would become of Guanyuan Temple's reputation? Jiang Shuyue found herself in a quandary, discussing the Dao. But I do not wish to be a monk. Why should it concern me? Sister, while you say that this is a rare opportunity.
Oh.
If it is indeed so rare, then let it go to my sister. You should take this chance to shine. Perhaps it will lead to a good marriage, right, Your Highness? The Crown Prince replied, What do you mean by passing the buck to me? He raised his eyes and inadvertently locked gazes with the great monk. A surge of inexplicable anger welled within him. Just moments ago, the monk's gaze had felt off, almost as if he viewed him as a rival, stirring up hidden currents. That fool. Does he not consider what sort of person Jiang Shuyue is? Could a dignified crown prince ever take an interest in someone like her? With a stoic expression, the crown prince declared, I have come seeking favorable weather and a prosperous nation. If Miss Jiang wishes for a match, she may feel free to pursue it.
No.
I did not mean that. It was all my sister's jest. Your Highness, please do not take it to heart. Do not mind it, Second Mississippi. You have reached the age of marriage and have been childhood friends with Lord May. The two of you riding in the same carriage to pay respects must surely have some intention behind it. I am delighted for you both and will prepare a grand gift for you in the future. The crown prince scoffed inwardly. Trying to pass this hot potato to me? I certainly will not. Mei Yunqi, oh Mei Yunqi, it is your misfortune to have been named so ill-fated. You will bear this burden henceforth. As the crown prince finished speaking, Jimian's gaze towards Mei Yunqi indeed cooled several degrees. Jiang Shuyue felt a surge of urgency. If she did not clarify things, her relationship with Mei Yunqi would be irreparable. As a dignified phoenix, how could she be wed to such a person? Her cousin and his wife were blissfully in love and soon to marry. The crown prince must cease his jesting. The system reported, a significant scandal has erupted in the capital. Qin Wanru and her sister have gotten into a fight at the government office. Her sister has pulled out a large handful of hair, and she has yanked out her sister's bodice, which bears the character Jiang embroidered on it.
Just as your mother happened to see.
Jiang Shuyue exclaimed with excitement. My mother encountered two little third parties at once. How splendid. It is indeed quite splendid. Your mother has turned Qin Wanru into a bald woman, and the other one fared little better, having been beaten into a dumpling. Your father just left the court, and is now in the midst of it all. Chapter 79. The Pursuit of Excellence in the Three Good System. Jiang Shuyue observed Mei Yunqi, who was gazing at her with a rather lewd expression. Jiang Shuyue remarked, Oh, little brother, you are quite ruthless, showing no mercy even to old acquaintances. The system responded, Little Huang is not together with her out of affection. It is merely for monetary gain. Now that Huang Shan is drawing for you, it is akin to being under the protection of a formidable villain. Little Huang is utterly captivated by the villain's charisma and, before he could even contemplate rebellion, he has already capitulated. Jiang Shuyue felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. How dare that pockmarked face covet her belongings? How dare he?
Mei Yunqi,
noticing Jiang Shuyue's unwavering gaze, confidently tilted his head and shrugged his collar, feeling as though the entire world was enchanted by him. The prince lamented deeply within, regretting that had he known the capital would be so thrilling these past few days, he would have delayed his departure. Missing such a juicy spectacle was a source of profound regret. The system interjected, Host, I have detected that the villain has instructed Huang Shan and a group of artists to depict the events concerning Qin Wanru and her sisters, distributing these illustrations throughout the streets. Now, half of the capital is aware that the sisters are sharing a husband, and Jiang has fainted on the spot. Jiang Shuyue expressed her disdain. Is that all it takes to pass out? Truly useless. The system continued. Your elder brother has rushed over with the imperial physician, and with one needle, he revived Jiang. As they walked, he explained the situation to Jiang, who was fainting and being pricked, and in a matter of moments, he is about to meet your mother. Jiang Shuyue felt an insatiable itch of anticipation. Such a grand spectacle of discord warranted popcorn and a comfy seat for quiet observation. Jiang Shuyue lamented, It's all the prince's fault for choosing this moment. Will he offer to compensate for my loss of entertainment? Little Six inquired. What will the prince use to compensate, brother? Jiang Shuyue was taken aback. What is happening? How did the sixth prince read my thoughts?
Could it be?
She exhaled in relief. So that's it. I was just being overly suspicious. The system reassured her. We are bound by the power of the heavenly path. Outsiders cannot hear our thoughts. You were merely overthinking. Jiang Shuyue nodded in agreement. Indeed, the great lord of the heavenly path is a magnificent being. How could it allow such a flaw in its manifestations? Although the others were oblivious to the identity of backdoor, what it pertained to, they sensed it related to the concept of eavesdropping. They expressed their heartfelt gratitude for the benevolence of the Lord of the Heavenly Path. After the morning class, The prince engaged in incense offerings and prayers, with Master Huiming leading everyone in rituals throughout the day. It was rumored that Jiang An's words hinted at a warning, prompting Qin Wanru and her sisters to reassess their status and quickly assist Jiang An in saving face. They claimed that what they had said was not about losing Jiang, but rather about Jiang. Little Qin even managed to consume the embroidered belly pocket. Ultimately, it was Madame Jiang who seized the opportunity to expel Qin Wanru from the Jiang family, bringing the matter to a close. However, although the incident concluded, its repercussions were significant. For instance, the illustrations and narratives orchestrated by Zhou Yunxin circulated ceaselessly, revealing the absurdity of the events to all discerning eyes. Upon discovering this, Jiang An was so enraged that he spat blood twice. This time, he truly fainted, unable to be revived even by the needles. Jiang Shuyue lamented, "I have missed the greatest spectacle since my arrival in this world. When will there be such a grand event again?" The system consoled her, "In life, as long as one lives, there will always be spectacles. Do not be too disheartened. At least I am here to provide live commentary." Jiang Shuyue responded, "Alas, it is not vivid enough. Could you possibly develop some skills, such as playing multiple roles, or even simulating the original owner's voice? Ideally, you could mimic their expressions as well. Then it would be truly engaging." The system pondered for a moment, recognizing the merit in her words. Merely relaying information lacked excitement. A combination of auditory and visual stimulation would set it apart. The system replied, "I shall petition the Lord of the Heavenly Path for your request, and strive to provide a prompt response." Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, "Oh, my dear system, you truly are a striving and excellent system." The others were filled with anticipation. As she listened to the live broadcast, could they too catch a glimpse of her thoughts? The very prospect was exhilarating. At long last, mealtime arrived, and Jiang Shuyue, salivating, entered the dining hall. Upon seeing an abundance of dishes, her appetite vanished immediately. Jiang Shuyue complained, "Yesterday it was eggplant, cucumber, and cabbage. Today it is cabbage, zucchini, and bok choy. System, I am about to turn into a rabbit." The system retorted, "Nonsense. Rabbits eat carrots. You are not worthy." Jiang Shuyue replied, "I am grateful for your dismissal. When shall I ever get to eat meat? At this rate, the villain will surely mock me for being so thin." The system suggested, "Let us venture to the small woods tonight for hunting. Based on my years of experience, the small woods are a hot spot for grand spectacles. We should have some success." "Should?" Jiang Shuyue shot at a sidelong glance. "What if you are mistaken? What if the timing is off? Will I end up feeding insects in the middle of the night?" "Not a chance." The system announced, "Report." Just now, a guard discreetly handed Zhang Liuli a note, "Meet in the small woods to the east at midnight." Jiang Shuyue embraced the system, showering it with affection. "Oh my dear system, your experience is indeed reliable. Let us bring Mei along. He can catch a couple of mountain chickens, and while we enjoy the roasted chickens, we can also savor the gossip. How does that sound?" The system agreed, "Excellent idea, but do remind Mei not to roast them too fragrantly. I fear we might get caught in the act." Mei felt troubled. Roasting chickens inherently produced a delightful aroma. Who could teach him how to do it without making it too enticing? The sixth prince had also made up his mind. Last night, the prince had indulged in gossip without including him, causing him to dream of chasing large watermelons around the house. Today, he was determined to stay awake through midnight. The prince also decided to bring freshly squeezed fruit juice, ensuring that tonight's gossip would be live and immediate. Husi was so enraged that he fainted, only to be roused by his fellow disciples poking him. His miscreant disciple had not only erred once, but had audaciously repeated the mistake. May he faint from exasperation. He had lost all face. Huiming patted his shoulder, signaling him to calm down, while exchanging glances with Huixin, who nodded in understanding. They were all prepared with snacks for gossip. As the leaders of Guoyuan Temple, how could they possibly fall short? Sunflower seeds, nuts, popcorn, fruit juice, and refreshing beverages were all meticulously arranged. Chapter 80, His Highness the Crown Prince, Essential Qualities of a Good Man at Long Last. As darkness enveloped the world, Jiang Shuyue nestled beneath the roots of a tree, wrapped in layers of clothing. "Achoo. Miss, would you care for a warm cup of ginger tea to warm your body?" Xiao Tao suggested. "At this time, shouldn't we be drinking wine?" Ginger tea is no match for the potency of alcohol, Jiang Shuyue retorted. Xiao Tao chuckled awkwardly. With the Lord not present, she was concerned about what might happen if the miss were to act irrationally. The first rule of venturing out: never allow the miss to consume alcohol. Miss, the scent of alcohol is quite strong. Should someone from the temple catch a whiff, it could lead to trouble. Ginger tea is the safer option. Indeed, Xiao Tao is quite considerate, Jiang Shuyue acknowledged, taking a couple of sips from the ginger tea before giving herself a light slap. System, be gentle. We are one and the same. You nearly gave me a concussion. Jiang Shuyue sighed in annoyance. Isn't it because of the swarming mosquitoes? Besides, I am a plant. Naturally, I attract them at night. Just look at the little bumps on my face. Lick. Suddenly, she felt a flicker of anticipation. What was that about? Jiang Shuyue looked up at the sky. The moon hanging high, already at the hour of Z. Where is Jiang Liuli? My chicken is nearly devoured. What will I do if the vegetables aren't down soon? System. Shoo, someone is approaching. Is it Jiang Liuli? Sister Shuyue. Xiao Lu emerged from the thicket, clutching the crown prince's hand, and rushed to embrace Jiang Shuyue. Sister Shuyue is so naughty, sneaking out to eat meat without caring for Xiao Lu. At that moment, Eunuch Qin, grinning, held up a food box. His Highness the Crown Prince remarked on the beauty of the moon tonight, and specially instructed me to descend the mountain to procure some delicacies for moon gazing: spicy marinated duck intestines, fragrant ribs, pickled chicken feet, candied chestnuts, and rock candy strawberries. Jiang Shuyue dropped the chicken bone in her hand, her eyes gleaming at the sight of the food box. The Crown Prince smiled. I even brought a jug of rice wine, a brew that won't intoxicate. Would you care to join me in moon gazing, my lady? Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome to His Highness. Please sit here. I brought 2 little stools for us to share. My lady, do sit as well. Eunuch Qin, light the incense. The Crown Prince explained with a smile. This incense is colorless and odorless, an effective mosquito repellent. Thank you, Your Highness. Jiang Shuyue felt as if she were about to sprout little antennae from her head. His Highness is truly a model gentleman, an essential companion for outings. I must remember to take him along next time, so I won't be bitten as much. System. The Crown Prince always carries with him a fortune in silver and a dozen secret guards. Bringing him along is akin to having an entire squad of benefactors. Quite a bargain indeed. Jiang Shuyue amused. No wonder he is the future monarch, far more dependable than a mere caretaker. I must think of an excuse to lure him out next time. The Crown Prince awkwardly scratched his face, aware of the many who coveted his attention. Yet she was the first to consider abducting him for domestic purposes. What to make of this feeling? It was a mix of indignation and approval, with a hint of excitement, quite a delicate balance. Shoo. Brother Crown Prince, Sister Shuyue, listen. There's a noise. Xiao Lu's ears perked up, pointing toward the 2 o'clock direction. Several monks hung silently from the tree, concentrating, their gazes directed towards the woods alongside Jiang Shuyue and the others. Jiang Shuyue squinted, straining her eyes in the moonlight, and vaguely discerned 2 figures swaying in the distance. Why can't I see clearly? The Crown Prince and Xiao Lu seem unaffected. Could it be that I am nearsighted? The Crown Prince is a martial artist, naturally possessing keen eyesight. As for the 6th Prince, he has night vision. He previously sneaked behind a fake mountain to spy on palace maids and guards, so he has experience. Xiao Lu, not daring to meet the Crown Prince's gaze, whispered. Brother Crown Prince, let me assure you, I am still the innocent Xiao Lu, uncorrupted. The Crown Prince chuckled. System. To enhance the host's experience. The system provides a telescope free of charge, visible only to the host, who may use it without reservation. A telescope materialized before Jiang Shuyue, while the Crown Prince and the others peered in vain, seeing nothing, marveling at the wonders of fate. Yet, the sight of her holding a bundle of air to her eyes was rather comical. Endure for the sake of the gossip, one must endure. Brother Jiyuan, I thought you might resent me for the events of the day and choose to never see me again. Your words are too heavy, Jiang Liuli. Indeed. As you said, Jiang Shuyue is a deeply scheming individual. Her ploy to divert blame is quite ingenious. You must have suffered greatly at the Jiang household. Haven to you? Jiang Liuli sniffled softly, concealing her face behind her sleeve, revealing only her pair of pitifully large eyes, occasionally blinking at Jiuan. Jiang Shuyue remarked, "Here it comes." Jiang Liuli's most frequently employed tactic, a tumultuous wave of emotions.
Riming.
Isn't that a misapplication of idioms? Xiao Lu, brother Crown Prince. What does tumultuous wave mean? The Crown Prince was at a loss for words. Such matters should not concern children. System. I believe you should read more. Secret glances would be the appropriate term here. Jiang Shuyue replied, I have lived long enough. Although my interactions have mostly been with tea farmers, I am still well-read. Jiang Liuli employs the tactic of secret glances combined with tears, ultimately stirring up a tempest within the heart of the abbot. Is that not a tumultuous wave? I merely skipped a few steps from the tea farmers 2 years ago, directly to the final outcome. The system pondered, finding her reasoning quite sound. You are indeed clever. I knew I had not chosen the wrong host. Jiang Shuyue declared, Of course. Do you not see who I am? Shu, let us quietly enjoy the gossip. As Jiang Shuyue took a bite of a pickled chicken foot, she observed the abbot pulling out a piece of paper from his waist. This is tomorrow's exam question. I have written the answers on it. As long as you memorize them, I assure you no one will best you tomorrow. Brother Jiuan, thank you so much. Your kindness overwhelms me. I find myself at a loss for how to repay you. Alas, my sister is too ruthless, first usurping the Lord's favor, and now refusing to let me go. Left to fend for myself, I can only submit and seek the Crown Prince's favor to survive. Brother Jiuan, can you understand my plight? Jiuan's eyes glistened with emotion, nearly in tears, nodding vigorously, like a bobblehead. Jiang Shuyue couldn't help but click her tongue. Is it truly possible to deceive someone with such a lack of finesse? The monks of Guiyuan Temple are disappointing. System. Jiuan's life is monotonous and somewhat rugged. Having had no contact with women, he is easily swayed by the sudden appearance of a beauty. Jiang Shuyue noted. This is indeed a failing on Master Huiming's part. He should be more attuned to the psychological well-being of his disciples. Huiming took note of Jiang Shuyue's words, finding them profoundly insightful, yet uncertain how to proceed. Chapter 81. Mei Yunqi ascended the mountain with a few tools in hand. System. I have a splendid suggestion. How about conducting a class on male ethics? Teach them that women are like tigers and that wildflowers by the roadside should not be picked. Jiang Shuyue shook her head, finding her brother's ideas rather superficial and ineffective. Jiang Shuyue remarked, Books are ultimately just books. Truth emerges from practice. The best approach is to complete the theoretical knowledge and then take them to the brothels, arranging for beautiful women to entice them. Only those who can withstand the flames of temptation are truly gold. The system marveled at her wisdom. You are correct. I have heard that before becoming the Heavenly Dao, the Lord of the Dao overcame the temptation of 810 beauties before achieving enlightenment. That is precisely why I say practice reveals truth. Moreover, one cannot truly know a person's heart by merely observing their face. Those who appear obedient may harbor their own designs. It takes a test to reveal their true nature. The 3 monks, Huiming, Husi, and Huixin, found her words to be quite reasonable. Husi communicated through lip-reading, Junior brother. I believe she is right. Perhaps we should offer a course dedicated to educating about vice and drugs. What do you think? Huixin added. But what if too many succumb to temptation? Huiming replied, Thus, we must be cautious in our methods and mindful of the boundaries. We can discuss this matter privately. Jiang Shuyue's scream interrupted their conversation. Hurry, hurry. Jiang Liuli is about to unleash her ultimate move. Brother Jian, there is something else I ask of you. As you know, my sister is cunning and now holds a position of great power. Although she did not accept the challenge today, she will undoubtedly come after me tomorrow. Can you assist me by ensuring she has no opportunity to bully me? Jiang Liuli leaned against his shoulder, her fingers tracing circles on the chest of the tall monk. Jiang Shuyue chimed in. A circle draws into your heart, a circle rushes to your forehead, a circle leaves you disoriented, and a circle sends you spiraling. Ha ha ha. She has drawn 5 circles. The tall monk must be about to explode, right? The Crown Prince was baffled by her lewd remarks, which came in rapid succession. System. The tall monk has secretly wrapped his arm around Jiang Liuli, and since you cannot see clearly, I shall elaborate. He has begun to breathe heavily. Likatis? Ah. The Crown Prince. Truly, the tall monk is extraordinary. Even his breathing resembles that of a donkey, distinctly not of the ordinary. Liuli, what do you propose we do? I will heed your counsel. It is quite simple. As long as my sister does not attend tomorrow, everything will be fine. She handed a vial of medicine to Jane. This is a sleeping potion. Just a bit will ensure she sleeps for 7 hours. Brother Jian, you are my only hope. You will help me, won't you? System. That is not a sleeping potion. It is an aphrodisiac, far more potent than what the young monks use. 1 cup, and while she 1 tea die, she will be thoroughly exhausted. Jiang Shuyue. So potent? System. She will not be able to wake for 3 to 5 hours, but after that, she will be utterly spent.
Think about it.
She envisioned Zhou Yunshin, whose gentleness was intertwined with a touch of wildness, and the interplay of exertion and laziness was enough to leave someone in ruins. If 3 to 5 hours. Jiang Shuyue shuddered. Truly ruthless. But once the drug is administered, someone must carry it out. How many of these monks would dare break their vows? System. Allow me to inform you. Mei Yunqi is lurking in the distance. His pack contains numerous tools, enough for an entire basketball team.
Jiang Shuyue, fine.
The aim is to discuss them. She realized she should not have crawled through the dog hole yesterday. She should have allowed Mei to burn down Mei Yunqi's quarters directly. Jian hesitated to accept the vial when Jiang Liuli wrapped her arms around his. Nuzzling close. Brother Jian, if you are afraid, just say so. I understand if you find this too much. I want to hold it against you. The soft warmth against him rendered Jian unable to think clearly. All right, I promise you, I will ensure that Vile Woman does not appear tomorrow. Brother Jian, you are truly wonderful. Jiang Liuli stood on her toes, cupping the tall monk's head to plant a kiss on his lips. System. They kissed. Just now. The tall monk's lips shifted 3 degrees to the left, their lips overlapped. Jiang Shuyue, how did I miss that? System. This system can scan with precision down to a centimeter. I assure you, it was indeed a mouth-to-mouth connection. Jiang Shuyue, the tall monk lives up to his reputation. Wow, the tall monk has taken action. Jian embraced Jiang Liuli's waist, kissing her deeply. Jiang Shuyue, come, let us place our bets. Let us wager on whether Jiang Liuli finds this disgusting. I bet she is so repulsed she wishes to die and kill the tall monk. System. I bet she is willing. Should I lose, I shall provide 100 points worth of green tea. Jian continued to kiss Jiang Liuli until he nearly rendered her breathless before releasing her. He pulled apart her clothing, startling her enough to push him away, causing the lantern to fall to the ground. Brother Jian, now is not the time you know. She gazed at Jian with longing. I am but a drifting reed, seeking but one heart, hoping to never part in old age. Rest assured, Liuli. With such treatment, how could I be unaware of your feelings? Once I return to the secular world, I will surely marry you with grandeur. Wait for me. Jian handed her his lantern, waving his sleeves cheerfully as he descended the mountain to administer the drug. After Jian and the others vanished, Jiang Liuli immediately darkened her expression and spat onto the ground several times. The light from the lantern cast a terrifying shadow, and coupled with her expression, it frightened Xiao Lu into hiding in the Crown Prince's embrace. The Crown Prince leaned close, whispering comfort. Do not be afraid. That is merely a coward. She cannot harm you. Crown Prince, are you certain she is not a ghost? She looks even more terrifying than a ghost. Nonsense. Ghosts cannot be that ugly. Just think of the female ghosts in illustrated tales. They could entice scholars, who would be attracted to someone like her. She is certainly not a ghost. Xiao Lu found the Crown Prince's reasoning sound, nodding earnestly. Jiang Shuyue, overhearing their exchanges, could not help but laugh heartily. Even female ghosts are more appealing than Jiang Liuli. This is too funny. Oh dear, she has spat again. System, you have lost. The system sighed. Based on big data analysis, she should possess a reckless personality that disregards her reputation. How could my judgment be flawed? Jiang Shuyue, recklessness varies among individuals. If it were His Highness the Crown Prince, I bet he would preserve his socks and undergarments well. After all, the tall monk is not her target. The Crown Prince. Why do I keep getting dragged into this? From now on, I shall use disposables. No one shall steal my trousers. System. Shu. Mei Yunqi is approaching with the tools. In this pitch-black environment, carrying tools up the mountain, could it be? Jiang Shuyue grabbed a chicken foot and bit into it. This chicken foot tasted even better. Chapter 82. Jiang Shuyue takes action against Jiang Lioli. I have come as per your instructions.
Shall we?
Mei Yunqi's lewd smile appeared, inciting further ire in Jiang Lioli, who was already frustrated. Upon seeing his sneaky demeanor, she raised her hand and slapped him across the face. What do you think you are? How dare you look at me with such eyes? You. What do you mean by you? Don't forget who has enabled you to reach this point. Cross me, and beware, my father will flay you alive. Mei Yunqi immediately softened, saying, Good sister. Your cousin was merely joking with you. There's no need to take it to heart. Enough of your nonsense. In 1 hour, we will be ready to act. Bring these items. I want her bedridden for 3 days. That is simple enough, but afterward. Mei Yunqi climbed onto Jiang Lioli's shoulder. If Zhou Yunshin discovers that I am behind this, my life will be forfeit. Dear sister, you must not betray your brother. Rest assured. As long as you execute this splendidly, I will ensure you are well rewarded. Once the discussion concludes tomorrow, I shall take the crown prince to visit my sister. And soon the entire world will know of her disgrace. With so many monks at Guiyuan Temple, no one will suspect you, so do not worry.
Mei Yunqi,
though fearful of Zhou Yunshin, found the reasoning quite compelling upon further reflection. Most importantly, Jiang Shuyue had recently appeared transformed, her skin more radiant than ever, and her figure considerably more voluptuous. She must be quite delightful to embrace. All right, I shall prepare this at once. Await the splendid performance tomorrow, dear sister. Fear not. My ambitions toward the crown prince are unwavering. Once Jiang Shuyue disappears, there will be no one left to obstruct me. The crown prince could not comprehend why Jiang Lioli was so certain she would marry him. Even if Jiang Shuyue fell for their scheme, it would not implicate the crown princess. How did Jiang Lioli intertwine the two? Jiang Shuyue herself was perplexed. How had she become an obstacle? She was merely a devoted sister, striving for her sister's happiness, albeit with a different choice of partner. Mei Yunqi and Jiang Lioli burst into laughter thrice before wobbling away from the grove. Jiang Shuyue emerged from the underbrush, brushing off the leaves and twigs from her attire. Your Highness, I shall not attend the discussion tomorrow. If my previous words trouble you, there is no need to mind. I shall not let her succeed. Not because of that, but because I am too tired. The crown prince. Huiming. Jiang Shuyue pointed at the moon. It is too early. I cannot rise. Understanding dawned upon everyone present. Jiang Shuyue gathered the remaining food, instructing, System, please check the location of the ambush. Mei, your agility is commendable. Incapacitate Jiang Lioli and drag her to my room. Remember, drag, not carry. Mei accepted the command and proceeded. Just as Jiang Lioli descended the mountain, she was struck unconscious by Mei and fell into a muddy pit. Fair play demands reciprocity. She was not a gentle soul, and this affront could not be tolerated. The crown prince commanded, someone, divert Mei Yunqi. Do not allow him to witness the lady's plight. 2 shadow guards swiftly departed to engage Mei Yunqi. Mei seized the opportunity, swiftly rendering Jiang Lioli unconscious and dragging her to the guest room. Madam, what are the next steps? First, administer some aphrodisiac. Then prepare a dose of half-crazy laughter and place it by her bedside. When she awakens tomorrow, she will be exceedingly joyful. Half-crazy laughter is a euphemism for madness-inducing drugs, but crucially, it allows one to be aware of their actions even in insanity. Once the effects wane, the ensuing shame and despair will be unbearable. This concoction is indeed suitable for Jiang Lioli. And what of Mei Yunqi? Sanhua seized Mei Yunqi by both legs, dragging him headfirst into the guest room. Mei assisted in stripping them both and leaving them in a heap. Jiang Shuyue felt a thrill of satisfaction. Tomorrow morning will be spectacular. System. Remember to set the alarm so I may witness the performance on time. The system confirmed with an okay. For the sake of witnessing the drama, all was worthwhile. In the dead of night, Husi struck Jimian's back with a rod, exclaiming, Wretched child. When you were 3, starving by the roadside, I rescued you. And now you dare commit fraud and embezzle temple funds, scheming with Jiang Lioli? After all these years, I have nurtured a vicious dog. Cold sweat cascaded down Jimian's brow. His fraudulent activities were not new, having previously engaged in petty theft, but it was only in recent days that he had attempted something significant. Why, just as he acted. Had he been caught? His feelings for Jiang Liuli had only recently emerged. Why? Confusion clouded his mind. Hussy struck him again with the ledger. You fool. Do you know what kind of person Jiang Liuli is? She is a scorpion. You have been played.
No.
Liuli is the finest woman in the world. Her home is a hellish place, and only I can rescue her from her suffering. Only I am willing to help her. Hussy, flustered, trembled with rage. Master Huixin pulled him aside, smiling as he addressed Jiamian. Living in hardship? Go to the capital and ask. The Jiang family treats this illegitimate daughter better than their own son. One of her gold hairpins could buy 10 acres of fertile land. Have you ever seen a destitute family like hers? That is a lie, Uncle Master. The Jiang family is treacherous. You have all been deceived. The three masters realized they could not reason with him any further. They also agreed with Jiang Shuyue's assertion that mere book knowledge was futile. Just look at how a great monk had transformed in mere days, due to a woman. Amitba, Jiamian, we have said all we can. Whether you believe it is up to you. Your path is your own. However, you must repay the temple a total of 21,525 taels. Once settled, you may leave the mountain. Jiamian was surprised at how easily he could depart, feeling a surge of joy. He possessed 30,000 taels in banknotes. After repaying the temple, he would still have enough to take his beloved to a quaint place and purchase a house with a courtyard to live a simple life. By the way, all your expenses at the temple were public funds. Everything must be confiscated. You will no longer be the senior disciple. Reside with the common disciples instead. Work diligently to earn more, so you may soon depart and marry your beloved. Jiamian froze, like a crazed donkey charging ahead. You old fool. On what grounds do you take my money? Hui Ming, having finished laughing, turned serious. Nothing here belongs to you, neither the money nor Jiang Liuli. Jiamian, allow me to impart one final lesson. One must recognize their own worth. Do not covet what does not belong to you. Chapter 83. A loving family. Jie Yan, filled with indignation, bellowed, What do you mean? You old fool, you are simply envious of me, doing this on purpose. On purpose, my foot. Hui Xi retaliated with a swift kick that sent Jie Yan sprawling. You pathetic wretch, devoid of wealth and companionship, do you really think anyone would desire you? You are merely a tool. They only covet the highest position. You, on the other hand, are utterly deluded. Yet, Jie Yan remained unconvinced. His beloved Lu Li was, as her name suggested, an exquisite beauty, far from the malicious creature they painted her to be. Bring Jie Yan to the woodshed and keep a close watch. We shall deliberate his fate tomorrow. The newly appointed enforcer of the discipline hall personally oversaw Jie Yan's confinement. Hui Xi, incensed, exclaimed, Junior brother, what are you doing? I have not finished reprimanding him. This fool is under a spell. Unless I rouse him with my words, I cannot rest easy. Once ensnared in such a spell, further words are futile. Tomorrow, let him confront reality. It is late. My brother should retire for the night. Hui Ming stifled several yawns, deciding to forego the morning lesson and indulge in a peaceful slumber until the arrival of the Grand Lama. As noon approached the following day, the Grand Lama had been seated in the temple for quite some time, yet Master Hui Ming had yet to make an appearance. The notable monks mentioned in the news were also conspicuously absent. Growing restless, the Grand Lama, with legs numb, chided the little monk. Where is the host? I have been waiting for an hour. Why has the master not yet arrived? Is this your hospitality? The monk, caught in a difficult situation, stammered an excuse. A difficult situation? Could something have gone amiss? The Grand Lama, with a smile, pressed the little monk, stubbornly trailing toward the back courtyard, where he was met with the sound of a woman's wail. Had Hui Ming hidden a woman? Such a scandal! Pushing through the crowd, he prepared to witness the spectacle, only to hear Jiang Li's cries. Your Highness, you must stand up for me. I was merely resting when, for some unknown reason, I ended up in my sister's room. Surely, someone has conspired against me. Who is speaking? The Grand Lama scanned the surroundings and spotted several maidens. Jiang Shuyue quipped, Why hasn't Han Xiaoban gone mad yet? I am eagerly awaiting the performance. Lend me some strength. Jiang Li suddenly swayed, her head spinning. In an instant, She burst into a fit of laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, how delightful! Had I known the bridal chamber was so exhilarating, I would have sought out more men. Such a handsome young man you are, why not become my sister's consort? Once I become empress, I shall secure you a distinguished position, ensuring your utmost comfort. What say you?" With a playful grin, Jiang Li tilted the prince's chin, her demeanor dripping with flattery. Jiang Li intends to make the prince her kept man. How audacious. I admire her boldness. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Your Highness, I have high hopes for you. I do not share those sentiments, the prince retorted, unceremoniously pushing Jiang Li away. Second miss, do you comprehend what you are doing? Of course I do. I am courting you. Do you not find me beautiful? Surely, I surpass my sister in allure. That wretched girl, riding on the coattails of the Liu family, dared to trample me. Once I ascend to the throne, the first decree will be her downfall. The Grand Lama was taken aback by Jiang Li's ferocity. Yet, more astonishing than her ruthlessness was her unabashed boldness, having traversed from the west. He had never before encountered a lady so brazenly flaunting her attire. Jiang Li danced and laughed. Let them perish. I shall slay them all. I am the queen. Radiating confidence. Ha! What is Zhou Yunshin compared to me? I shall soon have him bound to my bed, and let Jiang Shuyue witness her beloved in my grasp, unable to live or die. Where is that little chicken? I crave a grand chicken leg. The Grand Lama observed Jiang Li, pondering, is she insane? Jiang Li wiggled her backside at the prince. Do you wish to capture me? Come on. I fear you not. Jiang Shuyue, where are you? I have yet to frame you for anything. How can you vanish? Woe is me. Why was I not born into the Liu family? Why must Jiang Shuyue marry in my stead? She ought to be beneath my heel. Yet here I am, the one who has sullied my name, looked down upon. Why is this so? That wretched girl should have been drowned long ago. It is my father's merciful heart that has brought me to this plight. Jiang Shuyue interjected, why do we keep circling back to the same old grievances? There is nothing new to hear. I am growing weary. The system chimed in, allow me to share a tidbit. Do you see that Grand Lama? De Yun Lama has a brother, a wealthy merchant, who is also a source of pride for De Yun. De Yun Lama puffed up with pride. My brother is not only affluent, but also a benevolent man. The system, with a sly tone, continued, however, he is duplicitous. Using De Yun's name to embezzle funds for city repairs and secretly trafficking children to supply his business partners. He has committed nearly every vice imaginable. Jiang Shuyue shook her head in sympathy. There are always brothers who wish to harm me. Brothers are wolves, digging deep pits and being no good at all. The prince instinctively glanced at the little one in his arms. Brothers can be fragrant too. The system added, De Yun also has an elder brother, who is genuinely gentle and cultured, influenced by Han culture from a young age, dedicated to improving the lives of the common people. Alas, the youngest brother is a rogue. He once colluded with bandits to rob, resulting in the elder brother losing a leg, and even abducted his sister-in-law.
Dayon Lames resolved.
Surely not. My younger brother would not engage in such acts. Could it be mere slander? Jiang Shuyue inquired, is this true? Was it forced love, or something akin to Pan Jinlian? The system replied, both. Initially, the sister-in-law was unwilling. But as her husband became incapacitated and the younger brother treated her with kindness, she eventually succumbed to temptation, and upon seeing her brother-in-law, she lifted her skirts and went to him. Jiang Shuyue remarked, what a delightfully chaotic family they are. Chapter 84. The encounter between the time-traveled woman and the time-traveled Lama De Yun, the Lama, felt a surge of confusion. The performance displayed was simply too remarkable. System. Not just that, his sister-in-law is about to give birth, and the child is not his elder brother's. Jiang Shuyue. Let me guess. It must be his younger brother's. System. Correct. The system indicates it is likely a son. Congratulations to the Lama. Regardless, the family will have an heir. De Yun, the Lama, felt an urge to cry out for his mother. Initially, he intended to confine his younger brother and give him a severe lesson. As for his sister-in-law, a woman of such loose morals could simply be disposed of. However, with her bearing a child, she was now untouchable and would require the same reverence as a grandmother. Hui Ming, noticing the Lama's discomfort, felt quite well. If everyone must suffer, Why should only good Yuan Temple endure the burden? All beings are equal. Jiang Shuyue, the Lama is indeed a man of misfortune. I have a suggestion. De Yun perked up, listening intently. Jiang Shuyue. He could take Jiang Liuli away and marry her to his younger brother. As the saying goes, one can counter poison with poison. There are always wicked people to deal with wicked individuals. I believe Jiang Liuli will surely wreak havoc. Upon hearing her cunning laughter, De Yun, the Lama, was utterly disheartened. By all accounts, this woman should be an embodiment of miracles. Yet her words were more villainous than those of an antagonist. He began to doubt his judgment. Jiang Liuli seized the drawstring of her pouch around her neck. Brother Jian,
Do you desire me?
help me dispose of Jiang Shuyue and I shall marry you. All right? Impudent monk, do you think you are worthy? Even a toad should have some self-awareness, right? Someone, chop him into mincemeat. Jiang Liuli laughed uproariously, nearly losing her trousers in the process. The crown prince hastily covered Xiaolu's eyes, saying, Do not look. Beware of getting a sty. What are you all waiting for? Bind her and take her away. Today's events will be reported to the emperor in full. Jiang Shuyue. Jiang Liuli's dreams of being the national mother are shattered. System. It seems the emperor and the crown prince are united in heart. He is currently perusing 18 punishments for traitorous maidens. Jiang Shuyue. I hope Jiang Liuli can endure the 18 punishments before her demise. Jiang Liuli, perched atop a guard's head, howled at the sky, only to be knocked unconscious by a durian shell thrown by eunuch Qin. Useless creature. How could such a person remain conscious? Leaving her to continue causing discomfort? Wrap her tightly. We cannot allow anyone to suffer from styes. The guards retrieved 2 blankets from the room, binding Jiang Liuli securely. In the process, they also dragged out Mei Yonk, who was hanging from the blankets. Jiang Shuyue. Mei Yonk's appearance is rather unique. Shoes worn on his hands, long hair styled into horn-like buns, and a woman's, underwear hanging from his waist. Jiang Shuyue laughed heartily. I said Jiang Liuli's trousers look strange. It turns out they are not only worn inside out but also empty. System. Enough laughter. Let us show some concern for the disabled, shall we? Mei Yonk overworked himself yesterday and can hardly stand up right now. The crown prince commanded, Someone, silence this person. Send him immediately to the Duke of Zhennan's residence for the Duke to deal with. Mei Yonk panicked, crying and crawling to grasp the crown prince's feet. Your Highness, spare my life. It's not my fault. It was all Jiang Liuli's scheme. I merely acted on orders. Acted on orders? I was unaware that a false young lady could command court officials. Someone, break his legs before sending him over. Your Highness, Your Highness. The guard shoved a shoehorn into Mei Yonk's mouth, swiftly rendering him a cripple. Jiang Shuyue. A shoehorn stuffed in his mouth suits him just right. System. Host. I haven't finished my gossip. De Yun's second disciple has taken a liking to his younger brother, secretly transferring the Lama's assets. De Yun, the Lama, was in excruciating turmoil. His devoted second disciple had stealthily transferred his wealth. What in this world was genuine?
Da Yun, inadazi.
Mounted something and gave it a light slap on the rear. Hey, where do you think you're going? Wait, don't leave. Hui Ming held her hand and whispered for quite some time. As Jiang Shuyue rode on the donkey's back, she pondered. Master Hui Ming said, I am always welcome here. And if I come to a realization someday, I could stay long-term. Master Hui Ming, he wouldn't have developed feelings for me, would he? The system rolled its eyes at her. You think too much. He merely wishes for you to become the next abbot. He has already convened a meeting of the monks to discuss revising the rules, merging monks and nuns. Jiang Shuyue. Does Master Hui Ming aspire to unify the nunneries? Quite ambitious. System. I believe he sensed the faint aura of the Heavenly Dao within you, hence his desire for you to take on the role of abbot. Jiang Shuyue. He might as well abandon that hope. In a place devoid of meat and wine, who would wish to go? I certainly want tea. Jiang Shuyue sat cross-legged on the donkey, a chicken leg in one hand and a strawberry in the other, living in sheer contentment. The only regret was that Jiang Liuli's exit had been far too swift. She hadn't amassed enough of her green tea value yet. Suddenly, the system called out. Attention, attention. A shocking revelation is ahead. Where's the revelation? A young maiden suddenly emerged from the thicket, collapsing weakly right in front of the procession. Oh, Dear, it hurts. The maiden lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with a glimmer that evoked sympathy. Young master, a rogue is pursuing me. Could you assist me? The guards exchanged glances. Bewildered. Who is this young master she speaks of? The crown prince was hiding in the carriage. Surely, she couldn't be addressing him? System. Warning. A major revelation is occurring. The favored daughter of the Heavenly Dao, Lan Ruiyue, has appeared. The favored daughter of the Heavenly Dao? She had long heard of how 8 out of 10 scripts featured relatives of the Heavenly Dao, yet she never imagined the favored daughter would actually appear this time. The crown prince lifted the curtain of the carriage, curious to see what the favored daughter looked like, only to overhear Jiang Shuyue's thoughts. Jiang Shuyue. So she is Lan Ruiyue, the modern-day strategist who eliminates the arch-villain, vanquishes Morom Tianxi, and ascends to become the ultimate heroine? The crown prince narrowed his eyes. Having extinguished her uncle, did she still seek assistance? What a daydream. Shao Qin, continue forward. The crown prince commanded. And they moved ahead. Lan Ruiyue lay on the ground, watching the hooves of the horses approach, her mind buzzing. System. Wasn't it said that the crown prince is naturally refined and kind? Why is he so different from what you described? Chapter 85. The system officially renamed Huahua. Uncovering the intriguing tale of the time-traveling girl host, the characters detected by the system are undoubtedly accurate. Perhaps it is because the crown prince detests opportunistic behavior? Lan Ruiyue furrowed her brow. Even those who dislike opportunism wouldn't resort to such extreme measures, which could lead to fatal consequences. Host, if you do not evade, you truly might meet your demise. Marty hurled towards Lan Ruiyue's face. With deft agility, she executed a couple of rolls, narrowly avoiding a mortal blow. Internally, she cursed the inept system for being utterly useless at a critical moment, even displaying a hint of disdain. How unfortunate she felt to have bound herself to this major female protagonist system. Jiang Shuyue's little tuft of hair twitched. Something feels amiss. This fool seems dazed. As if conversing with someone. System. The daughter of Heavenly Dao, of course, must also be bound to a system. Jiang Shuyue. Then what is her system? Will our secrets be uncovered? I have no desire to engage in conflict with the daughter of Heavenly Dao. Fighting with those in privileged positions brings no benefit. As long as the other party remains compliant, she prefers to avoid unnecessary meddling. Exhausting oneself is not as rewarding as feasting, drinking, and sleeping soundly. That is the true essence of life. After a brief search, the system replied. Her system belongs to the Integrity faction. The specifics remain unknown. However, the gossip system is an exceptional existence that will not be detected by other energies. Rest assured, host. Moreover, although she is referred to as the daughter, as long as you do not cause her harm, there is no need for fear. She is a daughter of privilege and you are a benefactor. Neither is biologically related. So there is no need for trepidation. Jiang Shuyue exhaled in relief. She adhered to the principle of not provoking others unless provoked herself. Thankfully, she was not genuinely the daughter of privilege. Everyone sighed in relief, grateful that this would not hinder their enjoyment of gossip. Jiang Shuyue remarked, however, since everyone has a system, it feels strange that others share your name. Perhaps I should take this opportunity to rename you. How about Chow Chow, Huahua, Pin, or Kanji with lean meat? Do any of these appeal to you? System. Are you serious? Jiang Shuyue stared with bright, earnest eyes. Nothing could be more serious than her intention. System, reluctantly, then. Huahua it is. Jiang Shuyue. All right, Huahua, look, Lan Ruiyue is glaring at me. Lan Ruiyue locked eyes with Jiang Shuyue, sensing an inexplicable familiarity in her foolish demeanor. Yet, she couldn't quite pinpoint what was strange. Lan Ruiyue, system. I believe this person is not quite right. Could you conduct a search on her? System. The system has detected the character Jiang Shuyue, wife of the Marquis of Zhennan. However, as the plot is changed, the system deems her an unstable factor. Lan Ruiyue. Doesn't that mean she is an obstacle? Removing her should be beneficial for me. The system hesitated to nod. Logically, it possessed comprehensive data, even tracing back the lineage of the other party. Yet, for some reason, it seemed unable to retrieve complete information on Jiang Shuyue. System. I think you should steer clear of her. Something feels off. Lan Ruiyue, I see you are simply timid. What is there to fear from an ancient character in a novel? Besides, she appears so foolish that she would be easy to manipulate, possibly aiding me in swiftly achieving my goals. Jiang Shuyue, munching on a chicken leg, thought Unraveling looked increasingly foolish. Does she truly seem like someone who has traveled through time? Huahua, the gossip system officially renamed Huahua Unraveling, the strategist, target unknown. Do not be misled by her seemingly foolish demeanor. She is a doctor in the modern world. Graduated from one of the top 3 universities globally. Published over 100 papers, each costing hundreds of thousands of yuan. Jiang Shuyue choked momentarily, prompting Huahua to quickly offer her water. After gulping down a few mouthfuls, she recovered somewhat. A paper costs hundreds of thousands? Did she purchase her papers? Huahua. To be precise, they were bought by her wealthy boss, who recognized her as his savior in childhood and has since been devotedly following her. When she grew tired of him, she went abroad to study medicine, and her boss donated a building, then a library, ultimately establishing a fund to ensure her enrollment. When she was nearing graduation, her boss leveraged his connections to support a group of underprivileged students. A paper started at 500,000, key papers at 800,000, and major breakthroughs at 2 million, effectively transforming Unraveling into a renowned doctor. Jiang Shuyue, with over $1 billion in total. If I had that sum, I would deposit half in the bank for interest and use the other half to hire experts to manage my business. Why toil so hard? Huahua. Thus, she is bound to the integrity system. She aspires to be a major female protagonist, relying solely on herself, and the more her boss gives, the more she distances herself. Jiang Shuyue envisioned 2 figures, one a cute version of the boss, the other a cute version of Unraveling. Huahua, little boss, Lan, my feelings for you are genuine. Lan, no, you are only seeking self-satisfaction. You do not care about my feelings at all, little boss, I despise you. Huahua. Thus, they remained entangled until the true savior appeared, resulting in a tragic love triangle where Unraveling ultimately faced defeat, her reputation ruined, blaming the little boss for her downfall. In a fit of anger, she cursed men, only to slip and perish by the bathtub. The crown prince fell silent. It sounded rather tragic. Yet, he felt something was off. What exactly was amiss? He could not articulate. Jiang Shuyue scoffed, knowing she is searching for her savior. This fool has been silent for over a decade, receiving benefits while maintaining a sense of superiority. When the true savior arrives, she will undoubtedly fall into her trap. Huahua applauded. Host, you are remarkable. How did you know that? Jiang Shuyue, with a sense of pride, tilted her head. I have read too many CEO novels. I could guess 99% with my eyes closed. The true savior is either her half-sister or her close friend. Once she learns of the savior's heroic deeds, she will meddle, all while adhering to a principle of silence, ensuring that even if the truth is revealed, she can feign innocence, claiming, I never said that. You misunderstood. But in reality, she has stolen from others and remains self-righteous, indistinguishable in essence from Jiang Liuli, both being scoundrels. The crown prince suddenly grasped the situation. He had sensed something was off, and upon hearing Jiang Shuyue's words, he finally understood the discrepancy. Wasn't this an upgraded version of Jiang Liuli, with an even thicker skin and lesser principles? Chapter 86. When it comes to dogs, she is the one the crowd silently shifted aside, steering clear of Unraveling. It was wise to maintain a distance from someone whose sanity seemed questionable. Unraveling could not fathom why everyone's gazes felt so peculiar. Was her behavior truly that jarring? This group of paper-thin individuals was indeed a curious assembly of rustic folk. She attempted to approach the carriage, yet the occupants remained inscrutable, their faces hidden from view. Although the seemingly insignificant characters in front of her appeared both foolish and impoverished, she recognized that as a lady of the marquis, deceiving them could facilitate her future endeavors. Dear lady, I find myself in a perilous situation and can hardly proceed. As fellow women, might you extend a helping hand? I assure you, once we reach the imperial city, I shall not trouble you further. Huahua remarked, what is she thinking? Does she believe we are easy targets? Coming here to stir up trouble? Jiang Shuyue retorted, Huahua, you're no spring chicken, why the rage? Stay composed. If it comes to a pinch, let Wuyue launch a surprise attack and bury her. Wuyue eagerly raised both hands in agreement, finding the task far less daunting than roasting mountain fowl. Jiang Shuyue, with a charming smile, beckoned Lan Ruiyue with a graceful curl of her fingers.
What?
You wish for money? To rescue you and transport you to the imperial city. Surely you must cover the travel expenses? Surely not, fair maiden. You do not intend to take advantage of me.
Do you?
Those who attract malice must be of considerable wealth. Why be so miserly towards your savior? 100 taels of silver would cover food, lodging, and protection. This deal is a great bargain for you. Do not hesitate. Make your decision swiftly, for this opportunity shall not linger. Lan Ruiyue, system. What others say is not unfounded. There is no obligation to assist you, given our lack of kinship. Lan Ruiyue yearned to chastise the troublesome system. Not only did it refuse to help her, but it also sought to bolster the confidence of others at her expense. What a wretched system. Guahou noted, detected fluctuations in the opponent's system energy. Emotions classified as despondent and irritable. Jiang Shuyue quipped, blaming the system for one's own inadequacies? Such double standards. Xiao Lu whispered, elder brother. Shuyue says those who espouse double standards are akin to dogs. That ugly creature must be a double-standard dog, right? Xiao Lu was astute. She needed to steer clear of that woman. She was no good, and associating with her could lead to corruption. Xiao Lu discreetly produced 2 pieces of foul candy. Jiang Liuli's usefulness had waned. A new chase tester had emerged. How splendid. Jiang Shuyue, growing impatient, lay on the donkey's back and waved her hand. If you lack funds, do not waste my time. I have no desire to associate with the impoverished.
No, y pushas bail.
Here are 50 taels. Once you escort me to the imperial city, I shall provide you with the remaining sum. Reluctantly, Lan Ruiyue presented the banknote. It was all the fault of the second prince. He had promised to arrange for her to approach the crown prince, but at the last moment, news of a change in plans had her heading to the temple to run into the prince instead. Now, she had given all to this fool. How utterly outrageous. Jiang Shuyue meticulously examined the banknote, ensuring its authenticity before stowing it away. Just 50 taels, and you need to convert it to a banknote? You truly are something. Lan Ruiyue seethed internally. Was 50 taels not money? Who did she look down upon? The remaining 50 would accrue interest daily at 3%. Come, affix your fingerprint. Jiang Shuyue presented the contract for Lan Ruiyue to sign. Guahou asked, when did you prepare this contract, host? Jiang Shuyue replied, I have always kept one on hand. Did you not know? Guahou shook her head, and Jiang Shuyue sighed deeply. Guahou, you must do better, as a system. How can you neglect your host? Guahou nodded, realizing Jiang Shuyue was correct. She, too, needed to strive harder. Guahou reported, I've uncovered a small plot. The 2 individuals in the woods were hired by Lan Ruiyue. Yet they are genuine ruffians, planning to finish the job and abduct her as a concubine. Jiang Shuyue suddenly felt sympathy for Lan Ruiyue. She cannot even aspire to be the main wife, relegated to being a concubine? How pitiful. Dismounting, Jiang Shuyue patted Little Strawberry's head. Since we accepted the payment, let us have Little Strawberry carry you. Poor thing, a donkey? What of it? All creatures possess spirits. All beings are equal. Little Strawberry selflessly toils for humanity. How dare you belittle it? No, I did not mean that. Best to keep it that way. Here us a basket of strawberries. Feed it 5 every half hour. As for those 2 ruffians, I shall deal with them. Ruiyue half knelt before Jiang Shuyue. Your subordinate is here. Those 2 ruffians in the woods are bullying our employer. Go and incapacitate them, then bury them in the earth. Remember to leave a head exposed. Do not kill them outright. I wish to accrue merit, and it is best to minimize bloodshed.
Lan Zui panic.
She had hired members of the Black Wind Hall, a den of vengeance and stinginess. If they were to be eliminated entirely, leaving no survivors would only invite future retribution. What a troublesome predicament. Feigning fear, Lan Ruiyue implored, Dear lady, they are all villains. Leaving them alive is a calamity. Why not seize this opportunity to eliminate the threat and perform a good deed? Guahou chimed in, Congratulations, host. Your green tea value has increased by 100. Jiang Shuyue remarked, Truly a daughter of the Heavenly Way. Such lowly discourse possesses remarkable value. Guahou countered, I believe you are the true daughter of the Heavenly Way. The Lord of the Heavenly Way has bestowed benefits upon you across dimensions.
Jiang Shuyue get.
I am not that remarkable. Unraveling was bewildered by her laughter. Seeing her so radiant made her want to deliver a couple of punches to Jiang Shuyue. Dear lady, should you spare these evildoers, they will surely become a future threat. You are a good person. You cannot bear to witness the innocent suffer, can you? Wu Yue yearned to bury her as well. What was a mere transmigrated to dare show such disrespect towards her master? San Hua's claws began to twitch. Perhaps it would be best to tear her apart first, and then bury her. One stroke to end it all. Jiang Shuyue suddenly grasped Unraveling's hand. You are quite the ruthless one. My husband battles far and wide, yet he is too soft-hearted. I often worry he may come to harm due to his compassion. If I could have someone as merciless as you. Oh, I mean someone who is both righteous and steadfast, I would feel much more at ease. Wu Yue asked, your master is soft-hearted?
Since when?
Why was I not informed? Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Soft-hearted. What did that term have to do with the Marquis of Southern Town? Why are you silent, dear lady? If you remain silent, I shall take it as your consent. Rest assured, I will ensure my husband arranges a fine position for you. Your monthly stipend shall not be lacking. Guahou cautioned, host. We still do not know who our target of conquest is. Is it wise to decide so hastily? Jiang Shuyue replied, if necessary. We can marginalize her and send a few people to watch her movements. If all else fails, assign her to a mission. A casual assassination attempt would suffice, no worries. Everyone thought, to speak of dogs, it is indeed you. Chapter 87. She is the darling of the villain, a mere delicate woman. Would rather not. Dear lady, you are far too modest. How could one so ruthless be considered weak? We should all aspire to learn from you. Unraveling gritted her teeth in silence. That wretched girl dares to mock me. Who does she think she is? Just a flimsy paper doll, a country bumpkin. And yet she has the audacity to act so brazenly. System. Please refrain from referring to her as a paper doll. Someone might take offense and end your life in a moment of impulse. I know. Must you be so bothersome? Unraveling swallowed her indignation and feigned innocence. I merely wished to spare others from suffering as I have. I did not intend for you to misunderstand. My apologies. Very well, May, take her along. Miss Lan is one who repays grudges and has a straightforward nature. Thus, it is imperative that she takes matters into her own hands. Take matters into my own hands? What do you mean? Hey, don't fly away. I'm afraid of heights. Unraveling was hoisted under May's arm and whisked away, her cries echoing into the sky. Guahou, I came for the drama. After May nearly beat her to death, she personally instructed Unraveling on how to kill. This girl has a slight aversion to blood. With one swift stroke, she fainted into a muddy pit. Jiang Shuyue, is the doctor really squeamish about blood? Guahou, it is said her literary talents were bought by a domineering CEO, and she might not even know the placement of her kidneys and liver. Before hitting her head, she was in the bathroom devouring roasted chicken livers, unable to resist the deliciousness, and indulged for an entire week, resulting in hemorrhoids. 3 days post-mortem, she was discovered with 2 chicken livers stuffed in her mouth. Sensationalist media sparked several trending topics. The hemorrhoid girl dies for chicken livers. Is it a reflection of humanity's decline or moral corruption? Or simply because chicken livers are too delectable? Jiang Shuyue was momentarily stunned, then erupted into a peal of laughter. Haha, this is too much. Those media outlets are something else. What was the CEO's reaction to the news? Guahou. The little tyrant still had to maintain a facade of dignity. Plus, his little darling and Unraveling are good friends. They arranged an extravagant funeral for Unraveling, covering all the gourmet chicken liver dishes, stir-fried, marinated, roasted, over 7 days, each presented before Unraveling's memorial. They even gathered a multitude of journalists for a live broadcast of the grand funeral, leading the online community to affectionately nickname Unraveling Chicken Liver Triumph. Jiang Shuyue laughed even harder, repeatedly murmuring, Chicken Liver Triumph. The prince chuckled, causing the carriage to sway. Little Six pinched his waist. Your Highness, stop laughing. The carriage is shaking. Sister Shuyue will notice. Apologies, I simply couldn't contain myself. Chicken Liver Triumph. Haha, who is so clever as to come up with such a name? The group on horseback was equally unsettled, nearly bursting from laughter. From now on, I can never look at chicken livers the same way again. Lan Ruiyue, covered in mud, spent 2 days trying to rid herself of the dirt. Upon arriving in the capital, the system detected the villain's presence and immediately raised the alarm. Here he comes. The greatest villain of the entire narrative, Zhou Yunshin. Lan Ruiyue, isn't he that foolish girl's husband? Good, let me see what kind of monster could decimate a 1,000,000-strong army. She flung open the carriage door and boldly confronted the troops at the city gate. Zhou Yunshin, seated on horseback, spotted a lively figure rushing towards him. He dismounted gracefully, his movements leaving Lan Ruiyue dazed. This is Zhou Yunshin? He is even more handsome than any celebrity I have ever seen. System. Host, while handsome appearances are plentiful, the task remains paramount. He is your adversary. Do not be beguiled. Lan Ruiyue steadied her thoughts. Rest assured, I am not so superficial. It is merely unfortunate for that foolish girl. Being rejected by such a handsome man must sting her heart. My dear, you have come to fetch me? Jiang Shuyue prepared to leap into his embrace, as in the comics, but before she could reach him, she stumbled over a loose stone and fell towards the ground. Lan Ruiyue felt the air shift dramatically, and when she opened her eyes again, she saw Zhou Yunshin had swiftly moved behind her to catch Jiang Shuyue securely. She bit her lip, feeling a mix of grievance, fear, helplessness, and a hint of annoyance, gazing at Zhou Yunshin with longing. Zhou Yunshin's voice was laced with tenderness. His gaze as deep as water. Do not cry, my dear. It is merely the uneven road. Someone come. Repair this area immediately. Has my Duke of the South lost even a mere 10,000 taels? Send a few men to clear the path daily. I do not wish for such mishaps to occur again. After issuing his cold orders, Zhou Yunshin seamlessly transitioned to a gentler demeanor. You have no idea. I haven't been full these past few days. Master Huiming has been feeding me like a rabbit, forcing me to hunt wild chickens at midnight. It has been quite the ordeal. Yes, my dear, I know you've been through much hardship. If he were present, he would have surely dealt a sound thrashing to those monks, insisting they prepare meat dishes daily. It was the incompetence of his subordinates that led to his wife's suffering. Zhou Yunshin pinched her soft waist, chuckling. My dear, have you thought of me lately? Well, yes, somewhat. Hua, host. You are feeling guilty. Jiang Shuyue, because I've been too busy enjoying the drama to think of him. Though I did briefly ponder him while comparing him to Mei Yunqi's attributes, so at least I'm not entirely lying. Zhou Yunshin's expression darkened, and he applied more pressure with his fingers, digging deeper. If she didn't want to think of him, that was one thing. But to compare him to that useless Mei Yunqi? Clearly, her perception of him was flawed. In a low, husky voice, Zhou Yunshin whispered near her ear. My dear, each day without you feels like a year. The few days you have been away have felt like an eternity. I have missed you immensely. I even took leave from court these past 2 days. Do you understand? Jiang Shuyue's face turned as rosy as a peach, ripe to the point of bursting. Does he mean what I think he means? Hua nodded vigorously. Yes, that is precisely what he means. Host. I have requested a recording feature from the Heavenly Dao. Would you like me to record it? Jiang Shuyue shouted internally. What on earth is a recording? You want a 24-hour replay? Little Hua, do you realize this is premium content? Little 6, if it incurs a fee, can we watch it? How much? The prince. No, you do not want to. Zhou Yunshin couldn't help but chuckle softly. He found this feature rather appealing. In the future, during military campaigns, he could always see his wife's enchanting figure, which brought him joy just thinking about it. Lan Ruiyue watched them share tender moments, their affection palpable, and couldn't help but cast a dubious glance at the system. Lan Ruiyue. Oh, system. Are you certain you've placed me in the right narrative? This country bumpkin certainly does not appear to be mere cannon fodder. It seems she has become the darling of the villain. Chapter 88. The time to showcase one's vision has arrived. She hastily conducted a search and found no bugs. Perhaps your timing was off, leading to a butterfly effect that altered the course of events. Lan Ruiyue mused, half convinced. Yet, apart from this explanation, she could find no other reasonable rationale. Observing the affectionate demeanor of the couple, an inexplicable resentment surged within her. How could such a handsome man belong to someone else? And as for the country bumpkin, Relying on a man due to her own inadequacies was utterly disgraceful for a woman. Moreover, if she had paid more attention to her footing, this situation might have been averted. It seemed excessive for the marquis to expend such resources over a trivial matter. Zhou Yunshin raised his head slightly. Every hour, Sanhua and Wu Yue would send messages detailing the situation. He had already discerned that this person was the time-traveling girl. Reflecting on the days spent distancing himself from Jiang Shuyue merely to silence a woman, he found himself not only empty-handed, but also allowing the time-traveler to grow closer to his wife. A surge of indignation welled up within Zhou Yunshin. Just as he was at a loss for an outlet for his frustration, this individual dared to provoke him, leaving him with no choice. With a cold demeanor, Zhou Yunshin spoke. "What do you think you are? This matter between me and my wife is not something you should meddle in." Lan Ruoyue's expression stiffened, and she inwardly cursed. What a presumptuous creature, relying on the merits of his ancestors. How dare he humiliate me in such a manner? System, host, calm down. The task is of utmost importance, and we should not offend the arch-nemesis at this time. Lan Ruoyue retorted. Who says so? The crown prince is still in the carriage. As long as I display an extraordinary demeanor, he will undoubtedly favor me. The antagonist is destined for demise, and my priority is to swiftly approach the centers of power. The system contemplated her words and deemed them reasonable, thus refraining from further persuasion. Lan Ruoyue's anger intensified, and she rebuked Zhou Yunshin loudly. Though you hold the title of Marquis of Southern Town, it is merely a result of fortunate birth. I may be a commoner, yet I possess my own dignity. I hope the Marquis will choose his words carefully and refrain from humiliating others at will. Zhou Yunshin raised an eyebrow. Throughout his life, no one had dared speak to him in such a manner, not even the late emperor, who would only offer gentle reprimands when angered. This woman seemed to be courting death. Jiang Shuyue could not help but comment, is she a fool, or is she in a hurry to be reborn? To speak so boldly to the arch-nemesis, does she have a death wish? Hua replied, perhaps she wishes to prove her fortitude. I cannot fathom the mind of a faux strong woman. Jiang Shuyue scoffed, nonsense. She's merely a grand fool. Hua, you should be grateful to be bound to me. If you were to encounter a host like her, you would be in tears. Hua nodded vigorously. That grand fool appeared to have an unfavorable countenance, and it could be assumed that binding to her would lead to a swift demise. Zhou Yunshin remarked, seeing your envy. Why not allow me to assist you in your rebirth? The guards escorting the carriage suddenly pointed their blades at Lan Ruoyue. She trembled in fear, yet she could not falter. As a modern individual, unlike these rustic fools, she had to exhibit a distinct persona. Lan Ruoyue feigned calmness. You bully the weak, shamelessly. It seems you possess quite a thick skin. How interesting it would be to discover just how thick it truly is. Shuyue drew her sword and made a shallow gesture in front of Lan Ruoyue. Although the blade was somewhat large, her subordinate would be cautious, ensuring to peel off her entire visage. You've gone mad. You are all insane to commit such violence in public.
Lan vui truly panic.
Realizing from Shuyue's demeanor that she was genuinely intent on removing her face, she shouted towards Jiang Shuyue, are you just going to stand there and watch? Jiang Shuyue shrugged. What else should I do? She is not my child. Am I expected to sacrifice myself for her? Hua interjected, host. She still owes you over 50 taels of silver. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, why didn't you mention this sooner? Hua replied. Your attempt to change the subject is rather clumsy. Hua. Is this even permissible? Shuyue sheathed her sword and led the magnificent steed over. Lan Ruoyue, bewildered, asked, is that it? Do you have nothing else to say? Jiang Shuyue stared at her in confusion for a moment before suddenly realizing, remember to repay me soon. For every day you delay, interest will accrue. Miss Lan, I believe in you. Lan Ruoyue felt utterly defeated. Shouldn't a reasonable person be on her side and argue against the opposition? After all, she was the one in the right. Why was this country bumpkin not adhering to the expected script? Unwilling to give up, Lan Ruoyue continued, I will certainly repay you, but aside from that, shouldn't the Marquis' residence provide an explanation to the commoners for their extravagant expenditures? Numerous citizens were entering and exiting the city gate, all standing by to pay their respects to the crown prince's procession. Her tone grew increasingly impatient. Firstly, My husband stated that the marquis' residence would fund the road repairs without taking a single coin from the public coffers, and it also provided opportunities for others to earn. Based on current labor rates and the area of the road, approximately 20 laborers could each earn over a tael of silver. This means more than 20 families could enjoy a more prosperous livelihood. Instead of expressing gratitude, you slander my husband. What is your intent? She paused, finally adding, moreover, while I admit I was inattentive, this road is riddled with potholes and inconvenient for the populace. Would it not be beneficial to repair it? Unraveling found herself at a loss for words, sputtering, but a tael of silver is far too little. Your residence is grand and prosperous. Cannot you contribute more for the benefit of the common people? Zhou Yunshan's fingers absently stroked the reins. His patience had been thoroughly exhausted, and he felt an overwhelming urge to cleave her in two. The sight of her blood splattering would surely be more appealing than this moment. Jiang Shuyue inwardly cursed. Damn it, where did this self-righteous fool come from? How dare she impose her double standards on me? Fine, if I don't dig a pit for you. Consider it my loss. Jiang Shuyue feigned softness and said, I did not expect Miss Lan to possess such magnanimity. It seems my marquis' residence lacks vision. Just as Unraveling was about to nod in agreement, she heard Jiang Shuyue exclaim loudly, Everyone! This Miss Lan is willing to pay triple the price to hire workers for road repairs. Let us applaud her. Unraveling was instantly dumbfounded, shouting in frustration. When did I ever say such a thing? Furthermore, triple the price. This is blatant price gouging. Did you not assert that those with wealth and influence ought to contribute? They are all impoverished commoners struggling to make ends meet. If you spend 100 taels on a donkey, surely spending 1,000 taels to hire workers for road repairs should not pose a problem. My marquis' residence is small-minded and stingy, whereas Miss Lan is generous.
Miss Lan.
The time has come for you to demonstrate your vision. Go for it. Chapter 89. Even more unraveling is still a negative little bun to my astonishment. Miss Lan possesses such profound wisdom. On behalf of the court, I extend my gratitude to Miss Lan. The prince, who had not left his carriage for a day, suddenly descended while cradling the sixth prince, and with a slight bow before Zhou Yunshan, remarked, My lord, you appear to have lost weight after our time apart. Such is to be expected, the prince replied, turning to bestow a radiant smile upon Unraveling. An air of nobility enveloped the scene, and Unraveling felt as though a golden spring breeze caressed her face. Is this truly the crown prince? She mused. Indeed, he is a dragon among men, so vastly different from that troublesome antagonist. The system interjected, Host, do not forget that the crown prince ultimately serves as mere cannon fodder. Your mission remains paramount. Unraveling countered, Isn't my task merely to support the fourth prince's ascension? This does not preclude me from admiring the crown prince. Once I become the national master, I can easily ensnare him. Men are permitted to have multiple wives. Why should she not indulge in the same? Unraveling straightened her posture, instinctively tugging at her attire. Jiang Shuyue quipped, I suspect she wishes to reveal a deep V to catch the crown prince's eye, but alas, her heavy attire with a high collar thwarts her efforts. How frustrating! Huahua added, It would be futile. With an A-cup size, how could she possibly have a cleavage? Zhou Yunshan chuckled mischievously. Though he did not comprehend the term A-cup, he could certainly attest to Unravuling's diminutive proportions. Were she to tie her hair up, one might struggle to discern her gender. His own wife, however, was soft and pleasing to embrace. The crown prince awkwardly masked his discomfort with a smile. He had encountered thousands of women, and he wondered whom such looks could possibly entice. Did he appear to be a famished man? Miss Lan, he called. Yes, Your Highness. Do you intend to uphold justice? The Zhennan Marquis estate is truly overstepping. I entrust the road construction to you, Miss Lan. Once completed, I shall report to my father and present you with a plaque of honor. I shall take my leave now, so as not to impede the common folk. It was only then that Unraveling became aware of the peculiar gazes from the surrounding populace. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she maintained her composure and replied coldly, If that is the case, I shall make the arrangements. Might I have your contact information, Your Highness? The crown prince was momentarily taken aback, only to be met with Jiang Shuyue's uproarious laughter. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, Does she think she's in the modern era? Perhaps she wishes to ask the crown prince for his WeChat? Why not give her the future crown princess's WeChat, so she can have a proper chat with the main character? Guahou commented, "Host, you're rather mischievous." Jiang Shuyue replied, "Not at all. I merely wish to see if the crown princess could knock some sense into her." Zhou Yunshin wrapped his arm around her waist, carefully placing Jiang Shuyue upon the horse. He could no longer endure the absurdity of her thoughts, fearing his wife might be influenced by such nonsense. "Your Highness, my wife and I shall visit the Jiang family this evening." "Understood. I shall ensure everything is arranged properly." Zhou Yunshin cast a cold glance at Lan Ruiyue. To brazenly solicit a man's address in public, attempting to establish secret correspondence, Miss Lan, your audacity and shamelessness are indeed remarkable. You, Zhou Yunshin, in a fit of irritation, caused the horse to rear, sending a cloud of dust toward Lan Ruiyue. Little Strawberry followed closely behind, playfully nudging her from behind. Lan Ruiyue arched gracefully through the air, landing deftly amidst the roadside bushes. The crown prince thought to himself, out of sight, out of mind, better to make a hasty retreat. By the time they arrived at the Jiang residence in the evening, the entire family had gathered in the courtyard of Madame Jiang. Only trusted confidants remained outside, while the inner courtyard was occupied by a select few. The crown prince sat beside the elderly matriarch, holding little Lu close. The usually lively old woman was unusually quiet today, curled up on her chair, without a sound. "My apologies for my tardiness," Zhou Yunshin said. Jiang looked up, nearly tumbling from his chair in shock. Although he was aware that Zhou Yunshin and that little vixen were coming, he was utterly unprepared for the presence of the 3 adopted sons. "Well, since you're here, what are these snacks for?" "Popcorn, osmanthus cake, almond crisps, candied hawthorn?" Jiang Qin cheerfully approached little sister. "Did you not have enough to eat for dinner? If you find yourself hungry at the marquis' estate, come to your second brother. I'll have the kitchen prepare something delicious for you." "Thank you, second brother, but I'm full." Jiang Shuyue thought to herself. "I can't very well admit I'm only here for the entertainment, can I?" Guahou chimed in, "Even if you did. Today promises not only a show but also a grand revelation, perfectly justifying these snacks." Jiang Shuyue declared, "Guahou, you're amazing. I must find a good spot to enjoy this spectacle." The crown prince stood, offering his chair. "My lord, please sit here." He gestured discreetly. "This spot has a great view. Quickly bring over your aunt to enjoy the show." Zhou Yunshin took his seat, pulling Jiang Shuyue onto his lap. Jiang felt a discomfort akin to swallowing a fly. "My lord, there is plenty of space here. You need not be so excessive." Zhou Luming and others each claimed their own seats, while Zhou Sessions' kitten occupied yet another. Before long, every chair in the room was filled. Feigning nonchalance, Zhou Yunshin asked, "Jiang Darren, what were you just saying?" Jiang stammered, nothing at all." He lowered his gaze to conceal his emotions, shooting a resentful glance at Jiang Liuli. How embarrassing that she had fallen into the trap. Jiang Liuli, still wrapped in blankets, had a sock stuffed in her mouth. Jiang Shuyue remarked, "What are they waiting for? I'm eager for my snacks. Let's get on with it." Madame Jiang was at a loss for words, perplexed at how she had given birth to such a gossipy daughter. "Jiang Liuli, do you not recognize your errors?" With the sock still in her mouth, Jiang Liuli whimpered and writhed on the ground. Jiang discreetly observed the expressions of those present, cautiously suggesting, "Liuli's behavior seems rather unusual. I suspect there is more to this." "Shuyue, what do you think?" "I'm just a child. How would I know?" "You." Jiang had intended to pry open her lips, even if only a little, to extract some information. Yet the girl had the audacity to claim she was merely a child. What 15 or 16-year-old could be so naive? "Shuyue, even your mischief must have its limits." "Why should it? Ask my mother and then my brother." Madame Jiang interjected, "Shuyue is still young. Why are you so harsh?" Jiang Chen added, "Indeed. My sister cannot sit steadily and is still being held. How can she not be considered a child?" "What are you thinking, father?" Jiang retorted, "Is that why you hold her? Clearly, it is improper." "Are they all blind?" Jiang Shuyue quipped, "Guahou, my father's face resembles a certain animal, long and green." "I remember, it's a green turtle." Guahou replied, "You speak the truth. Your father is indeed a green turtle." Chapter 90. The Scandal of Jiang Liuli. Her biological father is only one. 5 meters tall, everyone turned their gaze towards Jiang, who had adorned Jiang Madam with several metaphorical green hats. With 2 illegitimate daughters already revealed, one could only wonder if there were more hidden elsewhere. Who would have thought that such a notorious figure would also face such disgrace? Excitement bubbled in the air. Hua remarked. Jiang always believed that Qin Wanru was deeply infatuated with him. He thought he could toy with her sister at will. Basking in his own charm for taming 2 women, and with his mother as support, he imagined himself as a paragon among men, radiating irresistible allure. In the past, Jiang, a talented young man, indeed possessed striking looks, evoking a refreshing sensation as he sat astride his horse. Jiang Madam had been instantly captivated by him, leading her into a treacherous entanglement. However, that allure has since been eclipsed by disgust. Once aversion sets in, any glance at Jiang becomes unbearable, as if his features had transformed into something grotesque. Who could have anticipated that he would one day be the subject of such humiliation? Jiang Madam was eager for Jiang Shuyue to hurry up and speak. The suspense was excruciating. Jiang Shuyue, equally impatient, exclaimed, "Waiting for the gossip is quite unjust." Hua chuckled. "A good scandal is never late." Indeed, Qin Wanru bore Jiang's child, but alas, it was stillborn. Unable to watch her wealth evaporate, she resorted to finding a man to purchase a child. For years, that man has blackmailed her, and Qin Wanru has discreetly handed over considerable sums. Recently, feeling unwell and financially strained, he decided it was time to make a grand exit. "By the way, you have met this man," Hua continued. Jiang Shuyue's curiosity piqued. "Who is he? Is he perhaps a nighttime visitor to the estate?" Hua replied, "Host, I appreciate your imaginative leap, but regrettably, that is not the case. Qin Wanru still has her pride and would not stoop to purchasing a child from such a person." Every time Jiang sought out Qin Wanru, he was accompanied by a driver who later became Jiang's confidant. She shrieked, "That little man, only one. 5 meters tall." All eyes shifted to Jiang's rear, where a short, middle-aged man commanded attention wherever he went due to his diminutive stature. He was not a dwarf, yet his size was strikingly comparable, and with the visage of a middle-aged man, he exuded an unsettling incongruity. Hua identified him. "This man is Chen Hao. Over the years, he has not only profited from Qin Wanru, but has also been involved with the aging beauty." Jiang Shuyue clicked her tongue. Qin Wanru is quite attractive, yet she chose to associate with someone like him. Hua continued. After entering the Jiang family, they shared a night together. However, recently, Chen Hao has grown weary of Qin Wanru's illness and has refrained from seeking her out. Additionally, it's worth mentioning that although Qin Linger is indeed Jiang's offspring, her mother has been supporting 3 young men on Jiang's dime. Jiang Shuyue felt inclined to present Jiang with a green banner of shame. Jiang Madam scoffed. "One must say that like mother, like daughter, or perhaps a wild child is simply a wild child. Regardless, they remain unworthy of respect." Jiang's heart raced. He could not comprehend what Lu meant by those words. Had he revealed something? Was it possible that the authorities' suspicions had not been allayed? Confused, Jiang remained silent. Meanwhile, the old lady could no longer contain herself, baring her teeth at Lu. "Why bring this up now? Were we not discussing Liuli?" "Liuli?" Jiang Madam felt a visceral disdain for the name. When she first arrived, she had been called Suehua, and it was she who had renamed her Liuli, hoping she would embody the clarity and vibrancy of the glass. Yet, she had forgotten that a dark lump remains a dark lump, incapable of radiance. Jiang Liuli wailed on the floor, prompting Jiang Madam to bang her fist. "What are you making such a racket for? You shameless wretch! I know you look down upon the Jiang family, yearning to ascend to greatness, but you must never, under any circumstances, entice the crown prince with such despicable tactics. Were it not for the 2 saints suppressing this matter and Master Huaming's strict orders to maintain silence, your actions would have brought disgrace upon the Jiang family." Jiang stared blankly at Chen Hao, his heart racing. Moments ago, he felt as if he might kneel in desperation. Yet in the next breath, his mind buzzed with a mix of relief and shock. Chen Hao was equally stunned. After having fathered Jiang Liuli with a courtesan, he had promptly handed her over to Qin Wanru, eliminating the courtesan in secret. This was an act he had personally executed, and logically, no one should be aware of it. How could the madam know? Chun Hao immediately knelt, pleading, "Madam, please see reason. I am utterly devoted to you and the master. How could I commit such an act?" "Do not heed the slanders," Hua interjected. "He is still trying to deny it." Jiang Liuli bears a red birthmark in the shape of a bird on her sole, identical to the one on Chun Hao's foot. The brothel madam still possesses the token of affection he provided. A simple investigation would confirm everything. Jiang Chen shouted, "Bring forth their shoes." A few servants swiftly removed Jiang Liuli's and Chun Hao's shoes. The matching red bird birthmarks on their soles formed a perfect circle when placed side by side. Jiang En's eyes widened in horror, his complexion drained of color. Jiang madam slapped Chun Hao, her fury palpable. "You wretched man. The master arranged your marriage. She is not your legitimate offspring. How dare you hide an illegitimate daughter and pass her off as a lady of the Jiang family? What were your intentions?" Chun Hao was baffled. He had exchanged the child for silver immediately after birth, never having laid eyes on her, completely unaware of the birthmark. Fearful, Chun Hao hastily bowed. "Madam, it's all a misunderstanding. This must be a case of framing. You know what sort of person I am, do you not? Master, please speak on my behalf. Even if given 10 times the courage, I would not dare." Jiang En was equally perplexed, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the revelation. "You need not deny it. When the brothel madam presents the evidence, you will find it impossible to escape your fate." Suddenly, forgotten memories surged within Chun Hao. The golden lock. He had given a small golden lock to Tsue Hong. But what of it? A mere lock could signify nothing. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Chun Hao clung to a sliver of hope. Jiang Shuyue commented, "I sense Chun Hao is quite confident, seemingly untroubled by the impending repercussions." Hua responded, "A single golden lock may signify little, but 2 identical locks, accompanied by a letter, would tell a different tale." Chapter 91. Chun Hao, who loves leftovers, that foolish individual finds it troublesome, so he purchases gifts in pairs, ensuring each person receives one, thus avoiding any mix-up. At that time, he even wrote a threatening letter to Qin Wanru, which he has yet to discard, keeping it tucked within his pillowcase to this day. Jiang Shuyue, are you planning to keep such things until the new year instead of destroying them? Hua. The little gold lock Chun Hao gifted is also a counterfeit. It contains aluminum, with a coating of gold powder mixed with lead and mercury, which fades over time and causes allergic reactions. Madame Jiang was uncertain whether to be angry or to laugh. At least, Jiang En gifted something genuine, albeit of little value. However, Chun Hao's stinginess in gifting was truly remarkable. He was indeed a servant in every sense. The pupil surpasses the master, and his miserly disposition was strikingly similar to Jiang En's. "Bring Qin Wanru over. Search the house." "Madam, what are you doing? Why bring her here?" "I have my reasons." "My dear husband, why are you so anxious? Could it be?" Jiang En felt a sharp pang in his heart. He was unsure how much Lu knew, and a sense of unease pervaded him. Madame Jiang smiled and held his hand. "Rest assured, my dear, I will certainly provide you with an explanation." Jiang En felt a surge of happiness, a glimmer of light in his eyes, reminiscent of several months ago. Surely there was no issue. "Jiang Shuyue, father's folly has returned. My mother has also lost her sight. A scoundrel matched with a blind woman. What a fitting pair." Madame Jiang longed to chastise her. How could one speak of their own mother in such a manner? Unfilial daughter. Hua. Isn't she blind? Jiang En has a piece of vegetable stuck in his front teeth and doesn't he even see it, yet he smiles at her. Jiang Shuyue, a love-struck mind is beyond remedy. Let it unfold naturally. If I am still alive when she passes, I shall burn ample paper money for her. Madame Jiang was nearly beside herself with rage. Regardless of her faults, she was still her biological mother. How could one treat their own mother so? Jiang Wuxie could only comfort his mother silently in his heart. After all, they had wronged their younger sister in the past. If they could not hear her thoughts, she might be leading a miserable life now. They truly had no standing to demand filial piety from her. Jiang En was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, filled with words he did not know how to express, grinning awkwardly for a long while, seeking a way to divert the conversation. Jiang Qin immediately interjected. Father, you have a piece of vegetable in your front teeth. Appearing so disheveled before these esteemed guests is rather unbecoming. Jiang An was utterly embarrassed. Should he remove it or leave it be? He licked his teeth with his tongue, and indeed felt the vegetable. He gently poked at it, feeling it loosen. Jiang An grimaced, incessantly fiddling with the vegetable. Jiang Shuyue stifled her laughter. Father now resembles a little strawberry. Hua. Little strawberries are quite adorable when they eat. Your father pales in comparison. Jiang Shuyue. Indeed, he resembles a shriveled little strawberry, lacking in both cuteness and charm. The crown prince quietly nodded. Little strawberries were indeed quite endearing, far more pleasing to the eye than Jiang An. As they spoke, Qin Wanru was brought in. After more than half a month, her hair appeared thin and lifeless, her face devoid of its former luster. Despite her garb of fine silks, she appeared utterly dejected, standing beside Jiang An as though she were his aunt. Jiang Shuyue feigned surprise, covering her mouth. Heavens, is this Aunt Qin? What have you been eating? Why do you appear so aged? Qin Wanru had heard everything on her way and was at a loss. She could only sob, hoping Jiang An would resolve the matter. Cousin, Liuli was raised by you.
You know her character best.
She is exceptionally concerned about her reputation and is incredibly kind-hearted, not even willing to crush an ant. How could she possibly commit such an act? Someone must have framed her. I implore you to investigate and restore her innocence. Jiang Liuli sobbed and struggled, choked with emotion. Jiang An took the opportunity to speak. Indeed, we all know Liuli's character. There must be some misunderstanding. Lord Jiang, the crown prince smirked, his smile devoid of warmth. In front of everyone, the second young lady undressing is one thing, but claiming she wishes to become the crown princess, the mother of the nation, let us set aside the former and focus on the latter. Did she intend to become the mother of the nation in death? I dare not. Jiang An fell to his knees. The crown prince made no move to allow him to rise. I do not know what hidden truths a woman might speak, but I believe my own eyes. Jiang An broke into a cold sweat, paralyzed by fear, unable to utter a word. Qin Wanru wept uncontrollably. Liuli is inherently good. She has undoubtedly been wronged. Please, your highness, see the truth. The crown prince ignored her entirely. Jiang Wuxia chuckled. Aunt Qin, you have been in my home for merely half a month, yet you seem so familiar with Liuli and so concerned for her. Jiang Chen added. Indeed. We have lived with her for over a decade and have never seen you so agitated. You appear as though you are her biological mother. Jiang An shot a fierce glare at Qin Wanru, who immediately changed her tune. Second young master, that is not what I meant. It's merely because I entered the household recently, and Liuli has shown me kindness. I can see she is a pure-hearted child, so...
Oh.
You two seem to have quite the rapport. One might mistakenly think you are mother and daughter, Jiang Shuyue remarked, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Qin Wanru turned pale, casting a pleading glance at the matriarch. The matriarch scolded with a grim expression. Second, what are you saying? Is Liuli not close to anyone? Have you forgotten all the kindness she showed you when you needed food, drink, and money? Who helped you? It was better left unsaid. Jiang Chun was incensed. Had she not helped him, his father-in-law would have recognized him long ago. Now, with such scandals erupting in the household, his father-in-law had not looked upon him kindly. Thankfully, Shuang was unconcerned. If these matters jeopardized his engagement with her, he would personally see to it that she was silenced. Jiang Liuli trembled in fear. Look at you, a mere waste, returning from the Liu household transformed, yet you no longer regard her with respect. How infuriating! Had I known, I should have poisoned your drink to render you a cripple. Madame Jiang raised her hand. There is no need for further words. The witnesses present and the testimony of Mei Yun have firmly established the charges of debauchery against the national temple and the cursing of the mother of the nation, leaving no room for denial. The purpose of summoning you here is solely to confirm one more matter. Madame Jiang beckoned, and the servants who had searched the house presented 2 items. Upon seeing the gold lock, Chun Hao's eyes nearly bulged from his head. Could he truly be so unfortunate? Jiang Shuyue laughed uproariously. Haha, Chun Hao's expression resembles that of a great monkey. He also has vegetable leaves stuck in his teeth. Hua. Do you think he has eaten Jiang An's leftovers? Hua. It's quite possible. After all, he has a penchant for scavenging the remnants left by the scoundrel. Chapter 92. Abandoning the car to preserve the general. The scoundrel father plays his cards right. Zhou Yunshin found his wife both mischievous and endearing. To think that someone like Qin Wanru would dare to climb the ranks, she was nothing more than a discarded trinket. Chun Hao and Qin Wanru were utterly dumbfounded, especially Chun Hao, who yearned to confront Qin Wanru with deadly fury. She had retained the gold lock, but why hold on to that letter? Did she intend to blackmail him further? That wretched woman had brought about his ruin. Chun Hao fell to his knees, banging his head against the ground in desperation. Blood trickling from his forehead. With tears and snot streaming down his face, he cried, "Madam, I swear it is not my doing. It was all the scheming of that vile Qin Wanru. I was momentarily blinded and assisted her. I implore you, show mercy and spare my life." "Madam, the items have arrived." The steward, upon hearing the thoughts of those present, had dispatched someone to the brothel to retrieve the relevant documents and another gold lock, along with the testimony of the madam. With utmost respect, he said, the courtesan who died under mysterious circumstances had no family left. Yet she had two dear friends, one redeemed and taken away, and the other became the current madam. I sent someone to recount the events, and she was quite eager to share, promptly writing down her account to deliver to you, hoping to bring justice to her friend. Lady Jiang examined the letter and instructed the steward to circulate it. "Lord Jiang," the prince spoke again, his tone laced with contempt, "the court strictly forbids officials from frequenting brothels. While some may succumb to loneliness, at least they don't cause a scandal. However, your household servant has committed such a despicable act, and you, as the master, cannot escape culpability." The prince forcefully slapped the letter onto Jiang An's face. The sound crisp and resonant, leaving him with a swollen visage devoid of color. This. Sir, Chun Hao deceived the courtesan for her wealth, enticed her into bearing his child, and subsequently silenced her. The evidence is irrefutable. We simply do not know the whereabouts of the child. Jiang An's mind buzzed as he read the birth details, which were alarmingly identical to those of Jiang Liuli. It was impossible, absolutely inconceivable. Lady Jiang picked up another letter, exclaiming, "Oh, the contents of this letter are equally shocking. It appears that Sister Qin also bore a child, but misfortune befell her, making her a pitiable soul." Qin Wanru felt as though a thorn was lodged in her throat, her skin crawling with dread. The only thought that consumed her was, "It is over." "No. Don't look, Unraveling, this is all fabricated." It was too late. Jiang An had finished reading the letter, his face drained of color, rendered speechless. Jiang Shuyue remarked, "This birth date aligns perfectly with that of my second sister. Aunt Qin, you too had a child, yet it perished, which is why you adopted Chun Hao's child. However, even if Aunt Qin acquired that child through purchase, it should have been a one-time transaction, so why the monthly payments? Moreover, Aunt Qin, where is the child you brought home? Why have you never mentioned it?" Qin Wanru found herself at a loss for words. She dared not meet Jiang An's gaze, nor could she face Jiang Liuli. It was over, completely over. Chun Hao turned to Jiang An, unable to fathom the betrayal that pierced him to the core. Zhou Yunshin covered Jiang Shuyue's eyes, speaking coldly, "Lord Jiang, what do you intend by this? This dog of a servant has committed heinous acts behind my back. He deserves whatever fate befalls him. I shall deal with this household servant. Having sullied your eyes, I ask for your understanding." Jiang Shuyue commented, "Our scoundrel father is adept at cutting through chaos. This tactic of abandoning the car to preserve the general is indeed impressive." Flower remarked, "What use is abandoning the car to preserve the general? The guilt is so glaring that anyone can see through it. I wonder if your mother will continue to feign ignorance." Jiang Shuyue replied, "You fail to grasp it. A love-struck mind requires no pretense. They come equipped with foolishness. I wager a mere coin that within 3 days, she will not only forgive the scoundrel father, but also rise to defend him, concocting tales of his wretched plight." Lady Jiang longed to slap her twice. Did she truly believe her to be such a superficial and foolish person? And to wager a mere coin, was she not worth more than that? Lady Jiang was nearing her breaking point, her teeth clenched and hands trembling. Jiang An grasped her hand, asserting Yunyang. When Shuyue went missing, Qin Wanru had connections with my brother. She came with a child, claiming it was an orphan. I felt too embarrassed to refuse and took Liuli in. I never anticipated that she would stoop so low for money. Yunyang, I too was deceived. You must believe me. Qin Wanru turned ashen, ready to defend herself, but heard Jiang and continue, however, we have nurtured Liuli for decades. Even if she has committed such a grievous act, I still hope to spare her life. Qin Wanru collapsed to the ground, understanding that these words were a signal to her. The only person who could protect Jiang Liuli was Jiang'an. If she wished for survival, she must remain silent. Though Jiang Liuli was not her biological child, she had raised her and harbored great hopes for her. The only course of action now was to endure. She covered her face in tears, lamenting, "It is all my fault. I was momentarily misled, but I truly did give birth. It was just that her fate was unfortunate. And she died at birth. Madam, please show some compassion and forgive us. My circumstances are dire, and I was compelled to deceive Lord Jiang." Lady Jiang hesitated, pondering what to do with Jiang Liuli now that things had escalated. To kill would certainly bring relief, but such a decision should not rest with her. Jiang Shuyue interjected. "You see, I told you my mother is love-struck. She is wavering once again. Flower, I'll wager a coin for 10 green tea points. I am so close to trading for a pill for the prince." Flower replied, "You seem particularly eager regarding the prince." Jiang Shuyue responded, "Of course. It is because he is so striking. Soft, delicate, and seemingly fragile. A quintessentially charming figure. How could one not fall in love? To be honest, the moment I laid eyes on him, I wished to embrace and squeeze him." Flower, do you feel that chill? It seems to be emanating from behind my head. Flower curled into a ball, retreating to the furthest corner of her consciousness. Host, heed my advice. Do not look back. Chapter 93. Regrets of a negligent father. Hua contemplated, perhaps, my life may end here. Her strategy hinged on obedience. She huddled quietly, tucking her chin in, dutifully lowering her gaze. Yet, confusion clouded her mind. Moments ago, all seemed well, but suddenly, his aura had transformed into something perilously intimidating. It was no wonder the outside world whispered of his capriciousness. There was indeed a reason for it. Zhou Yunshen was perplexed. Besides having a slightly fairer complexion, what did that scoundrel, the Prince of Huai, possess that could rival him? In terms of appearance, martial prowess, talent, and even wealth, he found none of it comparable. The so-called tragic yet admirable persona was, to him, merely tragic, devoid of any beauty or strength. Zhou Yunshen was tempted to seize her and impart a lesson on true beauty and strength. With that thought, he yearned to expedite the conclusion of this evening's farce. The domestic affairs of the Jiang family were not his concern, yet with irrefutable evidence at hand, he had no intention of wasting time. Jiang Darren, let us reach a resolution now. Jiang and discern the intentions of the two saints. They seemed eager to suppress the matter. Otherwise, Jiang Liuli would have been imprisoned long ago, leaving no room for their inquiries. The two saints' actions likely aimed to preserve face for both the crown prince and Zhou Yunshen. He cast a glance at Jiang Shuyue, internally seething with resentment. Despite being his own daughter, her resemblance to Lu Shi was too striking, and their hearts were not aligned. Just the sight of her reminded Jiang of how affectionate Lu Shi was with that man surnamed Shi, which filled him with revulsion.
Now,
Jiang Shuyue had caught Zhou Yunshen's eye. Truly, she was the fated daughter of fortune from the celestial tome. Jiang understood that confronting her openly would yield no benefits. Instead, fostering goodwill with her seemed the wiser choice. He feigned deep sorrow, wiping away tears with his sleeve, lamenting, "What misfortune has befallen our family? Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? I shall confine Jiang Liuli to a rural estate under strict supervision. If that proves insufficient, I shall send her to a nunnery. However, I simply cannot bring myself to harm her. After all, she is my daughter, raised for a decade. Even a dog has its affections, and I truly..." He resumed his facade of weeping. Zhou Yunshen silently applauded his performance, dripping with sarcasm.
Jeanne d'Arran.
Truly kind-hearted, unlike myself. Had I known my friend's widow was consorting with my servants and purchasing children from brothels to pass off as my own, I would have eradicated her entire family, flayed her alive, and subjected her to a most gruesome death. Madame Jiang chuckled. Rest assured, my lord, our thoughts align remarkably. Just moments ago, I contemplated submerging this unrepentant wretch in the pond. Yet, since my husband has spoken, I shall refrain from villainy and adhere to his wishes. The weight of the revelations overwhelmed Jiang Liuli, her mind buzzing with disbelief. She inwardly screamed that this was a lie. Her father was a court official, and her mother a virtuous lady, not a dwarf and a harlot. Yet her voice was stifled, and no one paid her heed. In a single night, she had plummeted from being the cherished daughter of the Jiang family, renowned lady of the capital, to the daughter of a servant and a prostitute. She lay there.
Amir jest.
Jiang Shuyue, sensitive to her surroundings, caught a whiff of an unusual scent. Strange. Do you not perceive an odd aroma?
Odaruma.
A peculiar scent wafted through the air, and Xiao Lu was the first to notice. He pointed at Jiang Liuli and exclaimed, Crown Prince, the ugly creature has wet the bed. Zhou Yunxin turned away in disgust, pulling the person in his embrace closer. He could understand the embarrassment of wetting oneself in battle. But what was the point of this display? Jiang Darren, though not his biological father, had raised him for long enough. It seemed he lacked the aptitude for parenting. The Crown Prince tactfully interjected, I propose we entrust Jiang Liuli to the Lu family. The Grand Preceptor has educated countless students for decades, earning the praise of even the late emperor. Under his guidance, perhaps Jiang Liuli might reform. Absolutely not. Before Jiang and could respond, Qin Wanru erupted. The Lu family is ruthless. How could we expect her to fare well there? How dare you speak so carelessly? Who gave you the audacity to slander my maternal grandfather? Jiang Chun, infuriated, struck Qin Wanru across the face with all his might. To his surprise, she was sent sprawling several meters away, landing unceremoniously on the ground. Jiang and was taken aback, intending to pursue, but Jiang Wuxia intercepted him. Qin Wanru has trafficked people and conspired to harm a prostitute. The evidence against her is irrefutable. Now she dares to slander the Grand Preceptor. According to the law, she merits execution by slow slicing. Brother, your slap was far too lenient. Father, do you not agree? Indeed, indeed. I never anticipated her to be so malicious. Jiang Wuxia found it amusing. This was his father, cold-hearted and ruthless. Though the affection he once held had faded, he was now filled with disgust. Jiang Wuxia sought to understand why Jiang and harbored such loathing for his own children. He knew that as long as this man remained, the Jiang family would never find peace. However, they could not bear the label of patricide, and now is not the opportune moment to eliminate Jiang'an. Removing a few underlings would suffice. Jiang Liuli shall be sent to the Lu family for instruction, and Qin Wanru shall be imprisoned. Father has no objections, I presume?
None.
Your arrangements are commendable. The old matriarch, already intimidated into silence, dared not speak up, especially seeing her son make no plea for mercy. Jiang Wuxia continued, Let it be settled. Brother, Jiang Liuli shall be your charge. However, sister, you are quite perceptive to have noticed it so swiftly. Your nose is remarkably keen. Jiang Shuyue laughed lightly, attempting to mask her embarrassment. I cannot simply admit that I am familiar with such scents due to excessive fertilization in the past. It would make me appear quite sordid. Hua Hua interjected. Oh, not at all. That was so long ago. The scent has long since dissipated, and besides, no one will know. There's no need to dwell on it. The crowd murmured, uncertain whether to envy Zhou Yunxin or pity him. There was an odd sensation, as if they were searching for incense in a privy. Zhou Yunxin cast a disdainful glance at them, feeling a flicker of satisfaction. The more they loathed him, the better. It meant no one would vie for his bride. It was best to cherish his own wife. Were they truly entitled to witness this? The onlookers turned their heads to mask their discomfort, their curiosity piqued yet restrained. Only Jiang wore a dark expression, wishing fervently to rid himself of Jiang Shuyue. Had he known she would be so uncontrollable and so favored, he would have endured the initial discomfort and thrown her against the wall. Chapter 94. Gazing up at the stars, originally reluctant to bathe again, she eagerly accepted the news of being able to indulge in a flower-petal bath. Zhou Yunxin wrapped his broad, sturdy shoulder around her, almost enveloping Jiang Shuyue entirely. Those around them understood his unspoken message. What should not concern you must not be observed. Thus, they dutifully turned their heads, feigning ignorance. As Zhou Yunshan exited, he cast a glance at Qin Wanru, who was on the ground. He chuckled softly. It seems that this year's martial champion will undoubtedly be your second brother. When he parades on horseback, I shall prepare 10 baskets of flower petals to fill the entrance of the Jiang family. Are you hoping to drown someone?
He teased.
Alas, knowing Jiang Chen's temperament, he might first visit the Liu family. I shall dress elegantly. Last time, my second aunt sent a great deal of food, and I wish to bring her a gift. Jiang Shuyue replied, meeting his gaze filled with warmth, her mind buzzing with thoughts. Guahou attempted to call out a few times but, seeing no response, gave up.
Indeed.
The folly of love seems to be hereditary. Yet thankfully it is not overwhelmingly so, just a hint, without significant impact. Jiang Shuyue felt as though she had forgotten something important, but her thoughts were muddled. This cursed beauty was overwhelming. Jiang Chen had someone place Jiang Liuli into a wooden cart to be sent to the Liu family. Jiang and expressed his discontent. Is our family unable to afford a proper carriage? How could you resort to a wooden cart for her? Carriages are expensive. Who would dare to use one after her? The cart for transporting night fragrance is just right, and it won't be a waste. Father, surely you cannot be so frugal as to deny this? I will cover the cost of the driver and the compensation for the night fragrance delivery. You need not spend a coin. Jiang and felt a surge of indignation. Is this merely a matter of money? Even if I am temporarily down on my luck, I am not lacking in trifles. Who do you intend to humiliate? Before he could respond, Jiang Mu seized the opportunity to strike. Our daughter, lost since childhood, has proven to be such a disappointment, despite my efforts to raise her well. Someone, take her clothes to the Liu family. Jiang and had thought his mother still harbored some compassion, but her next words shattered his hopes. It is already a great kindness that the Liu family provides her a meal. Do not let your father spend more money on her garments. And do not choose anything too expensive or new. Something ordinary will suffice. Sell the rest along with her jewelry, and whatever cannot be sold, burn. At this moment, Jiang began to panic. Over the years, he had purchased many items to present Jiang Liuli well. The total was in the hundreds of thousands. If all were sold, it would mean total loss. Mother, if these items are not to your liking, they can be stored. Selling everything will only invite ridicule upon our family. Our family has already become a joke. Why keep these items to further disgrace us? Also, Shuang will be married in half a month. While the betrothal gifts have been delivered, they will need some spending money for their new life. I shall sell the little wretch's belongings, keeping a portion for the eldest and arranging the remainder for Shuang's living expenses. My dear husband, while you two have been deceived, I remain unsettled. For the next few days, do not come to my courtyard. I am distressed. Previously, with Qin Wanru serving as a shield, Jiang Mu had enjoyed a few days of peace. Now, with this incident, she was eager to find an excuse to send her away, and fortunately, Jiang had provided just that. Jiang found himself at a loss for words. As you say, that Qin Wanru father need not worry. I will ensure Qin Wanru is taken care of, Jiang Wuxia interjected, not allowing anyone else the chance to argue, commanding a few to carry Qin Wanru away. As the two brothers approached the corner gate, preparing to mount their carriages, Jiang Wuxia playfully struck Jiang Chen on the back of his head. Feeling invincible now? Just because you know your strength, must you lose control? A single slap could have ended her. Jiang Chen, feeling embarrassed, scratched the back of his head. I didn't mean to. Who knew she was so fragile, unable to withstand even a slap? It was the effect of their mother's medicine, but I remind you, the traveler has arrived. After your marriage, the martial champion examination is imminent. You must exercise restraint to avoid giving anyone leverage against you. Jiang Chen nodded eagerly. After taking the elixir, he too had noticed changes in his body. Even the old sea was no match for him now. However, he lacked practical experience and was prone to impulsiveness, having been bested a few times by his relatively mediocre second uncle. Jiang Chen did not dare to be arrogant. He understood the necessary wisdom. Rest assured, brother, I know what to do. I leave Jiang Liuli in your capable hands while I attend to the matter with Qin Wanru. Thank you, brother. I shall take my leave with Cui Hong. Jiang Chen had even stopped using Jiang Liuli's name, reverting to her original name. Seeing Jiang Chen's obedient demeanor, Jiang Wuxia felt somewhat unaccustomed. Remembering his younger brother from before, it felt surreal. All of this was owed to their little sister. Reflecting on past events, Jiang Shuyue lamented his own blindness. It seemed that his little sister had a fondness for roses. He would buy a few more tomorrow to gift her. As night fell, Jiang Shuyue found herself exhausted once more. Yet this time, the experience felt even more delightful than before. To be precise, each time was better than the last. The ethereal sensation of her soul floating was more exhilarating than indulging in a pig's trotter. Once more, she slept soundly until dawn, when Hua eagerly buzzed in her ear, recounting last night's events. He went to the Jiang family seeking to meet Jiang, and but first encountered your brother. He mistook him for a weak scholar with a gentle temperament, easily manipulated. However, your brother delivered a flying kick that severed his mayunki, has ruined his future happiness. And your brother finds it only fitting to utilize him as waste. Last night, he was packed off to the Eastern Palace. But the prince deemed him too filthy for use and granted him a post instead. Jiang Shuyue inquired with curiosity, a post? The prince is far too paternalistic. Hua responded, no, this is no ordinary position. It is a special tasting official for the sixth prince. A monthly salary of merely a pittance. Jiang Shuyue was momentarily stunned before bursting into uncontrollable laughter. Haha, pittance? Even the wages for delivering night fragrance exceed that. Hua retorted. Is that truly the point? Yes, being the sixth prince's tasting official is what truly matters. Not only does it come with room and board, but one also gets to sample a variety of delicacies, perfect for this mooching rascal. Someone, summon the young lady. I wish to go shopping with her. Hua exclaimed. Aren't you on the verge of falling apart? Why not rest at home instead of rushing out? Jiang Shuyue responded with a mischievous grin. Hee, the tasting official is ready. Gazing at the stars, blue-veined cheese. Shouldn't these dishes be on the agenda too? Chapter 95. What's wrong with green tea? Who can't handle it? Mother. If you wish to go shopping, your daughter will naturally accompany you. But is it truly necessary to visit the market? Zhou Luming, adhering to her instructions, donned her most modest attire, yet she still appeared far superior to the common folk at the market. At the moment of receiving the invitation, she was engrossed in gossip with her younger brother, and together they accompanied Jiang Shuyue. Zhou Sishing expressed his concerns. Mother. The market is crowded and filled with all sorts of people. If you need something, you could send a servant to fetch it. There is no need for you to go personally, because it is interesting. Just as I was leaving, I suddenly thought of trying my hand at fermentation. So I wanted to buy some ingredients to experiment with. Vendor, how much for these wilted vegetable leaves? I will take them, just give me a discount. The vendor, having gathered some decayed leaves along with some unsightly yellowed ones intended for the pigs, was taken aback that someone would actually want them. 2 coins. If you want them, just take them away. All right, I will take these as well. Xiao Tao, pay the vendor. Hua remarked, you could have taken them for free. Why pay? Jiang Shuyue replied, because I wish to experience the joy of spending money. The marquis' residence has everything one could desire, and it is truly dull. I have nowhere to spend my allowance. It is quite stifling. Zhou Luming and Zhou Sishing were unaware that their mother harbored such concerns. However, her method of spending was indeed questionable. Hua added, I want to stop you from cooking, but there is no need to purchase spoiled items. Exactly. The marquis' family should not be known for buying spoiled greens. What an embarrassment that would be. The siblings of the Zhou family were too ashamed to look at the leaves. Jiang Shuyue, with unyielding conviction, chastised the system. Hua, I must say, since arriving at the marquis' residence, you have become rather arrogant. Have you forgotten the hardships we faced upon our arrival? We had to cook for Mei Yunk. Does he deserve good food? Besides, once fermented, who can tell what it originally looked like? It doesn't matter if the raw ingredients are subpar. Hua suddenly found this reasoning quite sensible. This approach not only saves money but also achieves the desired outcome. How clever her host was. Is this not what they often say about spending wisely? Their father often remarked that as members of the marquis' family, as long as they did not conspire against the emperor, they need not concern themselves with anything else. They could have whatever they desired. It was their first time learning something different from their elders. Truly, their mother was the best. How dare you commoners look down upon me? I tell you, it is your honor that I am willing to extend credit. You had better deliver the goods. Otherwise, once I rise to power, you shall pay for it. Ahead, there was a commotion. Jiang Shuyue, adhering to her principle of enjoying the spectacle, hastened to join the crowd. Lan Ruiyue, with an air of arrogance, pointed at several porters and berated them. I shall give you one more chance. Deliver the stones to the city gate promptly. If you delay, you shall bear the consequences. Jiang Shuyue inquired, what is happening? Is there some gossip? Why didn't you inform me? Guahou replied, because the gossip is too trivial to mention. Ascension, she out of money to buy the stones? She only wishes to obtain silver from the second prince's bank, but recently, for reasons unknown, the second prince has been struggling, and she has lost her token, so the bank denied her funds. Zhou Luming and Zhou Sisheng were aware of the situation. When they went to pray for blessings, the empress hastily proposed a match for the second prince, yet he was ungrateful and inadvertently offended the deputy minister of rights. The deputy minister, seeing his precious jewel being mistreated, was displeased and exposed the second prince's private accounts. Now, the second prince was overwhelmed and had no time to attend to Lan Ruiyue's matters. Lan Ruiyue continued to scold, are your ears deaf? The lower class remains lower class. Your appearance is truly nauseating. The porters, initially unwilling to confront the young lady, found her increasingly intolerable and could not hold back. The elder among them stood up and yelled, you little miss have no reason. 3 coins per load is the market rate everywhere. You demand 2 coins and wish to extend credit without certainty of when you will pay. Who do you think you are? The Queen Mother? You think you can dictate terms? The onlookers murmured in disbelief, inciting Lan Ruiyue to angrily protest. I am doing this for the country and the people. This is a matter of bringing glory to our ancestors. You refuse to accept payment and are so reluctant. Are your eyes so shallow? Jiang Shuyue was speechless. Oh, so when there's no money, it's moral coercion. Have modern people watched too many videos to regurgitate such arguments? Guahou interjected. One individual's foolishness should not be generalized to the masses. Lan Ruiyue has always been proud. She went to the most luxurious inn in the capital last night and, unable to pay, pawned the jade pendant gifted by the second prince. However, the innkeeper was unaware. He thought it was a high-value item, deceiving Lan Ruiyue into believing the jade was worth 1,000 taels, allowing her to stay lavishly for a month, only to sell the pendant for 20,000 taels overnight. Now she has lost her token, cannot retrieve her money from the bank, and cannot find the second prince, yet she still believes herself to be impressive, which is why she is behaving so foolishly. This trivial gossip is uninteresting. I can hardly muster the energy to engage with it. Jiang Shuyue found it amusing. After being around a domineering CEO for so many years, she still cannot discern the quality of jade. What has she been doing all these years? Guahou pondered seriously. Perhaps she has been busy establishing her persona as the self-reliant female lead, determined not to rely on a man. Zhou Sisheng, being young, could not help but laugh. Lan Ruiyue, already furious, turned to reprimand the laughter, only to see Jiang Shuyue standing there in her plain attire, and she could not help but laugh herself. Ah, it is the lady of the marquis. Yesterday you were adorned in exquisite finery. Why today such simplicity? Was it all a facade to showcase your life at the marquis's residence? Indeed. The marquis only knows how to put on a show, making things difficult for Miss Jiang. Guahou remarked, congratulations, host. Your green tea value has increased by 20 percentage points. Jiang Shuyue smiled, amused that one sister had just left, and another had arrived to mock her man's inconsistencies in public. It truly thrilled her. The 2 younger ones were ready to explode, but Jiang Shuyue stepped forward first, feigning a pitiful demeanor as she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Yes, this attire is indeed lacking. Although it is valued at 100 taels, the workmanship is too poor. It is not worth it. Lan Ruiyue gasped, what? This garment is worth 100 taels? It is not even silk. On what grounds? System. It is indeed not silk, but it is high quality. 100 taels is already the discounted price. Lan Ruiyue recalled her own 100 taels and felt an urge to strangle someone. Chapter 96. My husband simply adores holding me, however. Jiang Shuyue gazed at Lan Ruiyue with surprise and remarked, Miss Lan, do you truly have an affinity for this outfit? You've been wearing the same attire for several days now. With a chuckle, Zhou Luming couldn't contain himself. From her perspective, It seemed less a matter of choice and more a matter of necessity. The onlookers began to grasp the situation. A few porters displayed disdain. For even though it was unbecoming for grown men to scorn a young girl, they found it hard to suppress their reactions. This girl, lacking even the funds to purchase new clothes, had the audacity to evade her debts. What audacity? Lan Ryue, exasperated, exclaimed, I wear it because I cherish it.
Ah.
Now it made sense. Miss Lan wasn't merely repeating outfits, but rather had multiple garments crafted from the same fabric. Zhou Session, unable to maintain her composure, laughed heartily. Though the attire may be rather unremarkable, beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. If Miss Lan finds joy in it, then amassing 100 or 80 pieces is quite reasonable. Lan Ryue's pride forbade her from admitting her singular possession, so she simply nodded in defiance. This garment holds immense significance for me. I value it highly. Thus, despite its lack of worth and inconspicuousness, I hope you all can respect it. Jiang Shuyue was at a loss for words. Is this garment a relic of a nation's founding, or did a revered ancestor once don it? To expect reverence for such a tattered piece is laughable. Huahua chimed in, moreover, she didn't even purchase it herself. She was taken in by a tofu vendor while famished and cared for 2 days. The vendor's fiancé gifted her a full set of clothing and jewelry, preparing for their wedding next month. Lan Ryue's own clothes were torn and unwilling to spend money on new ones. She scorned the garments lent to her by the tofu vendor and seized this outfit while the vendor was busy. Jiang Shuyue found herself even more speechless. The garment may exude affection, but the wearer does not warrant it. Zhou Luming held women like her in utter contempt, viewing her as a disgrace. She quickly retorted, that outfit must be worth at least 30 taels, enough to cover the expenses of an average household for over half a year. You possess such a collection, yet still haggle with the porters and refuse to pay my mother 50 taels. How dare you? Jiang Shuyue tugged at her sleeve, her voice neither too loud nor too soft. You've miscalculated. Add 3 points for interest. Indeed, over 50 taels. Miss Lan, shouldn't you settle your debts first? The porters, upon hearing this, grew displeased, expressing their disbelief. A mere outfit worth over 30 taels could fetch 20 taels if sold. How could she dare withhold their funds? Perhaps it's fashionable now to swindle without intent to pay. How audacious! Begone! Lan Ryue, noticing the rising agitation, felt a twinge of panic. But who was she? Having witnessed the ebb and flow of history across 5 millennia, she was not to be outdone by these provincial simpletons. With her head held high, she coldly declared, ignorant fools. The roadworks were initiated by the lady of the Marquis of Southern Town. How dare you defy her? Should the Marquis seek retribution come autumn, you will regret it. Jiang Shuyue feigned confusion. Isn't this task one you promised to His Royal Highness? My husband is not idle enough to settle accounts with them.
Besides,
it was you who assured the Crown Prince of your capabilities. The Crown Prince has his pride. He compensates for his endeavors, and your refusal is rather unfortunate. Lan Ryue was momentarily taken aback. Upon reflection, Jiang Shuyue's words resonated, albeit ambiguously. She had indeed secured the job, yet it was not entirely by her own volition. Unable to argue effectively, she found herself at a loss. Jiang Shuyue expressed her disdain. With such a mind and eloquence, how did you deceive the CEO for 20 years? Could it be that the CEO is a fool to have been swayed by you? Huahua concurred. Perhaps she is merely love-struck, otherwise. How could she have been duped in the presence of such evidence and witnesses? Jiang Shuyue remarked, upon closer inspection, she possesses a certain beauty. Pure and charming, a quintessential green tea type. If only her intellect matched her appearance, she might rival me. Zhou Luming countered, Mother's discernment is far superior. How could she possibly compare to Mother? Zhou Session added, there are no hypotheticals in this world. A person so foolish could not surpass Mother, even with multiple reincarnations. Lan Ryue, unable to find the right words to retort, impulsively shouted, do not think that just because the Marquis of Southern Town favors you now, you can act recklessly. If you were wise, we could join forces. With my abilities, I could at least ensure your survival. The crowd regarded her as though she had lost her senses. Yet, a few curious souls found her words intriguing. It seemed as if she possessed foresight of the future. Impossible. Was she a divine being? Lan Ruiyue reveled in the flattery, raising her arms and proclaiming, "Indeed, I am a divine being, versed in celestial and earthly matters, capable of foreseeing events a century ahead. I am the embodiment of divinity in the mortal realm." The crowd stared at Lan Ruiyue in bewilderment. The common folk seek spiritual solace, while emperors require tools. A divine being is indeed a double-edged sword. Alas, Jiang Shuyue was unimpressed. "You speak of my husband's first love. Who might that be?" Lan Ruiyue extended her hand towards her. But Jiang Shuyue regarded her as one would a simpleton. "System, unknown, but I believe she truly perceives you as a simpleton." Jiang Shuyue tilted her head. "Are you referring to Jiang Liuli? Rest assured, she poses no threat." "What?" Zhou Luming noticed Lan Ruiyue's astonishment and kindly explained. "Jiang Liuli has been exiled for her reckless behavior. My father was present at the time and supported her execution, but my mother was soft-hearted. My father's gaze upon her was more disdainful than that upon horse dung. How could he possibly favor her? Are you envious of my mother's favor and fabricating tales against her?" Zhou Session vehemently retorted. "My father fell for my mother at first sight. For her sake, he dismissed the concubines sent from the palace, insisting on embracing my mother each night before sleep. What are you to presume, attempting to malign my parents, feigning shyness?" Jiang Shuyue replied, "Oh dear, child, such words should not be spoken outside. Yet, what you say is indeed true. My husband has many admirable qualities, but he is rather clingy, and I am at a loss." Zhou Session replied, "Clinginess is a virtue. It signifies that my father truly loves you. As for this wretch, she speaks without thought, sowing discord with ill intentions. Bring forth this loose-tongued one, bind her, and deliver 50 strikes to teach her a lesson." Chapter 97. Rational doubt regarding the reborn Lan Ruiyue was restrained by the servants on either side, and panic set in. This isn't right. In the book, she is merely a cannon fodder, while Jiang Liuli is the one destined for greatness. The villains and heroes belong to her. How could this happen? The system hastily conducted a search and discovered that Jiang Liuli had squandered her fortune, resulting not only in a complete depletion of her luck, but a negative value as well. The system gasped, "This is bad. The child of fate has changed." Lan Ruiyue's expression was visibly tumultuous, a kaleidoscope of colors cloaked in darkness. Internally, she roared. "What does this mean? She is just a cannon fodder. How could she possibly be the child of fate?" The system scanned again, hesitantly reporting, "It appears that Jiang Liuli has lost everyone's favor, her reputation in tatters, abandoned by the heavenly path, and has forfeited the halo of the child of fate. Currently, Jiang Shuyue's fortune is surging. If it continues to rise, she may very well replace you as the protagonist of this narrative." Lan Ruiyue's greatest aversion was having things taken from her. Before she entered the story, her life and honor had been stolen by a thief, and now, after entering the narrative, it was happening again. Her gaze towards Jiang Shuyue was sharp, as if wielding a knife. Jiang Shuyue, bewildered by her glare, wondered, "What is she doing? Is she trying to compete with me over who has bigger eyes?" Hua interjected, "She suffers from dry eye syndrome and myopia. Widening her eyes will only expose her shortcomings." Although others did not comprehend the implications of myopia and dry eye syndrome, they surely inferred that it was not something positive, perhaps akin to a form of ocular affliction. Zhou Sisheng, worried about the distance of 2 meters, rebuked, "What are you staring at? Owing money and still daring to glare at my mother. Is this how your family raises you? Take her away." Lan Ruiyue, feeling a sharp pain, immediately withdrew her hand and called out, "Jiang Shuyue, I can assist you. Just cooperate with me, and I will undoubtedly make you an extraordinary being." "My mother is already an extraordinary being. Does she need your assistance?" The elder sister's words rang true. What was she, after all? "My mother is the esteemed lady of a marquis' residence. Does she require your help?" Lan Ruiyue was utterly perplexed. How could the child of fate be so unyielding? This would not do. She must draw closer to the child of fate. Gritting her teeth, she managed to squeeze out 2 tears from her eyes. Jiang Shuyue was taken aback by her performance, finding it utterly abysmal. In terms of acting, Jiang Liuli surpassed her by several tiers. Jiang Shuyue preemptively spoke, "Stop. Are you trying to imply that you are helpless here, and as women, we should not make things difficult for one another? You also wish to convey that you are serving the public good and being an upright person. You would never default on a debt? Furthermore, you want to tell me that my husband does not truly love me, that he has ulterior motives, and that I am destined for a tragic end, and you are the only one who can save me? She couldn't help but wonder if Jiang Shuyue could read minds. How else could she possibly know her thoughts? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Shuyue found it rather dull. I know what you want to say, but I will say one thing to you. What? Jiang Shuyue tilted her chin, her demeanor remarkably haughty. It's none of your business. You owe money and yet dare to speak out. I am justified in punishing you. What qualifications do you have to confront me? My relationship with my husband is thriving, and even if it falters in the future, he is still my husband. You are neither a member of the marquis' household nor my confidant. Why should you concern yourself with my affairs? Moreover, you are utterly destitute. How can you assist me? Hua chimed in. Just rely on your audacity. If your face is thick enough, you might even exchange it for some money. The crowd snickered, and Jiang Shuyue was pleased with Hua's explanation. Truly, she was her system, exhibiting her flair. Unraveling was completely dumbfounded, surrounded by onlookers, her face burning with embarrassment. After stammering for a while, she finally found a point to boast about. My medical skills are unparalleled, far surpassing those of mediocre physicians. With me by your side, no one can harm you. Hua scoffed. TSK, has the Lord of the Heavenly Path lost his mind? How could he choose such a person? She has performed 5 surgeries in total, 2 of which failed. One left a pair of tweezers inside the patient, leading to a medical dispute that cost her 3 million to resolve. If you keep her around, she might just produce scissors. Jiang Shuyue remarked. Only 2 failures? That's a success rate over 50%. Hua responded. Of the remaining 3 surgeries, one was a gallbladder removal, one was a wound suturing, and the last was a heart surgery, where she merely recorded with a camera. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, Wow. She's doing the work of a nurse's assistant while earning more than the director. How fortunate. Zhou Luming couldn't help but think that while her life was indeed fortunate, those around her were suffering. She suddenly yearned to meet the foolish, wealthy man. Zhou Sishing felt the same. After all, such a foolish man was indeed rare, and one should seize the opportunity to observe him, lest they themselves descend into folly. Unraveling felt uneasy under the scrutiny, and suddenly, someone laughed, unabashedly hurling insults. It turned out to be a madwoman. The older woman did not hold back, hands on her hips, and scolded. What are you looking at? Is calling you a madwoman an injustice? Those treating the marquis' wife are all from the palace. Were you? One moment claiming to be a goddess, the next boasting of your medical prowess. What, are you someone special? More capable than the national teacher? Unraveling recalled her purpose. She sought ascension, to become immortal, to look down upon those who betrayed her as they descended into hell. Upon this realization, she fell silent once more. Jiang Shuyue said, Let it be. We shouldn't argue with the madwoman. She has already suffered enough escaping from bandits. Let us not provoke her further. The crowd appeared to understand, their expressions complex. Unraveling was bewildered. What do they mean with those looks? A mix of disdain and sympathy, with some even mocking. I truly wish to slap them. The system remarked. This is ancient times. Women pursued by bandits typically have their reputations ruined. I now understand why Jiang Liuli was eliminated. Host. I reasonably suspect that Jiang Shuyue is a schemer, perhaps possessed by a ghost or has experienced rebirth. Unraveling suddenly had an epiphany. Such was the narrative in novels. Rebirth's awakening for revenge. It turned out this world harbored other extraordinary beings besides her. But so what? Even if reborn or possessed,
She was still an ancient being.
compared to modern individuals, she held no advantage. She remained the one in the superior position. Unraveling, undeterred, thought, What of the bandits? As long as I act justly, even if pursued by bandits, they will face punishment. Does the marquis' wife not know this? Jiang Shuyue smirked, her heart secretly cursing. Fool. Chapter 98. The plus version of the stepmother literature. Jiang Shuyue laughed heartily within. Fool, I haven't even lifted a finger, and she has already leapt into the pit herself. Although the national master need not remain chaste, a person who has been robbed by bandits surely cannot fulfill the role of a national master, can they? Hua remarked, I never expected you to be so kind, assisting someone you have only met once. Jiang Shuyue replied, kindness is not quite the word. I simply find her utterly incompetent. The thought of such a person serving as a national master, defiling my very presence, unsettles me. I have heard that those with mental afflictions produce excrement that is rather unique. Yet her bowels seem rather poor. After 3 days of constipation, she has now succumbed to diarrhea due to hemorrhoids, and in her haste, she has inadvertently lacerated herself while using toilet paper. Zhou Session coughed, his face flushed. Zhou Luming turned his head and caught a glimpse of the red hue peeking from Lan Ruyue's skirt. As women, they felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment.
What do you mean by that?
Lan Ruyue asked, her gaze wary. Their sudden concern and financial assistance struck her as quite strange. Huahua's alertness heightened. Host, I have uncovered a scandal. That wet nurse clad in satin is hiding a juicy secret. Follow closely. Alas, miss. How infuriating. The lady has nimble legs, and I can hardly keep up. This was yet another opportunity slipping away. Lan Ruyue clutched her backside, the pain surging unexpectedly. Damn it, the hemorrhoid has burst. That wretched Jiang Shuyue didn't even give me a heads up. You all are taking this too far. Woe is me. Xiaotao watched her flee in tears, momentarily bewildered. Wasn't she meant to be the grand heroine? Did she misinterpret the essence of being the grand heroine? Jiang Shuyue dashed ahead, followed closely by 2 children. After a short sprint, she was already panting. Goodness, it's like a 200-meter dash. I feel I might perish. I need little Strawberry to carry me. Zhou Session gently tugged, easily hoisting her onto his back. Do not fret, mother. Wherever you wish to go, your child shall carry you. Are you capable, mother? A man must never admit to incapacity. Huahua chimed in. Zhou Session has fought alongside the great antagonist for years. He once carried half a pig over 100 miles. So carrying you is a piece of cake. Jiang Shuyue exclaimed, Little Sheng is truly impressive. Once I have exchanged the elixirs for the prince and Luming, I must procure a pill for him as well. I am certain his effects will surpass those of the second brother. Upon hearing that mother had a gift for him, Zhou Session ran with renewed vigor. Mother, where are we headed? Just follow the wet nurse in satin ahead, but do so discreetly. Do not let her notice us. Zhou Session, embarrassed, retorted, You should have mentioned that sooner. Luckily, the wet nurse appeared blissfully unaware of the commotion as she traversed the marketplace, crossed a small bridge, and meandered through the glasswork street. Jiang Shuyue observed, It seems we are nearing the affluent district. Mother, what is the affluent district?
Why?
It is where the wealthy and powerful reside, much like our home. Zhou Luming glanced around and noted that they were indeed not far from the marquis' residence. This area